krl-fm Leasing Studios, this is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Here's the 2-1. And that pitch hit high and deep to left. It's out of here. Wow. What a shot. Over the Crawford boxes goes Jose Altuve with his 26th home run of the season. And he has put Houston back out in front here at 4-2.
Good morning, Metroplex. That is the way we start the Thursday edition of Sean and RJ live on your home for Rangers baseball 105.3 The Fan. Sean Sharif, RJ Choppy, Cowboys insider Bobby Butt. We got Peyton and Aiden in the back. We are live on the Fan Cam, Twitch, and YouTube. And even the Rangers insiders are now waving the flag after the 5-2 loss and the sweep at the hands of the Armpit. 5-2 in a Jacob deGrom start.
Yeah, he's given up 5 homers this month. He's only had 3 starts. That's not generally vintage deGrom, right? And on that Altuve pitch, he missed his spot by about 1.5 foot. That was just not his day. And he's had a couple of those, lately. I mean, last time he played, Houston, they got shut out 11-zip, and that was another one that wasn't his day. And maybe the Astros just kind of have his number. But you had to win this game 100% anyway, because you would have won the season series, and in that case, it could have given you any tiebreaker. Now it's even worse, because now you're cooked. You have to win out, and they've got to hit one of the worst skids of their life, of their year.
3-9. The Rangers are 3-9 in deGrom's last 12 starts. That's kind of going to be your season right there when the margins are so thin. And I don't want to make it sound like. In a lot of instances, that can be a Paul Skeens-like setup where somebody pitched really well. deGrom just has been human over the last two months or so.
And it's fair to ask whether he got worn down.
Yeah.
Look at his workload. Look at his body. Look at his injury history. He had an ERA in May of 2.08. Then in June, it was a 1.41. Then in July, it jumped to a 4.13. And then in August, it was a 3.38. 3 starts this month, a 5.71.
Yeah, and you mentioned they've lost 9 of 12. It's also 7 of 9, if you want to break it down even more. And he's allowed 5 earned, 5 earned, 3 earned, 0 earned, 2 earned, 0, 3.35. Like the wear down factor is a fair question, because he has not thrown this many innings. I don't know, seemingly ever. Seems like ever. We had talked about for all off season that he hadn't thrown more than 100 innings since 2019. I mean, that's more than a half a decade ago. So to expect him to go into this season and be able to throw, somewhere in the neighborhood of, almost 180 innings. I think he's almost like 170 right now, and he'll have another start. That's just not practical.
Yeah, I mean, it's the 5th most innings of his career at this point, and he's only up to 167. And so, but I mean, the workload thing, you got to look at how much he was, what was it? He threw 64 and 22. So, I mean, we're talking about he's basically thrown as many innings this year as he has in the last 4 years combined. So, yeah, wear down, I'm sure, has to be part of it. Because that you mentioned that 3-month stretch that he's in right now, where the ERA is there. Cumulatively, that means that his ERA for 3 months now has been 4.23, which that's not an ace.
The numbers were at 2 just a week ago. You're now 5 back in the West, 4.5 back in the wild card. Night. See you later. It seems over.
What, you don't think 5 back with 9 to play is doable? I think
4.5.
Didn't the Phillies do this one couple of years? Was it the Mets that did it?
I remember the A's did this one year, sort of.
Yeah, down to it was to us.
Yeah, that's how I remember it. No, yeah, when Evan Grant is tweeting, that's a wrap, 9 games to play, but they're done. Nice late season run. That's waving the white flag.
And I'm expecting the final submission from Kevin Hagelin today in Crosstalk, as he said last night he thought it would be the ultimate backbreaker.
Well, it was, and for Houston, they've gotten hot at the right time because they've taken over the West from Seattle. So now you get your wild card in there, and now it's not the Astros are chasing, it's the Mariners that you're chasing, and the Red Sox, and you're sitting there 4.5 back. You still got Cleveland ahead of you, and you got 3 games with Cleveland, but that might not matter at all. I mean, those games might be completely useless.
Quarterbacks continue to drop in the National Football League. Justin Fields has been ruled out against the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. So add him to the list of what now, 5?
Yep.
5.
Yeah, we're up to 5 now. Yep. And I guess all the laying the quarterback down, singing him a bedtime story, everything else that the NFL's done over the past few years, it's not working right now because they do have a rash of quarterback injuries.
We don't know yet, right, officially about Purdy. Purdy could play.
They're trying to talk like his timeline's moving up and that he's moving faster, but I would be stunned if he plays this weekend.
And Daniels
is the one that nobody's really certain of. That sounds like it could be the most optimistic. They're opening the door the most for him.
So Justin Fields is out for the Jets. We'll take you inside the Star at 6:20. The payload coming up at 6:40.
Week to week, like anybody can overcome a quarterback loss. Obviously, it's the long-term ones that become the problem. And for the league, it's like, okay, all right, Minnesota and Cincinnati play this week. The league's like, we're basically losing this game. But now when you've got like 3 other quarterbacks that are hurt, it's like, oh, you're going to lose all those games. Because those are like, when bad quarterback play happens, it's tough to watch this league.
Oh, yeah.
It's very tough to watch. And
it's like watching Texas play.
Yeah, and we're not even counting like the Browns who are throwing out Joe Flacco or the Colts who are throwing out Daniel Jones, and we're just waiting for the Daniel Jones shoe to drop. So you could have half dozen or more games that are just like, ooh.
Aaron Jones was placed on injured reserve with the hamstring in Minnesota. Good news if you have Jordan Mason, who has flashed and basically been their best running back to start off the year. Anyway, the Packers lose receiver Jaden Reed. He underwent surgery on a broken clavicle and a Jones fracture in his left foot. He led them in receiving in 23 and 24. I think they had Christian Wilkins already hurt. They gave him an extension.
Christian
Watson. Wilkins. He's still out there. Christian Watson got paid, I believe, while being out and injured. So the injury update throughout the league. We're getting pushback on the tush push. Jason Kelsey on the Kelsey podcast, he's fighting back.
I get that there's like a hair of a second early on some of these. Some of them are legitimate false starts. Some of them I feel like fall well within the parameters of any other short yardage play. And there's the other thing. The false start thing, that thing is going to happen whether it's a tush push or a regular quarterback sneak. Guards are going to be trying to time out the snap. Good guards on short yardage runs are going to be trying to time out the snap. Like that's how, if you're late, you're going to be screwed. So it's not like they're trying to false start.
Not like they're trying to false start.
They've lost. They've lost. If Kelsey is sitting here full on admitting, okay, some of them are false start, he's lost. Because they've always been, it's a football play. Everything's on the up and up. There's no problem. This means Kelsey's like, well, crap, I can't totally just, I can't totally lie and just say none of these are illegal.
But he's trying to throw the rest of the league under the bus.
Yeah, he is.
As if we all don't sit here and watch every football play twice with the immediate replay that comes with both. And any little small flinch, any sneeze, anyone who has a hiccup, linemen start pointing at each other, and us as fans who always think we're getting screwed by the referees are honed in on every single thing. And he's like, no, this happens on QB sneaks. This happens on 4th and 1 handoffs. This happens in every short yardage, goal line situation. You're just being unfair to us. Get out of here, Jason. I know that you have hero status in Philly. You're going to maintain that hero status in Philly, but I was rolling my eyes and getting angry at this yesterday.
He's becoming more unlikable, which is good for me because I want to dislike him, and it's been tough over the past few years. But
impossible to dislike.
With the tush push stuff, the whole little the truth will set you free over the Dak spitting, as if like, see, this is why Jalen Carter did it. Dak spit on him. He's got a bad run here the last couple weeks, and hopefully we can start correcting this man's decent reputation.
And then Kelsey, he tried to shame our manhood for those of us who don't like it. Personally, I think this play adds a ton to the game of football. I'd much rather watch this than a punt.
Yeah.
Oh, he's speaking to your soul there.
So, look,
punting the ball and giving it to your opponent is way softer than fighting over a yard and pushing against each other. I guess you like soft football.
Listen, I do agree with that. Punt to me, that's why I don't worry about interceptions, because to me a punt is a voluntary turnover. That's how I view punts. But yeah, so look, I'm very not torn on this play because I do like the play. I'm fine with the play. I have no problem with it. I don't like that they are moving before the ball is snapped. Right? That's a problem. You can't do that. You can't do something illegal. I don't have a problem with the play. I just think that we're saying this because it's Philadelphia.
No, this play should have.
If we were doing the Cowboys were doing the play, not a single Cowboy fan would have a problem with it.
You know when this play should have died when the referees threatened to just give the Eagles a touchdown if Washington jumped off sides again. It's like,
strange.
Okay, like if we've reached this ridiculous point that they're going to sit here and hard count, and first off, just if you're Philly, snap the ball, get the play off. Like stop playing around. You're just trying to, you're being a pain in the ass is what you're doing right there. But it's like, if we reach the point where you guys are so automatic with this play that you're like, hey, if you try and get any little jump or advantage similar to the jump and advantage that they're getting on the offensive line over there, we're just going to give them the conversion. There's literally not much you can do to stop this because we're going to help it along.
What side do you think John Gruden would be on?
I already know what side he's on.
I think John would be on. I think he's probably pro tush push.
You would be correct.
Just because you run the play doesn't mean you get the yard. There's no reason to outlaw it. Why don't you get some bigger defensive linemen with better pad level? You can't send out a bunch of pass rush specialists. You got to improve your roster. You got to improve your short yardage defense. Hell, why don't they just outlaw the Philadelphia Eagles offensive line? Lane Johnson, out. Mailata, out. You ever seen Mailata? I have a picture next to the guy. He's like a freaking oak tree. Get rid of Cam Jurgens and Landon Dickerson. Mekhi Becton, I know you're in Charger land, but good God. Now they got Steen in there at right guard. Why don't we outlaw the Philadelphia Eagles offensive line? Get your pads down, get shoe to shoe, and earn that yard. Or take that yard away. Do something, but quit complaining.
So there's Chucky.
This man he'd prefer to go back to leather helmets, first of all.
Yeah, he would.
He'd want to play in like mud and rain all the time. Like he's Mr. like, oh, Bronco Nagurski.
Yep.
That's the greatest football player of all time.
Tonight, it's going to be the Dolphins and the Bills, and I'm here to defend Tua after he's been catching some heat and criticism for saying this about his QB counterpart.
Dude, he's top tier. You know, if it's not with his arm, it's with his legs. You know, that dude can do literally anything he wants. So definitely different skill set for me. I can't do half of what he does when it comes to running the ball and any of that. And then with how he can just chuck a ball down the field, you know, with how far and the arm strength that he has.
What's the problem?
So I think what they're saying is it's just they're saying it's weak. I have no problem with what he's saying. Like, you know, like you've got to know your limitations and you got to be able to play within your limitations. Now, I also think that like he has to be able to think that he's also not playing one-on-one against Josh anyway. Like if he was a corner that says I can't stop this guy, get off the field. Right? Get off the field. If you're a golfer and you don't think you can beat Scotty Scheffler on a single hole, then get off the course. But this, he doesn't have to be better than Josh Allen. He has to be better than Josh. He has to be better against Josh's defense than Josh is against his.
We may have to have 2 segments for Worst Take tomorrow.
We got a lot of them.
I personally have like 4 different nominees with audio. Anyone criticizing this or questioning, and I am not a Tua fan in terms of his game and his arm, and that whole thing is about to collapse anyway. It may after tonight. Anyone who criticizes Tua for this or questions like his belief, you're a loser. You're a moron. Andre Miller the other day was doing this sit down with All the Smoke.
Mm-hmm.
Andre Miller was like admitting what his game was. He's like, I was slow. I couldn't jump.
Mm-hmm.
Like, there's plenty of people. Tua's comparing himself to like one of the greatest physical freaks of all time when it comes to playing the game. This would be like a 7-foot, 240-pound center. It saying, "Oh my God, going up against Shaquille O'Neal was like a brick wall." Like, there's nothing wrong with it. This is so dumb, and I can't even believe it became a thing.
There's no problem with this. If you want a problem with an AFC East quarterback saying or doing something, that's what we talked about yesterday, which is Josh Allen basically going to Drake May and being like, hey, I want to really help raise up the next generation of dominant Patriots quarterback. I'm going to take you under my wing. I saw Babe yesterday in the press conference.
Wow.
I said something to him about it, and I was like, this is weird, right? And I expected Babe to maybe go like, oh, I don't know, come on. And he was like, yeah, that's weird. I don't know why you do that. That's actually really weird.
Is Brian Schottenheimer worried about Tom Brady on Sunday? All the audio for Inside the Star, Thursday edition of Sean and RJ, just getting started right here on 105.3 The Fan.
Uber Eats has lower fee product? I remember that.
You know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is very cute. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, we of course we have. It's the Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean your name. No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen. Right, but I just mean that this is your
song right. Was it Saffron Sword?
Fan segment here brought to you by Cars for Kids. Donate today at carsforkids.org. And also brought to you by the personal injury lawyers, Frankel and Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214-0817-333-3333. With Frankel and Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
From news and notes to the coaches and players for America's team, let us go inside the stars on 105.3 The Fan.
And now attempting the game-winning kick from 75 yards, Brandon Aubrey of your Dallas Cowboys. Brandon Aubrey named the NFC Special Teams Player of the Week. Dak Prescott said maybe he needs a walkout song. Maybe he needs to be like a closer. And yesterday, Brandon Aubrey over at the Ford Center of the Star in Frisco. By the way, good morning, Metroplex. Sean, RJ, and Bobby on the Fan. You're home of the Cowboys, officially. Brandon Aubrey said this would be the song, White Horse by Chris Stapleton.
Good song. Dude's voice is amazing.
It is a good song. So I guess he specifically, there's a whole bunch of reasons why he's tying this one in. He said he listens to it pregame every single week. Says it's a nice one that just kind of keeps him nice and calm, but also feels like it gets him going a little bit. And then he said it was also the first song he ever heard while he was walking onto an NFL field. And so a bunch of tie-ins, everything else. Now it's a love song. I don't know if can you come out to like, hey, I'm gonna get you guys basically.
Yeah.
While coming out with a love song.
There should be no song at all. Don't screw around with any juju. It'd be a look at me move. People are waiting for you to miss for us to see Chris Stapleton memes all over the place.
They are.
Keep it calm.
They are.
Keep it cool. Keep it quiet. No attention on me. Don't be playing this in the stadium. Whoever, is it EJ the DJ or Shippy, one of his 40,000 jobs? I don't know.
CJ.
Stay away from Brandon Aubrey and don't put this over his head. No.
Oh, man.
But
this song's too slow anyway.
Here's the thing.
Gotta get you hype.
Here's the thing. If he does walk out there against the Giants.
Well, you don't want him hype, you want him calm.
True.
You don't want the blowback. But, like, if you would have heard some, like, here I'm coming out to get you type of walkout song, and then he drills the 65-yard or whatever, it does give it an even stronger air of just like, yeah, he owned you guys. So there's still like there's a little bit of like alpha energy to it.
Yeah, because there was no pushback on like Trevor Hoffman with Hell's Bells and Rivera with Enter Sandman, and when they blew a save, you didn't put the
first off
AC/DC out there.
First off, unless we're coming out of a timeout and he's getting frozen, you're going to get in about 2 seconds of the song anyway. As the team's running off the field on third down with the field.
They're doing the fire drill like Georgia Tech did. They're like, hurry up, get some of this up. Got to get him going.
Fire drill's different, right? Fire drill's different. Got to be silent. You got to have silence there. But yeah, after a timeout or whatever, throw this song up there.
Man,
he's that good. He doesn't miss anyway.
Why
are you guys worried about missing?
I do like Sean makes a good point that I don't know that I want to mess with. Like right now, he's just the humble assassin. It's like, man, he's so good. I don't know that I want to introduce the level of like, oh, he's cocky. He's coming out here to just dunk on you.
Keep Charlie Sheen away from Brandon Aubrey. We don't need any intro music coming out of the bullpen. But this is the song that he would pick. Apparently, Jadeveon Clowney is wearing number 42. Bobby, is it sounding like...
Ooh, I don't like that number.
I don't either.
Wow.
Is it sounding like he's going... Well, Bobby and I are old school in terms of those numbers and what they should stay as. But does it sound like he's going to play?
Yeah, it does sound like he'll be able to give him a little something. We'll see exactly how involved he is. In those sort of situations, when you're adding somebody new, at the very least, you usually hope... Let's line him up here on some third down passing situations where you just go... Hey, 3rd and 14. Jadeveon, go out there and just run and try and get the quarterback. That's going to be your job on this snap. So at the very least, you hope like you're going to be able to get some of that with him. But he's somebody who I think you can count on to be, as he gets into the groove of things, as he gets conditioning, whatever else he needs to get done, he's one of those guys that I think you can count on to be, that's a legitimate contributor for them moving forward.
Wesley French was signed to the Cowboys practice squad yesterday. Undrafted out of Western Michigan in 2022, appeared in all 17 games in 2023, including 3 starts, missed all of last year with a season-ending ankle injury in training camp. Yesterday, when Calvin Watkins tweeted the pair of centers that they were trying out, Zach Wolchuk said, "Give me Thomas Perry." Dude was a stud at the Shrine Bowl practices. Instead, Roberto, it's going to be Wesley French.
Yeah, I got to be honest. I'm not as up to date on Thomas Perry or Wesley French as Zach sounds like he is. So I don't know which one of these practice squad centers I would have preferred. But yeah, like, I mean, starting experience, that's good. If you get somebody who has started in the NFL, period, that's always a good thing to add if you're looking at, like, hey, we need somebody to fill out the back end of the roster, or somebody that we need to acquire to be a backup as we get through an injury. That's always a good default for teams, just to go starting experience, because they'll say, a lot of times they go, oh, somebody thought he was good enough to throw out there to start, so we're not going to look too crazy if we decide to have to throw him out there.
Kavante Turpin was at yesterday's walkthrough without the neck brace. So we'll see if he is able to play. Jerry telling us on Tuesday it was a possibility. Jerry will be on tomorrow with a KNC Masterpiece at 10:30.
I'm glad you brought up the fact that it was a walkthrough. And
not a jog through.
It was not a normal practice. It was a walkthrough. And Brian Schottenheimer yesterday said that anytime you play 70 minutes of kick-ass football back and forth and running like that, we have a responsibility to kind of trust the numbers. I told our guys from day one, if they go all out for us, we'll take care of them. So do you like that coming off of a game like that, or do you say, let's maximize practice time here, guys? You had some issues on Sunday.
I'm fine with it. The only thing I'll add to that is last week worried me that Schottenheimer said they didn't have really good practices ramping up to the actual game. Well,
I mean, they're playing the Bears. They don't have good practices either, so this should even out.
Yeah, I mean, I'm fine with it. Take care of your players.
Yeah, and I think a lot of players do appreciate.
Just don't make it a country club.
Yeah, I mean, and you're maxing out. You literally played as long of a football game as possible in the regular season.
Yeah.
You maxed out the 70 minutes, so I understand that aspect of it. But yeah, I did see a little bit of chatter yesterday. Just we're taking it light on them after that. We think we've done something here. So
Tom Brady, with all the controversy surrounding him, is on the call for this game on Fox at 3:25. Of course, we have the pregame at noon with the entire squad, as we will every Cowboys game day on DFW Sports Station. Both head coaches were asked about the Tom Brady controversy. Brian Schottenheimer on if he's going to be talking to Tommy Boy in those pregame meetings.
Yeah, I'm not even going to talk to Tom. No, hey, look, everybody has everybody's playbooks. Everybody knows somebody that's been someplace. I don't have a problem with it. Some people might, but, look, I'll talk to football with anybody. I love the game, and what Tom does with his ownership position is up to Tom. But in terms of me being concerned about something I might say to Tom, getting back to Pete or getting back to them, I think Pete and I know each other pretty well.
Mark Schlereth said this the other day on G-Bag, and I'm in love with Mark Schlereth, basically, except for his nickname Stink. I'd like to get a bottle of his chili, I guess, that he makes, or his salsa, whatever it was. But he's like, there's no secrets. Everybody knows everything. But Mike Florio, ProFootballTalk.com, is going to pick this apart, friend of the show. He said, well, look, Brady is going to be on the field during pregame warmups, gathering plenty of intelligence about players and assistant coaches for use later. That's the thing that's being overlooked by focusing on the short-term benefit of Tom calling games involving future Raiders opponents in 2025. He's developing an enhanced database that no other team will have. And this hurts you, the viewer. America's Game of the Week necessarily becomes weaker if the teams involved choose to say as little as possible to Tom or his colleagues, and they should say as little as possible. And Choppy, I know you and I are rolling our eyes at that.
Yeah, because nobody, Mike, has ever watched a game because of the announcer. Just doesn't happen. Like, you're not watching America's Game of the Week because of Tom Brady. Like, you don't care whether or not Tom Brady gets to talk to Brian Schottenheimer and Ben Johnson before the game. You're looking at him to break down the immediacy of what the play is. And, remember when, was it Dion that said it doesn't matter who call plays? From years ago, we were debating on should Garrett call plays. He goes, doesn't matter who the play caller is. And that just kind of blew our minds, like, what? And you know, like...
Yeah, Dion is, unfortunately for him, practicing that at Colorado.
But, like, you know, all these players or former players are like, yeah, it's not really... Or coaches, they're like, it's not really a big deal. We all know everything anyway.
Albert Breer added this. I think we all respect Albert, except for him not ever getting back to any of us to come on the show. People think it's just the strategic stuff, but it goes deeper than that. You could also gather pertinent detail on players in production meetings to inform free agent signings and trades, or figure out who the key assistant coaches are and try to poach them. So Albert adding that layer brought us in going back and forth. It wasn't a back and forth like a fight, but in questioning Mark Schlereth is like, what about injury stuff? What if Tom learns in a meeting that someone is returning in the next week or the next 2 weeks? So I like that people are adding a lot of different layers to the problem that this could be.
Yeah, and a lot of we've talked about this before. This is something we got into back in February, I think, when we were talking about this. The thing that Florio said there has been one of my problems with it, is that if he's on the field and he's given access as a commentator to talk to opposing players that he may have coming up on the schedule, of just like, you know, whether it be for recruitment into the future or whether it be on intel, which is basically where a player may just kind of slip into a lull for a second of like, oh my gosh, I'm sitting here chatting with Tom Brady, he's talking me up, and so yeah, you know, my hamstring's been bothering me a little bit, but you know, we're working on blah blah blah. That's a distinct advantage that a lot of other owners wouldn't get. A Jeffrey Lurie doesn't walk on the field and the player's not as inclined to like go up, have those interactions, and that's the sort of access that he's going to get as a broadcaster.
Here's where I stand on it. I do not care. Tom Brady can wear a headset. He's part owner of the freaking Raiders. All right. If Rick Welts wants to sit there and put in an earpiece and listen in on what's happening with Jason Kidd's sidelines, whatever, fine. I don't care. Just don't interfere too much, because you're supposed to be a stadium guy and a ticket person. If Tom Brady wants to assess maybe the best offensive player in the history of the sport, wants to assess the Raiders' offense and Geno Smith's play and what Chip Kelly is doing, fine, no problem with it. The league needs to tell teams or tell Tom Brady, like, you guys do not need to sit down with each other. There's no mandate, because right now they're saying, according to Bobby, you have to sit down. You just don't have to tell him anything. I think they should just say, look, you don't need to sit down with Tom Brady whatsoever leading up to the game. On the back end of that, Choppy, I know you'll agree with this, that for me as a viewer makes me lose nothing, zero in Tom Brady's analysis. I don't think they're giving away too many trade secrets anyway. They may hint at certain things, but yes, I need you to tell me why Trayvon Diggs and Donovan Wilson allow busted 50-yard pass plays.
Yeah. Break down the coverage differences.
It does
Break down
not.
everything.
I don't care what tidbits really Tom Brady gets leading up. I don't even trust that he's going to go ahead and disclose them anyway. I don't like that the league is forcing teams to still sit down with him leading up.
How much of it do you think is just who he played for, though, too? Like, do you think any of it is also natural distrust of like, oh, he comes from that Spygate, like Patriots, that like, who knows what he's doing?
Yeah. I mean, just tell me, is
Well, it sounds like Marcus Spears and other analysts are having more of a problem so far, more of a problem with this than people within the league, because Ben Johnson was totally fine with it too. That's what he said publicly.
Yeah.
But Florio goes, Mike. Once Mike digs in, he's well, Ben Johnson was a lead candidate in Vegas. So if Ben Johnson gets blown out in Chicago, why would he want to burn that bridge with Tom Brady, who may have hiring power? It's always got to look 5 steps ahead when it doesn't fit your narrative.
Yeah, I mean,
what does that sound like?
Ben's got, I mean, we are talking years down the road. I mean, Ben Johnson's going to be there a minimum of three more years. Minimum.
Peyton Russell has died and gone to godly. It's the Payload Thursday edition. We have the Ultimate Cowboy Fan Hang giveaway as well. Neighborhood Watch, a Bears Insider at 8, and the Jimmy Kimmel story. We're just getting started on the Fan.
After we get...
Uber Eats has a Lola V product? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean like your name. No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen. Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut. But that's hair on your head. I'm not saying this is your hair. Okay, forgive me.
Classic Chevrolet. If you're in the market to upgrade your vehicle, get to Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine today. The back-to-back #1 Chevy dealership in the world. More new Chevys than anyone else, all priced to sell. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, enjoy the difference. Based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023 and 2024.
Okay, am I hearing this right? The morning show is letting Peyton Russell have his own segment? I just don't get it. We've known Peyton for years. He's horrible on the mic.
Awful.
I mean, gathering the foreigners, this is going to be a train wreck.
Daddy does work, and Peyton just does board hopping.
That is right. Thursdays at 6:40. It is time for another edition of The Payload. A special Payload edition today because this segment we will have the first of 2 Cowboys fan hang giveaways today on this very show. So make sure you're listening for that cue to call in. It might be later on in the segment. It could be any time in the segment. We might get Aiden on the phones here just because I'm running this segment right now. But it will be sometime this segment. We'll give you the cue to call in for the first of 2 Cowboys fan hang giveaways today on the show. But guys, we start off with, you know, I'm a dog lover. I really am. We have a dangerous situation right here in Godley, Texas, where a pack of 30 to 40 dogs have been wandering the streets, and residents say they are terrified of a possible planned attack. These dogs are seen in people's yards, and some even have made their way to restaurants on like the outdoor patio area, as you may see on the fan cam, Twitch, and YouTube. Aiden has it up. Thank you, Aiden. And although I do love dogs, I will have to say I have to pick a different side of this story here to attack. I will say if I had a kid, because a lot of these residents have spoken about having kids, you know, getting dropped off by school buses or getting picked up in the morning. I will have to say if I had a kid, I would be a little scared of these dogs. Just because if they're out and about and my kids are out playing in the yard, these dogs could be anywhere. But 30 to 40 dogs in Godley neighborhoods. I don't know what you do about the situation, Chop.
Look, I have no idea. I've never experienced anything like this outside of, like, I saw something like this in Mexico. When I was out in Mexico, we were left the resort, and there was just dogs running everywhere, right? Like dozens of dogs just all over the place. I've never come across this in the States where it's like dog fever, like all wild dogs roaming throughout a city.
Does this matter to everyone? What type of dogs? You know what I mean? If it's I don't want to say a certain type because you have certain people who get worked up.
Don't say pit bull.
Or size. Or size for me. You get a little tiny little lap dog, like those little Dan Campbell dogs that he always has. That photo of him in the truck that's on his lap. You get 40 of those things. I'm not really worried about it. 40 Great Danes, totally different ball game.
Yeah, and what do you mean they're concerned about a planned attack, Peyton?
Well, look on the fan cam. These dogs are like herds of sheep. I mean, they are all traveling in one. It's not like it's one dog here, one dog there. Like they're all together. If they have, I don't know what doggy language they speak, but if one guy barks and the other guy goes, "Yep, let's get him," it's like if they feel threatened, they're going to attack them. But as of last night, no one knew where these dogs came from. They don't know if they're just strays or dropped off. Maybe they got out of doggy prison, the shelter. Doesn't seem all that bad, but this is.
I wonder how many different types of dogs in this pack. It can't be all the same.
No, these look like different dogs.
And who's the one going around doing the recruiting? Where did this start up?
Oh yeah, somebody's the alpha.
Which dog is recruiting? Yeah.
Which dog started this up?
But look, this is my heaven. This is what whenever I die and go away, this is where I want. This is what I want my heaven to look like.
How many
dogs everywhere?
What's the most amount of dogs that you've had living with you at your parents'?
4.
Oh,
4 right now, yeah. And they're all about the same size. They're all within an age of each other, starting with the oldest and then working down to the youngest. So, a 4-year difference, I guess. But, yeah, they have 4 right now.
How many would you go up to if Mackenzie was cool with it?
Okay, so right now, Mackenzie and I have 2 small dogs, lap dogs. I would go 3. I think 4 is a lot. Okay. Now, if I had all the money in the world, that's my dream, is to just have like a dog farm. Just have a bunch of land and like have, be in charge of like 30 to 40 dogs like this. Just save them, empty the shelters is what I want to do if I won the lottery.
Gather the foreigners and empty the shelters.
Exactly.
We're thinking of getting one more.
Whoa.
Yeah.
Wow.
Well, it's just, he's so bored at night.
He's what?
He's bored.
He's bored.
He's bored, right? He needs a playmate.
He should be sleeping at night. That's what he needs to be.
He sleeps during the day. He's the laziest bum ever. He just sleeps all day. I get home, same spot I left him in.
So what's the city doing about this? Are they doing anything?
There's nothing they can really do right now.
Wait, this is Godley, you said, right?
Godley, yes.
You know who works for the police department in Godley? Don Harbor. Tolo Don.
Yeah, he does.
So I got to know, what is Don doing about this?
Yeah.
Is he doing anything, or is he just letting this go on with unchecked?
Don also runs a light business, so he should set up one house in Godley that's lit up with whatever would attract them. There's different features because you have those types of lights.
Yeah, the jellyfish lights.
The jellyfish lights, and then gather them all into the yard.
Yep.
And boom, everyone with the nets, scoop them up.
Yeah,
yeah,
brutal,
Big
Sean.
nets.
That's brutal.
Big nets.
Yeah, big nets.
I do start worrying whenever if you've got like dogs.
They're capturing the dog. They're netting the dogs.
Dogs that are strays like that, and then they start running in a pack together, and they start thinking like a pack. You start thinking like, all right, this is about survival. We got to go hunting, and so, it does cause some problems.
But look, if you're out in Godley, if you're a resident there, don't be afraid to throw some extra dog food out there. Let's keep these dogs healthy here. We don't want dead dogs on the side of the roads. Come on, guys, be friendly here. So Godley people, unless there's an attack that's planned with these vicious dogs as seen on the Fan Cam Twitch and YouTube, you should be thankful for the situation. But as of last night, the next step is that the city of Godley is trying to figure out where these dogs came from, and if they should probably just take them to a shelter, if anything. If they have
did not one of them have a tag? Not one?
No collar, no chip on the inside.
No one's calling out for the spot, get over here. I know that's you. Come back. But so
Godley. Their
Godley.
dog Spot anymore?
They should.
My grandpa named his dog Damn It when he was a kid, so he could call it. So Damn It, come here.
All right, it is the payload every Thursday at this time. Look, I was at a wedding last weekend. Tolo Abel here. He will also be the DJ at my wedding, but we have a DJ situation here, some drama. We might have an Am I the A-hole situation at this wedding. The DJ at this wedding walked out in the middle of the reception because the groom's uncle was pestering him to play real music, like the old country tunes music. He didn't want that rap and hip-hop crap, that the youngsters play. But this angered the DJ, and instead of telling the groom to calm your uncle down, he decided to take matters into his own hands and just leave the wedding altogether. Now, we all know, we've all been to weddings, had our own weddings. The DJ can be make the wedding itself. Yeah, if you have a crappy wedding, I've seen videos on TikToks of brides crying mid-wedding because the DJ's playing the wrong song, doesn't know the flow of things. Like, the DJ can really screw up a wedding. And so it's like, is this guy the a-hole for leaving the wedding, or should he have taken matters a little seriously and maybe gone to the groom and said, hey, control your uncle a little bit, because this seems a little weak for me to just
So how many
out.
times though, how many people were complaining? You know what I mean? Like, I could see the frustration of 4, 5, 6 people coming up and getting on you.
It was just the uncle. From this story, it was just the uncle coming up multiple times though. It was like, hey, play, you should play this next. Then he walks away. Then the uncle comes back. And so it's one guy. Now the level of pestering, I don't know. I don't know if any names were called here, but it just seemed like the DJ was getting annoyed. Like, you know what? I've made my money. I'm going.
I think the DJ has to go to the couple one time and say, this is what's happening. This is what you told me to play. Are you fine with the vibe of the party? You got to settle your uncle down a little bit. If it continues, ruin their wedding, pack it up, and leave.
Like, just put a piece of paper down and a list here and a pen here. Write down your request.
Yeah, Amanda had a whole playlist.
Yeah, but like, you'll never play anything. You just give them the idea, give them the impression that they're having that we have. Oh no, we got. I'll get to your songs. We got a little request list.
I had
your uncle's drunker than you know what. That's what's happening. He has no idea. He's even going up to the DJ booth to begin with.
I had a buddy who he DJ'd, and he would always have these books out, basically, of like, hey, here's the song catalog. And he would tell people, you can come up and you can circle it. And basically, they were always circling songs that were going to be played or that were going to be included in there. And so then if anybody came by with some specific request that he didn't want to play, then he would just be like, I got a lot of requests to get to, man. We've already been playing a lot of these. And it's the old radio trick with the requests. Hey, call in a request and it's like, yeah, we're going to play that anyway. Sure, we're going to play your song coming up here in 15 minutes.
So my wedding is in less than 9 months now.
Well,
we're trying to get this, playlist ready to go. Now, how do we attack this?
Have you been invited to that yet? I haven't gotten any invitation.
I've told you guys on air. So.
I was invited. You didn't get yours?
No. Oh. Former employees here have gotten there.
I got my STD. My save the date.
Jeez. So I don't know how to attack this. Do I just give the DJ a playlist and like, okay, they can request these songs? Because there's a lot of songs that Mackenzie's like, no, we are not doing this. There's Ed Sheeran songs out there that she doesn't like, or the Weeknd songs, whatever. I don't know. There's those lists of people she doesn't like, but our wedding songs that if people take requests on it, we won't allow. But I don't know how to attack the situation. But the newlywed couple at this wedding did try to gather as many guests as possible and go to like a nightclub to finish the night, but that didn't go as well because people didn't want to spend the money. They were like, we already spent money, for gifts and everything. We don't want to spend our money on a nightclub. We want the wedding, and everything to be here at the venue. So the DJ basically ruined this wedding.
What would you do?
I think there's two schools of thought. You either give, this is what we want played, or this is what we don't want played list. Like, do not play these songs.
Right.
Or you could go the other route, which I don't care if you play these, just you got to get these in. There's like two schools of thought.
How long's your wedding?
How long from? I think we're done around 11 o'clock at night. I think that's cleanup.
Starting
at.
I need to know the
4 or something
for the total time.
Yeah, 7 hours total, I think.
Whoa.
7 hours?
Oh, you got a cocktail hour and everything?
Yeah, we have a cocktail hour, the reception. The ceremony is going to be like 15, 20 minutes.
So this is where I rely on your math, Bobby. Like, how many songs, to your point, if you're like, these have to be played, how many songs over a 7-hour period would you need to write down versus the songs of just don't play these? Man, just give a vibe.
Just give a vibe.
Just give a freaking vibe. You know what I mean? Although it does suck on the dance floor, you need every song because getting people out on the dance floor initially is going to be your biggest challenge. Once you get them out there, you have to keep them out there. That's the most important part. Whatever you think is going to be your dance floor period, that's what I would focus on maybe for a playlist. It's got to ramp up and ramp up and ramp up and ramp up. Cocktail hour, who cares?
All I said was during the cocktail hour and during the dinner, just play like your...
Well, dinner's got to be chill.
Your Bublés, your Sinatra, all that crap during dinner, right?
Right.
And then get to the
dance floor.
To the dance music.
Dance music after dinner, that's the most important.
Get some EDM out there.
Yeah.
Mo Bamba's going to be playing. I know that.
I know that's going to play at your wedding.
All day.
That was the song of my college experience right there. Mo Bamba
came out. Oh, calling.
Oh, yeah. That's great. Payload every single Thursday at this time here on Sean and RJ. You're home of the Cowboys, you're home of the Rangers, and you're home of this.
All right, Tolos, that's right. Here's your chance to win a one-of-a-kind experience. Here's your chance to attend the Ultimate Cowboys Fan Hang presented by our friends at Whataburger. You and a guest will enjoy game day inside the Star on the very seats where the team breaks down plays and talks strategy. You'll be joined by the Dallas Cowboys cheerleaders, and a former Cowboys player also will be hanging out with you to talk football and give you an insider's perspective. Plus, you'll be enjoying some delicious Whataburger lunch with some exclusive goodies to take home as well. Be caller number 10 right now at 877-881-1053 to win. And if you don't win this time, don't worry, your next chance to win will be at 7:45 right here on The Fan.
RJ points out we never know if anything is real or not. What do we say about everything online? Is it real or AI? RJ Choppy with a Dallas Cowboys edition of Real or AI next on 105.3 The Fan.
On 105.3 The Fan.
Good morning, Metroplex. Thanks for being a Tolo. That stands for Turn It On, Leave It On. Your next chance to win the Ultimate Cowboys Fan Hang is coming up at 7:45. Commercial free in the Expressway, along with the Neighborhood Watch, where you let us know all the local things that are taking place that we need to talk about. We will go to Chicago for a Bears Insider at 8 o'clock, see if they're laughing at us over Matt Eberflus and this Cowboys defense. Yesterday, Brian Schottenheimer was asked how Eberflus has been coming off that Giant disaster.
Yeah, well, I love having Flus as a coordinator. I think he's, number one, a terrific football coach. He's an incredible man, strong Christian, just a good person. He and I have competed a lot. But in terms of this week, I mean, it's no different, you know. He's put together a hell of a plan with his defensive staff. We're through mostly first, second, and third down. We'll finish up some more finalized third down tonight with them and jump into a little bit of the red zone and stuff. But I addressed it the other day. I think, you know, what Matt won't do and what DA won't do and Andre won't do, and those guys won't make this about them. It's got nothing to do with them. We're not going to line up and play a single snap. It's our job to put together a hell of a plan that gives our players the best chance to perform well. And when we do that, then we'll probably play well and have a chance to win in the fourth quarter, like most games come down to. But he's been great. You know, Flus is very much like this, and I think that's why, you know, he's so well respected around the league, because good, bad, or indifferent, he's going to be the same guy every day. And the guy up here talking to you is the same way. You know, I'm going to always try to be the same person every day.
They can say as much as they want
about Christianity.
Well, no, they can say as much as they want about the being so like super level heading into this game. They talked about that too when McCarthy went back to Green Bay, and that game mattered to every single last coach who had left Green Bay. And so the point yesterday from Schottenheimer that like Eberflus is gonna he's not the one out there making plays. These other guys going back there like David Overstreet and some of the other assistants, they're not the ones going back there playing. So it's really no pressure at the end of it. It's like, no, it's a big deal. That was that game, like I said, in Green Bay. Pre-game, I still remember they threw up on the screen Mike McCarthy's picture and said, "Welcome back, Mike McCarthy." And then on the side, it looked like an honor roll list or something. It was like 12 other names of people who used to work in Green Bay who were coming back for this game. And then they lost it the way they did. And there were a lot of people who that was a gut punch for them that year of just like, we let this homecoming down. And I'm sure there's going to be a feeling of that similarly if they lose to Chicago.
Another patented, trademarked RJ Choppy segment name.
All right, so we like you said in the tease, you know, we don't know what's real and what's AI. We just don't know, right? So Cowboys first 2 weeks. Is this Cowboys real or Cowboys A? I don't know about that.
Oh, okay. My brother had texted me in the break and said, "Who came up with that name?" And I said, "RJ," and I'm waiting for the response of approval. He's a big RJ fan,
there we go.
as Bobby will tell you.
He thinks he's hilarious.
Well,
could be a stand-up comedian, basically, is what he thinks. He thinks you're a regular Jackie Gleason.
I tried my hand at that. I did a single open mic, and that will never happen again.
Oh, I wish I could have seen that.
I'm glad you did.
Damn it.
I mean, you were at the funeral, so you basically saw it.
That's true. That was not a bad performance at the funeral, though.
Thank you. Well, I was reading.
Yeah, that's true.
I was reading. Okay, so this is player, position groups, etc., right? Could be anything. So here we go. Real or A? I don't know about that. The running game. Javonte Williams has been pretty solid. 4 rushing TDs this year. They had 6 all of last year. Are we buying into the running game?
I'm buying into Javonte more than I'm willing to say like the running game, because saying the running game makes it sound like, oh, running game is good and fine and going to be strong. I'm buying into Javonte, and I want to give credit to Will McClay, the scouting department, whoever was in charge, because this was so far, they've nailed it. Because it was, why would you get rid of Rico with what he did last year, with the amount of money he signed for Javonte? Javonte Williams damaged goods. This is an old, expired thing already, even at his young age, coming off the injuries. Well, whoever in that scouting department said, I like this guy medically, I think he can be fine. Props to that individual. So I'm buying into Javonte, not the entire running game, if that makes sense.
Yeah, 2 weeks in, Javonte Williams has been checked every box, every expectation that anybody could have had for him, and probably surpassed it. So Javonte Williams is I think he's showing you that he's back. All the stuff he said last year about, I feel like I'm finally healthy. He looks like he was right about that. Some people wondered if that was just him talking. It looks like he really does appear to be more healthy right now. And so, I'm saying that Javonte Williams is real. I don't know about the Cowboys run game yet. That kind of remains to be seen.
Obviously the running game hinges so much on the offensive line, but I've been super impressed with it. Like I think that, Javonte, if he could stay healthy, and then whatever happens with Blue as the year goes on, or whatever happens with that.
Yeah.
We'll see if he's out there this week. We'll see if he and Mozzie are out there this week. It'll be another question for Schottenheimer tomorrow, I'm sure.
All right, next one. Real or A? I don't know about that. Dak is back. 2 games, 2 solid performances, save for the second half of week 1, which, I mean, look, that had a lot. It had the CD drops, which you have to count for, and it had an hour and a half delay. So Dak probably threw, 4 passes in 2 hours when you count for halftime, because Philly got the ball back to start the second half. When you count for halftime and delay, Dak probably threw 4 passes in 2 hours. I mean, it's got to get you out of your rhythm a little bit.
This is real. I drafted him in one of the fantasy leagues. I'm thrilled about it. Yesterday while driving home, I started, veering off the road a little bit as Kevin Hagelin was taking his customary shots at number 4 and saying, people suggesting, like Chase Daniel, let's play 12, Peyton. Kevin Hagelin basically, I think, was reacting to this clip and saying how ridiculous and overblown it is. Former QB Chase Daniel.
I don't know if there is a quarterback in the NFL right now that is playing the position of quarterback better than Dak Prescott's playing. Josh Allen? The Cowboys aren't a good team. Team-wise, defense is struggling. But if you tell me that you're going to have Dak Prescott playing at the level he's playing and the way he's graded out and what I've seen on film through 2 games, right? Josh Allen, sure, whatever. James, thanks for ruining my thunder. I don't think offensively anyone would have expected what the Dallas Cowboys have done through 2 games, because you go into Philly and almost win that game, right? And you look at just pure what Dak has put on tape this year. It's looked like 2 years ago where he was second in the MVP voting. I'm not talking about the Cowboys as a team. But if you're just looking at pure quarterback play, man, the way Dak's playing right now has been excellent.
Totally agree. I'd give him a B+ on the season so far. I'm pretty stunned his QBR, which again, I'm not the biggest analytic person following in all these formulas. I'm pretty stunned where it is. Guess.
68. I mean, his are always around.
No, like number. Oh, you can go with that. 65.
Because he's always in the 60s.
Philly was low though. Philly was too low for the performance. There were a bunch of drops in there, so his QBR against Philly was like 50.
14th in the league with a 65 QBR. I'm believing it's real.
It's too early to use a ton of analytics anyway. Yeah. I think you got to get at least 4 weeks in before you start to really go down that rabbit hole. It's real. It's real. He's back to being Dak.
Yeah, this is what wonders it can do when Mike McCarthy's fingerprints are off of your offense. Fantastic job.
If you want 2 locked in Dak takes on this radio station, Kevin Hagelin will take his shots, and just go look at Bobby's Twitter account. Bobby goes home and finds these individual throws, and he's like, look at the majestic nature of this arc. And oh my God, damn Schoonmaker for not making that catch while getting beheaded by 2 people. Look at this. This is just so good. So you'll get Bobby on one side and Hagelin on the other, and Dawson ping-ponging back and forth.
Normally, over the summer, I would have had to have a VPN to get that excited watching a video, but he's doing it right now. He's playing really, really well.
Very nice. I'm surprised you don't have a VPN.
I do have a VPN on my phone.
What is that?
It's a virtual private network. It allows you to look like you're not in Texas, if you know what I mean.
Oh, hubbing it up.
Very nice. Cowboys, real or A? I don't know about that. The pass defense is a bigger concern than the run defense.
Real. Terrifyingly real.
Yeah, that's real.
Yes.
They're a really, I mean, it's simple, basic stuff
Especially
they're not doing.
Clowney.
What?
Especially now with Clowney.
Yeah.
There are some very basic things that they're not doing in the secondary that are terrifying right now.
What did Nate Newton have to say last night, Cowboys crosstalk?
Oh, he and Fred got into it. Fred was just trying to hey, let me play devil's advocate here. What would is it possible that this scheme's a little, maybe there's an adjustment period or it's a little more complicated? And he's like, no. And he's like, they were just bad. He's like, I don't care. He's like, Pop Warner coaches, Pop Warner football players know hey, you go stand on the Y on Cowboys in the end zone and just make sure nobody throws the ball over there. He's like, no, that's not too complex. That's just bad. And so he kept calling Fred 7 to 11. He couldn't remember his name, so he's like, 7 to 11 here. He's like, you can hear the 7 to 11.
That's definitely real. There's no doubt about that. The biggest concern is the pass D, because that's a nightmare. And the problem with that is, at least if you have a bad run defense,
comes in chunks.
It comes in chunks. You get a penalty, you get a holding call, and if all the other team is able to do against you is run the football, getting that 1st and 20. I mean, they're not getting a first down out of that.
Yeah.
With in a passing league or a passing team, and your pass defense stinks. I mean, that's one play. So absolutely. Cowboys real or A? I don't know about that. Shoddy's culture translating to wins.
A, I don't know about that. I'm a buyer of the culture. I love Brian Schottenheimer. I believe in that type of stuff, but I'm not going there yet.
Yeah, I don't think culture is the reason they beat the Giants. Mm-hmm. And I don't think culture was the reason they lost to Philly. In fact, I think culture-wise and discipline and everything else, all those sort of things, you would say, well, that should have won you the game late if it was going to have that big an impact. But no, it's just too early to tell. Too early to. Well,
I would have liked to think that the way they matched up with Philly and didn't fold and back down and was there physically and adjusted at least in the second half, I was like, okay, maybe tougher. Maybe this is a more physical group. But then I saw what happened against New York. Mm. So, A, I don't know about that yet.
I don't know about that.
And tomorrow, Brian Schottenheimer, 8:20 right here on The Fan.
I like him. I like the culture he's cultivating, but it's at the end of the day, this is going to be, can they get stops, or can the offense score enough points? That's really what it boils down to. All right, final one, Cowboys real or A? I don't know about that. Matt Eberflus, his defense is too outdated for today's NFL.
And I don't know about that, because it's the same concepts everybody in the NFL runs. It's just a matter of are you
zero man-to-man though? They're the only team with zero man-to-man.
I think it's 98% zone so far.
It's pretty heavy zone, and there's not as much blitzing. But it's also,
if I'm a Cowboy corner, I don't know. It depends how faithful you feel in your own recovery as Diggs right now. If I'm a corner who's got a ton of confidence, which I imagine a lot of them do, I got to be in that meeting room this week saying, man-to-man. Man-to-man, let me go out there and at least cover.
Which I don't know that I trust a lot of those guys in man-to-man right now.
Right.
The big thing to me is stop putting Donovan Wilson as the free safety. I don't know why that's something that they've done in the first 2 weeks. Donovan Wilson is not a deep middle, free safety center fielder. That's not his style. That's not what he doesn't play that well. And so the fact that they've had him back there a couple different times, I think that's got to be an adjustment. But other than that, no, cover 2, cover 3, these things get used a ton, and other teams don't have the same sort of issues for it. The cover 2 shell is the too high safety shell, and the cover 2 look. That's been something that has caused problems for passing games in the last 5 years. So no, it's just obviously there are aspects of the scheme that he needs to adjust to the personnel as he goes along, and that'll show us if he's the guy for the job or not.
I'll just trust Bobby that other teams are running it. So I don't know about that.
Yeah, that's the problem. Other teams are running it, but
look at the defensive coordinator turnover here, though. It's ridiculous.
Yeah, you can't have this. You can't have coordinator after, what is this, three straight? 3 years in a row? And 4 and 6 years?
Yeah.
So you're going to have obvious mismatching pieces for all the different schemes that people want to run.
Yeah, and Dan Quinn adjusted when he got here, and he went, I've got personnel that I need to tailor to, and I need to do this. Even Mike Zimmer did that to some extent last year. Matt Eberflus needs to show he can do that too if some of this stuff continues to be a problem.
What's the name of the segment?
Cowboys real or A? I don't know about that.
I love it, my brother.
Oh, baby, there we
go. He has nothing but RJ Choppy stock bought up.
Guy.
Man, he absolutely.
He never texts me anymore though.
Ask him what he thinks about Cowherd's take about Harbaugh, since that's his favorite host.
877-881-1053. We're going to need you on the Franklin Franco Injury Attorney text line, not just to win the Ultimate Cowboy Fan Hang giveaway coming up at 7:45, but we have a ruling in Dak versus Romo. Michael Irvin is in the top 10 Cowboy, the top 100 Cowboys of all time. Next.
After we get you over to...
all-time experts, and the HOV lane of the Expressway is driven by Mercedes-Benz of Plano.
Ultimate Cowboy Fan Hang giveaway coming up at 7:45, along with the Neighborhood Watch, the most local segment in radio. We are commercial-free in the Expressway. We have a Bears Insider at 8 o'clock to focus on the game, Rangers, and the Jimmy Kimmel story that has taken over the news world at 8:20, and Below the Belt at 8:40. But Bobby, we have an all-time list that just came out.
Yeah, this is from the Dallas Morning News, and this was orchestrated really by Calvin Watkins. And Calvin had gotten input from a number of different people. He got input from Joseph Hoyt, their other beat writer. He also got input from former beat writers David Moore, John-Jock Taylor, Tim Kalishaw, and he also spoke with Brad Sham and John Wooten, a former personnel executive with the Cowboys who's up for election as a contributor for the Pro Football Hall of Fame. And I saw Calvin in the press box on Sunday, and I asked him, I said, all right, we're going to talk about this week. So before we dive into these names and start debating it, I got to know, how did you tell people to, like, stack this? Was this supposed to be based on legacy? Was this supposed to plain performance? And he's like, left it up to them. Told them, obviously, include accomplishments, personal accomplishments, how they were on the field, different things like that. But basically, he left it up to them to determine what that meant for them in terms of best, and just said, these are kind of the criteria that we're going to work with. So we've got the top 10. We're going to go down the list. We'll go each block of 10 and then kind of react to whatever's within that. Here's the top 10, 1 through 10. Number 1. Any guesses who number 1 would be for the Dallas Cowboys?
Jerry told KNC Friday his number 1 would be Roger. So that's who I will go with.
Yeah, I would assume it is Roger.
Again.
Ring it up. Captain Comeback, Roger Staubach is the number 1 Cowboy. Then number 2, Larry Allen as the number 1 90s Cowboy. Bob Lilly is number 3, defensive lineman. Mr. Cowboy. Number 4.
Bob Lilly was 3?
Yep, Mr. Cowboy. Number 4, Emmitt Smith. Number 5, linebacker Chuck Howley. Number 6, defensive back Mel Renfro. 7, defensive tackle Randy White. 8, Tony Dorsett. 9, Troy Aikman. And then rounding out the top 10, DeMarcus Ware. So Michael Irvin, the only triplet left out of the top 10.
DeMarcus Ware 10?
DeMarcus Ware got number 10 on this list.
Okay, I'm just going to write that as a note. Jot it.
Because, I mean, the thing you see with all these others are a lot of big-time, January accomplishments. DeMarcus Ware obviously had some success when he went to Denver, but
was
not a lot.
Was DeMarcus Ware better than Michael Irvin?
Okay.
DeMarcus
Ware was pretty great. Yeah, probably.
Well, so was Michael Irvin.
Yeah, no, I'm saying, yeah, probably.
And if I'm valuing, this is me, and everyone talks about Michael in this same vein, what Michael brought in terms of all the intangibles besides the scissors is more than any other player, arguably in the history of this organization.
So,
leader, engine, all that stuff. I know D. Ware. Got his leadership traits and qualities, but no one talks about him in the same sense as Mike in terms of being the motor.
No, I look, this may not mean anything. Just maybe it does, maybe it does, maybe it doesn't. DeMarcus did get in the Hall of Fame on fewer years of eligibility than Michael.
It was a very complicated situation for Michael.
Totally get it. Michael, I think Michael thinks this. I'm pretty sure he said it. That him going to ESPN helped get him in the Hall of Fame.
It helped change his perception for people. I would have Irvin ahead of Ware on a list like this, but I do think that just in a vacuum, Ware was probably better at what he did.
Oh, okay.
When Michael retired, I think most people had him like right behind Jerry as a wide receiver, and maybe that's
where I'm going. On the, what are we defining DeMarcus as? Edge?
Yeah, pass rusher.
Yeah, I think Michael Irvin would be higher up on the all-time wideout list than D. Ware on the edge list. Now, I've always said the all-time wide receiver list is weaker than you think.
Yeah,
I think over the past 3 to 5 years, it's gotten stronger.
Mm-hmm.
So it may just be who he's going up against, but I think Michael would be higher up than Ware.
Right. Can you even sniff DeMarcus into the top 10 of all-time edge rushers?
Yeah, I think you can. DeMarcus Ware led the NFL in sacks twice. He was like a consistent 16 sack year guy. I mean, he was.
I don't think
and it is in an era where they were not passing as much as they have.
But you're talking about, you're talking about all-time pass rushers from Bruce Smith to LT.
Yep.
Yeah, to me,
Red-
he's on the fringe
Reggie,
of that. Yeah, to me, he's on the fringe of top 10.
I would have to look, but my guts tell me no. All right.
All right, that's the top 10. Number 11.
Love you, DeMarcus.
Michael Irvin. 12. Maybe a little high. Okay, this is where we're starting to see, all right, championship influence is clearly a part of this. Number 11, Michael Irvin. Number 12, Charles Haley. Number 13, Rayfield Wright. 14, Drew Pearson. 15, linebacker Leroy Jordan. 16, running back Don Perkins. 17, guard Zach Martin. 18, safety Cliff Harris. 19, wide receiver Bob Hayes. And then rounding out the top 20, defensive back Cornell Green. A lot of 60s guys in here. Haley at 12, obviously he was a big-time impact in terms of rushing the passer and gave them an element they didn't have. But again, if we're just talking about what were they on the field, I don't know how you can say that Haley's performance was the 12th best all time for the Cowboys.
5 years here. The sack numbers were 6, 4, 12.5, 10.5. Again, many of those voters would say he was the pendulum swinger.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
You know, two pendulum swingers, right? Dion and Charles.
Any other comments about anybody in there? Zach Martin being 17.
That's a little low, man.
For Zach?
Yeah, I think so. You haven't said Witten yet, right?
Mm-mm.
Yeah, I think it's a little low for Zach.
I can't speak to the old school guys, so it's hard for me to say that it's low for Zach because I don't know those other guys' games, like in terms of watching them.
Let's go 21 through 30 here. Number 21, Deion Sanders. He comes in ahead of Witten. 22, Darren Woodson. I don't think I would have Deion ahead of Darren Woodson.
No.
If you're just talking about what he did for the Cowboys.
Would you have Haley ahead of Woodson?
Man, they're close to me. Nate Newton has said this before. I think we mentioned it to Shereen Williams when we were at the Combine, and she was like, I'm going to use that line next year in the Hall of Fame debate, which is, Nate said, you talk about all these different packages that teams have now, and they're nickel packages. Well, he said, we didn't have packages. We had Darren Woodson. Darren Woodson would just do whatever we needed, and that would change the landscape of the defense.
Dion was 5 years here. You were talking about the toe with Burrow.
The turf toe, yep.
Kind of connected to this. And Darren Woodson, I think I'd have Darren Woodson over Dion. Him versus Haley. Yeah. Because you know Charles Haley is a definite, true, no doubt Hall of Famer. Darren Woodson obviously is not in yet. I know a lot of people here believe he should be in, but 12 years versus 5.
Yeah.
That's tough.
And I mean, even that 5, like Dion, I think he played.
I'm talking about versus Charles, though.
I
agree,
yeah.
Darren over Dion. I'm trying to stack it up against Haley for the pendulum that was swung.
Yeah, and on that, to be
leading
fair,
to titles.
On the first 92 team, Darren was a factor. He was one of the guys playing, but he was not a starter either. So he didn't become a starter till the 93 team. Haley was like kind of the push in 92. And a lot of the guys we'll talk about that were on that team, that Haley was the push for them in terms of he came in and completely told them, like, this is what you do terrible. This is what we know we can push you. Almost like Haley gets kind of and it's bigger than this. I don't want to compare them totally, but it's kind of like the way people talk about what Tyson Chandler did when he got here, and he told all the guys, like, we think you're soft around the league. We think you're soft. Like, you guys need to toughen up. This is the top 100 Cowboys according to the Dallas Morning News. We just got to 21 and 22, Deion Sanders and Darren Woodson.
And Pepe, let's get the Tolo response so far.
Yeah, the 956 has a strong opinion. Emmitt Smith should have been number 1. He has 3 Super Bowl titles and is the all-time leading rusher. 469 says D Ware at number 10 is a joke. And then 972 and 817 both say Irvin has to be ahead of Ware.
Number 23, Don Meredith. Number 24, tight end Jason Witten. 25, defensive end Harvey Martin. 26, cornerback Everson Walls, who will join us on Cowboys Strauss Talk next week.
Harvey always gets through because they didn't count sacks or whatever.
And he was considered prickly and a little bit like he's somebody who rubbed some people the wrong way. 26, cornerback Everson Walls. 27, guard tackle Ralph Neely. 28, Tyron Smith. 29, guard center Tom Rafferty. And then number 30.
Hang on, Witten versus Tyron.
Well, I mean, this is going to be going back to the who's higher on the all-time, because Witten's clearly going to be higher on the best tight ends of all time than Tyron would be on the best left tackles.
Is he?
Yeah, I mean, Witten's pretty clearly a top 6 or 6, 7.
Stop that.
Tight end.
Okay. Who do you think was better at what they did?
Man,
I'd lean Tyron.
Probably Tyron. Tyron, just his health complicates it. Witten,
Jason's consistency is his strength.
Witten was just textbook. He was so everything. Tyron was all of that and also an athletic freak.
One's wet and one's dry.
Yeah. I would
I
probably
think of Jason Witten more as a Cowboy, but Tyron Smith, I think people would draft Tyron. If you're having an all-time draft, I think Tyron would go higher than Jason Witten.
Yeah. I probably.
Yeah, positional value for sure, too. Plays in
and then rounding out the top 30, maybe a little bit of a controversial take given some of the Super Bowl winners that are behind here. Number 30, Terrell Owens.
I don't have a problem with it. I was wondering how many. I'm concerned with this list. I have a feeling that 07 to 09 Cowboy team, 06 to 09, is going to get a little disrespected.
T.O. was here for 3 years.
And he was that good.
And one of those years was not good, though.
No.
08 was not great.
No, but that 07 year he had, man.
He was the best. He was, to me, if not for the Moss-Brady connection that existed that year, Terrell Owens would have been in the conversation for MVP that year. He was fantastic. All right, 31 through 40. 31, center Mark Stepnoski. 32, D.D. Lewis. Rest in peace. We learned that he passed away this week. 33, wide receiver C.D. Lamb. Little early for Lamb?
Depends who's after him.
34, Ed Too Tall Jones. 35, Thomas Hollywood Henderson. 36, defensive lineman John Dutton. 37, quarterback Danny White. We have not gotten to Romo or Dak yet.
Well, yeah. Let's stop down for a second. Lamb over Romo and Micah. You have not named Micah, right?
No, I've not named Micah.
Right now, today, Micah or Lamb, with what they did here.
With what they did here, you could also introduce Micah versus T.O. Because Micah was here for 4, T.O. was here for 3, and Micah was all-pro every year.
Look, CD's higher on the wide receiver in the middle. He's a higher ranked wide receiver today than Romo was a quarterback.
Yeah.
Okay.
Lamb over Romo.
So I'm okay with that. But
Lamb, Micah.
I'm fine with Lamb over Micah. I'm fine with Lamb. CD is a better player than Tony was a quarterback, but Tony, he saved the damn franchise.
But Micah.
Who's
better at what they do, Micah or Lamb?
Micah's had more years at the top.
Micah.
Lamb got there about year 3. Yeah. 38, Eric Williams. 39, Herschel Walker. Herschel Walker is ahead of a lot of people we have not named on this list yet.
Well, look, he was
great.
Thought of, he was the best player on the team. Many may have thought of him because of the Gambler when you watch it, as the best running back in the league. He had 4 years here.
Is it better than Zeke, though?
Well,
he only played 4 years here?
4 years, and then he ended with the final 2. Yeah, 4 years. He ran for 737. Again, different league than Zeke. 737, 891, 1514, then 246 before going. So he basically combined for 900 yards the year he was traded to the Vikings. But there you go. Let's introduce that to the Franklin and Franco injury attorney text line. Herschel or Zeke?
I'm not a huge Zeke guy. I don't think you can have Herschel unless you're just counting also what he gave you in return, which that would seem a little odd in greatness. But yeah, I would say that Zeke has to be above Herschel Walker to me.
I don't disagree. Now, I don't know Herschel's game. I know.
Well, one of those years you mentioned he had 891 yards. I think he still led the league in scrimmage yards that year because he also had 700 receiving yards. He was a monster.
His receiving yards were 837, 715, and 500 to start.
Yeah, he was a monster, and he was a true dual threat.
I'll go Herschel over him just to go ahead.
40, we'll go 40 to 50 now. 40 is Charlie Waters. 41.
Nick Eatman has sent a meme that shows he may not agree with some of these selections. I'm not going to go deeper than that. Reset, Bobby.
We are doing the top 100 Cowboys from the Dallas Morning News. 40 is Charlie Waters, and 41. Cut the music for a sec, Peyton.
Cut the music.
Number 41.
Quarterback, Rain, Dakota, Prescott, above Antonio Romero.
Yeah, no.
Yeah, move on.
Fantastic job, Calvin. List can end there.
No, you can't. You can't.
I love you gave him Dirk's number too, 41.
You can't get there. You can't get there.
I would have Romo over Dak.
Yeah.
Now
obviously longevity is Dak's going to blow by him. Already has. Neither one of them was the bastion of health.
This is a problem though. I think 41's Dak, 43 is Romo, 42 in between there. It feels too low to me. Offensive lineman, 6-time Pro Bowler, 3-time Super Bowl champ, Nate Newton.
Oh, here's your homerism.
That's not homer. That to
hanging
me,
out with Nate last night.
To me, Nate. I don't think you could put Nate Newton, Eric Williams, Mark Stepnoski. Those guys all need to be ahead of Romo and Dak. And the only Nate's not. Nate's ahead of Romo, but he's not ahead of Dak. I think Nate should be ahead of Dak.
What are the Tolos saying, Pepe? I know it just lit up at 877-881-1053.
972 says Zach Martin is way too low. 702 says Harvey Martin should be higher. 405 says how is T.O. over Dez. 817 also disagrees with T.O. over Dez. And 214 says Lamb should be over T.O.
That's a good one. We haven't talked about Dez yet versus T.O.
Yeah, look, I understand the T.O. short term. Right, the fact that he was only here for a couple of years, and it was only but
T.O. was 2 good years and 1 great year.
Well, T.O. at the time was the second best, thought of as the second best receiver in the game. Dez was never 2.
No, but he was probably top 5 for like 4 years.
Yeah.
Okay.
Which I mean,
that's fine. It's not 2. It's not like
that's 4. That's more. That's longer time here in Dallas as somebody at the top.
Yeah, I mean, look, T.O.'s an all-time great.
He is.
And he was at his, I guess his peak year was probably his Philadelphia. Was Philadelphia probably his best year?
Yeah, I would say.
Yeah, Philly, or if it wasn't Philly, one of those years, last year's in San Francisco, he put up some insane numbers while he was in San Francisco.
Dak can still, going back to Dak, he can still convince me. The end of Romo is what's stuck in my mind as what I would trust the most. Obviously, Tony had his choke label and NFC East championships where they lost 3 straight. All those things are there. Dak can still surpass Tony in my mind, and he's on his way to doing that at the beginning of this season, but I'm still going Romo over him.
His 3 best years, by the way, T.O., were 2000 with the Niners, 2001 with the Niners, and 07 with Dallas. Those were the 3 best stat years he had.
I mean, look, if you're going to do the Dak Romo thing, I mean, yeah, you're right. He could still get there, but it's hard for me to look at Romo's 2014 year. That was easily the best year of the 2 quarterbacks, right? Maybe 07.
Ooh, I don't know.
Do you think Dak's
23 Dak
better?
was really good?
Do you think better than 14 Romo?
Yeah.
Okay.
So Dak, I'm sorry, what? I was looking
Dak's
at
2023 year
was better than Romo
2014.
And the 2023 was?
That was the MVP runner-up year. And Dak did not have the running game Romo had that year. Passing was secondary to what they were doing with DeMarco Murray. So,
that's right.
All right, rounding out the top 50 here, 44, Darryl Johnston, ahead of 45. Running back, Ezekiel Elliott, 46. Center, Travis Frederick, 47. Tight end, Billy Joe Dupree, 48. Tackle, Mark Tuinei, 49. Guard center, Andre Gerard, 50. Wide receiver, Alvin Harper. We are through 50 names and no Micah Parsons.
Yeah, this is ridiculous. Come on.
Is that
I
a little
love Alvin Goval's, but no.
No one's taking Moose Johnston over Micah Parsons.
No.
I mean, I love Moose, but come on now. Like, let's not romanticize too much.
Just to run counter to it, I guess, then, is the greatest Cowboy of all time also about just legacy within the organization potentially and impact and those sort of things? Maybe you look at it and just go, Moose being here for a decade, lead blocking for the all-time leading rusher, like that carries a weight that Micah in 5 years wasn't able to touch, or 4 years.
That doesn't, no. I mean, I respect you introducing that to the argument, but you've probably gone through 15 names that don't deserve there to be. Micah Parsons going to the Hall of Fame. All right, let's not make, if he doesn't get hurt, Micah Parsons is a lockdown Hall of Famer, and there's 15 dudes on that list that should not be above him.
Yeah, I mean, he's, in terms of just pure talent, he would be way up at the top. 50 through 60 or 51 through 60, linebacker Sean Lee, 51. 52, center Dave Manders. 53, defensive tackle Russell Maryland. 54, running back Calvin Hill. 55, edge rusher Micah Parsons. 56, tight end Jay Novacek. 57, cornerback Terrence Newman. Ahead of 58, wide receiver Dez Bryant. I don't know that I'd have Terrence Newman above Dez Bryant.
No.
Boy, Terrence
was good.
Terrence was good. And Terrence is they got rid of Terrence thinking he was toast. And
his career went on for another decade.
8 years and what? It was crazy.
59, cornerback Kevin Smith. 60, safety Roy Williams. Any other reactions there?
People are asking, have you mentioned Bob Hayes yet?
Yes, Bob Hayes was up in the top 20.
Okay. Oh, okay. All right. Okay. Because they were asking, where's Bob?
61, tackle Flozell Adams. 62, wide receiver Lance Rensel. 63, safety Bill Bates. 64, tight end receiver Frank Clark. 65, corner Herb Adderley, who hated the Cowboys when he left here. Didn't want to even be remembered as being associated with them. 66, defensive lineman Larry Cole. 67, defensive tackle Leroy Glover. 68, defensive end Jim Jeffcoat. 69, defensive end DeMarcus Lawrence. 70, defensive lineman Leon Lett. Leon Lett was two-time All-Pro.
When you told me that, I was pretty stunned.
He was really,
what a
really
shame.
good.
Just what a shame for him in terms of what he'll be remembered
perception.
for.
71, guard John Nyland. 72, quarterback Eddie LeBaron. 73, Jethro Pugh, the defensive tackle. 74, running back Preston Pearson. 75, Pettis Norman, the tight end. 76, guard Herb Scott. 77, safety James Washington. 78, defensive lineman Chad Hennings. 79, Walt Garrison, the running back. 80, defensive end linebacker Greg Ellis. Nothing there?
Nope.
81, cornerback Trayvon Diggs. 82,
How many O linemen from the Romo era made this? Or have you met? You've only mentioned Flozell, right?
Tyron.
Flozell's been in there. Tyron's been in there.
I was thinking more the early side.
Earlier side, it's just been Flozell.
No Davis?
Mm-mm.
Gerard Kozier.
Gerard was 49. Gerard was up there. 82, Tony Casillas. 83, kicker Dan Bailey, ahead of Brandon Aubrey, which after Sunday, Calvin Watkins did tell me, said, you can say on the record, I said that Brandon Aubrey is now ahead of him on the list.
Okay.
84, running back Marion Barber. 85, receiver Amari Cooper. 86, tackle Pat Donovan. 87, Michael Downs. 88, Brady James. 89, Butch Johnson. And then rounding it out, 90, defensive end George Andre. 91, Eugene Lockhart. 92, Brandon Aubrey. 93, tight end Doug Cosby. 94, long snapper Dale Hellestray. 95, running back Dan Reeves. 96, defensive tackle Jay Ratliff. That feels too low to me. 97, running back Dwayne Thomas. 98, wide receiver Tony Hill. 99, defensive end Tony Tolbert. And 100, our second long snapper, LP Lattisaur.
Yeah, you got to have, I don't know. Colombo needs to be on there, our boy.
Leonard Davis was really good here.
Leonard Davis needs to be on there.
The top 100 Cowboys list of all time from the Dallas Morning News. Let's hook you up right on the dot, like we said.
All right, Tolos, here's your chance to win a one-of-a-kind experience. Here's your chance to attend the Ultimate Cowboys Fan Hang, presented by our friends at Whataburger. You and a guest will enjoy game day inside the Star on the very seats where the team breaks down plays and talks strategy. You'll be joined by the Dallas Cowboys cheerleaders, and a former Cowboys player will be hanging out to talk football with you as well and give you an insider's perspective. Plus, you'll enjoy a delicious Whataburger lunch with some exclusive goodies to take home. Be caller number 10 right now at 877-881-1053. And if you don't win this time, don't worry. Your next chance to win will be with the KNC Masterpiece right here on The Fan.
The very popular Brad Biggs, Bears insider, will join us from Chicago at 8 o'clock to preview Sunday on this radio station. Let's get local.
We need to take people out of their bubbles and their safe place and make them think about the world we live in.
You are fake news.
So what do you guys hear? What's the scuttlebutt?
If you could interview one person right now, today, sports, entertainment, politics, otherwise, if you got the chance to sit down and get an exclusive interview with somebody, who would it be? Who's your top one, Sean?
I want to default to MJ.
It's a good one.
I want to then go to President Trump.
Maybe talk to Kimmel right now.
Kimmel? Yeah. I know what Kimmel's going to say. I think I pretty much know what all three would end up saying.
Chop.
Trump's an easy one. Charlie Sheen.
The shooter.
Oh yeah.
I might want to interview
if
Tyler.
He would talk, yeah.
I might want to interview Tyler Robinson.
Those are all good answers. They are all wrong answers. The number one exclusive interview anybody would want was gotten by a man named Winston Edmondson, who is a member of the city of Louisville Facebook page. And anybody who is around the Louisville area knows the guy you've wanted to hear from recently has been Louisville Thong Man. You're saying, who's Louisville Thong Man? Louisville Thong Man is an older gentleman, probably in his 50s.
Thong, you're saying?
Yeah, he is jacked guy, bodybuilder looking type. And he has been known around the streets of Main Street, as I've seen him as I drive around. He likes to just go out jogging in the middle of the day in some runners. And he's got a thong on. Just a full-on thong riding right up the behind.
Like one of those, like...
I mean, it is it's a Speedo, but it's digging in there. This thing is. So he has become a legend.
This is like the guy in New York.
Oh, the cowboy.
Naked cowboy.
He's become a legend. He was first seen in the last year riding his bike. Now he's jogging up the streets of Main Street. Well, man.
His name is Louisville Thong Man?
Yeah, that's how he's referred to. Winston Edmondson went out and did the real journalism, and he saw him in the park, and he said, I'm going to go get the exclusive one-on-one with this guy. So for those of you in the Louisville area who are familiar with Louisville Thong Man, this is the exclusive here. This is a snippet of an exclusive interview that was posted in the City of Louisville page about why he does what he does.
Okay, Louisville, I told you today was going to be the day that I was going to get a chance to track down and find the one and only, the man, the myth, the legend, Louisville Thong Man.
Hey, what's up, guys?
Okay, question number one. We got to start from the beginning.
Sure, no problem.
How long have you been doing this Louisville walkabout? People got to know, like, you're out here, people kind of see you here and there, but how long have you been doing this?
Yeah, like months, like a year, maybe 4 months ago, a year and 4 months. I moved from another area, Dallas, and I used to do the bicycling. A lot of people remember that. I had the blue Speedo, and I'd ride the bicycle out by the trash, whatever that thing is, the wasteland.
Oh, the mountain.
Yeah, and there's
Mount
a park
Trashmore.
out there. There's a trash mountain in the park with the ball fields.
Okay.
And then it just kind of developed from there.
So what, was there a moment of inspiration that made you think, you know what, I want to get some exercise, but I want to do it in my thong?
Yeah, in fact, there was, because I rented out here because it's economical living, and I lived in a great pool resort community, and I was like, okay, I'm just sitting here, and I can only sit there for so long. It just drive me nuts, and I'm like, this isn't getting me in shape. It's not making me look good. Why can't I walk and tan at the same time?
Okay.
And then at the same time with the bicycle, it's the same thing. You go for a walk as a man, the women have it figured out. All perfect, lycra, moisture wicking, nothing's getting moist.
Right.
You turn into this like swampy, gross diaper mess. And then the bodybuilders, they're like trying to show their legs, and they're like, let me pull up this diaper thing. It looks stupid, people.
All right, you're right.
Chop, I think that there are some points there that you could
Look
resonate
at his neck
with.
muscles.
Yeah,
what are those?
He's
the traps. The traps.
He's fit. He's in shape. He's doing good. But yeah, he runs around there. He's got the cowboy hat on too. He's got the runners, and it's up there.
He's got a statue outside of City Hall.
I mean, he looks like, I think that was just him standing there,
right there.
honestly, is what he was doing. But that's Louisville Thong Man, somebody who now we finally heard from, and I understand what he's saying. Like, look, I want to get tan. I want to cover everything. I don't want to miss out on it.
Look, like I always say, if you can't work out, tan.
There you go.
Second best thing to working out.
But do all of it, and that's what he's doing.
Yeah.
He's just bettering himself, and it's funny as they're doing this walk and talk. You see people on the playground behind him, and they're like pulling out their phones and taking photos of like, look at this dude walking around in a thong over here. Some sad news for a lot of people yesterday. They were not given advance notice of this. It was just announced after the fact. Six Flags Over Texas has closed the Conquistador for good, which is the the swinging pirate ship ride.
Yep.
That everybody that was I've never had a child more terrified on a ride than Laura riding that Conquistador and thinking she was going to fall out, because that was one where it was just a bar. There was no like belt buckle, and it was not a bar that went down all the way to your lap. It was one that universally a single bar that came down, and so you would kind of raise up out of your seat a little bit. But it is being destroyed. They're taking it down. They're making room for another ride. The Conquistador is no more. So if that was one of your favorite rides, like I know it was a lot of people out there at Six Flags Over Texas, that one is no more.
It's one of the only ones I was willing to ride.
Really?
Yeah. I'm not a ride guy. I don't do rides. I do Ferris wheels, none of that.
This is a pretty cool. This is a pretty cool story. Last week, Aiden's going to have the video up on the fan cam. Do you guys know who Paul Russell is?
No.
I know Peyton Russell.
Peyton Russell.
No,
show
Paul
them who Paul Russell is.
Let me tell you.
I love this song.
It's great. So that's Paul Russell. I always love, as you'll see on the fan cam right here, Paul Russell for Allen High School homecoming. He's an alum from Allen High School. He decided that he was going to do a surprise pop-up show for their homecoming, And so while they're out there doing their homecoming dance, he had a whole secret thing. He went up there, he performed for the high school, came back, giving back to the community, everything else. But Paul Russell made the surprise performance. Everybody's freaking out. And that Allen homecoming has gone viral this week for the light setup and just the oh my gosh, they spend some money on that dance. Good Lord.
It looks like an NBA arena.
What?
It's like introducing the Bulls.
Yeah, you know how like at the NBA games and NHL games they can change the color of the floor with the lights.
Yeah,
they're doing the same thing there. I mean, it looked like the entrance to when we were in Vegas for the Pacquiao Bradley fight. The light show that went on, I was like, it was on a much different level than that. It was amazing.
And then last note here in the neighborhood watch, we talked about those Chiefs shirts, free Rashee Rice shirts that they were wearing pregame the other day, like a bunch of idiots.
Yep.
There's now been a statement released by the victim's attorney of the Rashee Rice incident, and they deemed it cruel. It was attorney Mark Lenahan had talked about it. He represents one of the victims there. He said it's rubbing salt in the wounds of Rashee's victims. A Lamborghini going 119 miles an hour, went on the shoulder, and then came back, clipped her, spun her, and hurt 5 other people were all hurt, completely abandoned the victims.
Yeah.
Said it's cruel, it's cynical, it's deceitful.
Pretty stupid.
Yep.
And the Kansas City Chiefs get a pass on it because Andy Reid's big, fuzzy teddy bear. Andy Reid allows a lot of seedy stuff.
In his own home.
And has for a long time. I don't know how many players did this. I doubt Andy
Kelsey
Reid
did for sure. And then I know there was at least one other that I saw wearing it. But I mean, it was multiple Chiefs players.
Distasteful. Really distasteful and pretty stupid. So I'm glad they're getting pushback because that is in the Neighborhood Watch happening right here on 75. The commercial-free expressway. On Sean and RJ, thanks for being a Tolo. That stands for Turn It On, Leave It On. Let's preview the Bears with Chicago insider Brad Biggs. He joins us from Chi-Town next on 105.3 The
Fan.
8 o'clock hour here on DFW Sports Station, your official home of the Cowboys and Rangers. Was that the end for your baseball team last night? We'll get to it at 8:20. Below the belt at 8:40 on DFW Sports Station. Let's head on out to Chicago for a Cowboys-Bears preview with Brad Biggs. Been covering the Bears since 2001 on the beat for the Chicago Tribune. You can also hear him on 670 The Score, joining Sean and RJ on the D&M Leasing Hotline. Good morning, Brad. How are you?
Morning, guys. What's going on?
How much early panic and freak out there in Chicago with this 0-2 start?
I think the only people that are freaked out are the ones that invested entirely too much time in buying into the hype and hope of the offseason. New head coach, first year. I think it's reasonable to expect an adjustment period that's going to take some time. Like, this was a 5-win football team last year. It should have had more than 5 wins, but Ben Johnson didn't inherit a turnkey roster here, guys. So anyone that's been kind of looking at it objectively understands where they're at. Now, disappointment in the way they got to 0-2, sure, that's fair game. They absolutely collapsed in the fourth quarter of the Week 1 Monday night game against the Minnesota Vikings, as J.J. McCarthy in his first start scored 3 touchdowns in the fourth quarter of that game, and then they got steamrolled in Detroit last week. So the Bears defense, guys, 2 for 2 in their role for the NFC Offensive Player of the Week so far. J.J. McCarthy and Jared Goff. So, Dak Prescott, C.D. Lamb, who's next?
What are the issues defensively?
Well, they can't rush the passer, and they're without their top cornerback, one of the better corners in the league, and Jalen Johnson. So when you can't mesh a pass rush with coverage on the back end, it's going to be a long day. They've just been getting hit with big plays all over the place. The sample size is far too small for us to draw any sweeping conclusions from, but they're third in the league in defense on third down right now, but it doesn't really matter because they've hardly had any third downs because the opponents have been going first down, or first down, second down, first down. They've been bypassing third down.
They've been bypassing third down.
Yeah, so,
they chose to bypass third down.
Right. So it's been a little bit of everything. Obviously, that Lions defense is very talented. It kind of got into a little bit of a shootout, and the Bears didn't have the weaponry for that kind of ball game.
Brad Biggs, behind enemy lines, Bears columnist, join us here on 105.3 The Fan. So when Ben Johnson was talking about practice habits and he was talking about, hey, we'll be good in December, like, is he more referring to Caleb? Is he more referring to the defense or the team as a whole? Which one?
Oh, I think his comments were sort of overarching in terms of practice habits, and that's been there's been a witch hunt around here. Like, well, who's he calling out? And I think he's probably looking at this from a much broader perspective, that they haven't been as fundamentally sound as they need to be against especially against a competitive team like the Lions. Now, Minnesota week 1, there's just too many missed assignments. And when you've got elite players, sometimes they can erase some of that stuff. But you just, to consistently have an opportunity to win, they've got to be better across the board. I think it's kind of a fruitless exercise to try to figure out exactly who he's talking about. And logically, the quarterback should be the quarterback should be better at the midpoint of the season than he is in the first 2 or 3 ball games anyway, and you ought to see growth over the course of a full season. This will be Caleb Williams' 20th start Sunday afternoon, and they're going to need to get more out of him. Like, it hasn't been good enough when you look at it and you say, hey, yep, there's a quarterback that went number 1 overall. That's another issue that they have going on right now. Certainly not their biggest issue with the brand of defense that they're playing, but an issue, and a huge one when you consider long-term implications.
Yeah, this Caleb thing is just a fascinating, never-ending national topic. Just kind of wrap it all up for us, Brad. Where do you stand on him? Is his temperament okay? I know there was this dyslexia article that came out. Is he processing the way that Ben Johnson wants for his offense? Do they respect him inside the locker room? How is he behind the scenes? All of the above with Caleb Williams, if you could take us through it.
Yeah, guys, he's got the magnifying glass on him, right? And he's had that since he was at USC anyway. Like, he's a guy who, when he was drafted by the Bears, I think he talked to scouts, and there were strong opinions on him. You either really liked him or you didn't care for him a whole lot. And he wasn't one of those guys where there were a lot of people in the middle, and he was thrown into a difficult situation last year with a struggling football team that didn't have a good offensive line. They had the wrong offensive coordinator. Like, it was if the Chicago Bears were, remember those books, the Choose Your Own Adventure, right? If the Chicago Bears 2024 season was a Choose Your Own Adventure, it was like, they made a right-hand turn, a left, a right, and then they were in a dark alley, and some guy had a crowbar waiting to hit him over the head with it. Like, it was, they just went, whatever choice they could make, they made the wrong one. Now, that's not saying that picking Caleb Williams was the wrong one. This is going to take some time to play out, and you have to have patience with young quarterbacks. But for Caleb to be viewed in a light like, say, Jaden Daniels is right now, there's a lot of ground for Caleb to cover and for the franchise as a whole to cover. But they've done a lot to try to support him. They brought in an entirely new interior of the offensive line, spent a lot of money. He's got a ton of talent at the skill positions. Ben Johnson was probably the hottest candidate in the cycle this year, right? They got him.
Yep.
So let's see how this plays out. Expecting results, understanding what you should be able to get out of the number 1 pick, but also realizing that some patience along the way is going to be required.
Brad Biggs from the Chicago Tribune joining us on the D&M Leasing Hotline on your home of the Cowboys, 105.3 The Fan. What are your early impressions of Ben Johnson, from the X's and O's genius that everyone thought he was, to temperament, to his leadership? What do you think of Johnson so far?
He's been pretty steady so far, and he's real big and a stickler on details. Just like, we are going to take this thing down to the studs. We're gonna get to the very basics here, and we're not going to cut any corners in installing our offense and making sure that there's a complete understanding of what we're doing and why we're doing it. Like, the players appreciate the why part, right? Mm-hmm. Okay, coach, you're asking me to do this. Why? Well, here are the 3 reasons why. And, I think the players have embraced that, but they've got to see results. Like, this is a team that's struggled for a long time, guys. Like, the Bears last won a playoff game after the 2010 season. They reached the NFC championship game. And since then, since the start of the 2011 season, this is an outfit that's 30 games under 500 in the division. You know how long it's going to take for them to somehow get to 500 in the division? Like, they only play 6 of them a year, and they're 30 under in that span.
Have you gotten a handle on, because, Detroit, they were aggressive, 4th down, have you got a handle on how Ben is in that regard?
Got a foot on the gas. Yeah, if the Bears have got the ball on the plus side of the 50 Sunday, as long as the game situation isn't something, totally, like if they've got a big lead and it's 4th and 14, they'll probably kick it, right? But he's going to have his foot on the gas, and they've had a shoot up in Detroit last week. They were on about their own 38 or so. They were inside their own 40, 3rd and 1, quarterback sneak, no gain, 4th and 1, quarterback sneak, turnover on downs. So they will be aggressive. When Ben Johnson was a very young assistant coach on Joe Philbin's staff in Miami, he asked Philbin in the offseason one year, and he was, this guy was in his 20s, but he's got a computer programming background. Like, he's very mathematically inclined. He's super, super smart that way. Asked Joe Philbin, hey, can I do a study on 4th down, go for it, kick, just probabilities from the math standpoint? And Philbin's like, yeah, knock yourself out. So Johnson spends some time. He puts together this study, this report, and eventually he's able to present it in front of the entire staff. So he's in front of, some guys that have probably worked in the NFL for 20, 30 years, like super experienced coaches, which is that could be an intimidating position for a real young assistant coach. And he's like, here's the math behind it. Here's the probabilities behind it. Zach Taylor, the Bengals head coach, was an assistant on the staff at that time. He told me it was super impressive. It took balls to do that, right? To step out in front of these guys that have been coaching forever. Philbin didn't necessarily become some super aggressive coach. Like, he's kind of a buttoned up guy. It's not like the Dolphins the next year were fast and loose on 4th down, but another assistant that was on that staff at the time was Dan Campbell, and we certainly know he's been very aggressive on 4th down. So maybe Dan took notes during the presentation.
Bears reporter Brad Biggs joining us here on 105 through the Fan. Brad, obviously, Matt Eberflus returning to town as the Cowboys defensive coordinator. Your thoughts on any level of motivation that may exist for the Bears this week to beat Matt Eberflus, and your thoughts on Matt Eberflus specifically as a defensive coach?
Yeah, I think Matt Eberflus is a fine defensive coach. I think he's had a lot of success. I think he was patient and waiting for his opportunity to become a coordinator, spending that time in Dallas as a position coach. The big seat, the head coaching job, might not have been the perfect fit for him. In terms of motivation here, I don't sense anything extra from the players. I talked to a couple guys in the locker room yesterday. You know, they want to get a win, right? They want to show their coach that they can practice hard enough to produce a win on a Sunday. Like they're not really giving a whole lot of thought to Eberflus and the time here that he had and their experience with him. You know, Matt's shorthanded right now, right? I mean, the Parsons trade, you look at some of the injuries that have hit that defense, and it's gonna be challenging. He's got a couple of assistants that were with him here in Chicago. Dave Borgonzi, the linebackers coach, I thought did a nice job here. So there'll be some familiar faces, and I'm sure the players will enjoy the opportunity to at least say hi quickly to a couple former coaches. David Overstreet, the cornerbacks coach for the Cowboys, he was a Nichols coach here, good guy. So that'll be interesting from a human perspective, but you got two teams playing really bad defense and trying to get a win.
You have a feeling who wins?
That's hard. I want to see the injury report a little bit later on. It's been a long time since the Bears have won a game that you would, kind of categorize as a shootout, right? They haven't been built to be competitive or have the experience in those games. But like for a purist who likes defensive football, like find something else to do late Sunday afternoon. Like this is not going to be their kind of football. Like I could see quick drives up and down the field all day long. Certainly, if edge to the Cowboys in terms of the more established, experienced, and at times highly successful quarterback in Dak Prescott. I'll tell you what, Ben Johnson spoke very highly of Prescott yesterday. And I mean, the way things are here now, guys, every time the coach says something, people try to interpret it. Well, is that him being jealous of how good Prescott is at this, and he really wants Caleb to be that? I'm like, well, or it could just be, you know what, he's been around the game for a while, and he's got a level of appreciation for a guy who was, runner-up in the MVP voting just 2 years ago.
Brad, thank you so much. We appreciate it. Enjoy the game on Sunday and the season.
Have a great day, guys.
Brad Biggs from Chicago, the Tribune, and the Score on the D&M Leasing Hotline, where the Texas Rangers and Jimmy Kimmel canceled last night. That's next on The Fan. But first, let me go ahead and get you set up.
Uber Eats has low fee products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean, that's your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean this is your haircut. But that's hair on your head. I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaky pants.
Frankel first, 214-0817-333-3233. With Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel, the go-to car traffic attorneys in Dallas.
Jacob back to work at 2-2. And it's swung on and a high drive hit to deep right field. Back goes Garcia at the wall. It is gone. Jeremy Payne with an opposite field home run. It's 5-2 Houston. Jacob deGrom has now surrendered 25 home runs this year.
Whew. Eric Nadell with the call on your home for Rangers baseball, and it is now over. 5-2, swept, 5 games back in the West, 4.5 in the wild card.
Yeah, I think over is the key word. It is over. You're going to need miracles. First, it's got to start with, one of these Seattle-Houston getting swept. They talked about that in the postgame last night. They got to get, one of those teams has got to sweep the other one when they play. That's the start. Shy of that, I mean, it's hopes and dreams, and there's not really any hopes and dreams left.
Yeah, I mean, you've got to go.
You got to go 9-0.
You are getting the Marlins and the Twins.
Yeah, you got to go. No, you got to go 9-0. You got to win them all. I don't think you can lose a game and still make the postseason at this point.
Yeah, I mean, because I was trying to sit here and think could you do 8-1? But no, it's got to be 9-0, and then you need help.
If you go 8-1, then that other team needs to go 3-6.
The Marlins are 7-3 in their last 10. They've won 2 in a row. Marlins, Rangers. Tomorrow, you even have Rangers insiders saying we are waving the white flag. This is done. The favorite to win the World Series for the rest of the league from BetOnline is?
Dodgers.
No. The day after they won the World Series, they were the favorite, and every day since they've been the favorite until yesterday.
Philly?
The Philadelphia Phillies with Baseball Karen at 9-2. Then the Dodgers 5-1. Then two teams are tied.
Brewers and Yankees.
Brewers are correct.
Blue Jays.
Blue Jays. Both at 7-1. Man, imagine you get that Milwaukee-Toronto World Series or Major League Baseball. Then Seattle 19-2. Then Detroit and the Yankees 10-1. The Yankees have what a seesaw season it feels like. Just emotionally following them on social media. 10-1 for the Yankees. Padres are 11-1. Cubs are 14-1. Armpit 18-1. Red Sox and the Mets 20-1. Then you fall off a cliff to the Rangers at 66-1. Then you fall off another cliff to the Guardians and RJ's San Francisco Giants.
My 20-1 on the Mets is probably not awful. It's not awful. I mean, that was a team that everybody thought was going to be really, really solid going into the year. And they've got a playoff superstar in Juan Soto, who has shown he can carry you.
All right, I am dying, and I've been dying all morning to get you all's take on the Jimmy Kimmel situation that came out yesterday. Jimmy Kimmel, I know everyone's saying canceled, including the president. Maybe he is. Maybe he has broadcasted his last show. I think they're really technically calling it an indefinite suspension. Kimmel's contract is apparently up at the end of the year, but Jimmy Kimmel was taken off the air for his opening monologue a few days ago.
We hit some new lows over the weekend with the MAGA gang desperately trying to characterize this kid who murdered Charlie Kirk as anything other than one of them and doing everything they can to score political points from it. In between the finger pointing, there was grieving. On Friday, the White House flew the flags at half staff, which got some criticism. But on a human level, you can see how hard the president is taking this.
My condolences on the loss of your friend Charlie Kirk. May I ask, sir, personally, how are you holding up over the last day and a half, sir?
I think very good. And by the way, right there, you see all the trucks? They've just started construction of the new ballroom for the White House, which is something they've been trying to get, as you know, for about 150 years. And it's going to be a beauty.
Yes. He's at the fourth stage of grief, construction. Demolition, construction. This is not how an adult grieves the murder of someone he called a friend. This is how a 4-year-old mourns a goldfish, okay?
So, different networks in charge of their local television and the FCC chair has been very, very vocal, which I learned a lot about that yesterday. I was texting RJ back and forth. Like, I always thought, like, and this is my ignorance, so I'm open to education. I thought the FCC chair, I always viewed him as like a Supreme Court justice of deciding what is proper aired material versus, and then RJ sends me the party affiliation of every FCC head in like the last 30 years, and I was like, I didn't realize that those two things were attached.
I had no idea it was a politically appointed position. I thought it was just like a bureaucracy that had people writing in, Karen's writing in criticisms.
I thought it was like this impartial person sitting at a table, like Dean Blandino deciding this deserves to be fined, this is fine to air. But no, this guy is a humongous Trump supporter. I didn't realize, I just never associated political affiliation with the FCC.
Yeah, it's an appointed position. So, like, I mean, generally, whoever appoints it, whatever president appoints it, it's going to be for their ends. And they oversee a lot of different things. So, like, all the different things with, like, net neutrality and different things with the internet over the last few years, that was stuff that the FCC would oversee. And so it's usually going to slant towards whatever political party is there in power.
So the big point here to focus on that Republicans are very mad about, and I think this is the humongous debate and subject, because this is turning into a free speech thing. There are people saying this is one of the greatest attacks of free speech, and it's just setting up for everyone to be muted. That's on one side, the left. The right is saying this was indecent, this was gross, and this is something that should have had Jimmy Kimmel not just taken off the air yesterday, he should have been off the air long before this. The first part talking about MAGA, the shooter, I want to know everyone's thoughts.
We hit some new lows over the weekend with the MAGA gang desperately trying to characterize this kid who murdered Charlie Kirk as anything other than one of them and doing everything they can to score political points from it.
Stop. Let's break down that statement. There's two different explanations I've seen. There is
this was on Friday.
I think it was Monday.
Yeah, because he said they spent time over the weekend.
Okay.
It was Monday, so a lot of people are like, are you stupid? We know some of the affiliation by now, so why did you say that? Just for the record, it was supposed to be Monday. The two different interpretations that I've seen on that statement is you're saying that the shooter was a MAGA. That's inaccurate, that's gross, that's disgusting. The other side is saying, no, he's just saying that they were trying to find anyone but their party to blame it on. Those are the two different interpretations. What do you guys think? Was that insensitive enough to be pulled off the air for?
I don't think it was insensitive necessarily. I think it was just
misinformation.
Wrong. I think he was saying that he is one of them, is what he was saying. Like, he can say, like, I understand it's a little left up for ambiguous interpretation. The spirit of what he's saying there when I hear him is he's saying he is one of them. And that's just, it's a lie at this point. Like, I mean, I don't care what side you come down on. Objectively, when you look at everythone that's out there, he does not align. Tyler Robinson does not align with those views.
He's not one of these guys that says, oh, Charlie's not right-wing enough, so we're going to take him out.
If he voted in last November, he did not vote for Trump. I'm very confident of that.
I agree.
I think they said that he didn't vote.
Yeah.
Okay. If he would have, he wouldn't have voted for Trump.
Yeah, look, I am a free speech absolutist. I don't think anybody should be fired for something they say or an opinion they hold. That's just me. I know I'm pretty radical on that. Across the board. I think your opinion, your employer should have no authority over your opinion. That's just me, and I know that's not the commonly held thought. So I don't like the idea that this happens because of that. But that is a pretty clearly misinformation that he was saying. I understand the anger. I think it went too far, though.
I think, I don't think the days after this happens that you're making jokes after someone died. That's just me.
Yeah.
If it was us, I'm saying we can talk about it. We have to be careful. Let's show a level of decency. Let's not sit here and make jokes about the way someone grieves or their close friend passing away. Obviously, Kimmel hates Trump and Trump hates Kimmel. We've known this for a long time. So that's the first part of it from a broadcast standpoint. I'd be like, just don't go there. If I was Jimmy's producer, I'd be like, let's not go here with this immediately. Let's have a little decorum. The guy did lose his life, no matter what you thought of him. The bigger issue that is taken off is just censorship now. Stephen Colbert, gone. Jimmy Kimmel, gone. Both of them opposed President Trump. Now, behind the scenes, as people say, follow the money. There's these two broadcasting entities that are trying to merge on like a $6 billion deal or an acquisition, a $6 billion deal.
It's ABC, right? ABC's part of this.
Sinclair and so on.
Yeah.
But that has to get approved by the government. Just like we were talking about with Red Zone, right? It's like, why does President Trump? Well, you don't want monopolies to occur.
Mm-hmm.
So there's a thought that, in order to get this passed by the government, let's sacrifice Kimmel, do what Donald Trump would want in terms of getting him taken off the air. We get our deal passed. That's just another branch and nugget to this story. I was fascinated with this. I was watching it all night. I'm going to go home today and watch all of the coverage and look at my cell phone. We've done a whole show, and this is my cell phone off of this subject right here. Just starting to light up with all the different text messages.
Yeah,
so that's the Jimmy Kimmel story.
It is. Look, I I don't think that he should have lost his job over this. I think he lost his job because the show sucks. All right, and Adam Carolla is always better.
When's the last time you watched it?
I haven't turned on network TV to outside of a sporting event in probably 10 years.
So how do you know it sucks?
Because it sucked 10 years ago.
It became so clearly a platform for just bitter political takes at this point. That show, which it never was. The late night shows were never that.
That's what the FCC head said. He called it the public interest. He was like, oh, we have a responsibility for the public interest, not to spread this type of stuff. Well, then the other side says Brian Kilmeade on Fox and Friends the other day said that we should euthanize and lethally inject the homeless. What about that? So you're back and forth. You're back and forth. I think, Jimmy Kimmel, I don't think after this year will be hosting that show, although some people, are saying it's just, it's not permanent. He's not totally canceled. He's indefinitely suspended.
I would bet almost anything his next play is I'm going podcast. I'm going to lean into. I'll be able to say whatever I want, and I will create my own Joe Rogan-like network. I would guess that's what Kimmel's going to do.
Why one of the 2010's most decorated players say Dallas Cowboy players are spoiled? That's next in B-Lo, right here on Sean and RJ 105.3 The Fan. But let
Fan segment here brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. If you're in the market to upgrade your vehicle, get to Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine today. The back-to-back #1 Chevy dealership in the world. More new Chevys than anyone else, all priced to sell. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, enjoy the difference based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023 and 2024.
The great Bobby Belt.
Guys, he's my favorite.
Bobby knows ball. Hey, let's talk ball. We're the ball knowers and we just talk ball.
Yeah, let's talk about one of Brian Schottenheimer's other favorites, not just me, George Pickens. And how does he manage to get all those pass interference calls? More on that in just a sec. First, this is Below the Belt, which is brought to you by D&M Leasing and Window Nation. Sean, you look like you're shaking your head. Something bugs you. Is it my great relationship with Brian Schottenheimer?
Yes.
That's it? Just that bugs you?
That bugs me. Yeah. Makes me wonder what you did behind the scenes, how much of more effort you made with him than McCarthy.
Now he's got a conscience.
The fact that he did that last week, it was very, very bothersome.
And I want to know.
I want to know.
What was the event with McCarthy that got him hating him so much?
No, I don't want to get into that right now. My gosh. We don't have all day.
I think we did a whole 40-minute segment on it once.
Yeah.
So, yeah, no doubt about it. All right.
One guy.
No, it's much more layered than that. But that's for another time. Look, I won in the end. That's all that matters. Is that now we got the right man for the job right up there, Brian Schottenheimer. All right, let's talk about a man who played for Mike McCarthy, technically, in practice for like 2 weeks. Gerald McCoy, Oklahoma Sooner legend. Would you say he's one of the more... I was thinking about this the other day when I was pulling this audio. Is he one of the more forgotten, like, dominant players of last decade? Like, I feel like he's easy to slip people's minds. He was a damn good defensive tackle.
Would you call him dominant?
Yeah, he was really, really good. He had like a 5-6 year run there where he was...
Six-time Pro Bowler, first-team All-Pro in 2013. He made 2 second-team All-Pros.
I felt like McCoy was, when he was in his prime, was right behind, not like right behind him is just as good, but like I felt like he was behind, as Aaron Donald was one, and then it was McCoy to me as just like the best defensive tackles in football. Not that close because Donald was just a different animal, but like that's the kind of player that I thought he was. So I always really liked Gerald McCoy. Gerald McCoy was a guy who they were really excited about when they signed him in 2020. And that was going to be the COVID year. And he was thought, hey, he's going to be in here. He's going to be a leader. That's one of the big things he gets high marks for is his leadership traits. And he, of course, it's still one of the most wild contract provisions. He tears his quad. And it was a provision in there. They'd seen something on his medical. And there was a provision in his contract that said if he tore that specific muscle in that specific leg, the contract was voided.
Oh my.
And that's the exact one that he tore while he was doing, like, they knew that thing could give. So it did during a drill. It was just a very basic drill. It was like a bag drill with the defensive lineman. He stumbled, fell back, tore it. So he ultimately got a settlement and was here for, as he says, 3 weeks. Well, he went on Cam Newton's podcast a couple weeks ago, and which, by the way, is a very good podcast. I really do enjoy listening to Cam's stuff now. But they went on there and he started talking about the Micah Parsons situation. And there's a lot in here that, maybe during the bye week, we can reflect on some of these things as just like, because I think there's some evergreen stuff in here that's really interesting about how he perceives the Cowboys organization as somebody who's on the outside and they got to live it for a little bit. But this specifically was the one that I saw on TikTok over the weekend that was kind of going viral for why the Cowboys have had some issues in the opinion of a lot of people. And he says it comes down to entitlement because the Dallas Cowboys players are spoiled.
So we had the summer, that was COVID year, but I got to be in the building for 3 weeks. Once I was in that building, I got to understand why the Dallas Cowboys players' egos are the way they are, or why they carry themselves a certain way. The way they treat those players, the things they do for those players, I had never experienced. So my wife had the car and the kids. I had to get to work. I had no problem. You know why? Because there's a Dallas Cowboys Uber account where they pay for all of your Ubers for up to 200 miles for every player. Wow. Regardless. You need anything? Cowboys. There's certain cities you can go in where players are put on a pedestal whether you play or whether you don't. Dallas is one of those cities. So in that 3 week span, I still am reaping the benefits of being a Dallas Cowboy for 3 weeks. To this day, and I live in Dallas, man, you was a Cowboy? This, and this. It's how not only the organization and where they put you, but also the city. But then also it can be a detriment to you as a person and as a player. You can become complacent, you can become dependent, and you can become entitled.
Wow.
I think it's really interesting, and he covers a lot of ground in this whole thing, but it reminds me of Michael Irvin. I was interviewing him with Slater like 6 years ago.
Wow.
And he was talking about raising kids. But, we hear a lot of times that for coaches and different people like that, like taking care of your football team is a lot like taking care of your children or something like that. Like you're running a family and you're trying to do what's best for everybody. And Michael Irvin had said, the best thing that you can give your children, the greatest gift you can give your children is your struggle. Like, so that they don't become entitled, so that they don't believe that they are, or they deserve certain things that they haven't earned through hard work or through, just doing what they're supposed to do. So he said the best thing that you can give your child is your struggle and help them to understand that context for how you got to where you were. And it makes me wonder if, when we joke about how crappy the facilities are in Kansas City and things like that, not that that's the difference for them, but is there a little bit too much comfort? And is that at this point a reasonable explanation, or is Gerald McCoy he's talking on a podcast?
No, I think that a lot of things here. It's a fascinating clip to me. I think everything he says is accurate. I think it's really insightful. I am not going to... Jadeveon Clowney, by the way, that clip reminded me of Jadavion's initial reaction when he walked into the Star in Frisco.
Mm-hmm.
Same vibes to me. These guys have been to 7 different NFL organizations, and he acted like he had stayed in a 4-star hotel for the first time walking into Frisco. But I'm not going to get on Jerry Jones for doing this. I applaud Jerry Jones for doing this. I applaud the Dallas Cowboys for making it feel 5-star. That's what you're supposed to do, in my opinion, as an owner. This is what Mark Cuban did, and all of us praised him for years and years for putting video game systems and redoing the Dallas Mavs lockers and getting them an awesome team playing. It has to be incumbent also on the players. What's the strategy supposed to be? Charlotte and Steven and Jerry sit around and go, you know what, let's build a 6 out of 10 facility so they feel the struggle.
Yeah,
that's the alternative.
Yeah.
At some point in time, it's incumbent upon... That's why finding the right wired person, to me, is one of the most important things in talent acquisition, employing people, the right wiring. I grew up well off and spoiled.
Oh,
I did. But ain't no one in this building would question my work ethic.
Mm-hmm. Peyton has sometimes during the break. He just doesn't say it to you.
Yeah.
No, I did not.
Now, how much of that came from my parents teaching it to me, meaning watching my parents, or just having it ingrained within myself? I think it's a mixture and a combination of all of it. So I can talk to my kids about, working hard. I think working hard has to be within you, and that's why the evaluation of talking to these guys during the draft, trying to figure out who they are, how they're wired, is so important. But I am not going to sit here and blame Jerry and the Jones family for making this the creme de la creme of where people come and experience.
It's not...
Props to them for that.
It's not the Jones family. It's not the organization. It's not the facilities. Look, there's a much deeper discussion here, but I don't think there's any... How do they treat the players down at the University of Texas?
Pretty good.
Same thing. Pedestal, entitled. There's zero reason why the University of Texas has underachieved the way they have from a national title perspective.
Sure.
Over the last 50 years. They should have more than one since Vietnam, and it took Superman to do it. There's an entitlement. Was it Cedric Benson that kind of alluded to it, or?
I mean, a lot of players have legit. I think Sean's.
I think the same point is here with the fan base putting them on that. But this goes back to high school football in this state, where it's like, oh my God, the quarterback of the small town team, he is on, and it just continues on as it gets bigger and bigger into college and in the NFL.
You got to find the right wired person who, even when they're thriving and succeeding, it's like Saban.
Yeah.
Saban every week is like, well, he's trying to find a way to knock you down. The hunger is there. As soon as the clock expires in the fourth, the hunger is there for the next week. That's, to me, that's the secret in the dirt, Jason Witten.
Yeah, I think it's what you say where it's...
And Jerry views it as, yo, if you can come here, shine in this spotlight, you're made to be a Dallas Cowboy.
Mm-hmm.
That was part of he wants Hard Knocks. He doesn't think of the distraction. He goes, let's see who can step into this spotlight and shine and thrive. That's a superstar. That's someone who deserves lifelong free drinks and dinners living in the Metroplex. That's the way Jerry views it.
Yeah, and I think that...
It's not distraction to him, it's opportunity.
It's absolutely something that can cause complacency and things like that, and it's still absolutely something that the Joneses should do, is they should create nice facilities. But the thing is, there's personal responsibility involved in this, that you keep yourself grounded.
Yeah.
One more clip really fast here, just because I think people have been talking about this. George Pickens, obviously all the defensive pass interferences he's drawn, he was talking yesterday about the art of drawing those pass interference calls.
I get a lot because I know if you don't grab me, I'm definitely going to catch it. That's the thing. So, but I definitely want to make the catch most of the time. Every time I get a P, I'm trying to make a catch. On that play, I'm not really sure because I just ran my route. I ain't really push off on the guy, but, they made the call. That's their opinion, so you just keep rocking with it. It's not really an art. I feel like when you're more calm, because that's kind of what I am. When I'm more calm, when the ball is coming, they're panicking. It makes it kind of look like, you see what I mean, that that's kind of overtrying, but I guess that's the key, to stay calm. It's something I definitely learned, in high school, no matter, if it's a game, practice, if it's a ball coming and it's super high and you see the DB running, you can just chill for a little bit and try to make the late hands catch, and it's going to make it look like he's overtrying.
So Pickens says that calm demeanor sometimes we see where we're like, is he locked in here? He says that's an intentional thing, that it's a calm demeanor, that the defensive back looks more over-aggressive and draws more penalties.
Does that change your mind about that first attempt?
No, it does not. He still needs to attack the football.
RJ has found the next Deion Sanders in college football. The College Football Kegger Final Hour Thursday edition is next.
After we get you over to...
Has low fee products? I gotta remember that.
Well, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, of course you have. It's the Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, your name. No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
Lightning Studios, this is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
I'd like to know where Lou Holtz is right now.
Oh, I win. Google me.
We're not hosting an intergalactic kegger down here.
Let me tell you something, Dabo Sweeney.
Let me tell you something. Who is that, Peyton? Let me tell you something.
Ooh, Clint Eastwood.
I don't think I know that reference. Let me tell you something.
He makes the face while saying it. Let me tell you something.
I don't know. I don't
Famous late night character.
Looks like Captain Hook.
Well,
don't know it.
I'm thinking Jim Carrey from In Living Color.
Yep.
Oh,
Fire Marshal Bill.
That was my second guess.
Fire Marshal Bill. Yeah, no, that was. We had that happen last year, where there was like somebody dressed like Fire Marshal Bill, and y'all were talking about it. And I was like, I don't know who that character is.
Oh,
Never
baby. All right, so Dabo, keep your mean hooks off. He is leveraging the Virginia Tech job to threaten Clemson. Virginia Tech has an open job, and there are reports coming out of the Clemson, Spartan, Greenville, Spartanburg, Clemson area that he may be threatening with jumping to Virginia Tech, and that's why he said if they don't like it, hey, let me go. I'll go coach somewhere else, and I'll win. And I have no idea what the Virginia Tech money is like, but this does check in terms of what he was saying.
Yeah.
It's not too far away. It's you're kind of recruiting the same kids, and it's a program that, has been good under one guy, essentially.
Because my team just got their coach fired. Vanderbilt.
Yes.
Responsible for the Hokie firing. I do have the next head coaches in Vegas that will take over the Hokies and the Bruins. Deshaun Foster, all-time great, pour one out, all-time great press conference. He gone too with your boy Nico.
Yeah, Nico's going to jump in the portal now because he's able to. He's eligible to jump in the portal after the coach got fired.
There's one big name that's the favorite for both.
Well,
and he's never been a college head coach.
Never been
Mike McDaniel.
Nope. Bigger than that.
Never been
Rockstar Media member.
Rockstar Media member.
John Gruden.
He hates the tush push. Good job, Peyton Russell.
Oh.
John Gruden, Virginia Tech and UCLA favorite. The rest at Virginia Tech, Shane Beamer, Justin Wilcox. UCLA, John Gruden, Dion.
Dan Mullen.
Kenny Dillingham, and Justin Wilcox.
So, here's the thing with UCLA. Gary Danielson actually brought up that Gruden would be perfect for that if he really wants to get back into coaching. Dan Mullen is another name. He's at UNLV. He was at Florida. I think Florida would like to have him back right now. But he's doing really nice things at UNLV. I just don't know how good of a job UCLA is. They don't have an indoor practice facility that's a full-length football field. This is a major college. They've got half a field.
What?
They have like a 50-yard practice facility, indoor. How are you a major college?
Make it take it. They're just playing half court.
Wow.
Right. They're playing half court.
That's crazy.
There is one name that you did not mention that should be the front runner for the Virginia Tech job, and that is Michael Vick, Kyler Murray's favorite football player.
What a dumbass move Kyler pulled. Good gosh, what a dumb move.
They're eating the dogs.
Kyler Murray poses in a Vic jersey with a couple of dogs.
Pit bulls.
I'll be Colin Cowherd here for a second. Was it a couple pit bulls? Yeah. I'll be Colin Cowherd because he'll go off on this. Quarterback judgment. I got to question your brain and your intelligence if you do something that's stupid. I gotta wonder what else you're doing in your football day to day if your judgment level is there to pose with a Vic jersey with the two pits. Kyler Murray has, I think, come out and addressed it and apologized.
He has. Because when I first saw it, I was like, all right, how old was he? Like, is there a chance he has no idea? Like, he doesn't understand the gravity of it.
There's zero chance.
No, he knows about it, but like, if he didn't live it, do you know the gravity of it?
Yeah, he should know the gravity of that.
I
would assume.
I'm not saying he shouldn't. I was wondering.
Kyler is 28.
And that happened in 2006.
I mean, it was a story when he was with the Eagles in 2009.
Yes.
So, I mean, 15 years ago, he would have been 13.
13.
Yeah.
Yeah. 15 years ago, and then earlier on, he would have been 10.
You're the best defense attorney I've ever met in radio.
Well, look,
your brain automatically.
He's the most willing. I don't know that he's the best.
His brain automatically goes, "How do I get him out? How do I do this? How do I escape?"
Absolutely.
It's good.
Yeah, because
my boys have picked it up.
My son's 12. He would have no idea the gravity of this.
But I also don't think he would go anybody who would think I'm going to pose with these pit bulls in a Vic jersey knows the gravity of it, I would assume.
But that is your front runner for Virginia Tech. It should be at least.
Vic. They just got stomped by Rutgers 60-10.
Yeah,
he's at
based on
State.
What? Why is he qualified?
And I think Dabo, by the way, would be awful at Virginia Tech. That he is not going to have the same success recruiting the way he does it now that he would at Clemson.
I agree.
Why is Mike Vick qualified?
He's a coach.
For a game? For 2 weeks?
Yeah, a couple weeks. Yep, 3 weeks in. 3 weeks in.
He's going after big names now?
No, because your number one issue at Virginia Tech is going to be money. You need to be able to raise money. Michael Vick raises money. He is a name. He is a legend at that place.
Mm-hmm.
He would. There is no doubt he, more than Shane Beamer, more than anybody else, maybe not more than John Gruden, but nobody would energize the fan base.
Yeah.
More than Michael Vick.
Yeah. My original Manziel college football watching experience, living through and covering the Manziel mania and craze, was Mike Vick at Virginia Tech. That was my Allen Iverson Georgetown. What the hell am I watching? This is freaking electricity. Yeah. Loved it.
Yeah, and look, the qualifications, look, I can't argue that. He's coached a handful of games, right? And they haven't been great or good or even passable. But this is an NIL era, and it's about money.
Would you, obviously he went to prison and everything else, but 4-time Pro Bowler, did what he did, got into the postseason with Philly, had the bounce back. Would you say he was a successful number one pick as a player? Yeah.
Yes.
I think I would too.
Who was more successful?
Successful is a very comfortable word that made me say yes. Successful.
Him or Cam?
Cam made a Super Bowl and won an MVP.
Ooh.
Right, but he had a negative EPA, I think, in every other year.
Both had their throwing questions.
EPA
different types
EPA.
of runner. That's a really good question.
I think Vic.
I think I'd take Cam.
I think I need to think about it, and we continue with the kegger.
Florida Gators backup quarterback is sitting there favoriting pictures of DJ Lagway working as a McDonald's worker.
Dude.
How does that, on what, Instagram?
Yes.
Okay, I was gonna say you got to be. Twitter hides that for you now. You got to go find the meme on Twitter and like it there. Get your likes out there.
Didn't Florida have the spitter?
Yes, they
Week
did.
1?
They did. Week 1, they had the. Oh no, Week 2 it was against South Florida. They had the spitter.
So this quarterback is liking what?
He's the backup
to DJ Lagway.
To DJ Lagway. So he is liking pictures of the starting quarterback working at McDonald's that are superimposed. I mean, this is wild.
Who's more dud? Is it Billy Napier?
Billy
Napier or Mike McDonald?
Okay. McDaniel.
McDaniel, I'm sorry.
No, that's Michael
No,
McDonald.
I'm thinking of McDonald's.
Mike McDaniel's third.
Yeah. They're both done. They're both done.
Both Florida guys.
McDaniel gets fired before Napier.
Yeah.
What do you do if you're the starter? You walk back into the locker room the next day. What do you do with the backup? Forget about the coach. Be the starter. We'll walk in with with a Happy Meal.
Give him a drop an order at McDonald's and just be like, hey, I picked you something up.
Yeah.
And
Or just bring him a gift card because you got an NIL deal and he doesn't. Just bring Just bring his,
Is that his NIL deal?
No, I don't think so.
And then tell him, remember, you're backing up the McDonald's worker.
Yeah, how about you? You're Burger King. Well, we're going to
You're in and out.
Yeah, you're working at Burger King. It is the College Kegger here on 105 to the Fan. Jordan Hudson, another story about her.
Oh, man.
So she was supposed to be on this season of Dancing with the Stars.
Man.
And according to the Daily Mail, they were pushing for it for some time. The producers knew they struck gold with her. But she mentioned she wasn't interested in doing certain interviews, and she wanted to control the loads. She wanted to pick her dance partner. She wants to control when to go to practice. She could attend games with Bill, so she wanted to be able to do that. She didn't like the direction that they wanted to take her story with. So she made all these requests and demands, and they were both basically like, yeah, we're done here.
Yeah.
She is.
Every
I've officially
story
come down on she's crazy.
Yeah.
That's what I like. She's nuts.
Well,
She thinks she can just control literally everything around her.
Well, I was about to say every story with her has the C word in it, and that is control. Every single story has to do with control.
So a former dancer on the show who's now a judge says this season is an S show.
All the overnight dancers.
He said they chose a few stars, and I use that term loosely.
Oh, what's his name? That guy, that judge you're talking
Derek
about?
Huff?
Kristen would leave me in an instant for Derek Huff.
A judge?
He was a dancer on the show for a long time. Now he's one of the judges.
So the other night, Rangers were getting blown out or whatever. I decided to go into the room early, and I want to watch a show with Amanda. And she's like, I really want to watch Dancing with the Stars. And I was like, what? Why? I was like, we don't watch this show. It has to be bum on top of bum for the 34th year or whatever it is. And she said, well, I want to watch it because of Alec Baldwin's wife, who's apparently a control freak from that.
Hilaria?
I have no idea. She got 8 kids. And then the other is this other girl who has a Netflix series. She's part of 3 Hot Sisters. And she was dating some athlete, and she's on Ozempic and has an eating disorder. But she wanted to watch for those two. And I'm sitting here quiet, for 40 minutes with Dancing with the Stars on TV. I would have been by far the most interested if Jordan Hudson was on there. So maybe people are saying they should have relented to the North Carolina schedule to have her on there. I get you don't want to answer. You're not. That's not that type of show anyway to be asking about drama, right?
I don't know. But
they got to. I think they have to do as part of the thing. They got to do press stuff. So they've got to do press junkets and things that they've got to be. So I guess she's just saying if we're doing those, I'm not answering questions.
Yeah, because the interview within the show, it's all soft.
Yeah.
It's all cookie cutter, whatever.
It's about what's your cohesion with your dance partner.
Yeah. So if she got paranoid and unhappy with the in-show interviews, then she's really crazy. But Bobby's probably right. I would have tuned in for an episode though. I wouldn't have tuned in. I would have gone in the bedroom, sat down, and not have been as unhappy that Amanda had it on if Jordan Hudson was there.
I had no idea this show was still on.
Carlton's hosting it.
It's not unusual.
That Carlton?
Yep.
The only Carlton. What other Carlton is there?
Carlton Davis, cornerback, Tampa Bay Buccaneers.
Carlton Fisk?
Yeah.
Carlton Fisk.
Yeah. Not unusual, Carlton.
Not unusual.
There's that show. I mean, I knew this was still on. I think, did you know, maybe it ended last year. I don't think it did. Did you know Grey's Anatomy was still on as of 6 months ago? It's been 22 years.
Will she and Bill last? How long? Because I told you Travis and Taylor was real. She's a very genuine human being. I judge her from the podcast, so I was right on that. This Pam and Liam Neeson thing really tore me up that it's apparently fake. I hate both of them now, and I did not want to hate both of them. Will this last? Who I both hate.
No, it won't last because I'm just trying to calculate.
Will he marry her?
Oh, yeah, probably. I mean, he lets her do everything else. So
He didn't marry the last one. They were together for 20 years.
The last one didn't run a schedule like this. He has given over his entire life. I cannot wait to hear the first instance of Bill losing a recruit over her. It'll happen. Something's going to happen. We're going to hear about him losing some recruit because, he was put off by Jordan Hudson sitting there and saying something.
The College Football Kegger with Ralph James Choppy here with the Thursday edition of Sean, RJ, and Roberto. We got Peyton and Aiden in the back. You on the Fan Cam, Twitch, and YouTube. Mr. Chicago tells us where Bobby needs to go for the road trip this weekend, and he breaks down the Bears like nobody else. Tommy Yarish, DallasCowboys.com after this.
to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel. Oh, is that your name?
Jay right here on 105.3, the fan segment here brought to you by Cars for Kids. Donate today, carsforkids.org. And also brought to you by the personal injury lawyers, Frankel and Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214-4817-333-3333. With Frankel and Frankel, there is never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car wreck attorneys in Dallas.
Let's bring in Tommy Yarsh, DallasCowboys.com, brought to you by the WinStar World Casino and Resort. Proud to be the casino of the Dallas Cowboys. Please game responsibly, but we are making him your Chicago tour guide because that is where Tommy is from. So, Tommy, make the list. Top 3 things for Bobby Belt as our Cowboys insider traveling to the Windy City, the maybe not windy, but rainy city, Bob?
Yeah, it's going to be rainy and it's going to be, I would assume it's going to be windy too. But yeah, we got rain Saturday when we're landing, and then we've got rain on Sunday. Not the stronger rain chance is going to be Saturday, but Sunday it's supposed to be 40% chance.
What's he got to do, Tommy? Top 3 things.
Well, the number one thing is to show up on Saturday with us. We're going to go get some Lou Malnati's pizza after the guys get there. That's the best deep dish pizza spot in the city. I don't care what anybody else says. Any other opinion is incorrect.
All right, let me stop you right there. There's
no arguments. I'm
not arguing with you. I'm asking, when it comes to like people like you, they usually don't give like the chain name out for something like this. So you are aware of that, right? And you still stand by. You've had all the ones. I was texting you the other day about another place. This is one of those chain tourist type places people would go, correct?
This is what I grew up on. I don't know as much about how much of a tourist place it is. I think, Chicago's got good options everywhere. Like they've got, the Geno's East and the Giordano's and things like that. Everybody just kind of has their preference. But I think Lou Malnati's is by far the best because, if you don't like the fact that deep dish has too much bread or something like that, I think they've got, the least amount of it, and the way that they construct it with, real tomatoes on the top of it and along with sauce, I think it's just a really good blend of everything.
What are you ordering on it, and how many pieces can you eat?
I'm always pepperoni
Yes.
guy, and then I could probably knock out 3 or 4.
3 or 4?
Yeah.
No way you could eat 4.
Well, here's the thing. When I go to eat Lou Malnati's nowadays, because I don't get to have it as much.
Yeah.
I kind of make sure that I'm really hungry by the time the food comes around, so that I'm able to eat as much as I can, enjoy as much as I can. So that's certainly going to be the plan for Saturday.
Now, Bobby, have you had deep dish?
Yeah, so the only place I've ever had deep dish before was because I knew somebody who's from Chicago, and they always said that BJ's Brew House had the best in Texas that you could get. And I'd had it there. That's the only place I'd ever had it, and I was not a fan of it.
Not the BJ's.
We're going to change your life. We're going to change your life, Bobby.
I hope so. Look, I'm open to it. It did strike me as what you just said, which is it's a lot of bread. It feels like 90% bread.
Yeah, the Pizza Hut deep dish I always thought was...
Yeah, that's not the case at Lou Malnati's. They do a good job of limiting that.
Okay, what else does he have to do or go see?
Well, the good thing is on our walk from the hotel to Lou Malnati's, you'll get to see really just a lot of the city. It's so much fun to walk around there. It's such a walkable city, and you get to see the river, the Chicago River. That's really cool. I think that's a must-see thing. And then, if we have time, it kind of depends on, what Sunday morning looks like. But Millennium Park and the museums that they've got just a couple of blocks away from where we're staying, Buckingham Fountain, really cool bunch of spots. I'm not a big museum guy, but every time that I've gone to ones in Chicago, I've really enjoyed it, to be honest with you. And the planetarium too is probably my favorite. Space is a pretty cool one for me, so I always enjoyed going there when I was younger, and still would enjoy going there.
Why a bean, Tommy? Like what is Chicago? Why is Chicago associated with beans or a bean?
That one, you stumped me on that one. I mean, I lived there for 13 years and I still don't get it.
Okay.
And people are just so obsessed with it. And hey, we have to go to the bean. And no, you don't. You really don't. I mean, if you want to see it one time, great. But once you've seen it once, I mean, you kind of got everything you need. So. Yep. That's just my take on it, but Bobby, if you want to go see the bean, we can go see the bean.
I'm down to let you be my Ferris Bueller for the day and show me around the area.
Wriggleyville.
Tommy Yaris, DallasCowboys.com on the D&M Leasing Hotline. So let's preview both sides and how the Cowboys match up. Let's start off with the Chicago offense because Bobby is terrified of Rome Odunze destroying the Dallas secondary.
Yeah, Rome Odunze is a really, really good player, and I think he is really stepping into his own. And the fact that he and Caleb Williams kind of came in at the same time and have had the chance to form a connection is really going to change things for the Chicago offense. When Caleb got drafted, it was all right. It's going to be the DJ Moore show. This is going to be a really good connection. He's got a veteran receiver, but he really has connected more, I think, with Odunze. And Odunze's a heck of a player. You turn on his tape at Washington and with Michael Penix and the array of talented receivers that they had, Jalen McMillan, Jalen Polk, he was the best of the bunch, and he was well deserving of that number 9 pick. And so far, so good. This second season, the Bears were really high on him coming out of training camp, and it's worked out so far. He's already got 3 receiving touchdowns this year. He's a guy that has a long route tree, an expanded route tree, and he can beat you after the catch. He can beat you at the high point. He's got a great build. So this is a really good player, and it's going to be a challenge for Dallas' secondary, especially when Caleb Williams gets outside of the pocket. The way that he's able to contort his body and kind of adjust and arm angles all at the same time to push the ball downfield is not a lot of quarterbacks can make some of the throws that he can make, but at the same time, sometimes he kind of kicks himself on those throws too and makes some poor decisions. So if that's the case, Dallas has to capitalize on those.
How about the rest of their offensive weapons and the state of their offensive line, which was awful last year?
Well, they want to be a strong team in 12 personnel in terms of Cole Kmet and the number 10 overall pick, Colston Loveland. Ben Johnson's been adamant about, we want to be the best 12 personnel team in the league. So far, they have not been that. I don't think they've used Loveland as much as I thought they would. So that's going to be something to keep an eye on. And then DJ Moore, still a very, very good player. He and Odunze, I think, complement each other really well when the offense is clicking. It has been clicking at times. It hasn't been consistent. I think Caleb Williams is still, I kind of look at this for Caleb as his rookie season, really, because there was so much dysfunction and confusion and all kinds of things going on last year where you didn't really feel like he took the time to develop, whereas this year you're seeing him get better at progressing through his reads and not panicking too early. Sometimes he still does, but that's, a young quarterback thing to keep an eye on. And I think he's doing a better job of that. And then on the offensive line, they are much better than they are last year in terms of the fact that they're not going to give up 68 sacks this year, more than likely. Where their weakest at is their tackles. I think, especially at left tackle, Braxton Jones has already given up 2 sacks and 12 quarterback pressures. He's really struggled, and the Bears drafted Ozzie Trapillo in the second round, and a lot of people thought, okay, this is the guy who's going to take over, but he hasn't yet, which is kind of surprising and maybe a little bit worrisome for Chicago. And then on the other side, Darnell Wright, much better in run blocking than he is in pass protection, and he and Jonah Jackson on that right side of the offensive line have really struggled to protect. So Joe Thuney, Drew Dahlman, they've been really solid, and that's why they paid him a ton of money in free agency to come to Chicago, and they traded for Thuney. And so, Dallas is going to have a chance here along the edges to really generate some pass rush.
Tommy Yaris, D&M Leasing Hotline, DallasCowboys.com, previewing the Bears. Which defense is better?
Dallas is. I think they are.
Wow.
They are much healthier. You look at the injury report from yesterday, and half of Chicago's starting defense is on there as DNP. TJ Edwards didn't practice. Kyler Gordon didn't practice. Grady Jarrett didn't practice. Jalen Johnson's not going to play. So, there's guys at all 3 levels there on the defense that haven't practiced. And, that means that a lot of guys are going to have to step up. Nashawn Wright is probably going to be starting at corner or taking a lot of snaps at corner. I know Cowboys fans are familiar with him from his time here. Tyreek Stevenson is on the other side. He is up and down, really. He can make some great plays, but sometimes he can celebrate too early and give up a Hail Mary too. And then I really like their linebacker core when they're healthy is really good. They lost Jack Sanborn, which I think was big for that room, but Tremaine Edmonds is kind of a rare player. Just his ability, his combination of size and athleticism, I think he's a really good player. And then Montez Sweat, can he kind of get back to his form on the defensive end position and generate some pass rush? They've really struggled to do that. I don't think they sacked Jared Goff at all last week, and he just threw the ball all over the yard on him. So this is going to be an opportunity for Dallas, kind of similar to last week, to really run up the scoreboard and score some points.
Tommy, what amount of involvement do you expect, or if there will be any involvement for Jadeveon Clowney this week?
I think there will be some involvement. I don't know if he's going to get 40 snaps, but I think this is a guy who, when you get to a certain point in your career and you play on the defensive line, it's kind of like what Kenny Clark was telling us after they traded for him a couple of days before they went to Philadelphia. Just put the ball down and I can go to work. And I think that's going to be the case for Clowney. I don't think he's going to see a huge workload. I would guesstimate somewhere between 20 and 30 snaps on defense, unless he's just feeling really good and is in shape and ready to go. But I think you'll see him in some capacity.
Now, Tommy, you told us a few minutes ago you were not a guy who frequented the art museums, right?
I've been there, but it's not necessarily the first thing that I would like when I go to Chicago. I'm like, oh, we have to go to the art museum.
All right, I want Sean and RJ to make a ruling on the fan cam right now. Is we're gonna have Aiden put up an old photo of Tommy Yarsh that I just saw on Google, and I want you to tell me if this looks like a guy who didn't go to art museums.
Oh, Tommy!
Oh, no.
Oh my!
What is that?
Bobby.
Check your phone, Tommy.
Oh my gosh,
Bobby!
That looks professionally done.
Look at him, man. He looks like he could be like the lead singer of a hipster band.
Look
man.
at that hair.
Yeah, you do look like the
Matty Healy, 1975.
You do look like you were in The Cure.
So Bobby's no longer invited to dinner on Saturday.
Yeah, make him go to Pequod's.
Actually, I'm going to throw him in the river. That's what I'm going to do.
This is amazing.
That's a great photo.
Yeah,
I don't even know how you found that.
You're definitely an art school trip.
What
Google?
was this for?
Okay, I got to make
What was this for?
I was at my cousin's wedding, and I thought I was so cool, and I really wasn't, and still am not.
You're cool.
I think this was the photo that I look back and realized, man, I got to cut my hair because it was bad. It was really bad.
Oh
so,
my gosh! I'm gonna make this my profile page.
We've come a long way. Please don't. We've come a long way from that. I'll say that.
Tommy Yarsh with a fantastic. The fan cam numbers are just jumping through the roof to get a view of old Thomas here. Great preview. I'm looking forward to the Bobby revenge that you get on him. Thank you and have a good trip.
All right, thank you guys. Appreciate it.
Wow.
That's a great.
That is sitting
where did you find that?
Google. It was his profile picture for. I guess he used to blog about the Longhorns at the Old Coach, and that was just the profile picture they used.
Tommy Yarsh, DallasCowboys.com, brought to you by the WinStar World Casino and Resort, proud to be the casino of the Dallas Cowboys. Please game responsibly. Is Kevin Hagelin officially ending it for the Rangers? Crosstalk is next. But first, let me go ahead.
My name's Jen. Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut, but that's hair on your head. I'm not saying this is your hair. Okay, freaked me out.
Lady.
Pepper Lady. Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Razor Blades.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens.
Pre-Curb?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens. I just said that.
This is Spice Girls.
Doesn't sound right.
Is it Saffron Squad?
Chevrolet. If you're in the market to upgrade your vehicle, get to Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine today. The back-to-back #1 Chevy dealership in the world. More new Chevys than anyone else, all priced to sell. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, enjoy the difference. Based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023 and 2024.
Here's the 2-1. And that pitch hit high and deep to left. It's out of here. Wow. What a shot. Over the Crawford boxes goes Jose Altuve with his 26th home run of the season, and he has put Houston back out in front here at 4-2.
Does Peyton pick these return cuts?
Yep.
You stupid jerk.
No, you're stupid.
Ooh.
Because this song is Victorious, and he played it under the highlight of the Rangers doing not that.
Yeah, Corey.
Don't give him that much credit.
And Bobby been going back and forth over songs in the commercial break.
Bands, not songs.
Good
Bands and
band name,
songs.
bad band name.
Yeah.
What were some of the debates?
We're talking about Cream, Oasis,
good band name.
Blind Melon. Just were they good band names or bad band names?
Led Zeppelin, good band name, bad name.
Good band name.
Good band name.
Oh, you're just judging the name.
Leonard Skinner.
If it just fits them or those
name.
sort of things.
It's a good band name, especially when you get the backstory.
Yeah.
Bee costume.
I don't know.
You don't know that Blind Melon video?
No.
I bet if you saw it, you'd be like, oh, yeah, it looks like a commercial for like allergy medicine or something.
Kevin, waiting for the official announcement.
Coming up here at 10 o'clock will be the official.
No,
You can do it at 10.
I'll tell you
That's
now. It's not only the combination of that loss and getting swept, but also that stupid fluky Red Sox win from last night, and I think they're done. So
I do have
It makes me so sad.
sportsbetting.ag did send me their updated odds to make the wild card. Give me the percentage.
To make the wild card for the Rangers?
Yeah.
3%.
7%.
7.7. Nice job, Kevin.
Luca.
Plus 1,200.
Yeah.
Plus 1,200.
Plus 1,200.
That seems low. You think it would be like, or high, I should say. You think it would be more like 25-1.
Yes.
Not 12-1.
Yes.
Dude, yesterday, though, there's as much as I know it's over. When Boach said,
And it never really began.
I've been down 3 with 3 to go and still won the division yesterday, it gave me chills.
Point.
It gave me chills.
See, and the issue was, again, I go back to not only the loss, but that stupid Boston win, because you would have been at 3.5, I think, in the wild card then, and at least I could wrap my head around it. But now I'm like, okay, so you have to go 9-0.
9-0.
And then you would need
3-6.
Yeah, or at least multiple teams to play 500 to get in position for that. And I'm like, golly, that feels tough.
So I wonder if multiple play 5. I think you need a bunch. You need like 2 to crater.
Well, yeah, what you definitely want is Seattle to just wipe out Houston in their. Well, I guess Houston.
The other way around.
Yeah, I guess Houston's overtaken them. So you want them
Houston
to wipe out Seattle. Yeah. But you don't want like a 2-1 series. You want that thing to be a sweep,
Needs to be sweep.
Specifically with Houston. But either way, so you can pick up ground.
Corey just punched something.
That was a very hard punch on a hard surface.
Guys, my question to y'all for this crosstalk was not going to be, are you embarrassed? My question to y'all for this crosstalk was, how do you fill time whenever you have a plan and then that plan cancels and now you have an extra hour or 2 of your life back? And I was supposed to take Lucy to therapy. Adrian said, hey, her therapy person is out. You don't have to today. And now she just texted and said, nope, never mind. They found somebody to fill in, so now I have to take Lucy to therapy.
Yeah, I was like, why are you angry?
Extra hour of my life.
Yeah, why are you angry that it got canceled?
Because I was
angry
happy.
it's back.
Yeah, that it's back.
Yeah.
But like the theory of what you're going to do with that time is 100 times more impressive than what you actually do with that time.
But here's the thing:
right?
is that initially that time was gone. I didn't think anything of it, and that I wouldn't have even thought of like, oh yeah, that's just something that's scheduled in my day. Once it freed up, and then you take it away.
Yeah,
that's what's
like your schedule.
I was probably for that hour, I was probably gonna, I don't know, watch more pregame for a football game.
IPN or whatever.
Yeah.
VPN.
Oh, VPN. Yeah.
This is my September.
You have a schedule like that?
What are the yellows?
What?
This is my October.
Look at this. Show this to the guys.
What do the yellows represent?
I want to know what the reds represent.
Yellow is let's see.
You do, how long have you been doing that?
This is just the kid schedule.
Oh gosh,
I do this for the kids.
You make that for the kids?
Yeah,
dude. Wow. I know I need to put Ollie like in karate or soccer, but like when RJ texts that he's watching every game from a baseball practice, 7:15 at a school, I'm just like, man, I might have to just like rob him of Little League experience. I can't think about doing this.
Yeah.
This schedule.
Last night,
basketball, volleyball, indoor, AC.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, my
Climate
God.
controlled.
Last night, they had this thing. It's like a, whatever, they call it their college prep kind of classes, right?
For what
Julian.
kid? Julian.
Well, yeah. So 7th grade. It's called Avid. It's just like it's basically college, right?
Yeah.
So I had to go to this Avid signing last night. They had to sign it. And I'm just sitting there, and they gave us notepads. I'm doing tic-tac-toe with them. We're just playing, And they hand us a piece of paper. They handed me a sheet of paper, and they said, all right, now you got to fill this out. I'm like, fill what out? I was like, can you repeat everything you just said for the last 20 minutes? I got to be honest, I wasn't paying attention at all. And I had to do classwork. And I was like, I don't know what I'm doing.
Yeah.
I was like, I haven't done classwork in 30 years.
Even homework, I got anxiety yesterday that his teacher sent him home with like 15 to 20 minutes a night. You're to read this book. And I'm like, I have to read like 15, 20. My whole life is just reading.
What's your sense for what kind of like a student he's going to be? Is he like really gung ho about learning and like doing stuff like that, or is he just like
reading
hate it?
and books? Okay. But he used to dislike school. He loves this school, so I don't know. He's really soft, so I don't know if a bad grade shuts him down or is he going to be competitive. I'm optimistic. I'm optimistic right now.
Is your wife soft?
No.
Then how do you? You're hard ass too. All right, come on.
I can be a hard ass, but I'm very sensitive. I react quickly.
Okay.
I know I have thin skin if it comes like being insulted.
Okay.
So I'm very self-aware that I am a sensitive individual. No doubt about it.
This came up yesterday.
I think kind of like you.
I could be that way.
Like you can be, we want, revenge, retribution.
This came up.
I do like that.
This came up yesterday with Kristen and I. Were talking about the kids and stuff like that, and like what kind of students they were, what they excelled at, or other things like that. And we realized we really did a lot of these things that they were good at or had success with in school or had struggles with in school as they got older. Like we really did feel like we kind of spotted some of that happening, like when they were 4. Like, this is going to be like, it is odd how many things you can kind of, I think, predict with your kid when they're that young of just like, oh no, this is going to be, we're going to have to stay on top of them with this. Like you can just kind of see where they're already heading.
Yeah, teachers love Carter, but he's a chatterbox. And they've said that since day 1 of preschool.
Kristen was saying, Jacob recently told her, she had no idea. One of the teachers that he was really close with in high school found out he had a flag on his name. And it's like, the heck's that for? She's like, what was that? And she's like, well, apparently there's just some flag she put down for the school that said, like, I had potential, but everybody's going to have to really stay on top of me. Otherwise, I wasn't going to do what I was supposed to do. It's like, that sounds like
you.
you.
Flagged?
It was like basically just like it's like an internal note that they had basically of like, hey, he's one who you need to stay on top of.
They meant they were more patriotic.
Okay, I actually thought the opposite. That story turned out way better than I was worried about.
What's coming up on the show besides, whatever's at 10?
Just
Guys,
a whole lot of wrestling
at
talk, man.
at noon today, Michael Chiklis will join the show from The Shield and the Commish and the Fantastic Four.
They also
we'll talk
played
with him.
Curly on a remake of
He was also
Three Stooges.
Mr. Pocatello.
Yep,
in
there you
Seinfeld.
go. It's clobbering time. So we'll have him at noon, and then at 1 o'clock, Sean Merriman will join the show.
Oh, not the Matrix. Go ahead, do it.
Lights out.
Lights out. Has
What
anyone?
was that thing? Was it a jackhammer or something?
Please say
It was
yes.
a big needle.
I'm counting on you.
Oh,
Have you followed the Kimmel story?
yes.
What are your thoughts?
I'm really curious to see what indefinitely ends up being, because if it's like through the end of the week, it just kind of feels like hey, everyone will shut up and maybe we can power through with our merger if we just do this. But I mean,
let's play the comment real quick. I need
because he was saying factually inaccurate things.
This is Jimmy Kimmel, what he's in hot water for the other night on his show.
We hit some new lows over the weekend with the MAGA gang desperately trying to characterize this kid who murdered Charlie Kirk as anything other than one of them and doing everything they can to score political points from it. In between the finger pointing, there was grieving. On Friday, the White House flew the flags at half staff, which got some criticism. But on a human level, you can see how hard the president is taking this.
My condolences on the loss of your friend Charlie Kirk. May I ask, sir, personally, how are you holding up over the last day and a half, sir?
I think very good. And by the way, right there, you see all the trucks? They've just started construction of the new ballroom for the White House.
Oh, my God.
Which is something they've been trying to get, as you know, for about 150 years. And it's going to be a beauty.
Yes. He's at the fourth stage of grief, construction. Demolition.
That's funny.
Construction. This is not how an adult grieves the murder of someone he called a friend. This is how a 4-year-old mourns a goldfish, okay?
Was the first part enough to get suspended?
I don't think so.
What did you hear in that clip, Corey? Because there's two different interpretations.
I heard him say, "Hey, they're saying it's one of them, and they're trying to defend it's not." He was accusing that. That's what I heard. I didn't hear the other side of it,
Which is untrue.
And this is the line that the Daily Show walks so delicately well, where they can do this and they keep their accuracies because they are considered a news. As much as they are funny, they're considered a news outlet, and that's on purpose. In entertainment, I don't know how much accuracy and truthiness is important.
And that's always a line that I'm fascinated by is people like Jimmy Kimmel and Jon Stewart, who I love Jon Stewart, is they will try to stand up and be the voice and say, listen to how important the thing I have to say is. But then when they don't like some of the backlash, they're like, me? I'm a comedian. What are you talking about? I personally wouldn't have suspended him. I don't like either side trying to score political points and breathlessly waiting to see what ideology the shooter was so they can be like, in your face! And so that part I think is really stupid, and I think the beginning thing of what he said was dumb and inaccurate, but I'm not going to kick him off the air for that.
Are you worried about free speech?
No, just because, I mean, look, that's a thing that we go back to all the time. Free speech literally means that you won't be imprisoned or detained or anything like that. It's not free speech of consequences. I just personally don't think that rose to the level of you need to get suspended.
Specifically given some other things that he's said over the years. Like if there are other things he said over the years that you didn't think rose to the level of suspension, I don't know why that one, it was wrong, but I don't know why that one.
You think it's just like a lifetime achievement award? Or, honestly, honestly, I think it's just ABC is like, hey, we need to make sure that everybody in the White House is cool with us so we can push
we
through
need this
the merger.
NFL ESPN thing done just like Colbert with Skydance. Like they needed Skydance merger.
It might have been performative, but so many things in today's culture are performative.
We're back tomorrow with Brian Schottenheimer at 8:20, Babe Laufenberg at 9:20, and our two final Cowboy fan hang giveaways at 7:30 and 9:30. Basically, no reason not to listen to every second of the entire program. It's the KNC Masterpiece next on The Fan.
States has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, me, of course, it's the Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean, what's your name? No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen. Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut, but that's hair on your head. I'm not saying this is your hair. Okay.
by our D&M Leasing Studios. It's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan, where Bobby is always a wealth of information, and sometimes it's brand new information that goes against other information that I had heard. So we will try to get to the bottom of that. You got me, Kevin Hagelin. You got, Corey Majors. And the famous Alec Medford. Gentlemen, is there something else you want to talk about so I can delay talking about the Rangers?
Man, I really wish I was more prepared for this at the moment, because we've already discussed how I feel about my plans, and now I have to go back to the plans. I had a free hour of my life, Alec, that I was very excited to have back, and now, granted, I will say, before I was kind of excited about my plan while I was going to do that hour, because I take Lucy to therapy. I can drop her off or stick around. It's up to Lucy. Sometimes she says you can go. So I go to the grocery store and I walk around. I look at beers, all right? I enjoy looking at beer cans. I don't know why. I just think it's fun. Sometimes I grab some beers, all right? And then I'll grab some steaks or something like that. Maybe a little snack for Lucy, a sweet treat, if you will. And so now I'm actually excited to go back to the plans, because I can do all this stuff that I wasn't planning on doing tonight. For about 45 minutes, I was like, I won't do that. And now I'm back in it, so...
Alec?
Okay, are you the type of person, whenever you do get that random free time that you didn't expect, do you feel like you have to be productive with that hour, or are you like, I'm going to do absolutely nothing and enjoy being lazy?
That's Adrian.
Yeah.
Adrian is like, I must now fill this time with something productive. And I actually told her this the other day. Man, I don't know. Man, it is a surprise that she's still with me. The other day I was like, yeah, she said I needed to do something, and I was like, do I or do I not have to do this? And she was like, well, you don't have to. And I was like, of course, you're always trying to fill my empty schedule. And so, yeah, I'm the one that's like, hey, I'll go lay in the pool for an hour, for that extra hour, if that's the case.
You know Corey.
Yeah. Thank you very much, Boach. You do know Corey. That's a good use of that.
That is, man, that is
I think we're going to find a lot of good use of that.
Also, selfish question, and then I guess inevitably we have to talk about the Rangers. But just a reminder, Michael Chiklis at noon, Sean Merriman at 1 o'clock, and of course I already told you we have Corey and Alex. So it is a star-studded show. Tomorrow at Taco Bueno.
I love Taco. Oh, man, I love Taco Bueno.
But you control the shout-outs.
Mm-hmm.
So here's my question.
We can do shout-outs today.
My birthday is Sunday.
Yes, it is. So is my mom's.
Can I? Yes, there's a very bizarre lineage of like matching birthdays.
Long history here.
Our families. Can I celebrate my birthday at the Taco Bueno, or is that an inappropriately early shout out?
You can celebrate. I do think that anything that goes into the weekend can be celebrated on Shout Out Friday.
Okay.
I think that's part of it too. Because sometimes we used to do that with Are You Better also. If you would like us to bring Are You Better back, text in right now, 877-881-1053. We'll look into it. But we used to do that with Are You Better on Fridays. We'd say, hey, you know what? Let's get to one of these Saturdays. And then on Mondays, if we missed one from Sunday, we'd roll that in. So, Kevin, celebrate as much as you want at Taco Bueno for your birthday.
All right.
Number 26 is what I'm presuming this is.
That'd be confusing considering my older son's about to turn 21. 7940 North Central Expressway in Dallas. And from the 214, I get this. I know it's not Forgiveness Friday, but I would like to ask for forgiveness. I added Jacob deGrom to my Ultimate Rangers team lineup on this mobile game. Well, then I guess we should probably go ahead and just play cut number 2, because Corey asked Boach about the inordinate number of home runs that deGrom had given up, second most in his career, and we saw some of that last night.
Here's the 2-1, and that pitch hit high and deep to left. It's out of here. Wow, what a shot. Over the Crawford boxes goes Jose Altuve.
All right,
with his 26
Alec, can you cut that off, because that's making me sad. But seriously, can you play that first 5 seconds again? And just there's no doubt.
Here's the 2-1, and that pitch hit high and deep to left. It's out of here. Wow.
Yeah, it was a no-doubter. The Rangers lose. They get swept. I understand that mathematically The Rangers are still in it, but we went into this, and I feel like I have to be consistent. This doesn't mean that I stop loving the Rangers, and I'll stop watching and listening to the games right here on 105.3 The Fan, and I will hope. But we said the Rangers need to win this series. Not only did they not win the series, they got swept. And I go back to Boston also winning yesterday to really create an overwhelming gap in both the divisional race and the wild card race. And I hate to say this so much. I think last night was the last stand for the Texas Rangers.
Well, Kevin, I appreciate you having, being stronger for, approximately 1 month than I was, because I saw and I was like, all right, now I think this is weird because you said you hope.
Right.
But it sounds like you've given up hope. And so I'm confused.
I've not given up hope.
You've just given up.
See, there's two parts of my personality. I know I like to talk about math, but there's also once in a while other parts, and I'm like, shut up, math. It could still happen. And so that's where I'm at right now. Shut up, math.
Yeah, because
it could still happen.
Now you're in potential miracle.
Yeah.
And you actually do need a miracle here. This
does feel
This is
like
one of those things where you actually... I don't know if the Rangers have control of their own destiny right here. In the next 9 games, do they actually have control of their own destiny? No,
they do not.
I think there's too many other things that are involved for them to have control of that. And that's the worst place to be in. Because if you have control, then you can blame yourself for things. And the Rangers can go back and blame themselves for a lot of things this year. But if you have control, you can blame yourself and give yourself the credit. If you don't, then you're just kind of sitting there going, man, we're hoping that somebody else, and then you're blaming somebody else for not winning.
Yeah.
And that's not the good place.
See, exactly. And to control your own destiny, you would need to be in a situation where if you went 9-0, you were guaranteed to make the playoffs.
That's not the way it is.
Exactly. That is not the case whatsoever, whether that's because Cleveland has now creeped ahead of you or the gap that's been created with Houston and even Seattle. And I know they play each other, and I'm not ignoring these other teams' schedules, but you cannot, no matter how you slice it, say that the Texas Rangers control their own destiny. And unfortunately, I mean, you would have to probably at this point, we said 87, so you'd need to go 8-1. But even at this point, when you look at you're 4.5 behind in the wild card. So even 8-1, I don't think would cut it. You would need to go 9-0 and hope that multiple teams play sub 500 baseball. Now, is that possible mathematically? Absolutely it is. I'm just from a logic standpoint, I just don't think that it's going to happen.
I'm right there with you. And Alec, are you still holding on for hope? Are you giving it one more series? Are you giving it till the last second here?
I can't hold on at this point. I mean, I'm one of those people. I got to stand on business too. I joined you in waving the white flag like 2 or 3 weeks ago,
That's
so
right.
I kind of have to own that. So even through all the excitement of the last week, I was still like, well, I kind of said one thing. I gotta just kind of eat this.
Yeah.
So yeah, I think I'm back to white flag status.
Okay, so man, it
sucks.
stinks that our show, who loves the Rangers probably more than anybody in the world.
Yeah.
There's no radio show in DFW that loves the
I agree.
Rangers as much as us. And we've all gotten to this point. However, Kevin, one of the ways that you would think, man, I can get this back is all my stars come back. Marcus says, hey, guys, 9 games left. Let me fight through this. Corey says, hey, this appendectomy, I'll rip my abdomen in half to go back and try and get a World Series. Nate Evaldi says, I'll throw my shoulder off my body in order to get us back to this thing, guys. 9 games, let's win 9 in a row. I'm here for it, all right? That's one way that you would hope that it would happen. And quite honestly, last night, I know Adolis at the plate wasn't it.
Right.
Adolis in the outfield was freaking spectacular.
And
that was so much fun to see. Even though, he knows his body, he probably shouldn't have been doing that, but he was out there giving it his all. So, Kevin, there is still a way. There is still a way for it to happen.
Yes.
The dream is all those guys come back and they relive those glory days of 2023. That's the one dream. But, Kevin, there's got to be another path. Can these young players, this group of Rowdy Tellez also, Can they all bring this thing back to life for 9 more games?
And that's the thing that's a little bit complicated about this entire season, right? Because while we've all lamented some of the offensive struggles of somebody like Adolis Garcia, you just brought it up. Adolis Garcia defensively has had a significantly better year than he did last year, and he's played a lot closer to 2023. But then when we talked with Boach yesterday, he's right. You can look at the first 2 games of this series and be like, man, your defense really let you down. And this is a Texas Rangers team that defensively has been really, really good this year. So to see that falter at the point that you absolutely needed it the most, that is discouraging. I hear you about the Little Rascals and Rowdy Tellez, and I hope that is the case. And now my focus will turn to, and unfortunately you have to look at the other teams as well, but your focus turns to, hey, sweep the Marlins, and in between, hope.
Especially on Sunday, knock those Marlins down.
Yes,
I would
agree.
love to see on Sunday specifically the Marlins get their butt stomped.
Absolutely. I would love to see that. In the meantime, I would love to see the Yankees get wiped out by the Orioles, the Red Sox get wiped out by the Rays. I would love to see the Mariners get swept by the Astros. And I know that's counterintuitive, but unfortunately, because you got swept by the Astros, you have to turn into somebody who doesn't root for the Astros, never, but has to look at the scoreboard and say, I would accept if they came out on top in these 3 games, because that would better your shot at the playoffs. So if you need other series to watch this weekend to hold on to your hope, Mariners, Astros, Red Sox, Rays, Yankees, Orioles, probably the Guardians and Twins as well, though I know at least with the Guardians you end with a 3-game series against them. So yeah, I'm going to hope that Tyler Malley's back and he can rock and roll and we can squash the Marlins, but it's tough, man.
The good thing is,
tough.
Kevin, you've never lost 5 in a row this month. So, like that's a positive.
I mean, you hadn't lost 3 in a row this month either,
well,
let alone 4.
And here we are. So what do you do now? Do you just turn around and fold up, or, all right, it's time to go home? Or do you get out there and fight your asses off so that you can get back into the playoffs? That's what you do, ladies and gentlemen. You go fight. Hey, by the way, from the 682.
Okay, but hold on. Now, hold on. Does that mean we weren't fighting against the Astros? That feels like the epitome of when you needed to fight.
Well, this is when you're down the most, though, Kevin. Like
okay.
Now you've been swept by the Astros.
Okay.
So now you're in the gutter. You woke up. You're hungover. You're like, what happened last night? You're trying to figure things out, and you're like, there's only one option left. I got to resist everything that's in front of me and just go. And and say, Miami taking you down, all right? Godfather or be damned. You say Minnesota, who knows what goes on there? And then you say Cleveland. We saw that movie. It was actually, I was going to say stupid, but it was an awesome movie, Major League. It's really, by the way, did you know Coach Brown said that when he was on the phone getting recruited to be the coach, he was like, hold on, I got to talk to this guy about some white wall tires.
Yeah.
Did you see that Wesley Snipes' character pulls up to the complex with white wall tires on his car?
I did not.
I wonder if that was the case. From the 682, find out I can drive on more days than just July 4th, and now we might have Are You Better back? Oh my gosh, this is going to be a great week.
And then somebody said, put the fries in the bag, bro.
Put the fries in the bag.
No, you know what, Alec? I listened to this show. I'll say it's not over for the Rangers, but for them to get in the playoffs, it's going to be a long putt.
That's a long putt.
That's what we learned from Stephen Jones. That's what I'm going to go to. Seriously, I know we were...
And Jordan Spieth, a damn good long putter.
That is true.
So let's call him up.
Who's that player on our team right now? So I will just say this series, and I know we're trying to have fun as to not be overly sad, this series was so disappointing. Essentially, you have solidified the Astros playoff spot, potentially as the divisional winner, and overwhelmingly likely killed your own playoff hopes all in the same time by getting swept by the Astros. And I know it was defense multiple times last night. Jacob deGrom, he had the shot. He didn't do his job last night. He would be the first one to tell you that. And then the offense didn't give him much to work with either. It is a crushing 3-game series we just experienced.
Or, Kevin, you just ensured that 3 AL West teams are going to be in the playoffs.
I will accept that at this point. Absolutely. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, after 2 games, are you feeling more positive, more negative, or still pretty much the same about this Cowboys team? We'll do it next right here on The Fan.
segment of the KNC Masterpiece is brought to you by the personal injury lawyers Frankel & Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214 or 817-333-3333. With Frankel & Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel & Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
Giants got in the neutral zone. Free play, zips it into the end zone. Ball's caught by Turpin for a touchdown.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. I know it's only been 2 games, but it's been a fascinating 2 games for the Cowboys where they lost and people seem more upbeat as opposed to when they won, when people seemed more downtrodden. So I ask you this question.
Is it possible for us to get Are You Better in today? Is a question I ask you.
Oh.
Just maybe about a 5-minute Are You Better today.
Okay.
We can find a window.
Let's.
Sorry, go ahead and ask that other question. That sounds like an off-air discussion, Kevin.
I'm sure we can figure that out. All right. Are you feeling more positive, more negative, or still about the same as the doubt of?
I think
you got it.
I think I feel more.
Shut up, Alec.
This game didn't change my mind about what I felt after the Eagles game. I was very caught off guard by the Eagles game,
right?
Which I think the Eagles were too. Like, is that fair? Because they didn't. Shoddy played with the 7-iron all preseason in an attempt to sneak a win out of the first game. I think. I really do think that, and he can say, "No, you're wrong about that," or whatever. But I really do think that they were going to utilize that opportunity to surprise Philadelphia, and they did. The first half of that game was a surprise to everybody. So the game that I saw last Sunday was more like what I expected this team to look like.
Right.
I expected the Cowboys to utilize George Pickens and CeeDee Lamb in the passing game, and I didn't know what I was going to get out of the running game. I'm getting better out of the running game, but I just did not expect our defense to be that successful yet. Losing Deron Bland, definitely a problem there too. But Kevin, so I am kind of right there where I was. I'm still surprised they were as good as they were against Philadelphia. I'm surprised they were as bad as they were against New York. And I think they're somewhere in between and can get better. They can also get very, very worse.
You know, I'm glad that you used the defense as one of the examples, because that's where I think I'm back around to close to the same on the Cowboys, maybe a tiny bit more positive. But let's look at the defense. I wrote more positive, rushing defense. Less positive, defensive backs. All right, so the rushing defense. Right now, this one is tough because it's been 2 games. But you are giving up 16 fewer yards rushing per game, and that's great. But here's what I really wanted to focus on. You're giving up 4.1 yards per carry.
Okay.
Last year, I believe it was 4.8 yards per carry. Now you're talking about a position where you go from being one of the worst in the league to certainly the potential to be at least in the middle of the league. And if you would have told me going into the season, your rush defense is going to be adequate, I think I'd have been like, great, that sounds fantastic, which I know is a weird use of the word adequate, but in this case, I think it is accurate. So thus far, I feel more positive about the rushing defense. But if that's the case, then I have to admit I feel more negative about the defensive backs, because I remember one of my Cowboys questions was, is it possible that this cornerback thing might just be all right? And again, shooting for adequate here. It has not.
Yeah.
It has not.
Oh, I'm
look,
sorry,
I
dude.
feel like you knew that. You saw the games. But the third most yards given up through 2 games, Nick Harris brought it up. Kaiir Elam has given up the most passing yards by any individual defender thus far. And then you go back to this, and I know Jerry talked about it Tuesday with Sean and RJ. We're going to have Jerry Jones on with us at 10:30 tomorrow. We'll be live from Taco Bueno in Dallas off North Central Expressway. But Eberflus, he's running zone coverage, like 95, 96% of the time. The defense gave up 7 passing plays of 20 or more yards against the Giants. This is the same Giants team with the same personnel and everything that the week before against the Commanders looked like Well, I probably shouldn't say what I really want to say. They did not look good offensively. And then against us, they look like the next coming of the greatest show on turf. And so again, where does that get you? More negative about the passing defense, more positive about the rushing defense. That puts me back at pretty much where we started.
Yeah, that's exactly where I am right now.
All right, Alec, more positive about the Cowboys, more negative about the Cowboys, or pretty much about the same?
I'd say more positive in a slight manner. It's more of the same, but what gave me that ray of sunshine was how they handled the end of the game, because like you said, really all week, Kevin, is that it wasn't perfect. There were times that the offense sputtered. There was definitely times where the defense was not adequate, is the word we're going to use today. But there were moments, especially there at the end of the game, and most of them were because of your kicker. I will admit that. But I feel like I'm still riding off the high that is Brandon Aubrey being on my football team, which is crazy to say in 2025 we're flexing our kickers, in the NFL. But I think he's obviously a big part of it. But the way they handled the fourth quarter and overtime, it's more of the situational stuff that gets me excited, because I didn't think the situational stuff was there in the last year of Mike McCarthy's tenure, just because everybody was kind of on a solo mission. It was hero ball. It was just get through the season. We'll figure it out later. At least from my perspective, their situational moments at the end of the game specifically gave me enough hope.
Okay. Situational moments. Great phrase right there. Because if I said I'm about back at the same, maybe a little bit more positive, I'm going to take Alex's situational moment comment and I'm going to put a specific situational moment for me. The Dallas Cowboys offense on third down thus far has been tremendous. Dak Prescott has thrown 20 third down passes so far this season. Now, is that a lot of third downs? Yes. He's completed 15 of those passes, with 11 of them going for first downs. Dak Prescott leads the NFL in third down completions. Now, you can, of course, argue a lot of numbers both ways. The first number is, would you like to see more conversions on first and second down? Sure, I can agree with that. But if you're doing well on third down, either offensively or defensively, that is a huge predicator, maybe behind only turnover ratio, that you're probably doing good in this game. So if there's any specific thing that I think has me hopeful going forward, is that Dak Prescott specifically and the Cowboys offense have been really good on third down so far.
I'm not the only one that's seeing this, Kevin. As former Cowboys players are seeing the same thing I'm seeing. And we've asked Steven and Jerry this. I've asked you about it. I'm not exactly sure where you stand on it. I feel like I'm watching Dak with a different energy. Do you agree?
You said that in the first game.
Yeah.
Can you tell me more about that before I answer?
There is the whole spitting situation, like that right there. I love that out of my leader. I want my leader to be an antagonizer, talk the trash, back it up, all those things that go along with it. But then again, you add to that, he looks comfortable in the offense. He looks like he has control of it at times. He just has a different, I don't know what it is. There's a different confidence. Maybe it's a happiness. I'm not sure if he loved Mike McCarthy. That's one person has told me he feels a lot freer,
right?
Than because he doesn't have that person around anymore. And maybe that is the thing. Maybe he feels free in this Schottenheimer offense because he understands it more. Schottenheimer even discussed last week, I believe, he was like, it feels great knowing that I can call these plays. I feel free calling these plays because I know Dak can work within them. I know what Dak can work within the system to maneuver it, just so he doesn't have to strictly stick to it. But he looks like since Micah left, that he feels like he has more responsibility to take on the leadership of this team and be there cheering, being a cheerleader, pumping everybody up. I'm seeing him on the sidelines being a little different. Now, there are throws that he makes that he still walks off with his mouth agape. Like that still happens.
Right.
But there's just a different vibe that I'm seeing in him, and I think that's paying off for the offense in that respect right there. he just looks comfortable in the offense right now. Now, I need it to convert into the entire team has that same confidence. Somebody said Dak's in villain mode right now. I'm fine with that too. But that when he stepped through and spit, I'm not saying he antagonized Jalen Carter on purpose.
Sure.
But once he saw that Jalen Carter was antagonized, the smile went on his face of, I got you. And I love knowing I just got into your head and that my quarterback sees that and is aware of it and ready to rock.
Yeah, I mean,
you know how I feel about Dak. I've been a big critic of him for quite some time now.
I don't want you to be angry with me.
You don't have to agree with me. This is a country, Kevin, where we can.
No, I know, but you got to pick a side, right?
Nope.
That's what I was told.
You can say what you want, though. We can have a conversation.
Okay. Well, then, Corey, I am going to wait this out for a couple more weeks to see if I totally agree with your hypothesis. I see reasons.
Watch for it.
Yeah.
Watch for what I'm saying and see if you can see that.
And I am going to. There are a couple of reasons I think your hypothesis could be valid. So look at some of the weapons for Dak Prescott. Well, he's got a secondary receiver that I would assume he feels way better about than he has in some time. He's got a running game that at least early on, it looks like you should feel significantly better about compared to last year. So now the next check on that list is going to be, can the offensive line get it together? Because those Pro Football Focus grades you gave us yesterday were super depressing. And so
that part of the way he's acting and what you're saying there, I also think that maybe he's kind of, I don't know what the word is here, giving this off so that other people feel the same confidence.
Sure. That's I think that's a great idea. Some people are probably not fazed by that, but I'm willing to bet there is a good number of players on that team.
There's a Tyler Guyton that's probably sitting there going, man, I don't know yet. And he just needs that one thing to go, man, I'll follow that dude. I'm willing to go there.
Dak Prescott is their dinosaur. You remember Mookie Wilson said, whenever I'm in a slump, I think about dinosaurs. And if dinosaurs believe in me, and if I believe in dinosaurs, then they'll believe in me. And then that helped him get out of their slump. So Dak Prescott is Tyler Guyton's dinosaur. If Dak Prescott believes in him, he believes in Dak and vice versa. And I just think that's an amazing quote. I know it's kind of paraphrasing it a little bit.
Our friend, the celebrity Reginald Atatula, is the one that first introduced me to that quote, and it's a genius quote. I love it. And I think you're dead on. Then, if I put this off, then maybe the guys are going to believe that we are exactly what that is. And Kevin, sometimes you don't actually have to be that. You just have to think you are.
Yes. Look, this is a weird kind of non sequitur. I had a conversation with somebody this week who does not believe in dinosaurs, and I didn't get into a debate with him. I just read them that quote just so they would know that quote existed in the world, just so they would know.
What if the dinosaurs were actually just chickens all along?
Wait, what?
That's the question.
I don't know what to do with that right now. You're not going to deter me from telling you the craziest thing you're going to hear all day, besides what you just said about chicken dinosaurs. All right. Javonte Williams. This is another more positive. The rushing offense and Javonte Williams. Javonte Williams joined Herschel Walker and Alvin Blunt as the only players to rush for 3 touchdowns in their first 2 games with the Cowboys.
Okay.
You might be like, who the hell is Alvin Blunt? That's a fair point. No Cowboy has ever scored a rushing touchdown in each of their first 3 games with the franchise.
Not even Emmitt Smith?
No.
He's the best.
That is true. So this would be historical, but consider those 2 players. Herschel Walker in 1986 went down and got traded, maybe in the greatest trade in the history of football. Alvin Blunt scored 3 touchdowns in his first 2 games with the Cowboys and never played a game in the NFL again.
So you're saying that
No,
Williams...
I'm not saying that. I'm saying that I just thought that was an amazing factoid because he got hurt, I guess, I think it was right at the start of the 3rd game. So I guess he played that. And then he never caught on and played in another regular season game again. Isn't that crazy?
We're going into Javonte Williams' 3rd game.
Okay, but that was a mistake to tell you that. We're the KNC Masterpiece. You know what? No. What happens next is your fault. Coming up next, are any of the Rangers in line to win a Gold Glove? Plus, I have a bananas question about baseball that I'm going to make you guys answer.
And his name starts with the letter J?
Next on the Fan.
Uber Eats have lower food products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, we of course you have. It's the Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean like your name. No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen. Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut, but that's hair on your head. I'm not saying this is your hair. Okay.
Saffron Squad?
segment is brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. If you're in the market to upgrade your vehicle, get to Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. Back-to-back #1 Chevy dealership in the world. They've got more new Chevys than anyone, all priced to sell. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive. Based on new Chevy registrations 2023 and 2024.
1-2, bases loaded, 2 outs. The pitch to Diaz. Swung on, drilled to left center. It's a line drive base hit. That will score 2, and the Astros have the early lead for the 3rd straight night. It's 2-0.
Sorry we had to play that clip. The Rangers would lose and get swept by the Astros. Right now, brought to you by Reliant Air Conditioning, gimmick-free AC repair and replacement. It's time for Baseball Nuggets. Now, I need everyone to make a promise.
All right.
You will not look this up. I want you to go to the Twitch, YouTube, and the Franklin Frankel Injury Attorney text line and guess as best as you can with your brain power. How many baseballs are used in a Major League Baseball regular season? I want you to ponder, think it over. We will get to that answer in a minute.
22,000 baseballs.
Okay, keep that answer to yourself now that I've heard it. All right.
I'll change it.
In the meantime, got a whole bunch of stuff for you. Shohei Ohtani, who hit another home run last night. You remember yesterday, I can't remember if we said this on air or off air. We were joking about Shohei Ohtani might play some outfield, and we're like, they need him to relieve. Now, the news comes out that the Dodgers have, in fact, talked. Last night, Dave Roberts admitted that he has talked to Shohei Ohtani about potentially being in the bullpen for the Dodgers in the playoffs. That feels like potentially a far better use of his talents because their bullpen sucks.
So he's going to start, be in the bullpen,
I would
and he's going to hit home runs.
I would assume he would not.
He's like Bugs Bunny in that cartoon where he's pitching, catching, and then he calls people out.
Well, the good thing is then you could strike somebody out with one pitch.
I love that. It's one of the most ridiculous things, and I still love it to this day.
I would assume then he would not start as a pitcher and they would strictly use him.
Well, I mean, Kevin was at the World Baseball Classic. He was the closer against Mike Trout, and we had one of the most epic moments in baseball ever. It was almost scripted.
Oh, yeah. You could not. I bet if you told Major League Baseball going into it, they'd be like, shut up. That's not going to happen.
Yeah.
And then it did. So just keep an eye out on that. By the way, Cubs, they clinched a playoff berth as well. Their first spot in the postseason since 2020. Let's talk about Justin Verlander real quick. He was talking with reporters after the game, I believe it was yesterday. He started the season 0-8 with a 4.99 ERA. But since mid-July, he has posted an ERA of 0.87 with 28 strikeouts and 31 innings pitched. He said he plans to pitch again next year.
Oh, good for him. And I hope he does.
That is a remarkable change, though, from 0-8, 4.99 to now almost unstoppable.
What do you think the reason is for that then, Kevin?
I don't know.
Sometimes
all-star break adjustments.
Sometimes you're just not right, you know? And
that could be true.
Then things change.
It's Justin Verlander. He's the one with Kate Upton, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
He's old.
He's
very old.
You're older than he is.
Okay, but I'm not a professional baseball player where the oldness is about 30 and that's it.
Alec, your thoughts on the oldness?
He's 42.
I just told you that.
Dang.
In years.
All right. Let's go.
Good for him, man.
Let's go from that to...
Still love his story, Kevin. Have you ever heard the story about him and his friend in high school?
Perhaps not.
His he wanted an ice cream, and his friend was like, "All right, I'll tell you what. You give me your first signing bonus, and I'll give you this. I'll buy you an ice cream."
Yeah.
And he said he wrote him the check, and he said he still has the check. He never actually cashed it. It's a cool story.
All right. Whew, what a whirlwind that was. Now, perhaps more relevant to the Rangers, Rob Manfred believes that Major League Baseball will control local rights for all 30 teams by 2028.
Wow.
This is just interesting because, well, I mean, it's interesting either way, I guess. But the founding of the Rangers Sports Network and the amount of money that they're pouring into it, and what I have been led to believe is an early loss on that network, knowing that eventually it will pay off a ton for them. That is interesting to hear. I wonder if the Rangers thought that was a possibility as a potential buyout. And then the other thing that could complicate this whole thing is if you run into a work stoppage in 2 years. I imagine that's probably not going to make the media rights deals significantly easier.
No matter what, every sport has to figure out how to get their product to the consumer.
Correct.
That is the most important thing. Now, just like most things, do we sell it ourselves or do we have somebody else sell it out there?
Right.
And right now, the benefit for the Rangers is, now it was an expense to start it up. But
yeah,
hopefully that's like the big hope is that.
All right, I asked you guys a question. We got all kinds of answers. I'm going to put your official answers down. Alec, how many baseballs does Major League Baseball use in a season?
So I did math, Kevin. You should be proud of me. There's 2,430 regular season games.
Okay.
So I did just like a plus minus 100 baseballs per game.
Okay.
And I hedged my bets, went down a little bit. I'm going to say 240,000 in an MLB regular season.
Corey Majors, what say you? By the way, I'm going to read you some of the, and they're all across the board, and I love it.
3 million baseballs a year.
Okay. That feels high. But that's probably because I know the answer.
Roughly 700,000.
700,000. I'm on my way to the barber shop.
I was about to say, they're probably on their way to get a haircut right now.
Yes, they are.
Let it grow out if you're wrong.
Oh, yeah. That would be terrible. All right. So it was calculated like this. Last year, there were 732,820 regular season plays. The average baseball lasts for 2.52 pitches, which leads to 289,731 baseballs used in a regular season. Now, this comes up, the bigger picture of this is there's a story on The Athletic that talks about the evolution of how long you used a baseball. And so they would talk about, like, if you go back and watch a game from 1984, every time a ball's in the dirt, you'll see the catcher immediately throw it right back to the pitcher so they can keep maybe a scuffed up baseball. And there are some current baseball players that are like, oh, man, no wonder they threw such good sinkers then. The baseballs were always all scuffed up. And then there's an umpire who said, yeah, if there's a little dirt on it, you'll wipe it off, send it back. But I definitely know catchers are trying to, like, just fire that baseball back.
Yeah, if a ball has a hole burned in the side of it, Greg Maddux is like, bring the baseball to me.
I mean,
I cannot wait to throw this one.
Obviously, I'm sure he uses plenty of tricks. But yeah, 2.51 pitches is how long the average baseball lasts.
I want to track something, and I don't know how to track it. Mike said something yesterday on the broadcast that I asked him months ago. I said, hey, when a pitcher throws over to first base, that's not counted as one of the pitches.
Correct.
But that he threw the ball.
That's
and
true.
last night, Jonah Heim called time.
Yeah.
And deGrom threw the pitch, and Mike goes, that was a pitch. He went full effort, but we don't count that in his pitch count. I would love to track for one pitcher from spring training until the end of the season, how many times they throw the baseball.
That's an interesting
I want
question.
somebody to grant me money to follow one player and track that for the season.
Okay.
And then you know what? I might even track outfielders and infielders. This is a 6 year or 7 year. This is a 9 year project.
Okay.
It's only going to cost $700,000 a year.
Hey, you could apply for
expenses.
the MacArthur Genius Grant. I think that's like $500,000.
Thank you.
All right, so that's your reward. Try not to listen to the next 10 seconds of this.
Right on.
By the way, also when the Astros swept the Rangers, that means they won the Silver Boot because they were down 6-4, and now they won the season series 7-6.
Tied.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on, good for you, on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, let's talk with our Dallas Cowboys insider, Mickey Spagnola, right here on The Fan.
say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean like your name. No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen. Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut. But that's hair on your head. I'm not saying this is your hair. Okay, freak me out.
Driven by our D&M Leasing Studios, it's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece. Right here on 105.3 The Fan. Can you guess the very rude thing that Corey said to me right before?
And the last word Kevin said before his mic turned on.
We went on air. Yeah, 877-881-1053. I timed that out to make sure that wasn't on the air.
It worked.
Right now, brought to you by Ford and your North Texas Ford dealers. Ford is the best in Texas. We bring to you Dallas Cowboys insider and Corey Major's rudeness mentor, Mickey Spagnola. Good morning, sir.
I thought you guys were laughing because I was up next.
No, I was laughing because the man who once interned with you said something very mean to me, and I want to know how much time you spent mentoring him on being a good coworker.
Yeah, I don't know if we went over that subject too much.
I bet you didn't.
Yeah. I kind of left him on his own there.
Yeah, well, Mickey, Kevin's a really close friend of mine, and I think you can
get away with
be
that.
the meanest to your best of friends.
That's right.
All right. Now,
yes.
Mickey, in addition to the usual info that you give us, you know that I love to every now and again direct people to something very specific that you wrote on DallasCowboys.com. And I would love to start with that if we can. The question was posed to you about the signing of Jadeveon Clowney and how that might work in tandem or perhaps interfere with some of the young defensive ends that this team has. I would direct everyone, of course, to DallasCowboys.com. But for those who haven't seen it yet, could you share your answer?
Yeah, it was a mailbag question, and the person emailing, or however he got in touch with us, was worried that the signing of a veteran like that would stunt the growth of the young players. And at this point, from the beginning, who knows how many snaps he's going to take, right? And I thought that if nothing else, bringing his experience into that room might override anything that he actually does on the field. Saw him the other day out there talking with some young guys and trying to showing them things. And it's a young room, if you think about it. The most experienced guy, Dante Fowler Jr., right?
Yep.
And then Sam Williams. And Sam Williams didn't play last year.
Right.
And so we're talking the rest of those guys no more than in their, or the majority of the rest, no more in their second year. So you're talking a pretty inexperienced defensive front. And at least this guy's been around the block. Now, I know he's on his seventh team and, and I don't know, his history, why that's happened. But all I know, in the last 2 years, he's had 15 sacks combined. Now, can I get half of that on a part-time player? I just don't think it hurts. I think it helps to have somebody with experience in that room.
Mickey, when it comes to the running game and Javonte Williams, are you getting more than you expected out of him?
I wasn't sure about that until I got to training camp. And I kind of saw him in practices, and I'm going, well, this guy's got a little something. And I know they weren't tackling, and we didn't get to see him in preseason games, but just seeing his kind of wiggle into the line and breaking out in the holes. And then I was surprised about his speed. Not that he's like a 4-3 guy or anything, but just speed as a running back. And I was going, well, they might have something here. We got to see it. And then, we really didn't get to see it, in tackle football, because that's where you got to see running backs, right?
Right.
And then, I mean, think about the play on the sideline when he ran over, was it a DB trying to tackle him this last game?
Yeah.
And he just exploded over the guy. And it's like, okay, that's what you want to see from a running back. Can you run through tackles? Can you run through tackles at the line of scrimmage? Because it's not going to be clean all the time. And I saw it, and I'm going, okay, you can win with this guy. Now, you don't need to give him 20, 25 carries a game, but as a, the guy, and then, substitute the other guys in at times. I think he can do this. And, 97 yards against that Giants defense, that was a pretty good performance.
I liked it.
Yeah. And I liked Schottenheimer saying, I should have gave him another carry so he got 100.
Yep.
Right. And
another touchdown, so my fantasy points would have been better.
You don't, Mickey, I feel like I know the answer to this question. You don't play fantasy football.
No, I do not.
Okay.
Yeah.
And so when you talk about the 97 yards from Javonte Williams, and we've had this conversation in the past, like you just alluded to, it was the way he got the 97 yards that I thought was particularly impressive for sure. I know that this player was before you started covering the Cowboys, but we lost the linebacker D.D. Lewis.
Yes.
I always love to know, because you've had experiences with so many different people from this team, if that is somebody who you'd ever chatted with, shared stories with, interviewed, etc.
Yeah, I got to know a little bit about him before I even got here. When I was working in Jackson, Mississippi at the newspaper, one of the guys on the staff, and turned out to be one. And did you have to work? Because the guys back then in the 70s, some of them, and especially if you started in the late 60s, they had part-time jobs in the off season to supplement their salaries, sometimes making more money than they did playing football. And so I was asking him about that. He goes, no, I didn't have an off-season job. I said, so how much did you work out? He goes, every day.
Oh.
I got in the swimming pool and I did 16-ounce curls.
Really?
You know what he's meaning, right?
1 pound curls.
Yeah.
16 ounce.
Is that 1 pound?
No, that's a big beer.
Oh.
I was going to say, because it is.
It's a tall boy right there. Yeah.
It's a tall boy.
Okay.
That was.
See, I was thinking he was swimming with weights, and man, I feel really dumb now.
I caught on immediately.
Well, Kevin doesn't drink, so it makes a lot of sense.
But I should be able to use common sense now. And correct me if I'm wrong, but D.D. Lewis is also responsible for telling reporters that Texas Stadium has a hole in the roof so God can watch his favorite team play, right?
I heard that, and I didn't know that that's when that started. And I evidently said it after he retired the next year or something. But I could see him saying that, right?
Yeah,
that's
absolutely.
the kind of guy he was. But yeah, he was. What a character. And unfortunately these days we don't have many characters in the game anymore. We eliminate them or make sure we mute them, because if they say something, there's consequences.
And the media has to take some blame for that, for sure.
Yeah, absolutely. Because, you can make a mountain out of a molehill now these days, and you got something to write that's easy. So, he was a gregarious guy, neat guy. And the one stat, and I saw all the stats about him and everything, but the fact that he ended up playing 135, making 135 consecutive regular season starts. I just think that's amazing. And I know he's not in the Ring of Honor or the Pro Football Hall of Fame, but he did get selected to the College Football Hall of Fame and the Mississippi Sports Hall of Fame.
Oh.
So that kind of tells you what people thought about him in his various careers from college to the NFL.
Now, looping back around, first of all, thank you for that as well. You always give us great insight on these Cowboys alumni. Looping back around to the modern Cowboys, one of the things that Schottenheimer said after the Giants game was he thought that the early offensive struggles might have been reflective of kind of slower practices and everything like that. Do you ever recall a coach talking about that in the middle of the week prior to the game where he's like, man, we really haven't practiced very well, so I don't know how this game's going to go?
I've heard it before. And I've certainly heard it afterwards, too.
Yeah.
Saying, well, this is kind of reflective of how we practice. We didn't have a good practice. I've heard coaches go, yeah, you know what? Wednesday wasn't very good. We got to pick it up on Thursday. And I can recall McCarthy saying similar things during the week before the game. You know what? He's a pretty open book.
It does appear that, doesn't it?
And there's not many questions that he doesn't give you a thoughtful answer to.
True.
Even if it's a bad question, he figures out, or a question he doesn't want to answer, like the one yesterday about Tom Brady.
Yeah. Yeah.
And it was like, well, no, I'm fine. I'll talk football. And
do you feel that way as well about that? Because I know that's
I think that's pretty on the edge right there.
Agreed.
The fact that and it's like, well, only he does virtual interviews with the next head coach of the game he's covering or announcing, right?
Yeah.
Well, yeah, but the other guys are in there, and they're going to go, hey, guess what so and so said, Tom, and and they tell them, right? So. Yeah, that's a little conflict of interest, and I like what Ben Johnson said. Well, he's not going to get anything from me,
right?
Right, and that's how you solve it, right?
Yeah,
you're not as open in those, and those were, from my understanding, talking to the different guys. The sessions with the head coaches are very valuable. As to if something happens or this is the way it turned out in the game, you have some background to say, well, yeah, and we kind of knew or were looking for things like this. You don't have to say the coach said it, but background information like that's valuable to the job they do. Yeah. So but again, you just you know what you got to say, and I thought Schottenheimer was right. Everybody's got basically everybody's playbook, right? They know it. Players of free agency and things like that, which made me think, like when the Cowboys went into the first game, nobody knew anything about what they were going to do offensively or defensively. But after you play a game, did the Giants go to school on, here's the soft spot in that defense. This is what we can do. And you kind of expose what you were doing that was an unknown in the first game.
Yep.
Do you think?
Yes, I do. He played with his 7-iron all preseason and then surprised the Philadelphia Eagles.
I mean, they held the Eagles to 24 points.
Yep.
Right?
Yeah.
And then all of a sudden they explode, and they exploded where they should have exploded. Attacking one cornerback that had played 27 snaps since December 9th and didn't have any practices in training camp. And then the other guy that looked good in training camp, but they finally figured out maybe that's why Buffalo traded him. And now we got to see what happens going forward. The good thing is, can you hang on for 2 more games, and then the cavalry's coming over the hill, and you're going to get back to who you wanted at cornerback from the start. But the problem is 4 of those top 6 guys are not available to play. And that's getting into depth pretty deep.
Yeah, we might. I might pick that conversation up with you tomorrow, specifically about Revel, because Steven had said something interesting about like his preparedness once he gets off the injured reserve. So maybe we'll pick up that conversation tomorrow, good sir.
And I'll tease that with watching him do his rehab. I think he's ready to go.
Thank you very much, good sir. We'll catch up with you again tomorrow. All
right, see you, boys.
There you go, Mickey Spagnola from DallasCowboys.com. That was well done. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, it's time for AM on the FM.
We got the question of the day, plus what does Ben Johnson think about your quarterback? Next on the Fan.
you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries.
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
This segment of the KNC Masterpiece is brought to you by the personal injury lawyers Frankel & Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214 or 817-333-3333. With Frankel & Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel & Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. A couple of station reminders for you today. The G-Bag Nation is going to be setting their show up at Williams Chicken off of South Cooper in Arlington, getting you ready for the State Fair Classic so you can go see their show. I know Chris Arnold is going to make an appearance as well. And then today on our program between 12:15 and 12:30, you have the opportunity for the next to be the next winner for the Cowboys Tolo Hangout. The ultimate Cowboys Tolo Hangout between 12:15 and 12:30 today.
Oh, man!
But you know what? You don't have to wait any longer because right now, it's time for this.
What does this button do? Please, please, do not push the button. You have no idea what it...
Alec, you be quiet.
Alec, that was awful. 1 for Alec, 0 for Peyton.
Don't you dare touch that dial.
Don't you dare do it. It is time, 4 a.m. on the FM. My name is Alec Medford, the man that they call the pride of Mansfield, Texas, or if you're Jerry Jones, everybody else. 877-881-1053.
Did it make you feel any better that you alone qualified as everybody else?
Oh, yeah, I qualified for at least 2 people in that context. So, yes, that made me feel like I was a lot more important than I really was. And, hey, like Peyton said, you haven't really made it until the man forgets your name. 877.
That is a great point.
881-1053. That is the Frankel & Frankel Injury Attorneys text line to answer today's question of the day. Plus, I just thought this was really interesting. Ben Johnson gives his thoughts on what makes Dak Prescott so good early on in this NFL season. We'll hear from him in just a little bit. But, gentlemen, the National Day calendar often has some very, at least in my mind, random, sometimes unimportant holidays that are usually just sponsored bits that I appreciate, people marketing. But this is one of those holidays that is very near and dear to me. National Cheeseburger Day is today. And it's like, it's to the point where you're seeing all the social posts about the different companies that sell this product, doing specials on it. Like, it's a widely recognized holiday at this point. So much so that it's probably going to be what I seek out after the show today, because I like celebrating holidays.
We've seen that with a few things. Like, I feel like on National Donut Day, companies get pretty fired up for that. So, yeah, I like that.
Yeah, and I like that we're stepping out and creating holidays instead of just, compiling a holiday on top of a holiday.
Yeah, what I would like is, can we get a day off for these holidays?
Just eat cheeseburgers all day.
Somebody recently said that America does not want more holidays. It wants actually less holidays because it's costing.
What a stupid thing
Americans
to say.
so much, companies so much money.
Yeah, I bet the owner doesn't like that, but I guarantee you the vast majority of Americans are like, that sounds great. Can you imagine if, like, the bank is closed today in honor of National Cheeseburger Day? Like, that would be awesome.
See, and I would weirdly respect it.
Me too.
So now, the question of the day. Gentlemen, Tolos, 877-881-1053. Twitch and YouTube want to hear from you as well. The best cheeseburger you have ever had. Or, if you want to put a feather in your cap, your secret to making the best cheeseburger ever.
Now, Worcestershire sauce.
Ooh,
that's a great start.
Yeah, just pour it into the mixture and then throw butter in it.
Butter makes everything better.
This is not the best cheeseburger I've ever had, but I hope it's relevant to this conversation because it merges both of your questions. I will always hold a special place for Topgolf in my heart because that's the first time I ever had a cheeseburger with an egg on it.
Oh, really?
And
not even at Red Robin?
Yeah, no. Even though
Red Robin was the one when we went to Phoenix. I did that.
But that's where I had it for the first time, and I just think, in the right circumstances, that can really take your burger to the next level.
I like that. That's one of the fancy touches that I don't do it all the time, but on special occasions, like National Cheeseburger Day, Kevin.
That makes sense.
I will step out and do that. I don't do it every time I make burgers at the house, but if it is a holiday that we're like off of work for, and I'm like, you know what? I got time. Throw an egg on the grill.
Yeah.
Why not? On the old Blackstone. Yeah.
Yes, the Big Mike at Hurtado's is fantastic. Yes, I think very clearly we have to leave Whataburger out of this conversation
because you think that's unfair.
It's unfair to every other burger in the world. All right, so let's go. What's the second best?
Ooh, can I say at Whataburger? Then you can go get that barbecue
Wrangler burger,
chicken finger burger thing. I think it's amazing.
And for many years, the Rodeo Goat has been my go-to place. Mostly because they also serve Petticola's Velvet Hammer. So that was always like, okay, get that, get a beer and a burger, and I was all right. However, sometime this year, we were discussing burgers, and Broadus texted me, and he said his friend said, Ye Old Butcher Shop in Plano, and it's on the east side. And I went there that weekend. I went there, and I was like, this is fantastic. And then I had it this weekend. That burger is my favorite burger at Ye Old Butcher Shop in Plano. However, their hours are weird. I can never figure it. Like, they close at 6 p.m. and I'm like, what are you doing closing at 6? I want to eat at 7. And then on like certain days they're not open. I'm like, what is happening here? So you just got to find whatever their schedule is. Good luck finding out what it is. And I hope you can. But it is totally worth getting a burger from Ye Old Butcher Shop. Ooh. They close at 3 p.m. some days.
See, but I always think that place just means it's better because they're like, we don't even have to conform to your societal hours.
You know
Our
what?
food is so good, figure it out.
Great point. Just like a fancy steakhouse or something.
Okay, here it is. They're open Tuesday through Saturday. Tuesday and Wednesday, 9 to 3. Thursday and Friday, 9 to 6. Saturday 9 to 5, closed Sunday and Monday. But you're right. That's how good it is.
Man.
They don't even need to be open Sunday and Monday. They need 2 days off.
Sounds like a trading card shop. Like,
He's talking about you, Paul. We're collecting in Waxahachie. That was exactly what I thought when he said that. I was like, oh, yeah, that's what Paul's shop does.
man, I hate that whenever I find a new shop and I'm like, oh, cool, I'm going to spend a weekend going card shopping. He's like, nope, we're not open. I'm like, well, okay, there goes my plans to make bad financial decisions. To the fan text, 877-881-1053, the best cheeseburger belongs to who? And I'm seeing some great entries around here. And I like this because I'm a frequent event goer. From the 469, Dickey's Arena actually has a really good cheeseburger. I was unaware of that.
I didn't know that either.
Because I'm usually the type of person when I go to these events, I try to stay away from the food because I usually make plans after said event to go get food at a restaurant or something. So I usually stay away. But my one exception is usually Globe Life Field because they have all the crazy great food there. The incredible selections. Every year they have the rotating menus, the seasonal options. But like venues like that, just arenas, I usually don't try much. So I'm going to have to write that down there. From the 817, Cold Beers and Cheeseburgers has my vote.
Dude, it's really good.
You know what? And I'm with you on that because I remember, I think the first time I might have actually gone to that was in Phoenix.
Surprise, yeah.
And I thought we were doing a bit where you're like, yeah, we're going to go get cold beers and cheeseburgers. And I was like, okay,
Well,
from where?
great, yeah.
And they're like, no, that's where we're going. And I was like, oh, okay. But it really, like, it lived up to its name, at least on the cheeseburger front, is all I can speak to. It was really good.
Mm-hmm. Their apps were fantastic as well.
That is true.
From another 214 saying, from Cold Beers and Cheeseburgers, the peanut butter and jelly cheeseburger. How do we feel about PB&J on, or just jelly? I've seen some of that get added on burgers. I've never tried it yet.
Not a fan.
I understand it. I understand the concept. What are our thoughts of putting the jelly on a burger? Corey, any thoughts here? Because I'm scared.
So Grandma Maxine, she used to throw jelly on a waffle, sausage, and egg sandwich.
Ooh.
And I didn't think that would be good, and it turned out to be awesome. I've also seen somebody, they take a bag of frozen meatballs, throw them in the crock pot, pour a jar of grape jelly, and then a thing of cayenne pepper on it. And those turned out to be awesome, too. So I can see where jelly and beef go together in a lot of different areas. I want to throw this one in there. This is an all-time classic, and they crush when it comes to hosting for fantasy football. Jake's, the original, and the works. Those burgers are, bar none, phenomenal. Like, just absolute. You got the poppy seed bun to go along with it, and now what they've done, they're like, hey, come in here, have a cold beer also. You can have a party. Jake's is fantastic.
It is, and that was going to be one of my votes. It's high up there for me because I frequent it because there's one literally 10 minutes from my house. So it's hard to avoid whenever you're craving a burger, and you can just pick up, order on the app. It makes it so much easier when it is a sit-down place, too, and you don't want to do all of that. So I'll pick some up for me and the family, and the works is usually the go-to. Man, I'm telling you.
Yes.
It just
so
hits
good.
different. The poppy seed bun, it hits different. I love it. And our friend Kevin, Bobby Lashley, whenever he first moved out here, he was like, hey, I'm kind of traveling around the area. He was like, I've been to the Grand Prairie Mansfield area a lot here recently. You got any burger recommendations for me? And I was like, boy, do I. I mentioned Jake's. I mentioned Hideout Burger. It's one of those like single,
I don't know that place.
like little mom and pop shop over there in Mansfield, and it is nothing fancy whatsoever. It's a good like family style homemade burger, and it's super cheap. Like I love that. It's one of the great spots that we would go to after high school football games out there. It's incredible. And Mooyah Burger in Mansfield, also very.
I do like Mooyah.
I think, Kevin, the burger has taken over for me. There used to be a time in life where they would say, if you were stranded on a desert island, and I was like, it's a desert, how's it an island? But if you were stranded, what would you want for food? And it was always pizza. For the longest time, it was pizza. And I think in the last 2 or 3 years, burger has taken over. It's become I crave a hamburger all the time.
So do I.
It's easy.
It's hard to mess up too, because it's been around for so long. There's so many variations. I feel like if you screw up a cheeseburger, then what do you do?
Yeah.
And this might be different for different people, but is the worst version of that burger going to be they cooked it well done. And you're like,
Yeah, if you burn it, then that's a great start to mess up a cheeseburger.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Yes.
Some people like that.
I mean, yeah, some people do. I don't.
I don't either.
Okay, I was about to say.
No, not me.
Kevin's like, I'm some people.
That's me. I am some people. No, I like flavor. So don't overcook it, man. I mean, if the ingredients that they use as toppings are just not fresh, that can throw things off too. If you forget the sauce, I hate when you order a burger that has like a special house-made sauce and then they forget the sauce. I'm like, okay, then it's just a burger.
Yeah, what was the point of me?
Yeah.
It's a regular burger, and you charge me $4 extra.
Exactly. Like, what are we doing here? But
Good sauce.
I think I've made up my mind. I'm going to be getting that double meat Whataburger after work today. That's going to be the play for me to celebrate National Cheeseburger Day. Gentlemen, Ben Johnson, you've heard of him. He's been the sweetheart of the NFL for the past, year now? Maybe 2, because of his innovative offense. So I was checking out some of the highlights of his press conference from yesterday, I believe, and they asked about Dak Prescott, and he gets really nerdy with it, and I really appreciate it. But the reason I'm playing this, I think it goes to Corey's idea that
defenders around, and I think that's when you have an experienced player like that, that's a dangerous thing.
So you look at all the numbers and stuff, and you're like, yeah, he's having a good season, but Ben Johnson equates it to just pre-snap. You know, walking up to the football and reading coverages and trying to get people to move, and the command he has of his team whenever he's on the field. I thought it was interesting how specific it was, that I could just tell by the way he operates the cadence pre-snap that he feels good right now.
Yeah.
Yeah, I would like him to feel better. I think that's and for everybody else around him to feel better, and these wins just to roll off, man.
Right.
I'm hoping what I'm seeing isn't just that's just it's for show. I'm hoping what we're seeing and what other people are seeing is legitimate.
The KNC masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, it's time for Gridiron Gravy. Can 2 0-2 teams make the playoffs this season? We'll do that next right here on The Fan.
This segment is brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. If you're in the market to upgrade your vehicle, get to Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. Back-to-back #1 Chevy dealership in the world. They've got more new Chevys than anyone, all priced to sell. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive. Based on new Chevy registrations 2023 and 2024.
Here's Mahomes looking around, pressure. He can run it if he wants. You know what he wants? Mahomes looking for the end zone. Touchdown!
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Right now, it's time to go around the entire NFL and dip into some gridiron gravy.
Dip it and hip it.
I like that. Do you think you're also going to like this? Michael Chiklis, former star of The Shield, star of the upcoming movie The Senior, will be coming on in about 15 minutes or so.
That's exciting, man.
It is. All right. Here are the 0-2 teams in the NFL. What I want to know is if you think two of these teams can make the playoffs.
All right.
The Chiefs, the Texans, the Bears, hopefully not, the Giants, the Saints, Titans, Jets, Panthers, Dolphins, and Browns.
All right.
So since 1990, 35 teams who started out 0-2 have made the postseason. So easy to figure out right there. That's an average of about one a year. Clearly, the Cowboys are one of the outliers in the Emmitt Smith holdout year, but believe it or not, there have actually been 3 teams during that time who started 0-2 and won the Super Bowl.
Wow.
Yeah, so it's that Cowboys team, the 0-1 Patriots, and that is with Drew Bledsoe playing before Tom Brady, and then the 0-7 Giants, who, well, that remains one of the weirdest Super Bowl wins we've ever seen.
That team specifically, that game, but that team specifically seemed to have gotten hot at the right time.
Yeah,
it's a weird, so what you're telling me here, based on the information you just said, the Cowboys need to start 0-2 next time.
No.
What I just heard.
No.
Because they won the Super Bowl once.
That happened one time. I'm telling you, about one 0-2 team per year makes the playoffs. 14 teams now are going to be in the playoffs. But wouldn't you rather be one of the 13?
I kind of like being the surprise.
Okay.
Kevin.
Putting that aside.
I don't think the Jets or Dolphins will.
Oh, yeah.
The Jets' struggles are, man, dude, that thing. Good luck to Aaron Glenn.
Skip the Dolphins for now because I got a question for you about them coming up.
I don't think the Browns will either because I'm going through divisions here. I don't think the Browns will because I think there are 3 other teams in that division that are too good.
Sure.
And will deserve a wild card spot first. Houston and Tennessee, I don't see it happening.
Yeah.
Rookie quarterback, team in disarray, trying to figure themselves out still, and it's a carryover from last year. Kansas City's the one that I'll be like, they could go on a run. But that is a tough division.
Yeah.
Now. That's now a tough division.
Agreed.
With the Chargers being at the top of it, so Kansas City might have to do it from the wild card. The Giants will not. The Bears will not. The Saints and Panthers will not. So, Kevin, only the Chiefs, I believe, will be able to make a playoff spot after starting 0-2.
Poor Texans.
That's where they are. The Bears, I really thought were going to be better.
Yeah.
I really did, and they just aren't. And this is going to be another one of those games, Kevin. I believe that the Cowboys, we shouldn't be surprised if they win.
I will not be surprised.
We should be pretty shocked if they lose or have another game like they did against the Giants.
Now, let's go from that to, I don't think he meant anything malicious by it, but I also really like Kyler Murray, and I could see why he pulled it down. Did you see his post on Instagram?
I heard the apology, or I saw the apology.
So it was him sitting with his pit bull and wearing a Michael Vick jersey.
Yeah.
I just, look, and again, we talk about this all the time, whether you think
you don't think it went through anybody's mind, though, before it got posted, before the picture was taken?
And that's a great question, because I don't know if he has like a social media team, or if he's like, I'm just posting up on Instagram. Because I would hope if there was a team that somebody would be like, hey, devil's advocate, because that's what you pay me for, you should not post this.
Yeah.
He pulled it down. He apologized. You think that's going to be the end of it? I say, like I said, I'm biased. I like Kyler Murray, so I think he should be fine.
What did he actually do wrong?
Yeah.
Other than optics?
Yeah.
Like,
No.
Is he hosting parties where they're killing dogs and having them I don't know.
Well, and if that's the case,
this moment, he is not being charged for it, or being prosecuted, whatever the words. You know all the legal words, Kevin. So there's nothing that goes along with those lines. So he did nothing wrong other than he put up a picture that had bad optics.
Yes, and then obviously people, because of that, think he was in a roundabout way endorsing animal cruelty, which obviously is part of his apology. He's like, definitely not.
At this point, though, isn't Michael Vick a different symbol for that? Because of his support for?
Look, this is if...
And it was, like, obviously he changed his mind after the trouble.
Yes.
But since then, his advocacy's been far different.
And that's a great question, probably for a different show or a different podcast, is do you care if people do the right things, but
After
not for the right reasons? Like, and I don't know. I have no idea what's in Michael Vick's heart, but I know a lot of people are like, well, he only did it after he went to jail. Michael Vick has done a lot of advocacy work for animal rights and everything. But I know
he seemed very genuine.
Yes, but I know there's a group of people who will never, ever forgive him for what happened. All right, let's talk about the Super Bowl, specifically the idea that Amazon is quote unquote optimistic about streaming a Super Bowl. Do you think that Prime is so omnipresent for everybody that there would not be an outcry over this? Or do you think anything on non-linear TV for the Super Bowl is going to cause some problems?
Jerry has said
very
adamantly that he wants the Cowboys games to be available on network television for free, because only 7% of people can get into a stadium. I don't know if you've ever heard this.
No, it's only 7% have. And yes, I've heard him say that like 50 million times.
Pretty sure it means can get into a stadium. But like that's so if the Cowboys were to play in it, I don't know if Jerry would agree to that. But that would be something that would be pre-agreed to before the season probably. Right. I wouldn't like it. I know I have access to it. I love the idea.
Sure.
And you know what? Here's another thing. I love the idea that, man, I can go to the one of those three broadcasts, because they have the Spanish broadcast, the main broadcast, and then they have the Gen Stats one. I love that, by the way.
So you would love that as a supplementary.
And maybe the option would be Amazon says, guys, for free, we are giving everybody access for this game. You can log in with this code.
Okay.
And they can do that. Like they can make something like that happen. They can push all their stuff that they do on these other broadcasts the same way they do.
That's a really good point.
One game only, you get this for free.
Okay, I love that idea much more than the idea of now they're like Prime for the year is $160. But you could see how it would go that direction too.
The best solution probably, Kevin, would be they would say get a 7-day trial, and then you'd have to remember to kill the trial. And like Netflix, they would just go, oh, well, I'm going to stick around because I like the content that I didn't know y'all had.
Okay, now that you said that, I want to do some sort of research project across all free trial areas. What percentage of people do not cancel after the free trial that have no intention of using it? I get, like you said, maybe people are like, oh, yeah, this Netflix thing kind of good. I'll watch some more of these shows. But I want to know what percentage of people have no interest in continuing on beyond forget to cancel.
There was something I think maybe you had suggested I watch, and I went and watched it. And as soon as I was done watching it, it was the Wes Anderson new movie. And I had to sign up for a 7-day free trial. Maybe it was Peacock.
Yes,
I got it. And after the movie was over, I went and canceled it. And I was like, because I know I'll forget.
Okay.
And then I charged $5, and then I'm mad, and I'm like, this $5 is going to ruin me.
That's another dynamic for another podcast, another day. The way we'll get upset about a shipping charge or whatever that's $5 to $7 versus all the stupid things we spend $5 to $7 on. I'm definitely including myself in that. And yes, I can say the Super Bowl, it's not a commercial. Stick around for those underdog spots where I cannot say that term. All right.
Yeah, and you can watch the game.
The big game.
At the Cowboys facility.
That's right.
When you can watch the game.
That giveaway is coming up in about 20-25 minutes. Khalil Mack, to the surprise of probably nobody, is going on the injured reserve after his elbow. I know.
Dude, did you see Cody Freeman's elbow last night when he slid into second head first? And I was like, it did the same thing.
Yeah. But he's tough. He's a baseball player. By the way, I'm just kidding. Football players are tough too. The Commanders are going back to D.C. The city council has approved their stadium idea. It's a $3.7 billion project with $1.1 billion of that money coming in taxpayer money. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, Emmy Award winner, star of The Shield, and star of the new movie The Senior. It's Michael Chiklis next right here on The Fan.
loads of those.
Saffron squad?
Nutmeg maidens? No. I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound like.
Was it Saffron Squad?
D&M Leasing Studios. It's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. You got me, Kevin Hagelin. You got, Corey Majors. And, of course, the famous Alec Medford. We're going to talk with Michael Chiklis in just a few minutes. But I got a couple of updates for you. Specifically, if you want, we can start in the college football world. The NCAA is, in fact, eliminating the spring transfer portal window for football. We had talked about that. Coaches had expressed desire for that to be the case, and it looks like the NCAA, at least what they announced yesterday, is going to go down that route for Division I. And then also, the head of ESPN, and I think this would be magical, says that the network would love to talk to college football executives about a college football red zone with Fox. And so, Corey, I know you are
overload for me.
I know you are a big advocate of red zone for NFL football. In fact, I know people love it.
How many games are played like at a time of college football,
like,
you think?
25?
Okay.
Depending on how the time slot falls, you could easily have 25 games going at once, I'll bet.
Okay, that's a lot of back and forth, bouncing around. For whoever the director is, that job would be insane.
Right.
But yeah, I hope that it's something that can be approved. I think it would be really cool for for college football fans. It would be like a mecca for them. I really think so.
We're going to have to pick Carter's brain about this because I do kind of wonder about that sense of overload, like you said. And you're like, oh my God, I need to know what happened in this other game. And you're like, well, aren't you monitoring these 17? You're like, yes, but I need to get an update on the 18th.
Well, and that's the greatness of the Octobox, is whenever they say, you know what, we're going to go 8 different games on one screen. And even though it's so tiny, you're like, man, I need a bigger TV so that I can. So maybe it's the TV, big TV is like, this is good for us.
And then one more quick note for you. I know we haven't talked a whole ton of hockey in the off season, but Jim Nill had this to say about the negotiations with Jason Robertson's team. He said the negotiation market right now with the players in the league has come to a standstill, and it's a standstill too with Jason. Now, he said that yesterday. I don't know if that's just in general because of the economics of hockey, or a lot of people are just wanting to see what exactly that Connor McDavid number does come in at, with some people speculating around $16.5 million. And if that's going to kind of reset the way that hockey contracts fall after that. So that might be one of the reasons for the pause as well. Also said they're going to keep their captain and assistant the same, but they will lean a lot on Rantanen because of his skill and experience in the upcoming season.
Well, and he's, when we got him here, we used him differently than he'd been used to being used.
Sure.
Like we were using him in a way where we were like, no, you're part of this line. And then we were like, hold on, you're part of this line and this line because you are a high
needed
usage
it, yeah.
guy. And so that's one of the things that they could lean on that for sure, and that could be a benefit to them. I do have the curiosity of our expectation for them this season. Is it just as high as it typically is? Have we changed that for them because they've been at this point so many different times? Or are we just like, we're going to get a great season, we're going to get a good, fun playoff run. Fingers crossed that we can get through to that next place.
Just for the player or for the team in general?
The team.
Okay.
Yeah, the team specifically. The player, good gosh, man. I'm going to have a lot of fun watching him individually. Because of what he can do.
Yeah, Alec, I'm going to go ahead and answer that question on air. It's just easier. Let's go ahead and do that. Right now, then, we're going to switch gears. Michael Chiklis is, I don't know, either fighting crime or getting rid of all of the rocks and everything like that. And so he cannot make it at the moment. So we're going to move that around. And instead, we're going to go to breaking down the Bears. Unless you want to talk more hockey, we can do that as well. All right.
Let's finish that real quick.
Okay.
What is your expectation for the team?
Look,
and
man,
you expected a sensational season from the individual player.
Nothing has changed in terms of, to me, it's once again Stanley Cup or bust. And I know people are going to talk about the great seasons that the Stars had the last 3 years, back to back Western Conference Finals. What a magical world that must be to even get to one conference final, let alone 3 in a row. But you saw that the Stars had they had essentially the same feeling as I did, Stanley Cup or bust, because guess what? They didn't make it, and they got rid of their coach. By the way, their former coach now did step out and say he wished he would have rephrased it and not made it sound. He was very clear. Like, I'm not saying it was Ottinger's fault, but he goes, I can look back on it and say, I wish I would have set it up differently so the team would have taken more of the blame.
Which is what we were like. I don't remember it. I was pushing for that. It felt like he made the example of the goalie as a way to say, hey, everybody has to rally on this. That's your guy. Then you need to play better. That was what I was pushing at the time, and I still believed it. And after he gave it lots of thought, he felt that way. They've always been such a team-centric group.
Yeah.
Where it's like nobody's really stand out, one great goal scorer, one this, one that. This is going to be a different season for me watching, because I'm watching one player that could have an exceptional season. that could be he could have a record-breaking season. It could be he is a star on a different level, and I wonder if it changes the dynamic of the team,
right?
And how Gulletson plans to manage that.
One more note about that. I don't know if hockey fans will be pumped about this. They asked the players, "What do you think about an 84-game season?" 32 of the 39 players who responded said, "I like it," because the trade-off would be there would be a shorter training camp and fewer preseason games and no fitness testing starting not this season, but the season after that. And guess what?
And you're saying rich athletes are like, I would love less of those opportunities for me to have to stress my body.
Yes,
okay.
But except for in the game,
because
you would think that's way more, and the owners are going to support it because that's the opportunity for more income. So just wanted to make note of that at a time when people are arguing that I'd love to see the NHL season shorter. It honestly looks like there's a better chance that the hockey season is going to be longer.
From the 254, what I hear is Kevin saying the Stars are going to go undefeated this year. And you know what, Kevin? If you say that, I don't think you've ever been more right.
I mean,
are you saying that a team can't go 82-0?
Correct.
This is just
hey, look,
this guy.
I'm going to make it easier for everyone.
In miracles.
Just know this is my
Next, you're
stock
tell me
opinion.
You don't think the Rangers can get into the playoffs?
I mean, I feel like we went over that in the first segment, and I don't want to repeat that same opinion right now. But this is my stock answer till the end of organized athletics. All right? As currently constructed schedule-wise, no, except for the NFL, no team in Major League Baseball, the NHL, or the NBA will ever go undefeated under the current scheduling in the regular season. I do not feel like that should be a fringy opinion whatsoever.
I hope you're wrong.
Okay, well, hope in one hand, take a crap in the other, and see which fills up first. All right, go ahead and give me cut number 8, because we need to do a little bit of breaking down the Bears.
They just got it away on 3rd and long. Watch out! Picked off. There's Wright down the sideline. Gets a block. And now a touchdown. The former Vikings. Pick 6.
All right. So that right there is the lone turnover on the early season for the Chicago Bears. We talked a lot yesterday about how much that defense had struggled. I didn't realize how jarring one of the statistics was until this morning. What do you think the Bears are giving up as a defense per play? Number of yards.
5.6.
7.1.
Jeez.
It probably will not.
That's good for us.
Yes, that's great for us because it will probably not surprise you to know, Corey, that is the worst in the NFL. All right, to start. So perhaps that means that will lead people to go ahead and want to pick the over. I don't know if that will be the case, but perhaps that will be the play for you. Now, a couple of things about the Bears' trends these first 2 games. We talked about it yesterday. The Bears have scored a touchdown in their first possession in both games. The rest of those other 2 halves, they've scored a total of 10 points.
Oh, okay.
So if you can, I'm not even saying if you can force a punt on the first possession, great. But if you can just keep them out of the end zone, that is a huge step in the right direction.
So what that tells you is their first 15 are pretty well done.
Yes, I would agree with that.
They and Broadus kind of mentioned that about the Cowboys too, is that after their first 15, it seems like they kind of got astray.
Yes.
And with the Bears here, that's that sound. So, okay. And Ben Johnson, whenever he knows what his script is, obviously that's going to be very strong for him. So, yeah, if you can, fight within that, then you have a better chance. I like it.
Now, let's go back to their defense because this is an astonishing number as well. In the last 5 quarters, the Chicago Bears have given up 73 points. Because we talked about what
God.
Yeah, I know. We talked about what an ass kicking the Lions put on them.
Yes.
But think about this. In the quarter before that, Minnesota went off. They scored 3 touchdowns in the 4th quarter. So in the last 5 quarters, the Chicago Bears have given up 73 points. And so this is a scenario in which I'm not saying you can't win a 17-14 game, but I will be thoroughly disappointed if this Cowboys team, even if they win, walks out of this game scoring like 17 or 20 points, because this is a Bears defense that have shown to be very susceptible, and Jalen Johnson is out with a groin injury. This is an opportunity to just really bury them.
Oh yeah, I mean they have some good players on that defense. They have good players. There are a lot of Q's next to those players right now. As in questionable,
yes.
as you said, doubtful.
Yes.
With Jalen Johnson,
he's not going to play.
Exactly. They have some guys on that team that can play. They don't look like they can right now. And this Cowboys team offensively should be able to unload. They really should. Defensively, though, here's the thing, Kevin. You know what happened? You know how many minutes the first drive the Giants had was against the Cowboys? It was over 8 minutes.
Wow.
Over 8 minutes. And that's when I was like, I'm going to start tracking this because this feels long. And then I was like, I'm tracking this the rest of the game. They beat them in possession. And that first drive was the big factor there. If the Bears do that against the Cowboys and beat them in possession, they could end up being similar situation where your offense is having to catch up real quick instead of being out in front.
Now, I get a sense, Alec. I can just tell. You're like, that's great. There's a lot of information, a lot of football information. I need something a little bit more fun. Is that the vibe I'm getting from you?
Sure.
Okay,
fun
good.
is great.
Thank you for that. All right. What color do you think the middle nail on the right hand of Caleb Williams will be for this game? And this game alone, any wagers that you have on this will not carry over into future games. This is for Sunday and Sunday alone. What color do you think the middle nail will be on Caleb Williams' right hand? Because, yes, I do have the betting odds for that.
For his NFL debut, he painted his nails orange and blue.
Which makes sense.
Because he's
on the Bears.
I think, let's see, what month is this? Okay, maybe. I'm going to go with blue, Cowboys blue.
Ooh, okay.
Because he really wants to play for the Cowboys.
All right. Now, Alec, there's an opportunity for you to steal. Blue is only 5-1. That's fourth on the list. You can tell that Corey, for month reasons, clearly chickened out and didn't say rainbow. That is 14-1.
I thought it was Suicide Prevention Month.
I know, that's what I'm saying. It's not the other month.
Yeah.
All right. What color will that nail be?
It's tough. I kind of want to throw a curveball and say clear.
Ooh, I like it.
I'm going to go, you know what? I'm going to go basic. I'm going to say that it will be black.
That is the favorite. It goes black, purple, pink or red, and blue. I'm fascinated by that pink or red play because you get two different colors. All right, now, enough fun. Back to important football numbers.
Okay.
Something that I think the Cowboys could have a huge advantage in, and you could probably argue this in a lot of the games, is the special teams. Keep an eye out on this. Cairo Santos made one of two field goals and had a really important miss going back to that week 1 game against the Vikings. Because of that, the Bears added Jake Moody to their practice squad. There's been discussions already about making a change. Now, that doesn't mean that it's all going to fall apart, but you have a kicker that feels as automatic as there is in Brandon Aubrey. And meanwhile, it's only week 3, and there's already been discussions about that. Corey, I know you don't want to play for field goal after field goal.
No.
But just keep an eye out on that if you're looking for something that could tip the scales, because this is a point spread that is still very tight.
It is, yeah, and you're right. That is the margin, is him. He's the difference in margin for pretty much any game.
Right.
Because if it's so I don't like first, second, third quarter playing for field goal.
Yeah, I'm with you.
I love the idea that in the fourth quarter, if you just went down by 2 points, and all you have to do, the kickoff is set at the 35-yard line.
Yeah.
And all you have to do is get 15 yards.
Right.
And you can win the game. I love having that weapon. But I do prefer Let's go out there and have our offense be something amazing that is unstoppable.
Yeah, I would love that as well.
Not we're playing conservative and hoping that, for the best at 50 yards.
And the Cowboys are favored by 1.5, but I'm weary of that line because I thought going into the Giants game, even when the line jumped from 3.5 to kind of closer to 4.5 or 5, I still thought the Cowboys would cover that easy. Obviously, they did not. And so now the Bears, as a road underdog, could be a dangerous bet there as well. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, let's do some NFL overreaction or reality. Plus, it's North Texas Giving Day if you want to shout out who you would like to donate some money to, and the ultimate fan giveaway. All happening next right here on The Fan.
product. I gotta remember that.
You know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute pet. That's like a little shag. I've never seen that before. Well, I mean, of course, it's the Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean, like your name. No, I'm Jess. My name's Jess. Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut, but that's hair on your head. I'm not saying this is your hair.
The on-time experts.
Snap goes to Prescott. Handoff. Williams up the middle. Plowing for the touchdown. I guess Javonte Williams will be okay.
K&C Masterpiece back here on 105.3 The Fan. We have 3 calls to action right here, if you're ready. Call to action number 1. Can you go back to posting what you were going to eat for dinner or lunch or whatever on Facebook? That way I can give you a fake like, or I can just not care, as opposed to tearing down long-standing friendships or family relationships or whatever. Just if we can go back to that.
That was a good time that we complained about too much.
We did.
We were like, hey, old person, nobody cares. And now everybody has to care.
Call to action number 2. I don't know if these will get more serious or not. Call to action number 2. Taco Bueno, tomorrow, 7940 North Central Expressway. Look.
Tweet us your party box.
Absolutely. It's going to be tomorrow, which is a Friday, but my birthday is on a Sunday, and I'm hoping I can co-opt this date to also partially celebrate my birthday at the Taco Bueno in Dallas off of 7940 North Central Expressway. But perhaps the most important call to action, it's an opportunity to win a one-of-a-kind experience. Your chance for the ultimate Cowboys fan hang, presented by our friends at Whataburger. You and a guest will enjoy game day inside the Star on the very seats where the team breaks down its plays. Add in cheerleaders, add in a former player to hang out with you, Whataburger, swag bag, and I don't know, man. I feel like that's a cool thing, don't you?
That is very cool, man. Oh, is that on me? Let's give something away!
877-881-1053. Caller number 10
now
will win this very opportunity for you and a guest. Caller number 10 right now, 877-881-1053. We hope you win. If you do not, your next opportunity to win will be at 2:30 during the G-Bag Nation right here on 1053 The Fan. Now, let's do some NFL overreaction or reality.
Let's do it.
Hopefully the reality is y'all are calling and winning right now. Corey, overreaction or reality? You are excited about the Jadeveon Clowney signing.
I am. I think that's a reality. I'm not overly excited, though.
I got you.
And I'm not unnecessarily excited. I like the continued pursuit of adding to the team when you have the resources to do it, not the BS that we're going to do it and then not doing it. So the fact that they are saying, hey, we're going to churn this roster as much as we can, and we're going to add to it if we can. If there are people out there that we think can help us, we're going to try and bring them in. There's lots of reasons I like the addition. I'm not expecting 20 sacks from him.
Sure.
So that's like you have to really have a good understanding of your expectation here. But I think it's exciting to bring in a player that I think can be a DeMarcus Lawrence type help at a very cheap rate for this team. So hopefully it can turn out for him, man.
Man, I think I'm with you, and I like that it was a reasonable kind of Javonte Williams style contract, which is what we threw out. $3.5 million with the opportunity in bonuses to get up to $6 million. Hopefully he hits those bonuses, because that means he maybe had a better than expected season.
For real, yes.
And it doesn't particularly put a big dent in your salary cap space going into the next season. All right, NFL overreaction or reality. Tom Brady should either not be allowed to participate in production meetings or not be in the coach's booth during games.
That was a tough question. This is a little bit confusing, but I'm going to try.
Okay, and
because I care about it.
And here's the thing. I don't like what the NFL tried to throw out their semantical arguments of they're like, well, he's not allowed at the facility for production meetings. And you're like, hold on, so he's not allowed in production meetings? And you're like, well, that's not what we said.
Do you agree with Ben Johnson? I ain't got to tell him anything.
Yes, but I don't know if everybody is like that.
And I don't like Kevin, you know us. When it comes to interviewing, we get people to say words that they never expected they would say.
Okay.
Right?
The first part I agree with too.
Like we've gotten Jerry Jones to tell us things that he did not intend to say. Or maybe he did. But because what you do is you get people comfortable. You get them comfortable, they then tell you, oh, hey, you know what? My quad actually is kind of hurting me today.
Right.
And nobody knew that before, but because you went in there with the intention. So, like, the intention of it, I don't think he should have that access to those interviews if he's going to be involved in any of the stuff. If he just wants to turn a headset on and listen, I'm okay. But if he wants to turn the headset on and then pull the microphone down and go, hey, by the way, guys, this guy's attack him, then I'm not okay with that at all.
Alec, overreaction or reality? Tom Brady should either not be allowed in production meetings or not be allowed in a coach's booth during a game.
I'm going to say reality because I want to stay consistent with what I said yesterday because I believe it's true. Do you want to be Tom Brady, the football ops guy, or do you want to be Tom Brady, the broadcaster? You got to make a decision there. And you got to give up something if you're going to do both, which is the access to either your team in that way or every other team. And I'd say you have to give up the access to every other team, but then that raises an issue for Fox, because then it's going to be, how do you get your information? And I know Mickey had a great point where he was like, other people can just be like, hey, Tom, this is what somebody told me. And it's like, okay, cool. And then he has that info. But, you know, I bet Tom Brady is a lot easier to talk football with and accidentally say some stuff you shouldn't say, you know, on the record than, you know, any of these professional broadcasters that might walk into a production meeting. So, it's weird. It's a really weird situation, but my end result is still reality.
And think about, too, sometimes, oh my gosh, it's Tom Brady.
Yeah.
I'm talking to the great one, or not the great one because that's Gretzky, but the GOAT, if you will. I'm talking to this. I can't believe he's chatting me up, telling me how much he loves my game.
Yeah.
How good I am at this. Yeah, of course I'm going to tell him some extra stuff. Kevin, can I read something to you real quick?
Let me tell you this. Antonio Pierce, who was coaching the Raiders last year when Brady became an official part owner, said it's foolish to think he won't share info with the Raiders.
Absolutely. Absolutely. And I appreciate you bringing that nugget to the world, because I think that's important too. I did want to, this is something that we've been tracking. We discussed yesterday.
Yeah.
I hoped I was adamant. What I feel I've seen inconsistently from the Cowboys offensive line is better than what I think the numbers told us. We both said that yesterday, right?
Yeah.
Like those numbers tell us that, but we also feel like what we see is a little bit better than what those numbers actually say. Clayton Adams said on Tyler Guyton today, there's been some really good reps, and there's been some reps that he probably wants back. And so we're continuing to try and work on consistency, but I think he's in a really good place mentally. Anytime you obviously, as Boach says, you want a guy to have high confidence. At least he's not down on himself, and he's like, I'm still working. But as he said, really good reps, but still consistency is still the key for the entire offensive line right now.
Now,
overreaction or reality?
I think that's a reality. Yeah. Because that just feels very, look, you know how I feel. I like even-handed breakdowns or things where you're not made to look ridiculously good.
Yeah.
And so the idea is
that's fair.
He's had some really good reps, but also some reps that I'm like, hey, what are you doing?
Yeah, he said it the nice way.
Yeah,
he said reps that he would like to have back. That's a nice way of saying,
hey,
and
what are you
crappy
doing?
ones
Yes,
too.
yes, absolutely. All right, overreaction reality. Corey, I'm going to tell you, most of these are my questions. This question I saw from Bleacher Report, so don't kill the messenger. Overreaction or reality? Ben Johnson is a fraud.
As a head coach or a play caller?
Well, and that's the thing, because people will point to both. It's just been 2 games, but an 0-2 start. Meanwhile, the Lions still scored 52 points. Ironically,
Aaron Glenn's a fraud too.
The team.
There are a lot of new head coaches this year.
Could be.
Schottenheimer's not then, because he's 1-1. Boom!
Not my question.
I'll wait the full season before I answer that question correctly. But I don't think he is. I think he's a creative play caller. However, being a head coach is different. Being a head coach, everything falling on you having to be not just a guy that, like, whenever Ben Johnson was with Dan Campbell, everything could defer to Dan Campbell. The mentality, the personality of the team, everything goes to what he is. Now everything's on you. And so I think we're going to see that play out this season. Again, creative play caller, have zero clue who he is as a man, and if those men in that room are going to say, I buy into what he's selling.
Alec, I hope you don't mind. We'll move to the next one. That one was specifically for Corey. I just wanted to see how he would react.
Who won, by the way?
Let's see. Grab my handy-dandy paper. It is Tolo, James, and Murphy.
Yes, James and Murphy.
Today.
I feel bad because someone texted in and said F. I was caller number 8. Oh. I'm sorry. You were so close. Hopefully on G-Bag, you'll win or be caller number 9. And then the next go, caller number 10.
Would you rather be caller number 9 or caller number 11?
Do they?
If it's caller number 10.
Caller number 11. Because then I'm like, I did my best. You know, like
9, you're like, I was there.
Yeah.
I was there.
Somebody would have distracted me for a millisecond. All right. Now, this one I'm going to have to explain a little bit, but I just want you to ponder. NFL overreaction to reality. Punters will soon be obsolete. Now, you think about the new touchback rules, people being more aggressive on fourth down decisions, kickers just standing around like Brandon Aubrey, who can kick the ball from midfield. Think about it. You get the ball at the 35. If you can get more kickers who eventually will evolve and they can kick the ball from midfield, that's just 15 yards. You got coaches who are already aggressive on fourth down. Overreaction to reality. Punters will soon be obsolete.
Oh, well, I hate that because punters are people too.
That is true.
I believe McAfee had that on a T-shirt at one point. I'm going to say overreaction. I understand why they would be in that case, and I understand how they can be. But I think the league is smart enough, as you've seen with the kickoff changes just this year, they kind of figured that out. You know, so far, I know it's only been 2 weeks. I like what they've done with the kickoff. I think they finally found a sweet spot. I think after, if it does get to the point where the punters are feeling kind of useless, I think they're going to kind of shift and alter things again to keep that position, because then it's going to turn into an NFLPA issue where we don't want to pay punters as much because they're not really doing as much as they used to. So I think they got to keep everybody happy. So I'll say overreaction, but you might see some residuals of the new kickoff rule for sure.
I think it's an overreaction. Oh. I don't think they'll ever get rid of kicking as I've always wanted them to. But
there's some
more Dan Campbells we get in this world, and the more Dan Quinns, the closer we get to it.
And the more Brandon Aubreys.
Yeah, well, Brandon Aubreys are fine, but it's the guys that go for it on fourth down, because even if they're going to go for it on fourth down if there's no Brandon Aubrey. You know what I'm saying?
I mean,
so they'll say, hey, we'll go for it. So the more of those, Kevin, even on 4th and 27, I'm like, go for it, man. What's the worst that could happen?
NFL overreaction or reality. Mark Andrews is still broken from the playoffs. So it's been 2 games. He has 2 catches for 7 yards.
How many targets? Do you have that number?
I will look that up.
Because if it's 2 catches on 10 targets, that's bad.
Yes.
And that's the yips in my mind. But I also understand.
Maybe Lamar Jackson's like, no.
I haven't watched every target either. And
only
so that's
4 targets.
So that's where I'm questioning now, how much does Lamar trust him? Because there's been that trust plenty of times, and it's worked out for him. Or is the game just not calling for it? But it seems like it would call for it a lot more often.
By the way, I feel so bad for some of the people listening. I was caller number 3 yesterday on G-Bag. I've been caller number 6 and caller number 1. Oh,
too good at it.
So close. Alec, overreaction to reality. Mark Andrews is still broken from the playoffs.
I'm going to say reality in the way that the team probably thinks that, because I just think they're not game planning for him to get the ball anymore. I think it is a Lamar thing, a coaching staff thing, where they're like, he doesn't look like the same guy since then.
He does not.
So maybe it's not just what he's actively doing on the field. Maybe he's running some of the best routes of his career. Like Corey said, I haven't watched every single play that he's been on the field for. Maybe he is doing his job to the best of his ability, but those around him are just like, hey, let's get the ball to other people. Right. Also, we have this guy named Derrick Henry who's pretty good too. We'd like to hand the ball to him every now and then. So I think they've kind of phased him out. And if we want to use Corey logic, in itself here, he's 30. He's getting old.
Old man right there.
Yeah. Get a new tight end.
A young man's game.
NFL overreaction or reality. The Bengals are cursed. This is the first time in 7 years they've been 2-0. Their reward for that is to lose Toe Burrow.
Reality. I believe in curses.
There are some questions on here, Alec. I'm so excited when you guys say reality.
And like that, how crappy is that? That you had a plan to get started. Anybody else on the team, except for Jamar Chase, you're probably like, that's fine. But Joe Burrow, who is now considered injury prone after many moments, many injuries, wrist injury, calf injury, this injury, like there's lots of them. That's just brutal for Bengals players and fans alike.
Alec, overreaction or reality? The Bengals are cursed.
Kevin, I get to make your day because it's a reality.
Hell yeah!
And you know what they're cursed by? Karma. I think this is just indicative of the work that they did not do in the offseason to try to help Joe Burrow be protected across that offensive line, and a little bad juju because of the whole situation with Trey Hendrickson, rather.
Let me pause you there because I'm going to give you my bonus question then involving the person you just said. Bonus overreaction to reality. The Bengals don't really want to pay Trey Hendrickson long-term anyway, so they might as well just go ahead and trade him.
Reality. Especially now that the quarterback is hurt.
Yeah, exactly.
They've shown that they don't care enough to get this done. There's been an unwillingness, even in the long-term conversations that they had. The thing was not having any guaranteed money at the end of the deal. Like, that was all the reports was they don't want to guarantee him money the older he gets. So they don't want him to be there long term. It's clear as day.
Kevin, I kind of like Jake Browning a little bit. I'm not saying he's anything like Joe Burrow. Like, I don't think he's Joe Burrow-esque at all.
So you don't think he's going to get hurt?
Geez, dude, come on. But he had 1,900 yards in, I don't know, 8 games or something like that. A couple seasons ago, he had 12-7 touchdown interception ratio. Nothing brilliant, but I think with what they have offensive weapon wise, he can be an effective guy. But you're right. The defense isn't as great as it needs to be, and the offensive line is not either. I don't think they would trade him though. I just don't think they would. But
Corey, I've got great news for you.
2 firsts from the Cowboys.
And, man,
Kenny Clark.
Okay, look, for professional purposes, obviously, that would be amazing if that happened. Well, no, I don't want to say deal. I got too caught up in the last thing that you said on that list. From the 940, I guess it's just me, but I feel like they can still be above 500 with Browning. Not just you. Corey might be with you on that. By the way, I just want to let people know our phone system has a couple of different mechanisms for when things are busy. And so some people get a busy signal. Some people kind of get the pick up and click. That's not Alec hanging up on you. That's part of our phone system.
But if you hear Alec's glorious voice,
it's already a win.
Then you know.
Yeah.
Unless he's picking up to tell you didn't win.
Oh, well, that could happen too.
Well,
NFL overreaction or reality. Passing yards do not matter with Jalen Hurts. Now, we go back to that thing with Chris Jones when he was like, you didn't even get 100 yards, which was incorrect. He got 101 passing.
Get your facts right before you say them on air.
And then Jalen Hurts, good point. Jalen Hurts responded, we won the game, MFer, which I thought was a really good response. And so Jalen Hurts, 15-22 for 101 yards, but last year he had 39 total touchdowns, so just 4 turnovers. And he's thrown for less than 150 yards plenty of times, and they've won. So overreaction to reality, passing yards do not matter with Jalen Hurts.
I think it's a reality. Now, will it matter in arguments by the media? Absolutely.
Sure.
Because those are the numbers that you go to prove your point. But I think when you go to quarterback wins, that's the one that proves the point the most. That's like Tom Brady probably was like, hey, Bill, can I throw 52 touchdowns this year? Can I just get a shot at it? And he's like, yeah, you know what? We're at a point now. As long as we're winning, yes, we'll do that.
Yeah.
And with Jalen Hurts, he just wants to stack up the wins, win a Super Bowl. You know, like that's his mindset. They built this system around him. They have quality players around him on purpose. And like that's the whole point of it. The head coach knows too. I got a guy that I trust in the pocket. I got a guy that I trust to run this offense and that the guys have enough respect for to follow. And that's all I need because we have a system in place that can win us games more often than not. So, yeah, I don't think passing yards matter unless you get into a situation where some of your talent's been depleted.
Right.
And now it is on him to be the guy to make those clutch throws.
Alec, what say you?
It's a reality because the way the team is constructed right now, and it alludes to what Corey just said. Whenever they do have to make those tough decisions with the salary cap because of the big deals that they've handed out over the past couple years, and those start to add up, then you're going to have to start looking at him like, okay, he needs to kind of carry the team here and move the ball down the field. When you got Saquon Barkley, when you've got a trio, really, of good receivers, that wide receiver 3 position seems to always be solid for them, no matter who's actually playing it.
Yeah.
But like, that team is just really, really good. It's like the Kyle Shanahan method of don't screw it up, do as you're asked, and we're probably going to win games.
Man, I'm sorry. I had one more. Do you mind if I ask one more quick one?
It's your show, man. You do whatever you want.
That's why I asked you, because it's all of our shows.
Okay, yeah. Yeah, go ahead.
All right, NFL overreaction or reality. The Dolphins lose by 28-plus points tonight. Mike McDaniel is not the coach in Week 4. Here's the reason why I asked that. Obviously, national TV spotlight game, but also for the Dolphins, you've got the mini-bye built in. So you have a few extra days. Maybe at 0-3, you think you can still make a run at it.
Man, I think that's a reality. I think there's plenty of opportunity, and I don't know if GM owner's looking at that and he's been waiting for this. But man, what you're seeing right now is not a good football team. No. Can I ask you another question here, or make a statement?
Yes.
And ask a question.
Yes.
Matt Eberflus on what he thinks the reaction is going to be on Sunday in Chicago. Quote, I haven't thought about it.
Lies.
Okay.
Lies.
I didn't even need to ask the question. I did not even need to ask the question. You knew what it was already.
I'm not saying he spent the whole time thinking about it, but come on.
You haven't thought
not
about
even
it once?
for 1 second.
Not once?
Bull. Alec, what say you? You lose by 4+ touchdowns. That's a wrap.
It better be. Like, if I'm the owner at that point, I've put up with McDaniel and Greer, the GM, long enough. Like, I've seen a lot of really good things, but that feels like so long ago when the Dolphins were that promising young AFC team because of Mike McDaniel. Now it feels like nobody wants to play on that team. It feels like they show up because they have to. Like, they don't look motivated. I know they looked better last week, but I think the reason you're asking that question is because it absolutely could happen that they give up that many points and lose by that many.
And that's why I need to get that question in today. Now, speaking about today is a very special day across the community. It is North Texas Giving Day. Now, we have done multiple shows at My Possibilities in years past for North Texas Giving Day. We've got Peace-a-thon coming up in a couple months. Hopefully people know how much we love My Possibilities. I wanted to open up to you, to y'all, to our listeners. Are there any other places you want to shout out, or perhaps you're going to donate money to today? And the reason why I say today is because there's a lot of companies that have matching programs. And so if you do that kind of like today or in this window, you can double your donation essentially.
As a matter of fact, Kevin, just to start things off, I just saw an email from the Sandlot. They have already hit they're halfway, more than halfway to their $20,000 goal. But they've already crossed the $5,000 and now are eligible for a $15,000 bonus gift from the Dallas Foundation.
There it
is.
is.
Like you just said, other organizations match and stuff like that. So
I just wanted to say that just in case people were like, well, can I donate another time? You definitely can, but today could be a really great day.
Yeah, and we've always supported Jared in his cause. He does great work, and I personally know they have some big stuff on the horizon, and I know where it's going, and so I'm really excited for them. So today, that's an option for you. When it comes to inclusivity, they're going to be right there at the forefront of it all, and so I'm excited for them. For me personally, I grew up in the theater. I was in plays in church. I was in plays in elementary school, in high school. I was in one-act plays. And so, I say this all the time, I still use that to this day. Those experiences, those friends that I made in the theater, it was an absolute blast. And Junior Players of Dallas is a group that I I MC their
Okay.
event every year. I've been lucky enough to MC their event every year. They're celebrating their 70th anniversary this year. That's significant. That's huge. And their executive director, Rosaura Cruz, she is a living example of the impact for what they can do at junior players. It's a great opportunity. So if you want to, you can go to juniorplayers.org and then hit them up on North Texas Giving Day. NTGD/NTGD is the place where I would say go take care of. That's local, right here in DFW, and they're taking care of kids that are pursuing that opportunity, being in the theater. They have plays all the time.
Yeah.
Shakespeare with Henry, so much cool stuff.
Alec, I want to give you the opportunity as well if there's any particular charitable cause that you care about or just want to spread the word about.
I think you can't go wrong with NAMI North Texas. I know you guys talk about them all the time for mental health resources, but if you want some sort of, tie-in to your local sports, how about the Odigizua Foundation, run by Oso Odigizua, the Cowboys defensive tackle? It helps single parents and their children, get them some funding to try to get equitable access to education resources and opportunities locally and nationally to help their children get the best experiences in life. I think they do incredible work. I know that he won the NFLPA Player of the Week award for his work in the community. Osa does incredible work. I know the morning show has had him on a couple times to discuss that work. And he's just a really good dude off the football field too. So if you want to help one of the guys that you watch every Sunday, on top of the fact that he's just a really good guy that deserves all the help he can get, the Odigizua Foundation, I'd throw that out there.
Okay, I freaking love that. From the 972 Operation Kindness, that's Texas's oldest no-kill animal shelter, the ASPCA of North Texas. I will obviously co-sign NAMI North Texas. We talk with people, all of us, all of the time, who just feel hopeless, whether it's your personal life, family and loved ones, work, whatever. So many people feel hopeless, and that's why I love NAMI North Texas. I'm going to throw out one more. I've mentioned this one before. Refugee Resources in Dallas. It is a smaller charity, especially compared to places like Sandlot, My Possibilities, and NAMI North Texas. What they do is they give refugee kids, of which we have thousands and thousands of them here in the United States. They give them an opportunity to learn to read, learn English better, and we also talk about Jesus. And I'm not trying to push my faith on anybody.
Whoa!
All right. I'm not trying to push my faith on anybody. I will just say, I believe very much in Jesus, and I like being at a place where we learn about it, but I also like being at a place where we help kids who kind of come in behind the curve educationally because of English, that we help them try to catch up and learn how to read at a more accelerated level for English. And the kids are just wonderful, whether it's Ling or Happy or Charles or Peter. I've had so many great experiences with kids from Refugee Resources.
A couple real quick I just want to throw out there. Somebody from the 469, shout out to the Big Brothers, Big Sisters program for all the work they do.
I was a little brother growing up because my dad wasn't around. That is a great charity.
And from the 972 60 Feet 6, our friend Dutch Oven, Derek Holland, what he's done there, great work for lots of different areas.
Yeah. Look, we've talked about this many times.
The key there.
And I know we're friends with Derek now, but before we even had a really strong relationship, he just showed up at My Possibilities things.
Yeah.
He shows up and does all this stuff that he's like, I'm just going to do because I want to do, not because
I see the smile on people's face, man.
Exactly. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, it's time for the C Block, starring Corey Majors and former NFL All-Pro Sean Merriman. Next on The Fan.
No. Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
What's it say first word?
by our D&M Leasing Studios. It's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. And right now, we bring to you former NFL All-Pro, the man who heads up Lights Out Extreme Fighting. It is Sean Merriman. Good afternoon, sir.
What's up, my man? How are you?
Well, we're doing good. We have an important ethical question for you to begin. At all points in your life, if you ask for a water cup at a fast food place, did you fill it up with water and never fill it up with soda?
I can't say I haven't. Well, the thing is, you got to get clear soda, right? Because it got to look
Sprite,
like water.
yeah,
That's the whole idea of it.
Sprite is an option.
Well,
Sprite is an option.
you just failed that test, but guess what?
It was great. It was great.
So did all of us. So I think that's okay. Now I want to get to Lights Out 27, going to be happening this Saturday. So we're only a couple days away in Long Beach. But before that, obviously, got to get your breakdown of the Micah trade and the impact that we've seen these first couple of games for both teams.
Well, I don't think anybody's shocked. I don't think Jerry Jones is shocked. I don't think the fans or the organization is shocked at what Micah is doing right now. They knew what type of player they had. But I want to say this. I know that a lot of people and the fans in the media are upset at Jerry's decision, but I look at it as it was good for both parties because of the tensions, that played out publicly. Micah just having a stigma about him just being in the locker room. And sometimes it's just good for both parties. And, yeah, right now, the Cowboys, in my opinion, they lost right now. But if, those extra first-round draft picks turn out to be something in the next 3, 4, 5 years, then, hey, you can look at it, you know what, maybe it wasn't as bad as we thought. But right now it stings because Micah is a complete animal out there just causing havoc all over the field. So, yeah, of course the Cowboy fans and the organization should feel like they lost right now.
I'm curious, though. There was one line from Steven, and it was reflected from his conversation with Matt Eberflus, and that was, we feel like you can scheme up pressure, but stopping the run's a completely different deal. Do you agree with that? That having the dudes to be able to stop the run's different, but you can draw things up to create pressure? You can
draw schemes up, by different blitz packages. I mean, some of the best D coordinators can figure out doing that. But what you can replace is a single person that can go out and take over a game.
True.
I mean, and I hate using this. It sounds cliche about calling Micah a generational player. A lot of people say that. But if Micah Parsons only come around that type of player like once every 10 years, 7 to 10 years. You only see a guy like him. So with that being said, yeah, you can draw some blitzes. You can get home to the quarterback, disrupt the offense. But you got one player, no matter what that scheme is, he can go out and take over a game, and that's the special part about him.
Okay, I want to go back to, I know you talked about it as cliche and people overuse generational player. Is there anything in particular that you think differentiates somebody like Micah from your, Myles Garrett, Trey Hendrickson, Max,
Donald?
Of the world?
Well, say that one more time?
Yeah, I know you were joking about it being cliche, but I wanted to know if there's anything that you think distinguishes Micah from people like, Myles Garrett, Max Crosby, Trey Hendrickson, Watt, any of those people.
Yeah, the offensive coordinators scheme against them. I remember offensive coordinators coming up to me before games and said, even at my years where I was injured and I wasn't the same player anymore, they said that they didn't know how my body was, so they had to make sure they drew up plays that I don't disrupt their offense, right? They knew they couldn't run certain counters because I was going to come off the line of scrimmage and I had the speed and explosion to run a counter back from behind. So, boom, counters are scratched. Now, they didn't know if they had the fan protection or keep a running back or have the tight end to hit me before he got out in his route. So things like that, there's only about 7 guys, I would say 7 to 8 guys in the National Football League where you're saying, okay, we can't run certain things because they're on the field. And that's the difference in those players you just named.
Well, Sean Merriman joining us here on the KNC Masterpiece. Always love talking ball with him because he's really good at it. I really do enjoy hearing his concepts on defense. And looking back at this past Sunday, that was a chaos game as Russell Wilson goes for 450. And you look at kind of what was going on. Did that look like a lack of communication in the secondary, or did they just look beat man up?
Yeah, it was definitely a lack of communication, and I didn't see guys talking enough pre-snap.
Oh.
I think that's their biggest problem right now because everybody, like great defenses, they talk the entire time. When they see something, they relate a message to the safety, down to the linebackers, down to the D lineman. It is a constant communication. So I saw guys still looking around to find out what to do when the ball was snapped.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, so that's a bad sign. So it's a lack of communication is breaking down in coverage that's causing those big plays to happen.
The other thing, too, that I've been kind of excited about, and I don't know if you've noticed this, Dak seems to have a different energy about him, and I'm not sure if you kind of noticed, he looks comfortable in the offense, but he also seems to have this confidence. I don't know if it's, from not having McCarthy here or if it's just because he's such a veteran and he has this leadership role, but Dak looks like he's playing with a different confidence right now.
He is, and I think it's evident. Anybody that's watching the game, especially somebody like myself that played it, and that's the reason why Brian Schottenheimer got elevated. And they didn't bring in a new guy so Dak has to start over and learn again. And so, I know that he wasn't a flashy coach when, he was announced as being a head coach. But he was on the coaching staff with us when I was with the Chargers.
Yep.
And I know what kind of coach he is. Now, when you're Dak Prescott and you know the system like the back of your hand now, and now you got a coach that believes in you to let you go out there and play freely, it reflects in the way he's playing right now. So that was him being elevated to the head coach. It wasn't an organization thing. It was a Dak Prescott situation where we're not going to put you in a bad position to start over again with another offense.
Now, I want to make sure that I stay consistent with this opinion, but we've talked about it with Justin Herbert. He feels like the most decorated quarterback in NFL history that's never actually accomplished anything prior to this year. What have been your thoughts about the Chargers so far? And it kind of looks like things might be clicking finally.
Well, look, and we just talked about the coordinators and the coaches feeling comfortable. I think that most people need to realize Justin Herbert hasn't had the same consistency as from the head coach down to the offensive coordinator, down to the quarterback coach, since he's been in the National Football League. He hasn't had a stable situation. And so now, not only does he have a stable situation, he doesn't have to go out and win football games anymore. That team is based on being physical up front. I know they haven't got the running game going just yet, but they will. But they're playing great defense. Justin Herbert going out and making plays when he needs to make them. Not the 60-yard bombs down the field when he's being tackled and the miraculous stuff that he was asked to do in the past. He can go out and just play football and make the plays when he needs to, and that's the difference in this team.
Man, when you saw the Khalil Mack injury, though, I think every single one of us just went, because it's gross. How did you ever have a moment where you looked down and the joint wasn't going the right direction?
Yeah. I had when I dislocated my shoulder when I was with the Bills, and it was my shoulder injury was much like what Drew Brees had in 2005 when I was with the Chargers, when it kind of popped out and it was stuck outside the socket. And it's scary at the moment, but it's even scary when they ask you to bite down on a towel so they can put it back in place, put a harness on you, and throw you back in the game. So it's.
Do you ever feel like it's the 1800s when they do that then?
This is Roman times type stuff we're talking about, guys. This is gladiator, kill or be killed in front of in a Coliseum. And that's the thing about football. And I was at that game and I saw it, and I thought it was much worse than them putting them on a short-term IR. In fact, I posted something on my IG this morning about me. Hey, look, if the Chargers need me 4 games, 15, 20 plays a game, I can step in. We got to fight in Long Beach this Saturday, so I'll already be in town.
Now, speaking of those fights, we could talk about the card itself, but I was intrigued by something you said in another spot about the AI-generated advertising. Can you walk me through kind of that concept and what that's going to look like?
Yeah. This Saturday we're going to for the first time of commercial use. We've been working on this thing for 6 months, so we'll have 5 sponsors that's on the mat, but we'll have another 5 that changes every fight. So the audience and the fans out there will see a different sponsor that changed. So somebody in California or somebody in Texas will see a different sponsor than the next, and that will be the first one in combat sports history to ever do this. And we wanted to open it up to small businesses, man. I mean, I've always been obviously been in the combat sports space, but I'm also, cognizant of businesses is looking to advertise. So we have a virtual AI advertising company that we're going to display this Saturday. So it's the coolest thing. And then look, we're going to expand this into soccer, into baseball and football, hopefully one day. So we wanted to be the first to kind of bring it to market.
And what is it? Is there a particular fight? I mean, I'm sure the card as a whole, but is there a particular fight that stands out to you that maybe you personally are most looking forward to as a fight fan on Saturday?
Yeah, big time. Our main event, Tyrell Fortune, he's a number one heavyweight pound for pound right now. And I think that after this fight, he goes out and wins this fight in a good fashion, he'll be taken off to the UFC. So we have the next up-and-coming superstars of the sport. We got 3 guys this card that I think will eventually, and within the next 6 months or so, end up in the UFC. And we want to be the next up. We want to be known as the best talent that's not in the UFC, to send guys there. And by the way, you guys make sure you download Lights Out Sports TV. We're available on every smart TV, iOS and Android, completely free. Got a ton of free live sports there. But make sure you guys download Lights Out Sports TV. We'll be live at 5:30 Pacific.
All right, man. That was perfect because I was just about to say, and tell everyone where they can find you, because I believe the fight started at 7 Central,
I love it.
but maybe
I love
7:30 Central. So the Lights Out TV app.
Yep. Yeah. If everybody got Roku or any smart TV out there, or iOS, Android, and you want to tune in, man, completely free. So no more subscriptions added.
Thank God.
People are happy about that. People are happy about that. So we got a massive fight this Saturday. So you guys make sure. And then a ton of cool, like TNA wrestling's on there. We got poker and chess and motocross, motorsports, outdoor sports. We got a bunch of free live sports there. So check us out.
Awesome.
That is awesome.
Actually, I don't think I knew that about TNA wrestling. Fantastic. Thank you very much for the time, good sir.
You got it, man. Thanks for having me.
Absolutely. There you go. Sean Merriman, Lights Out 27, Lights Out TV. If you want to download the app, fights start at 7:30 p.m. Central.
Absolutely. I always like talking with him, man.
Yeah, no, absolutely. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, it's time for the moral compass. Do you ever get involved in strangers' conversations? Or perhaps maybe we need to add on, this person is still upset about the quarterback win stat.
No!
All right. All of that next right here on The Fan.
V product? I gotta remember that.
Well, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean like your name. No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen. Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut, but that's hair on your head. I'm not saying this is your hair. Okay, freak.
segment of the KNC Masterpiece is brought to you by Cars for Kids. Donate today at carsforkids.org and by the personal injury lawyers Frankel and Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214 or 817-333-3333. With Frankel and Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. If you want to see and come hang out with our shows, got two opportunities for you. Today at Williams Chicken in Arlington off of South Cooper, the G-Bag Nation is going to be doing their show, getting you ready for the State Fair Classic, which is objectively awesome. CA is going to be out there as well. And then tomorrow, Taco Bueno in Dallas, 7940 North Central Expressway. Great deals, the $6 box. We're going to be out there. Plenty of great content. Plus, Cowboys ticket giveaways from Dr. Pepper and Taco Bueno tomorrow. Right now, we bring to you Emmy Award winner, star of The Shield, and star of the new movie, The Senior. It is Michael Chiklis. Good afternoon, sir.
Hey, guys. How you doing?
I think we might be doing better than you. Were you walking down the streets of Dallas with your suitcases looking like a homeless person?
What? What are you talking about?
Yeah, were you on the streets of Dallas with your suitcases? Did they drop you off in the wrong spot?
Yeah, actually they did. You guys know about that?
We know everything.
This is our city, Michael.
My driver dropped me off at the wrong address, so I had to walk a couple of miles. But I needed the steps.
I like that. I know we're getting ready for the release of your brand new movie. Comes out tomorrow, The Senior, that opens in theaters. I was hoping we could take a step back to another sports themed a project that you were involved with. Everybody up here at the station really was in on the show, Winning Time, and
loved it.
Yeah, and you played Red Auerbach. I know you're from Massachusetts, but I don't know if you were like a diehard Celtics fan. I don't want to make an assumption, but were you?
All things Boston sports. I'm dyed in the wool. Grew up in Fenway Park in the Garden. See the Patriots, all of it. Long suffering, and then we broke through and started to become Titletown. So we've had an incredible run for the last 22 years. And Red admittedly was before my time as a coach. He was in the front office when I was young, and when my father would take me to the Garden to see the Celtics, but my father was a huge Red Auerbach fan, and I was sad a little bit that he wasn't alive to see me play Red, because he would flip out. I mean, I think about Red Auerbach and I just giggle because the guy had audacity, man. Can you imagine someone in this day and age? Oh, we're going to win. This game's in the can. 3 minutes left and firing up a stogie in the arena. Holy! I almost swore. I mean, who would do that? If you were the other coach, you'd want to go and belt him in the head.
Absolutely.
You know what I mean?
Yes.
Unbelievable, the audacity of that guy. And also he was, known for some gamesmanship, Now, far be it from Red to, put a couple of nails in the windows to make sure they don't open for the other team and turn up the heat,
I
Things
know,
like that.
Yeah, I know we were all disappointed that Winning Time was canceled, but did you ever feel some vindication that the show ended with the Celtics winning a championship then?
Listen, it wasn't supposed to, honestly, but I was good with it. Only to that degree. There was a lot left, and we were going to cover some of the tragic aspects. The demise, frankly, for a while there when Lenny Bias passed away tragically, and we were going to get into some of that, and how it affected Red, because it really affected him deeply. I mean, he was a really forward-thinking guy and an amazing human being in a lot of ways. I joke about him and stuff, but he was extraordinary. I mean, he was one of the most winning coach in the history of basketball, and one of the greatest franchises of all time. And being a Bostonian, you can't you can't not be a Celtics fan, man. It's just not allowed. It's required. It's like you guys down in Dallas. You're a Cowboys fan, right?
Yep.
Yeah. It's true.
Yep. Of course you are. You have to be.
Yep.
It's like part of the culture. Although, speaking of culture, I got to say, making the senior down there, I've always known that, Texas is Mecca for football.
Yep. Right.
But I kind of lived it during this experience because I didn't we went into a stadium, right, to do some sequences, and it was like a 10,000 seat stadium. And I walk in, I'm like, wow, what college is this? The guy looks at me, the trainer, he's got a big old, drawl, and he goes, this is a grade school, son. I'm like, what? he goes, yeah, man, this is like a junior high. I'm like, what? Took my breath away. He's like, oh, this is Texas, son. We love our football down here. I'm like, yeah, I guess you do. Like, you get 10,000 people here? He's like, yeah, Friday Night Lights, man.
That is true.
I was like, holy cow, it was amazing. And I love it because it's part of the tradition and tailgating and everybody getting together. And think about, I grew up in Boston, so I played 3 sports during the year. I played... In a way, you guys are akin to Canada in that Canada is to hockey as football is to Texas.
Yeah.
In that, I played football in the fall, hockey in the winter, and baseball in the spring. And y'all play football in the fall, football in the winter, and football in the spring. You know what I mean? It's your sport.
Yes, it is.
And I love it. I don't think there's anything better than going to the stadium with a bunch of friends, having some ribs, a couple of beers, and watching a football game. I think it's the greatest thing in the world.
Yeah, man. Kevin and I, we got to cover high school football down here too. I mean, we lived it while we were in high school too, but we got to cover it, so we got all the experiences.
Did you know that Mike Flint, the guy who the senior is about, was the captain of the Odessa Permian team?
Yes.
Inspired Friday Night Lights, and they're a big feeder of Sol Ross, which is a, big West Texas Division II team, when he was playing there. And, he was a football star, this guy, in his senior year. Just to let the audience know what his story is, in his senior year, he was thrown out of the school for fighting with a freshman who was out of the dorms after hours. The kid, he said, hey, man, get in the dorms. He told him to, F off, and he threw down with him, broke his nose. And the next day he was not only thrown off the football team, he was thrown out of school. And he left with his tail between his legs, and he was filled with regret. And he, it was the thing that ate at him his whole life. Because he felt like he let his boys down, because they were supposed to be undefeated that season, and they were like a 500 team. They really had a terrible season, so it ate at him for decades. And, all these years later, he gets an invite to a reunion, like for his 37th reunion or something, and he says to his wife, this is a mistake. I didn't even graduate. And she's like, no, the guys on the team reached out to me. They were looking for you. I want you to go. I want you to get this monkey off your back. And he went there really to apologize. It wasn't like by design. He went there to say, I'm sorry, you guys. I'm so sorry for what I did, and just to make amends. And when they all got together, and you know how it is when you see a bunch of old buddies that you haven't seen in years, you're like, it's like no time passed. And they were incredible to him, and they were like, yeah, man, come on, are you kidding me? That's football from college days. We're 60. What do you know? You know what I mean? 59 years old. It's all right. And they said, meanwhile, you look like you could still run with him, because Mike was a big time strength trainer, and he worked at Texas A&M and other big time programs as a strength trainer. Incidentally, I got to tell you, in talking to Mike, when I was first offered this role, I was very skeptical. I was like, is this true? Did this happen? And then I met Mike, and I went, oh. I was like, this happened. I shook his hand, and I went, yeah, you did this. Because he's, he's a bull. He's very powerful. you know when you shake someone's hand and you just feel the power in them, you know? He was 74 when I met him, and he has. I wouldn't mess with him on a bet.
Tyron Smith, the former Cowboys offensive lineman, we felt like that the first time we met him and shook his hand. We were like, holy crap, he's going to be really good.
Yeah, you know what I'm saying. You go like, oh boy. So in any case, you know, they said you could probably run with him. He's like, yeah, I probably could. And they said to him, well, you know, you're eligible. And he was like, what? I'm what? He didn't know. He didn't know he was just suspended for 18 months. He had left in shame, you know, with his tail between his legs, and he never looked back. He didn't know that it was a temporary thing and that he had eligibility and he could go back and play. And he got it in his bull head that he was going to go and try out. And if he could make it somehow, he could be a mentor to the kids on that new team that he didn't even know yet. Now, and that's what the guy, and he did that. And I don't, it's not a spoiler because it's the journey. That's the beginning of the movie. You've got to see the journey. And it's just such a big hearted, soulful movie. And I love the relationship with me and these boys on this football team. We had such a great time, man. I was 59 when I made this movie, the same age as Mike. You know, and I was the captain of my football team in high school. I played weak side linebacker, and I was a short yardage blocking back, fullback. You know, so you know, it wasn't like foreign to me. I was like putting on an old pair of shoes. You know, but the thing that was foreign was my body. You know what I mean? Like,
right.
59, you hit the dirt real hard a bunch of times. It's not the same. You don't recover. It hurts, man. You know, you're brittle. You know, you're just not, you know, like, I'll never forget the second day when I had to go back. After that first 12-hour day of shooting football, I thought I was going to die. I thought I was going to pass away.
So we shouldn't ask if you still have eligibility left. We should not ask that then, right?
No, I don't care. I did it. I did my time. I'm good.
Was it odd at all?
Really, pleasure.
Yes.
Sorry.
Yeah, absolutely. No.
Go on.
Was it odd at all? Sorry about that. Was it odd at all having the person that you're playing on set as well?
Oh, are you kidding me? That was brutal at first. I was like, is he staying? You know, he's like off camera, and you know, it was great the first day. I'm like, oh, okay, this is cool. You know, he's going to be on set for the first couple of days. That's fine. But then like 3 days go by and I'm like, hey, he and his wife are still here. And what happened was, you know, he was just so unobtrusive and he was such a lovely guy. And what I realized is that they were just really fascinated by the process of making a movie. They had never seen this and they just wanted to be around it. And it wasn't like he was coming up to me and giving me notes or anything. And they're really lovely people. So I got to start liking them so much and liking them being around that I ended up using them as my best resource. I kept on going up to him and saying, hey, Mike, how'd you feel about this? And Eileen, what was he like when he did this? And they ended up being my, you know, I just tapped into it. You know, it was fantastic. It was great to have him there, you know.
I've always been curious for a guy like you that's had a variety of different roles. Do you ever truly leave a role behind, like Detective Vic Mackey? How many people come up to you and say it's clobbering time? Like, do you ever let a role just, it's gone now, or is it always with you?
Well, that's an interesting question. I never really framed it that way. They're always sort of part of you, but I allow me to quote the GOAT, and I know you'll bristle, being Dallas guys, but the great Tom Brady once said when they asked him, "What's your favorite championship?" and without blinking an eye, he said, "The next one."
Yeah,
and that's right. So that's me. When someone asks me what my favorite role is, I say the next one. And right now, the senior is my favorite role because that's the one I'm in right now, and I loved it, and I thoroughly enjoyed it, and I want you all to enjoy it too.
Absolutely.
But you know, as far as Vic Mackey is always in my heart. The thing, all that's that's part of like my past and my history, but I'm not a believer in going backwards. I just can't. My father used to say, if you spend too much time looking in the rearview mirror, you're going to hit a tree.
Yeah.
Oh, I like that.
Well, I can honestly say this: we definitely are hoping for a collapse for the Red Sox so that the Rangers can get that final wild card spot.
True.
And if you have any love for that too, it's okay.
Not so much. Listen, we look good this year, pal. We look good finally. And I know you guys have been suffering for a while. I know it's been tough. Listen, I was 40 when we started winning. At least I did have the Celtics and the Bruins winning championships through my young life. But the Red Sox and the Patriots, I suffered for many years until the great one came along. So.
Well, I'll tell you what, we're going to promote the heck out of the senior.
Because it sounds awesome.
But every time the Red Sox lose another game, we'll promote it extra. How about that deal?
Deal.
Okay, there you go.
I'll take that deal right now. I'll take that deal.
The senior is in theaters starting tomorrow. Michael Chiklis, thank you very much for jumping on with us today.
Absolutely. Thanks for having me. Now I'm going to walk back.
There you go. Hopefully without a suitcase in his hand. Man, I like that because at first I was like, oh no, have I gotten the wrong information?
He was like, hold on, how the heck do they know that? How do they know what I was dealing with?
This is our Metroplex. We know everything, including that you should make your way on down to Arlington Williams Chicken off of South Cooper. That's where the G-Bag Nation is going to be today to do the State Fair Classic. Get you ready for that. We will talk with them next right here on 105.3 The Fan.
Coming up
that your name? No, I mean, what's your name? No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen. Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut, but that's hair on your head. I'm not saying this is your hair. Okay.
This segment is brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. If you're in the market to upgrade your vehicle, get to Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. Back-to-back #1 Chevy dealership in the world. They've got more new Chevys than anyone, all priced to sell. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive. Based on new Chevy registrations 2023 and 2024.
Jacob back to work at 2-2. And it's swung on and a high drive hit to deep right field. Back goes Garcia at the wall. It is gone. Jeremy Pena with an opposite field home run. It's 5-2 Houston. Jacob deGrom has now surrendered 25 home runs this year.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. For people who appreciate our interview with Michael Chiklis, I've actually never seen The Shield. Tell me if I need to start watching it immediately. A couple of Rangers updates. We told you Tyler Mahle back from the injured list and ready to roll. And then Kamar Rocker is also returning to AAA after his stint in the developmental program. Right now, let's take you out to Williams Chicken in Arlington to chit-chat with those fellas from the G-Bag Nation. Gentlemen, how is you today?
Terrific, Hagee. How are you?
We're doing great. And, of course, thank you, as always, to D&M Leasing for bringing us this crosstalk. Have any of y'all ever seen The Shield? Because I know tons of people watch it. Tons of people loved it. I was curious if I could get a in-person review from any of y'all.
No, I've never watched The Shield.
No, me either. And I had heard great things about it. But Michael Chiklis, I think, fantastic for the original.
Yes.
Never seen The Shield myself. Sorry about that.
Okay.
It's okay. One day we're going to sit down and watch it.
I watched the NFL Shield a bunch. Done that. That one I could tell you about.
Yep.
All right. I do.
That's a good idea, though, Corey. Like maybe once football season's over, we're all like, what do we do with our Sundays? We just get all our families together and we have the Shield watch parties.
I think this is a great idea. Yeah, and invite the Tolos out. I think it would be good.
I love that. Can y'all describe the scene for us out where you are and what do you got going down today?
Yeah, we're at Williams Chicken in Arlington. That's basically 20 in Cooper. And we have tickets to the State Fair Classic. Just ask Eric, the owner here at Williams, and he's got your tickets starting at 2:30. CA's going to be out here at 4 o'clock. We'll talk to him about the game he's hosting. And Lucius, I believe, is introducing the post-game entertainment, a concert with TLC, so we'll get his thoughts as well. But, yeah, we've already enjoyed an entire feast of chicken tenders and bone-in chicken and rolls and Diet Coke. Serving catfish now here too, so a little something.
Well, okay, so here's the thing. Our guy Brian brought us. They're about to bring over some catfish that looks absolutely outstanding. He is a fan of cold chicken, so we're leaving these 2 pieces of chicken. Yes, so he can wait till later on in the show and get them cold. So Corey, you're in on that too?
Yeah, if it's left over, it's been in the fridge overnight, I'm perfectly happy not reheating it and just going straight into the bucket and pulling. I guess my curiosity is, what is the best? You reach in the bucket. Is it a leg? Is it thigh? Breast?
It's cold chicken, Corey. Just eat the damn chicken.
It's the thigh.
You know what? It's cold. People are already laughing at you because you're eating cold chicken. Just grab the chicken, get a paper towel or a big beach towel, and then sit down and enjoy it. Don't overthink this thing too much. You know? If I put catfish in front of me now, I'll eat some hot catfish.
Okay, well then you take some, because I know your stomach's been gurgling. I can hear it from over here. I'm across the table.
Yeah, I had the boudin out of the casing. They've already had that today. Yeah.
It's
been a joyful day so far.
Broadus, did you have the same tell it like it is style at all spots in the NFL? Because
that's why I'm fired. That's why I'm doing radio right now.
Okay.
Because I did this a lot. I pissed people off, and they said, "We've had enough of you. Move on."
I like it that you get right to the point. Sometimes it hurts my feelings, but I still appreciate it. So I didn't know if you always did it like that.
I think since I was about 9 years old, I've done this. Yeah, probably made a lot of people mad in my day. So
body part of the chicken power rankings, I go thigh, leg, wing, breast.
Breast at last. See, I think the breast has the most meat. I'm surprised that's last.
It does have the more, obviously, the quantity. The size of the breast is usually bigger than the other ones, but you can tend to have, and I'm here for the breast, don't get me wrong, but there's like a dryness factor.
Yep.
Right? Whereas with the thigh,
I enjoy the suppleness of the breast.
Pretty good real estate on the thigh. Plus, it's a darker meat.
The dark meat, sure.
The leg is a similar deal. So that's how
kind
I
of
would
fattier on the thigh.
Yeah, a little bit. Yeah, absolutely, a little bit fattier.
Easier to be tender.
Yeah.
I think the breast might be the most boomer bust portion of the chicken.
Depending on how you cook it.
Because if you nail it, I think it has the potential to be the best.
Got
but
chances.
I would say over 80% of the time on a full bird, the breast is going to be the worst.
But it's just the size of them, Hagee. When you're going into that bucket, it's very inviting.
So do you scan the bucket as opposed to just you reach in, you take the piece of chicken you get and go about your day?
It sounds like, wait a minute, I'm just saying, Hagee's asking this question because I've seen him move around when we have appetizers on the table. Hagee will touch every one of them until he finds the absolute one he likes.
Perfect.
Oh, look, I don't like onion rings. I'll grab 3 of them and move them slightly to the left. Oh, wait. What's this? This is a nacho. Oh, it doesn't have any meat on it, so I have to move that over here. My man Hagee will look around the room, and he will make sure that nobody's looking. But Scout's eyes over here, he's seeing what Hagee's doing.
This is the most
side eye. Don't ever send my Hagee at a restaurant. If he orders the sampler, just know that every one of those pieces on it has been touched by Hagee at some point.
I dispute some, but not all of that information. I dispute some, but not all of that information. All right. Now, this was a question that came up going back to Vegas. Do you ever get involved in a stranger's conversation?
No. I don't think since I quit drinking.
You know what? That's a hell of a poll, because I think that, yes, if I have a little bit of liquid courage and I hear something, I might go ahead and just jump on in. And at that point, if you're it's in a bar, it's kind of a social setting. I don't feel as rude just kind of barging into a conversation. But typically, sober me, no, I'm going to mind my own damn business.
Yeah, same here.
In Vegas, I was in the elevator with these 4 women, and they were talking about something that I felt like I was uniquely qualified to weigh in on. So
church and state?
Yes. I mean, that would have been amazing. I got on the elevator, and the girl's like, I don't really care about the breakup so much as I'm going to miss his cat. And he doesn't even want that cat. And I think that I should be able to have the cat. And so then one of her friends was like, yeah, do you really want to talk about that cat? Are you trying to slide back in there? And she's like, no, I just care about the cat. I want it. And so I was standing there and I was like, you know what? I actually had this exact same situation a while ago. And she was like, really? What happened? I said, I was dating this girl. We dated for a while. We broke up. It was time for us to break up. But I really wanted the dog. And I thought she didn't want the dog anymore. And she was like, did you get the dog? And I said, yes, we still have that dog to this day. So I'm telling you, it can happen. And then we dinged on the elevator. We reached our floor. She tapped her friend on the shoulder. And was like, see, I can get the cat.
Yeah, that's helpful. I think I would jump in there. I think if I thought I had a unique perspective where I could see people struggling with something that I have the answer to.
Yep.
I think you got to jump in there, give that gal some hope.
I would have jumped in there and said, "Why'd he break up with you?"
Oh, good question.
Yeah.
Oh, that is a good question.
You deserve
You're
the
talking
cat.
about a cat. There's something else wrong with you, ma'am.
Yeah, what if she tortured that cat,
Oh, my gosh. We did have like 60 floors to figure it out, so that's a great point. What do you guys got coming up on the program today, and where can people find you?
Williams Chicken in Arlington here, Cooper and 20. Come by, get your State Fair Classic tickets. But, yeah, we have Jake Ferguson show coming up at 5:20, and we have Chris Emma of 670 The Score, who covers the Bears, joining us at 4:20. All the top sports stories here right out of the gates in just a few minutes. Higgy.
Outstanding. Roll home with the G-Bag Nation.
show.
Yeah, it's going to be a good show, or...
Pure Gold is always
All
fantastic.
right. Yes. So roll home with the G-Bag Nation, or go see them at Williams Chicken off of South Cooper in Arlington. Remember, tomorrow we will be at Taco Bueno, 7940 North Central Expressway in Dallas. Lots of giveaways. Dr. Pepper and Taco Bueno are going to be giving away Cowboys tickets and merch. Come and see us, or at least tune in 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. right here on 105.3 The Fan.
Say goodnight, Kevin.
Good night, Kevin.
remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean like your name. No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen. Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut, but that's hair on your head. I'm not saying this is your hair.
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be what was it? Pepper Lady.
Cinnamon sisters?
Hazel Baby.
That's what it's for?
Nutmeg Melvin?
Help the Red Sox would need to go 5-5 or worse, or the Mariners would need to go 4-6 or worse if the Texas Rangers can run off 9 in a row. We know our backs are to the wall, Bochy said. That's the way we now have to look at it. I don't think a lot changes for the player because you're always believing that, hey, there's a chance and we're going to get locked in. But I think last night was the official end for most fans, unfortunately. So we're there with you. And now I think we turn our attention to the offseason. Brian, that's where I'm at. I can't wait to see why he's got cooked up for us.
I wonder if the first things in the offseason is going to be about your manager.
Probably.
Yeah. I wonder if the story is going to be going to take a few days off. Maybe Boats does one final thing with KNC and says, and they ask him the question. And I don't know. I'm gonna think about things. That kind of thing. And next thing you know, we're into the off season, and then they're making an announcement that maybe that Boats is stepping down.
Well, his contract's up.
Yeah.
So they either got to get him re-signed if he wants to stay, or he's going to leave and go sign somewhere else.
Yeah.
And then you got to figure out what do you do? Skip the next guy up?
He seems like such a more Texas guy than a San Francisco guy, doesn't he? I mean, in his off season is in Tennessee or something like that. Like that's where his permanent home is.
It's really, but his career as a manager has spent either the Padres or and he was a Padre player.
And there's some rugged old school dudes in California too.
Yeah.
They're just laying back a little bit more, maybe not out front and center like they are here in the great state of Texas. There's a lot to like about California. So maybe that's where he wants to go. Maybe he's sold out. I think if CY wants to keep him, number one item of business for me if I'm Bochy is how are we going to rebuild this thing? Because we're damn sure not going to bring everybody back and just hope they hit better. I don't think that would get anybody buying season tickets. Do you guys?
No. I don't think Adolis Garcia's back. I don't think Jonah Heim's back. I think those are two that they're definitely going to move on from. I'll say this, though, just last night's game, I was pretty damn disappointed in Jacob deGrom. Like, that's your ace. That's your big money pitcher. And that's a must-win game. It's basically a playoff game. And he comes out and gives up 2 runs in the first inning, 2 more runs in the third inning, 2 home runs.
Yeah.
I needed more from Jacob deGrom to help set the tone for this team. And the pitching's been great, and he's been really good. But that was the biggest game. And that's ultimately, like, we didn't get to see him in that 2023 World Series run, right? Like, Evo and Monty stepped up in those situations. I was really hoping you'd get a vintage Jacob deGrom game last night. And, like, if that were Dak in that type of setting, we'd be crushing him today. Like, I think Jacob deGrom needs to be getting a little bit more from Ranger fans right now. Like, man, we needed you last night, and you let us down.
The only thing I'll disagree with you on, and I think we said this. I know I said this. I just wanted him to take the ball every start. Just give me a whole year. Don't be. And then you're right. Well, Chuck, it turned into, God dang, he's pitching every 5th day, and then it turned into, well, why aren't we winning more games with him? It seemed like to me there were some of those games where, he was a starter and the Rangers weren't finishing him off.
I think it was 3-9 in their last 12 deGrom starts.
That was crazy. That was crazy to me. But I understand what you're saying,
he
man.
Didn't get the help offensively in a lot of his starts.
I just wanted.
But that was one where it's like, dude, I need you to rise to the occasion.
I think
be
you're
that
right.
Badass.
We would be crushing Dak right now if that was a game like that. Absolutely,
I think the age and the fatigue factor probably coming into play in a huge way here. He just had the emotional game at Citi Field in New York where he pitched quite a bit, and probably that was like emptying the tank, so to speak. And it's unfortunate, but I think with that age, off that injury, and the amount of innings that he's pitched this year, I think it was really only a matter of time. And we've seen it, right? For the most part, we've seen
I'll admit
gradually
I was selfish.
decline.
I was selfish. I wanted to see him take the ball every time he could take the ball.
Well, if that was the case, then they didn't have a chance in the postseason anyway.
Right.
Because if he was going to go out and just lay duds, and then we were going to say, well, it's because of the fatigue and the innings.
Evaldi being gone is the one that kicked you in the rear, I think.
Oh, for sure. Absolutely. But the hope was like, hey, you're getting Malley back on Sunday. And Malley was fantastic this year. Now, he's been ramping up. I mean, they're talking 70 pitches for him. Obviously, Merrill Kelly had been good until his start in Houston.
Yeah.
So, like, you were thinking, do we have enough here to maybe get you to the CS? Then we can talk about Evo coming back. Yeah. But if deGrom was going to be putting out that type of performance, he wasn't winning his start in the postseason with that.
I mean, he had, in a lot of ways, a fantastic season, probably a top 10 pitching season. The ERA ends over 3. He gave up 25 home runs in 29 starts. That was surprising to me to hear that on the play-by-play last night on my long drive home. I think it took me an hour and 30 minutes to get back. But we had an awesome time in Argyle, and salute to everybody up there at Argyle Fine Wine and Spirit. It was worth the drive for me. I don't know if I'm going to be making that drive anytime soon, but yeah, I mean, so many of his things on Baseball Savant look great, but barrel percentage, he is only in the 39th percentile, hard hit percentage 43rd percentile, and ground ball is 29th percentile. I don't know how that compares to earlier in his career, but everything else is like top 80th percentile or top 90th percentile. He just, I think the thing that you take from this is, do we need to build in more rest for next year? because you gave him one spot out of the rotation. He hits 29 starts, and I don't know how you could argue with the fact that, hey, this guy is fatigued or he's not as sharp as he was earlier in the season where, his ERA was below 2 or in the low 2s for an extended period of time. So I wonder what adjustments you make there. And, I threw it out in spring training that maybe you look at going once a month, taking a start off, so you're more like 24, 25. I think you have to pay attention to what this year's data gives, because that would be a nightmare if you actually did get to the playoffs and Jacob deGrom just absolutely got shelled.
Yeah, I was asking too much. You're right. They should have given him some time off, more time off. I just had never. I just wanted to see him pitch.
Well, it's easier to do that too when you're playing well, you're winning games, and you have a little bit of breathing room in the win-loss column, and they never had that.
Yeah, they didn't give themselves that benefit.
No.
And they did. If he needed it, they gave him the time off. Right. I think they handled him well. It's just a bummer that, unfortunately, I don't know. It's weird in sports that we choose that we'll give a pass to this guy and we'll give grace to this person and we don't others. That's the inconsistency, I think, with sports fans that I'm a little bit – that's weird sometimes. We don't want to rip on Jacob deGrom because of we're making a bunch of excuses here. Other sports, other players, we're not doing that.
Well, to compare Dak and Jacob deGrom, though,
he was just one guy I was throwing out there.
Okay.
But we don't have that same energy.
I like what you were doing, though.
Always necessarily for the Rangers in certain situations, as we do, say, for the Cowboys.
Yeah.
Or even if Luka goes out there and put up a dud in the postseason, and then we're ripping fat-ass Luka, right? So, look, Jacob deGrom's making more money than most of these guys. Yeah. But we're sitting here and we're making every excuse in the book. That guy in the biggest game that he's ever had as a Ranger did not come up and play well. And I agree with everything you're saying as to the reasons why. But it's interesting how we pick and choose where we want to sling the venom to as fans sometimes. And deGrom, it's thank God we got him for the season. He's healthy moving into next year. I don't know, man. I was really disappointed in the way he pitched last night.
All righty, it's the G-Bag Nation here on 105.3 The Fan. What do we got? A couple of months, maybe 3 months till winter meetings. If Ray Davis wants to go all in, this might be the best year to do it. The MLB's CBA is going to expire in 14 and a half months. That's December 1, 2026. So unfortunately, we're going into a season cycle where it's the last year of the deal, and they might be talking about work stoppage because for the first time since 94, I guess, the owners are going to try to go hard after the salary cap. This might be the last uncapped year before we get to it, and I'd want to go all in. If I'm Ray, if I'm looking at the reality, especially because they avoided the luxury tax threshold this year, I believe. Dodgers getting ready for the playoffs. Manager Dave Roberts acknowledged they're considering using Ohtani out of the pen.
Wow.
Yeah, says it remains more likely at this point we're going to use him as a starter, but their bullpen has had some, pretty serious issues. We got Thursday Night Football tonight. Dolphins visiting the Bills. Buffalo just an 11.5-point favorite. Miami looked more competitive, I guess, week 2 against New England.
Can I ask our Miami resident a question about his team? Can you tell a lot tonight if they go out there and lay an egg and they quit on that guy? If they quit tonight, do you fire the guy immediately?
There's betting odds on that. And I think they're close to 50-50. He won't be the coach for week 4. Is it that hot down there?
I think it's pretty dang hot. I don't know if the owner, Stephen Ross, is as impatient as sort of the fan base is.
Sure.
I think a lot of people were surprised that McDaniel and the GM Greer were welcome back for this season, but he had given them an extension before last season, so it's just kind of a weird deal. But yes, it'll be.
I think they'll tell you a lot about what these players think about him if they go up to Orchard Park up there and just lay an egg and not play hard for him. I think that'll tell you a lot about what they think of that coach.
For sure. Yeah, you got to at least see them giving effort and trying and looking competent to some extent. And they did get a little bit better in week 2, but by and large, you're talking about just a really, really bad situation.
Do you guys think Kyler Murray needed to apologize for wearing a Michael Vick jersey while taking a picture with his dog? Isn't that the time where you just post a middle finger to everybody on social? Is that top of mind? I'm wearing a Michael Vick jersey, taking a picture with my dog. I don't think anybody's thinking about the dog fighting. Dude might have multiple Michael Vick jerseys. I mean, unless you can prove that I did this with intent to try to glorify dogfighting, like, please get out of my life. You know what I'm saying? That's a weird apology to me. No.
I mean,
I didn't see the picture, so I don't know what the situation
I think
is.
it was kind of what most people thought of when they saw that picture.
Yeah,
it's a Michael Vick jersey with his pit bull, and we know the history of Michael Vick. So
Sure.
it's just kind of weird. Now,
Sure.
it was a pretty badass picture, and the jersey looks sick, and he looks badass wearing it, but I wasn't surprised that people saw that, and that was the reaction that they had.
So they were saying that he needed to apologize for
Well,
having
he did apologize.
Yeah.
He did at the podium.
He's wearing a Michael Vick jersey and he's posing with a pit bull, and this is like a photo shoot kind of photo, not like I'm just sitting here casually on the couch chilling.
Was
and I'm
this
taking a
for? Is
selfie
this for
with
like
my
a
dog.
an animal calendar or something like that? Is he doing it to help dogs or something like that?
Michael Vick has become an advocate against dog fighting.
Yeah, that's what
Yeah,
I'm saying.
he has.
Are we doing something? Is he doing it for charity or something? I'm asking a lot of questions here.
I don't know.
I don't know if there was any charitable.
I was surprised.
Sometimes these guys will do calendars and stuff for for the dogs and stuff like that, and so I just maybe that was his picture. You said it was a photo shoot, right?
It comes across
Like a family photo
like
type deal?
more of a photo shoot planned type thing as opposed to just a casual deal where he
Gotcha.
happens to be wearing the jersey and he's hanging out with his dog.
You going to
So,
get your dogs in the family photo next time around?
I don't think so, man. I don't want to
Are you real close on this?
Lock them in.
Are you real close to like?
punting on the dogs.
I'm not saying punt the dogs, but
Not
do something,
physically punt
do
them,
something different.
Yeah, I mean, if it was up to me, we'd be out on having
Dog
these
free.
pups.
I was surprised that you would even agree to have them stay.
Yeah.
But once you come home and they're there, that's
Yeah.
what happened with me and the turtles. They're playing
Yeah.
dirty. Had the turtles for like 8 years.
Yeah.
Let me ask you this: are you the only one in the house that is feeling this way?
I think my middle child is like open to the idea because I've been talking.
Can you get
about
her
it,
on your side though?
I
To kind
think
of
she's kind of on my side a little bit because they're still like in kind of like a
Can you
they're so young that they're still kind of biting and they're gnawing at you and like it'll hurt sometimes.
Yeah.
And
Yeah.
so at some point, my
Any-
kids are like this kind of sucks a little
Any
bit. I'm like,
chance-
yeah, this is what you signed up for.
Any chance you take her to Cabela's and buy her a little toy or something like that?
I already did some of those negotiations after like the first week. Rick Cabela's, I'm like, listen, if we get rid of those dogs, I will buy you this stuffy right here. I will do that. So I've already begun those
I knew
negotiations.
you would.
But
That's
my
brilliant.
wife is the toughest one right now
Oh, is
to
she?
get her to get on board. But it's just another layer of having to say no a million times.
Are
in
they
your
doing their
house.
share?
No, don't do that. No, don't do that. I'm already saying no.
Yeah.
Like every 30 seconds with the kids and now with the pups.
We'll try your patience.
A little
the-
bit aggravating.
Are they doing their part to help, or are you having to do all the work?
No, I would say my wife is doing majority of the work here.
Okay.
But again, you signed up for that, sugar. So when I see the P spot, if you're home, I'm just telling you it's there.
You see this?
Jake Ferguson's coming up at 5:20. Cowboys tight end leading the NFL amongst all tight ends with 14 catches. Broadus going to preview the Bears defense for you coming up at 3:40 in Krusty's Corner. And we have, 4 hours, 45 minutes of more sports here coming at you, including the G-Bag of the Day champion replay on the other side, then Wolchuk's top 10 here at 2:20. Buddy, where are you taking us today?
In honor of being here at the glorious Williams Chicken in Arlington, I found a list, the best fast food fried chicken rankings from USA Today. That's next in the nation.
I want to chat about the Frankels with you before we do that, though, because, life's unpredictable. You never know when you or a loved one could be injured in a car or truck wreck due to somebody's negligence, and we highly recommend here at the Fan in the Dawson household.
experience. That's what you'll find at Mercedes-Benz of Plano. For 2 years.
Lucius will be introducing the post-game concert there, TLC, at the conclusion of the game. So, salute to you, Lucius.
Yeah, man, I found out about that when you said it on the air.
No way.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah.
Glad somebody gave you a heads up.
The energy just rushed through my body. I was like, oh, the nerves.
Wait a second.
What? Yeah.
I think that's a new record. That's got to be an all-timer right there.
Yeah, I think they kind of figured out, Lucius, that you're probably out there having dinner already, so they just thought they'd give you a little bit.
100%.
Okay, segment here. We'll get the champ replay and Wolchuk's top 10 brought to you by the Frankels. If you've been injured in a car truck wreck, call the Frankels first, 214 or 817-333-3333. There's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. The Frankels, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas. We'll have another opportunity here to win the ultimate Cowboys fan hang before too long. Into the Pimp Cup we go. Here's Lucius and the champ.
Yeah. Big Godzilla. Hey, man, respect to Chili. Rest in paradise to Left Eye. But I'm going to get to see T-Boz up close.
There you go.
I'm going to get to see T-Boz up close. So I'm going to start ratcheting up the workouts until then. You know what I'm saying?
Hey, you got to be ready.
All right, G-Bag of the day. We do it every day, 5:30. Replay the chant right about here. I don't know what this is. Day number 3, day number 4 for this particular audio.
4 is day 4.
I think it's 4.
4 looking for 5?
Yeah.
4. Thank you, Wolchuk. Day number 4. Day number 4 of this champion audio. It is the great Teddy Atlas, live from Vegas, post Canelo and Crawford. He was charged up.
Bud Crawford came into Las Vegas, went up 2 weight classes to challenge Canelo Alvarez for the undisputed super middleweight championship, and he won it running away. Teddy, how impressed were you by his performance tonight?
You kidding me? A beautiful display. That's the sweet science. That's what it is. That's what we talk about when we talk about the sweet science. All night long, Crawford made Canelo a day late, $1 short. All night. Talking about the bigger man, the advantage of the bigger guy. How about the faster guy?
Yeah.
How about the smarter guy? How about the quicker guy? How about the guy not only won on the outside, but even beat him at his own game on the inside?
Yeah.
Please, Timmy, I don't want to say no more.
Look, you can't stop God's plan. I told everybody at home that would listen. Anybody that was out there, I told you. I've been in the ring with Bud Crawford. He's a phenomenal fighter. He was something different years ago. He's a lot better fighter now. What a damn performance he put on tonight. What a clinic. He beat Canelo in every avenue. Inside, we was talking about strength. He was stronger than Canelo. We talking about power. He took his power well. Canelo was very timid when he was approaching Crawford.
Damn right he was timid. Because every time he meant to get in, I mean, afterwards, like, the best thing I could do is not throw. Put my hands in my pocket.
Freaking legend. Damn right he was timid. Teddy Atlas. That's TA right there for you. We'll have CA in the building here coming up in about an hour and a half. Yeah.
Before you guys go to Woolchuck's situation, have you had some chicken out there yet?
Absolutely.
Yeah. Okay. Did you have a pepper with the chicken?
I did not.
Lucius, I had the catfish and I passed on the pepper. Did I miss on something?
You got to get that pepper and you bust that juice on that chicken.
Okay.
And then you take your bite of that chicken. And don't throw that pepper away yet. You got to take your bite of that pepper while that chicken's, serenading in your mouth.
Okay, I've actually got a pepper here and a piece of chicken. So at the break,
Spice it up.
They go together, baby.
All right.
Hit it.
Yeah.
It's time now for Woolchuck's Top 10 at 2:20. Here he is. The Wooly Bully.
Speaking of chicken, let's talk chicken, shall we? USA Today has the top 10 best fast food fried chicken in the game. 877-881-1053. What is your spot? Before we get to that, obviously we know Molly Karam out at First Take. So I guess First Take and ESPN, you're going to have 30 to 45 days with tryouts for new hosts. Now, I just think you should have Stephen A. just do this himself.
Yeah.
I mean, Stephen A. is very capable. I think he's been hosting it this week since Molly Karam's abrupt exit.
He does radio and podcasts.
Yeah,
he doesn't really need anybody else there.
He's making, I think we find out that he's getting like $40 million a year combined with all the things that he's doing.
I believe that's what I read.
And he's
amazing.
He's crushing it, and now they're going to throw him on the Monday Night Football countdown set from time to time throughout the season. I think it's going to happen this coming Monday, maybe for the first time, and then just sporadically throughout the season he'll be involved there. So, I mean, when you pay one guy that much money, it's like we got to get all the use out of you possible.
So just have him host.
Hey, he ruined that NBA coverage, bro. The finals were awful. Seeing Stephen A. Smith on my TV every day.
Yeah,
100%.
Can't watch Monday Night Football now too.
Come on, bro.
It's ridiculous.
I mean, he's perfect in dead times, but when the games are raging or there's a big news story, I just rather hear from insiders and analysts. But I think what they need there in the morning is just somebody to bring it in and take it away and set them up and look good. Let's not act like a pretty gal on TV isn't all the rage in sports now.
Yeah,
you can't just have dudes up there anymore.
No,
got to have a pretty gal standing next to him, and it helps if she can talk sports.
Yeah,
but she doesn't have to.
I think.
Am I right?
Jason Whitlock himself, actually, I saw go viral. He did the Mount Rushmore. It's like Molly Karam is an instant addition to the Mount Rushmore of sports television eye candy, along with Carissa Thompson, Aaron Andrews, and Susie Colbert.
Susie Colbert.
That was the one that was a little bit surprising.
I
didn't have that one on my.
I thought he was going to go with the peanut butter.
Susie used
skin.
to work with the Cowboys.
No, really?
That's the one that Joe Namath crashed out for, right?
Yes, it was.
Sir, I want to kiss you.
I want to kiss you. I don't care that the team's struggling.
But I was surprised that Whitlock did not have Joy Taylor on there.
Yeah, that's probably just because of a personal hatred. He probably couldn't put his biases aside and just make an honest judgment here.
He just knows himself too well. Just even having her on Mount Rushmore.
You can go down that rabbit hole on social media. She's probably not a top 10er.
You don't think so?
No.
But
She just. I mean, just kind of regular built.
So are you
Regular
signing
built?
off? Are you signing off on
It's kinda
Whitlock's
regular
Mount,
built.
Mount Rushmore? Are you signing off on that?
No, no. Did he was the one with Colbert in there?
Yeah.
Susie
Yeah.
Colbert.
Yeah.
No, that's a horrible amount.
Dawson's back to drinking.
Did Colbert work for the Cowboys in the '90s?
She was. She was there in the PR department.
Wow.
When I think of her, I do think of football. I mean, there's no question
and
about that.
I was quite a fan of Susie Colbert.
She was great.
Very milfy.
Yeah.
She was a cute,
Yes.
Yeah, she was. Yeah,
Yes.
she's a cute one.
100%.
Bubbly. You'd be happy if your brother married her. You'd be like, cool.
What else?
Be happy if I
Cool
married
sister-in-law.
All right, let's talk fried chicken, shall we? It's chicken, fried chicken. Where's Susie? 877-881-1053, USA Today's 10 best fast food fried chicken spots. Now, our G-Bag Nation, number one is Williams Chicken. As we are
Damn
here at
right
Williams
it
Chicken.
is.
And I got to say,
I'm about to go to sleep.
the corn nuggets here were absolutely outstanding. I'd never had the catfish. It looked really good. Brian punished it.
I'd punish that.
Their actual fried chicken on the bone and the chicken strips, I've sampled both. Freaking A1. If you have not gone to a Williams Chicken, one, you need to come out here right now. You need to hang out with us in Arlington until 7 p.m. off South Cooper here.
Yeah.
Or you need to find the closest Williams Chicken to you and make sure you run through.
I pull up for the gizzards every time. I pull up for the gizzards.
Lucius, can you see behind me? Here,
I do see that sale behind you. 12-piece gizzards for $8.99, bro.
Yes.
That is a deal.
And livers and gizzards is
That
one of
is
my
a
dad's
deal.
favorite foods. Not a lot of places have them. I'm going to have to get him some to go today. He's going to have himself a hell of a feast tonight. But let's get to the list. Now, Williams Chicken I have removed because really they were fighting everyone else. Everyone else fighting them for second.
Yeah.
So,
course
they're
they
number
were.
one.
Yeah.
And shout out to Whataburger as well. Those Whata Wings, outstanding. We love them. Number 10, and pretty low on this list, it's Popeyes. Popeyes coming in number 10.
Dawson.
At 10?
You're about that. Dawson's about
Number
that
10.
fit.
Number 10.
That's a certified top fiver, man.
Yeah, I was pretty surprised.
Whose list is this? This list
USA
sucks.
Today.
You're going to find 9 better.
USA Today. They did. Now,
If they throw KFC in here over Popeyes, we're going to have a fight.
get ready. You might want
right.
to send some hate emails. The other thing, I feel as though they need to do this list where it's only bone-in chicken. Like if you don't like the Chick-fil-A's, the Raising Cane's, I don't know if Zaxby's does bone-in chicken.
I think
or
they
not.
do have at least wings.
But if you're only chicken strips, or if you're only doing the nugs and the strips and the sandwiches, like I don't know. Like we're kind of it's different here.
Yeah.
Like, I can't roll up to Chick-fil-A and get a bucket of chicken. I can't
Nope.
do that at Cane's either.
That counts.
So,
Yeah.
and they're going to be listed here in this top 10. So that's one thing that I saw that I had a little bit of a problem with here. Because number 9, and Ruben, you and I both have love for Chick-fil-A. We worked there together not together, but it's separate establishments for a long time. But it comes in at number 9. I don't know if we're talking best, and it is fried chicken. It's fried chicken, but no bone in.
That's not fried chicken. It's fried chicken sandwich, you know, or fried chicken
Nugs.
tenders.
Yes, exactly. Number 8, Brian earmuffs. It's KFC.
Over Popeyes.
We got booze. We got thumbs down in the back here. We got a thumbs up over here. I do love some. Hey, those sides can be pretty good.
They don't cure cancer, though.
They don't cure cancer. No, but the sides here might. The okra. I've never seen somebody get as excited for fried okra here at Williams Chicken as
It's
Brian
good.
brought us.
It's good. KFC, the original recipe is good.
It is good.
Yeah, I like how it's fried, the little skin on it. Mm-hmm. But the chicken little sandwiches, sleepers.
The Chicken Littles. I forgot all about the Chicken Littles, too. They used to have a great deal for the Chicken Littles, too. They were
Sleepers.
like $3.
Yep.
2 for $3.
How about that?
What was that bucket meal that they had where if you were high, it was really good? It was everything you threw in there.
Oh, I love like that mashed potato bowl.
Yeah. What was that thing called?
Oh, the famous
It was
bowls?
called I'm High and I'm ordering this. What was that thing
Hey,
called?
let's mix everything we've
Jack in the
got.
Box.
Put it
No.
together.
What's it called, Lucius?
No doubt.
Nah, I think Eric nailed it.
What is it called?
I think Eric got it, bro.
It's the mashed potato bowl,
It's the
but
KFC famous bowls.
okay, there you go.
Yeah.
There you go.
Okay, bowl. Yeah. It's I'm high and I'm eating this.
Let me get
You know what? Just throw it all in there for me. Mix it all up together, smother it in gravy.
Hey, just give me one of those big buckets and pour as much stuff in it as you can, and I'll pay for it.
It was
later.
a brilliant idea. I mean, those were incredible.
They were.
They still
excellent.
have them.
It was
Still on
excellent.
the menu.
Is it?
7, Golden Chick.
Golden chicken.
Golden Chick, yeah. Yeah, I mean,
Hear that a lot
it's
when
strong.
you listen to the Ranger
It's
King.
strong.
Oh, that jingle, if you listen to the Rangers games at 105 through the fan, it gets stuck in your head.
Yeah, golden chick for 4 innings.
Number 6, have not been to this spot. Crispy Crunchy Chicken.
Ooh, yeah, we had it at UNT.
I know, and I never ate it. but I'd heard good things about it, just didn't sample it.
I mean, I'm not going to put it ahead of Popeyes.
Sure, you heard some good things about it.
It's number 6 on the list. It's got to be solid.
When I'm looking into that bucket, like Hagee asked in crosstalk, that's actually what I'm looking for. It's not a piece. It's not a giant, chunk of meat. It's which piece has the best Crispies attached to it.
Yeah, the Crispies, man. That's what gets you.
You need the coverage of the Crispies. I don't want a lot of skin without just Crispies stacking up at least a good half inch.
Oh, the Crispies.
All that crunch,
Sounds like the
man.
Long John Silver's guy over here.
Yeah.
I think give me the little crispy thing.
Give me the Crispies. Number 5, I don't even know if we have them here in Texas, is Guthrie's Chicken.
Not familiar.
Guthrie's Chicken. It's Alabama-born.
Alabama.
Oh, yeah, it's probably good as hell then.
Yeah.
Considered one of the pioneers
white
of fried
sauce.
chicken
Yeah.
fingers.
A lot of arm flapping going on in that kitchen.
You can get sandwiches, buckets,
Cook
and
got a
chicken
cigarette
snacks.
behind his ear. Yeah, it's good as hell, bro.
He's got a whole hog in the back smoking too while he's cooking chicken.
They've also got a signature sauce. This does give me Raising Cane's vibes, but their menu's a little bit bigger. Church's comes in at 4.
Oh, Church's is good with a pepper,
Pretty
too.
solid. Pretty solid.
Eat that with a pepper, bro.
The biscuits are solid. I like Williams Chicken. We got the rolls here.
Yeah.
I'm not sure if they've got the biscuits. I did not see. I only got the rolls. The rolls were good, but the biscuits there at Church's are fire.
Yeah.
Number 3. This is from Ohio. Lee's Famous Recipe Chicken. 1960s in Lima, Ohio. Lee's Famous Recipe Chicken features honey dipped chicken that's hand breaded in special blend of herbs and spices, then pressure fried. Order the famous recipe or spicy version alongside Southern style sides. That sounds pretty interesting.
Pressure fryer, huh?
Didn't the KFC guy create that? The pressure fry situation?
Ooh, did he?
I believe he did,
We're getting head nods from our friend that does know. I mean, yes, he did, Lucius. You are onto something here. You are on.
I remember that from my 6 months working at KFC.
Okay, wait a minute.
Oh, when you created
They had this little latch that you put on
chicken?
top after you drop it down. It was like an open fryer.
Oh, okay, so that's
sorry,
the
I
pressure.
didn't mess
There
it
it is.
up.
Okay.
Dawson's over there just messing up the chicken.
They wouldn't let me cook. I never graduated past dishwasher.
You and Russ.
I was just.
They wouldn't get this guy the hell out of the kitchen. We don't want him here. Number 2, Pollo Campero.
Oh, yes. 100%.
Number 2.
So damn good, bro.
Scouting report, Lucius, please.
Yes, it's 100% good. You know how the KFC has that original recipe?
Mm-hmm.
Well, it's fried that way, but totally different spices. It is so damn good. It shouldn't be on the streets.
Oh, wow.
It shouldn't be on there.
Number 1.
They're here.
Do we have them around here?
We have one, Lucius, here?
Yeah, I know there's one in Irving. I done pulled up a few times. Don't know. We can't even speak to each other, but we know what I want.
Okay. Yeah, that might be
That's a language barrier, but we get the food.
It launched in Guatemala. So you're 100% right. Number 1,
that
though.
might be a Friday thing we do now.
USA Today's 10 best outside of Williams Chicken.
Williams
Your best
is
fried
number
chicken
one,
in the game.
yeah.
Jollibee. One in number 1.
And they've just moved into town, haven't they?
Jollibee.
Last couple years.
They are. Yes, I know one Plano opened a couple
Jollibee?
years ago.
What
I
is
think
it?
there's one actually right down the street from where we are right now that I drove by on the way here. But people are loving their Jollibee. But in our hearts,
Jollibee. Oh,
Williams Chicken. And I know you're hungry for some chicken now.
Yes.
So you better come by Williams Chicken here in Arlington and get you some.
20 in Cooper, just north of 20. You can also get your State Fair Classic tickets, Grambling and Prairie View, the 100th time at the State Fair this year
That is
around.
amazing.
So it's the,
That
I guess, the
band's
centennial.
Yeah, the Grambling band's worth the price of admission right there.
Indeed. Okay, Eric, what are we doing next, buddy?
Sounds of the Sports Day featuring some college footballs and the greatest hockey player in the world. Might he be on the move next in the nation? But Tolos, I love supporting local family-owned businesses here in the Metroplex, especially.
Williams Chicken here in Arlington on Cooper, just north of 20. Come by, say hi, fellowship at the break, and you can pick up some State Fair Classic tickets, Grambling and Prairie View for the 100th time. Just ask Eric. He is the owner here. He's behind the counter. They're doing a heck of a job here at this Williams Chicken, and salute to the staff. The hospitality has been second to none. Here's the chief with some sports.
Yes, sir. Sounds of the sports day. We got a handful to get to here, and the first ones are some college football clips, and we'll start with the Memphis football head coach. Never thought we'd be talking about him. Ryan Silverfield, and he's doing his radio show, and he gives us a little bit of a window into his coaching strategy and what he likes to do as a tone setter for team meetings, and this is a pretty significant shots fired.
Sure, we do this all the time, but generally on a Sunday afternoon when we meet with the team, we do two things, and we always start off with not our standard. We always start with a negative, and the not our standard is Georgia wide receiver, right, arrested for driving 900 miles per hour over the speed limit, right? That's a weekly occurrence. So that's one of those, like, we'll show. Sure, we do this all the time.
Okay, so he likes to start with a negative, all right, and this is not our standard, and he's calling out Kirby Smart's Georgia Bulldogs for consistently having somebody recklessly driving,
and that's their standard.
And now they don't have Georgia on the schedule. I immediately went to look, like, okay, is Memphis playing Georgia at any time? They are playing Arkansas this week, I believe, but
They are.
They do not have Georgia on the schedule, and now I guess all we can do is cross our fingers that some way, somehow, Memphis makes the playoff, and we can get Georgia versus Memphis here, because Kirby Smart is not going to take too kindly to that. I get it. I understand it. I don't know about saying it. And then especially when it's kind of like chicken-esque, you don't even get a chance to play Georgia. So it's not even like you can really put your money where your mouth is here. But I don't imagine Kirby Smart took too kindly to that.
No, that is, I guess shooting straights. But if you really don't like Georgia, you take the opportunity to fire shots, and you don't have to go answer that on the field. That's
what I'm saying.
Might not be a bad strategy at all. If you're going to do it. And I don't know if Georgia catches enough heat for all that speeding they've been doing. Very dangerose.
100%.
I don't think it's a laughing matter.
No.
For sure. Actually, I want him to apologize for that joke, even. I think it's insensitive to the people whose lives were at risk.
There you go. Well, at least he didn't falsify the claim, right?
Yeah,
At
yes.
least he didn't he didn't pin that on a different program or something like that, because then that's when you start teetering on just bold-faced lies. Now, we do get to Dabo Swinney, who's not very pleased with the criticisms.
Hey, if you don't like winning, just get rid of me. I'm okay with that.
You like making the playoffs?
8 out of the last 10 years, we've made the championship. If you don't like winning, get rid of me. Heck, is that good? Is that good? 8 out of the last 10 years, win the championship. Is that good? I'm asking. I'm just asking.
Hey, what have you done for me lately?
It's a fair question.
That's what I'm asking back.
We might not even have to play the sound now. I think Broad's pretty much nailed it up right there.
I don't think I got the accent as much as he's got. He's got a good accent for these things.
All right, here's Dabo Swinney's message to the haters.
If they want me gone, if they tired of winning, they can send me on the way, because that's all we got is win. So if they tired of winning, we've won this league 8 out of the last 10 years. Is that not good? I'm just asking. Is that good?
I'm just asking.
I don't know if that's good or not.
Yeah.
To win your league 8 out of 10 years, to go to the playoffs 7 out of 10 years, to be in 4 national championships, win it twice. Yeah, we're a little down right now. Take your shots, but I got a long memory, in case y'all don't know. We'll be all right. We'll bounce back. This is a program built to last. Always has been. Always will be. And I would just say, if you give up on us if you don't believe in us because we've lost 2 games down to the last straight and we're one, you didn't believe in us anyway, so it don't matter. You wasn't all in anyway. If you're all in, you burn the ships, man. There ain't no exit strategy. Like, you're freaking all in. And hey, listen, if Clemson's tired of winning, they send me on my way, but I'm gonna go somewhere else and coach. I ain't going to the beach.
55 years old.
I got a long way to go. Y'all gonna have to deal with me for a while. I got a long way to go. I'm just getting going. I'm just now good enough to be a head coach.
Well, lucky them. Back-to-back 4-loss seasons apparently taught them the final lessons.
It's funny. They're not tired of the winning. They're tired of the losing. You just lost to Georgia Tech. You damn near lost to Troy.
Yeah.
That's what they're tired about.
I was actually watching that Troy game.
Yeah, they're down at halftime.
It was like seriously.
It was
down.
ugly.
It was ugly. Yeah.
Yeah.
It was
College
ugly.
football fans might be the most fanatical. They might be the most informed message board lunatics. They know what it takes to win.
Yes.
And they know you can't find a quarterback. Your offense stagnated. Your recruiting has fallen off, and we might need somebody else to rally the troops. It's not a matter of what you did 5 years ago in college football. The playing field totally changed.
100%. Yes, like anything, like all the Dabo Swinneys of the world, all the success that was found pre-NIL, pre-portal,
Yeah.
It's like, dude, you have to sort of reprove that you can do it now because it's a totally different landscape, and he's failed to do that. And that's the thing with Clemson is because this was, I think, supposed to be the team. Like, hey,
it's the best team since their last national title team.
We bring in guys in at a young age, we develop them, and we don't mess with the portal and stuff as much. They were supposed to have a Studley quarterback, and everything was supposed to be like this was supposed to be one of those bounce-back Clemson years. Now, all of a sudden, through 3 weeks, I mean, they're one of the bigger disappointments in all of college football.
Yeah.
So, I mean, and the standard is there because that's the standard that you set Dabo with the winning that you did. Now you have the Virginia Tech rumors.
Yeah, he was smart to do this. This was very
calculated.
Concocted. Yes, calculated is the perfect word for it for Dabo here. With Virginia Tech looking for a new coach in the same conference, and he's going to go on this rant like, I'll go somewhere else. Virginia Tech would hire him in a heartbeat.
Well, and I think it's interesting what you said too, Dawson. Of like the college football fandom is so rabid, and they're so informed, and they're so passionate. And on the flip side, the college football coaches are the most frustrated when it comes to criticism.
Yeah,
like they do not want to deal with it, dude. They don't want to hear it.
He actually has a point. He really does have a point. Like Clemson, they
built them.
Clemson has, Danny Ford won a national championship in '81. They've kind of had some coaches in between.
No, he made that program legit.
He has made that program. I mean,
for sure.
Now, he probably went around it the wrong way, but he has a point that, damn, I've lost some games here.
12 straight years, 10-plus wins.
I'm just, if you want to get rid of me, get rid of me. Somebody else can come in here and take this over. Hell, I've seen it. Look what's happening at Alabama right now. You got to move on from coaches or whatever you want to do.
Yeah, a new coach probably isn't going to fix your problems.
No.
I think the fans get frustrated enough that they just want to try something else.
Where he's missed the boat is he hasn't embraced the transfer portal like most coaches.
And it sucks because for coaches that want to bring kids in and build them up over 4 or 5 years and transform them, that's what coaching's all about. That's what being part of a team is all about. But the NFL is more of a developmental league now than college football is at the top. Is just who can you sell on the idea that you're going to come here next year and win a championship, and then you might be here for a year and you're gone to somewhere else in the pursuit of something else. So it's not about developing or coaching as much as it's about selling, people on a vision, selling sponsors, selling guys who can put NIL money in kids' pockets, and selling those kids. And I don't know if you were going to power rank like which skill is most important. Obviously, the actual coaching of the game, your scheme, the way that you install stuff, that is important, but it's sliding in a hurry. It must be very depressing for, these coaches, especially an older guy, 55 years old, not the oldest, but you've spent 30-plus years perfecting this system of recruiting and building these networks in different states with all the different high school coaches, and bam, in a very short period of time, it's been flipped on its head, and now you're, everything that you've learned up until this point is, kind of null and void.
Yeah, it's a little bit rendered useless, and that is frustrating. I do feel that 100%. All right, we'll close it down here with the Connor McDavid stuff. It's crazy, as you mentioned yesterday, Dawson. We got preseason Stars hockey. Coming up this
Saturday.
weekend. Like the hockey stuff is about to get cranked up here, which is just crazy. I mean, what a time we are in sports. September and then October really it's the full gambit. You say goodbye to your loved ones, and so I'll see you around Thanksgiving time, honey.
Probably 3 weeks from Mavs preseason, something like that.
But right now in Edmonton, everybody's shaking in their boots because the greatest hockey player we've seen probably since Wayne Gretzky is on the last year of his deal. And when you hear him talk, as you will right now, I don't know how confident you can be that he's going to remain an Oiler.
No, it's a big decision. It's not something I take lightly or my family takes lightly. Everything in my life's been building to be here and be in this position and be in this moment, and it's not something that I'm just going to dream up and decide, I'm going to think it over, and we have been and we'll continue to do so.
I admit I'm surprised. I thought we'd get here and there would be something. Should I be surprised? Am I wrong? Or is anybody who's surprised wrong to be surprised?
No, I don't think so. I think everybody's entitled to think whatever they want. I think people just kind of assumed that things were going to happen, and it just goes to show that not everybody knows exactly what's going on. My wife and I obviously love being here in Edmonton, and we have every intention, as I said, to win here in Edmonton, and have all the faith in the world in this 25-26 season, and beyond that still remains to be seen. We have time. We have all it's our decision, basically. We've earned that. And we're going to take our time with it.
That's last one for me on this, Connor, is
That's tough, man. It's so hard to keep your star player, I think, in any league. And especially in Edmonton, where there's not a big booming, bustling economy. There's not the Fortune 500 companies that can sponsor your team or the population to drive the cable revenue and everything. I just think you have to do everything in your power to keep a player like this. Even if you lose, I think the fans will still support you more if they can come watch Connor McDavid.
Yeah, it's a little bit of history here, though, with Edmonton. One of the greatest players ever to play. Wayne Gretzky moved on. New York Rangers, Los Angeles Kings. He's even the greatest one left that market. To go to other places and stuff. So he's probably thinking I'd love to stay. But look at, like I say, Mark Messier left there. I mean, there's guys that have.
He wants to win a Stanley Cup. That's the big thing.
Sure.
And you could hear it there. Like, Connor McDavid's very stoic, doesn't really care about all the other hoopla on the market and that type of stuff. The expectation that I've been reading from Pierre LeBrun and others on The Athletic and in the hockey beat is short-term deal. Edmonton, I'm going to sign a short-term deal with you. Prove to me you can put a team around me that we're going to compete and go win and get over that hurdle. And if we can't, then I'm going to leave and go try and win a Stanley Cup elsewhere.
Yeah, trade him. Trade him. You know, don't let him leave in free agency, for the love of God.
No, that would be terrible for Oiler fans, but I'd kind of love to see that.
Thank you, Chief. Yes, sir. We got 1 hour down 4 to go here. Live Williams Chicken on Cooper and just north of 20 here in Arlington. Come get your State Fair Classic tickets, Grambling and Prairie View, the 100th edition at the fair here in a couple of weeks. Tovash is in the house. Salute to Tovash.
Yeah, Tovash.
Tolo. One of the longest Tolos.
Surprised he brings his own catfish in here to cook.
We'll take a look at everything else
that's been. What did you call him, bro?
Tovash.
No, what did you call it? Dawson, what did you just call Tovash?
One of the longest time Tolos.
Okay.
I think.
Okay.
Yeah.
I didn't hear that time. I just heard one of the longest Tolos. I was like, man.
He leads the league in length, that Tovash.
Like, how do you know?
Many things you don't know, I suppose. No, but join us in Arlington here, and we got 4 hours of sports coming up. You got plenty of time to get here. Once you get off work, get something to eat and get some State Fair Classic tickets. Top stories at 3 coming up next here. It's the G-Back Nation on the Fan.
krl-fm Leasing Studios. You're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
All right, welcome back. It's hour number 2 of the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan. Seeing a lot of familiar faces here. We're live at Williams Chicken. We've got 20 and Cooper here, just north of 20. And I know there's another Williams Chicken down way south.
Yes, sir.
So you might want to GPS it, before you head on over here. But we'd love to see you. And we have some giveaways. The State Fair Classic, Grambling and Prairie View coming up in a couple of weeks. You can get tickets to that. Just ask Eric. He is the proprietor here of this Williams Chicken. And he's got your tickets. Got your hookup. All righty. C-Note's coming up in about 20 minutes. We have the Jake Ferguson show coming up at 5:20 today, so we're looking forward to that. And then we have a Bears guest coming up in the 4 o'clock hour as well. Chris Emma from 670 The Score coming up at about 4:20 here on The Fan. Excited about this game. I am a little bit nervous as Broadus previewed the Bears offense for you yesterday, and he's going to preview the Bears defense. That has struggled. Although
it has.
I guess they played a pretty good first 3 quarters against Minnesota.
Right.
But looking forward to that report coming up from Broadus here.
Yeah.
Which 0-2 teams in the NFL have the best chances of making the playoffs? This is actually really interesting because looking at the top teams, you have Kansas City, the champs. You have Houston here in state. And then this week's opponent, number 3, the Bears, that's who Bill Barnwell identified as the third best chance. Now, it is a huge drop-off from the Chiefs. It's 6.3% on ESPN's FPI that the Bears make the playoffs. And they're talking about Caleb Williams, a 26% off-target rate this season, nearly double the league average. Some of these balls are crazy. It's like, what is he looking at? When you watch that tape, is he thinking the receiver's going to break on some of these? Because he's throwing them like behind the dude sometimes.
There's been some times where he's had to make off-platform throws, and he hasn't been set. And their routes under Ben Johnson are down the field, further down the field, and he has missed some opportunities. But when you watch his tackle situation, as we talked about yesterday, it's dropped back, and then it's kind of like, okay, it's either left or right, and now he's got to think about, I got to get out, and now I got to throw. They haven't got, like, the tight ends. They've got a couple of tight ends that can really make some plays. They had, DJ Moore not making plays out of the slot, and it's really been about Roma Dunze, and that's where it's at. And unfortunately for, Caleb, he just has not got everybody else involved.
Do you like the next gen stats? Do you think they're doing a pretty good job?
I think they do a really good job. I really do. And there's a lot of things you can learn about that really tie into the film.
So he has the third highest expected completion percentage at 70.1.
Yeah.
He's only completing 61.5% of his throws. That's a place that Dak Prescott's been very successful throughout his career, is completing more than what the numbers in the game situation dictate he should.
Yeah, he has really struggled against teams that play him, and it's only a small sample size of 2 games, but you play him single high, he struggles with that. I mean, he's like a 50% passer, but you play him too deep. You play him. He finds ways to his percentages a little bit better. But you play him single high. It's for some reason the man coverage stuff probably gives him a little bit more of an issue than the zone coverage stuff.
Only J.J. McCarthy has been more inaccurate than he has to start the season. And when you look at some of the breakdowns of like where their pressures become allowed on dropbacks, their left tackle.
Jones.
Clearly the biggest
12 pressures,
problem.
2 sacks over there, I believe.
And then that's been an issue for them for a long time. And I thought Darnell Wright, their right tackle, coming out of Tennessee, he was one of our favorite tackles in the draft. He has not really panned out. They took Ozzie Trapillo out of Boston College, and I think they were thinking maybe he'd be a guy that could slide and even compete at left tackle. I don't think he had a great training camp. And we'll talk with Chris Emma about that. Maybe he's a guy that they look at, but the tackles, and that's, again, like we talk about the edges for the Cowboys. I thought last week would be a get-right game.
Right.
This is a week somebody needs to step up and make Braxton Jones look like the weak link he's looked like in the first 2 games.
See, that's
James Houston.
That's what you're talking about, Dawson. Your fear should be, number one fear should be quarterback running the ball. I mean, I'm not talking about design runs. I'm talking about drop back and just take off running. And then your next fear would be you don't get a pass rush. And now he looks comfortable. And now, Moore's open, Komet's open, Romadunze's open, and he starts hitting some of those throws. I think it's going to be a shootout game because I don't know what Dallas defense is going to show up, but I'm going to tell you about the Bears defense. They've got some problems too.
Well, yeah, and they pulled something from Ted Wynn here for this story, and he noted Caleb Williams actually isn't their biggest problem. It's their defense, their penalties, and their own run game just being completely incapable.
Yeah, I remember we were talking about that with Swift, that he was one of the guys that he was getting yards before contact, 2-3 yards before contact, and still not able to have successful runs of 4+ yards a carry. And even not having a contact of 2 yards, or having a 2-yard head start. And so, yeah, they've struggled. They've blocked well for him. They don't finish runs with him.
But I think you brought up yesterday how much Jalen Hurts hurt you in week one. And to my understanding, Caleb Williams' profiles is a very similar runner when he's improvising and when he's outside. He might not give you the short yardage stuff. But he's around that fast, around that size, and just 60 or 70 yards from the quarterback is enough to feel like you're getting your back broken.
He's had 9 scrambles, and 6 of them have resulted in first downs.
I believe the Cowboys have allowed the 3rd most rushing yards to quarterbacks.
I think they're the worst in the league at it.
That's a stat I saw this morning.
Yeah, it was like 13-14% of the runs result in first down.
Clowney should help that quite a bit, though, right? He's going to set the edge. He's not going to cheat
I'm not going to lie
inside.
to you, Dawson. I'm not going to lie to you. I don't know what Clowney is going to do, and I hate to be this way. I hate to be this way because every time I've talked about some of these edges, I've been so damn wrong about them.
You lost your confidence, dude.
I feel
He's got the year.
Take a cut. No, man. I mean, with Clowney, I want to believe that he's going to come in here and be like Kenny Clark, and all of a sudden it's like, man, what a great get that was. Boy, the pro department's on their game, But man, every time I'm like thinking, well, hey, let's Marshawn Nealon, why don't you give him a go? Looked good at right end, looked good at left end, plays around. Disappeared, just disappeared. And the problem is disappearing against bad tackles. Bad tackles at the Giants. So now I'm in the point where I'm like, I think the Bears' offensive line is clearly better than the Giants' line. That's what scares me about this game so much.
I think Cowboys fans are seeing why they were whispers that maybe Sam Williams wouldn't make the team at camp either because he's getting swallowed up. Yeah. I mean, how can you be that fast?
He had the one big play that was all they needed. But man, that was.
Okay, where are you guys with the Chiefs? They still have their playoff chances. ESPN's FPI at 51.8%.
Their schedule's bad though, right? I mean, schedule bad as far as
tough.
Can you win like 5 or 6 games in a row with that schedule?
They get the Giants this week, right?
There you go.
That should help things, but yeah, their schedule is very, very difficult and asking a lot out of Mahomes at this point, and the defense not being quite what you would have hoped. I mean, he's having to do so much scrambling. I have a Mahomes stat of the day for you coming up in the finest, but he's throwing to like Tyquan Thornton. It's like his deep threat right now. Their skill possessions.
Taekwondo.
Well, Hollywood Brown, but they're going to get Xavier Worthy back this week. But the Rashee Rice suspension's huge for them. They need to trade for Tyreek Hill, and supposedly not a lot of people are calling about Tyreek Hill. There's probably some reasons why we'll get to in the Daily Football Fix. I think he's not exactly a great guy to have in the locker room, sounds like. But they know him well in KC, and that's something that worked well.
Sounds like
and they fed him the ball. Miami's going to keep feeding him the ball and asking for higher and higher draft capital. I don't know how to put a value on that. I guess if I'm a trading team, I want to give a 3 or a 4 for a Tyreek Hill at this age. But they've also eaten a tremendous amount of his salary and his compensation. So their cap number is going to remain big. You're getting Tyreek Hill on a small cap number. Maybe the value's a 2 or a late 1 or something. I don't know how you value that, but the Chiefs have been tied with the Patriots at the bottom in deep completion rankings over the past 2 seasons combined, hitting on just 29 deep passes. Their EPA per play is 26 or 23rd. Mahomes' QBR is 26th. And Spags has lost his touch. Like everything started getting mid all at once. His pressures are getting home at only the 23rd highest rate now when he sends an extra guy. And so not a lot's going right. I guess against the Giants, that is a get-right game. At this point, I think I'll pick the Chiefs to be a wild card team. I think there's too much good in there. Maybe they're a little rusty. Maybe they needed a wake-up call. They need to get healthy, particularly a wide receiver. They need to make a trade. But going to multiple tight ends is not helping. The Chiefs have posted a 35% success rate in 12 or 13, down from 50% a year ago. And I guess you could say, hey, it was Chargers and then Eagles. What do you think, Chief? They going to make the playoffs?
I would still take them to make the wild card for sure. But it is going to be tough sledding. They do need to get Rashee Rice back, and that'll be nice for them. But, yeah, I mean, their pass rush, big-time struggle. It's really only Chris Jones that absolutely scares you on that defensive line. I think a lot of this goes back to just the team-building aspect and not nailing your draft picks. And then they have, like, a very favorable contract with Mahomes as well.
Yeah.
It's not even like they're getting killed with far and away the highest paid quarterback in the league. He gave them a team-friendly deal that they can continue to restructure and open up cap space. And if you just look at their roster, you're going, that ain't that great of a team.
No, they've really failed in the draft on both sides of the ball. They've never had an offensive line that you felt good about for the next 5 years. They've patched it together and been able to win, I think, the last couple of years really just because of Mahomes. Then you go to Houston, 24.3% to make the playoffs. And they point out, as bad as things look right now, they had an end zone fumble in the Rams game and lost 14-9. Then Baker Mayfield escaped on that 4th and 10 where it looked like he was done. Tampa ends up winning that game, but Houston was right there. So I don't know how you feel about Houston, but ESPN's FPI still has them about 24% making the playoffs.
It helps being in that division, and their defense is still legit, but and offensively, I think it's just going to be tough sledding.
It might be really rough for them. I don't know. I mean, Indianapolis, is that sustainable? I'm not sure. Jacksonville, that seems like there's a lot of issues right there. It is the division that's probably going to keep them afloat. We do have news, though, that Highland Park Zone and DFW legend Clayton Kershaw has announced that he is going to retire at the conclusion of the 2025 season with the Dodgers. So he's getting ready for his final home start here coming up over the weekend.
Right on, man. Hell of a job. Great career. Spent a good half
seasons.
decade as best pitcher in baseball, a champion, and an NBA or Cy Young. Inter Miami and Leo Messi reportedly closing in on a multi-year contract. He signed that deal back in 2023 for 2.5 seasons, but they're looking at doing another deal. He's played 36 games, has 28 goals and 14 assists in all competitions.
Is that good?
Yeah, he's still I guess he's still the best player for the team and maybe all of MLS. Sydney McLaughlin-Levrone became the first woman in nearly 40 years to crack 48 seconds in the 400 meters. She ran at 47.78, a historically fast one-lap race at the World Championship. She's broken the 400 hurdles world record 6 times as well. Okay, Rangers are off tonight. They'll be back at it tomorrow against the Marlins. And we got the C-Note coming up next. Everything developing here with your Cowboys as we get ready for Week 3 here on your home of the Cowboys, 105.3 The Fan.
But let's talk about East Dallas Diesel. You've heard me talk about East Dallas Diesel a ton. If you're in the market for a truck, well, East Dallas Diesel is the...
true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when we used to be, what was it, Pepper Lake?
Cinnamon Sisters? Saffron Squad?
Not maybe? Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
PermaPure.com. Yeah, buddy, welcome back. We're live here at Williams Chicken in Arlington, 20 and Cooper, just north of 20, maybe half mile or so, seems like, maybe even less. It's a quick drive here, and we'd love to see you. We have State Fair Classic tickets Grambling and Prairie View, the 100th time they're going to play. Go say hi to Eric there. He's the owner here at this Williams Chicken, and he'll get you taken care of with your tickets. You good, Brian? Of course, we'll be at Pickler Universe tomorrow in Carrollton. Best place to play pickleball in the entire universe.
Did I hear you say quick drive for you?
Yeah, it was a pretty quick drive. Yeah, just get on 20 there in Sunnyvale pretty quick.
Okay.
And boom, just flying out here.
All right.
Yeah, I mean, it might take.
But you had the hour and a half drive.
Yeah, compared to yesterday, it felt like like an absolute breeze. Okay, Clayton Kershaw is retiring. Wolchuk had that breaking news for you. We got the C note right here. A couple of Cowboys practice items. Number one, Trayvon Diggs back at practice yesterday. He had that illness. And Todd Acha, he noticed that Tyler Booker was taking some practice snaps at center. Brock Hoffman starting, TJ Bass as the backup. Booker would be an emergency option. And one I don't think he'd be that excited to get to, but that'd be interesting to see how he'd possibly look. Nothing like having some position flex in a great young rookie.
You got to be prepared. Always have a contingency plan.
Yeah,
that's what Batman taught me.
He never played any center at Bama, did he?
He's a true guard.
Yeah, I've always seen him play guard, so that's one of those kind. Probably could do it. The thing you always would worry about was the shotgun snap.
Yeah.
Even BB last week was having some.
Yes, I saw 5 linemen all lined up and one still shot. I think it was Nick Harris who had it, and they're all practicing shotgun snaps.
Yeah.
And Javonte Williams is one of the quarterbacks. Like they only had so many guys to take snaps. It's pretty funny.
Okay, got to figure out which one can do it the best.
Yeah.
In case of emergency. Okay, segment's brought to you by the Frankels. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call the Frankels first, 214 or 817-333-3333. There's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. The Frankels are the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas. Here is your chance to attend the Ultimate Cowboys Fan Hang presented by our friends at Whataburger. You and a guest will enjoy game day inside the Star on the very seats where the team breaks down plays and talks strategy. You'll be joined by the Cowboys cheerleaders and a former Cowboy player. We'll be hanging out, talking football, and giving you an insider's perspective. Plus, you'll enjoy a delicious Whataburger lunch with some exclusive goodies. So caller 10 right now at 877-881-1053. You're going to be winning, and we'll have another opportunity coming up for you in the 4 o'clock hour. Okay. Here's what I got for you. Is there a troubling lack of meritocracy going on at edge? James Houston, highest pressure rate, highest win rate on the team anyway, fewest snaps in the rotation. How much is Clowney going to play even if he's the best? I think this is one of those deals where I would be looking for an answer on it if I'm in that secondary. What the hell are we doing? We're playing a strong safety back here. We don't even have our best pass rusher on the field. 1 out of every 5 plays, I think he's out there. Maybe 4.5 or so with Houston. It's if you look at the 2 games so far, Sam Williams is getting stood up.
Yeah,
he's getting embarrassed right and left. I think the truth is, and it's unfortunate. Like you would hope that Ezra Raku had showed you more by now in the preseason, the 2 games.
Yeah.
I think you have a big old bag of nothing at your other edge spots. And there's actually a guy who's a veteran who had 9 sacks, I think, his rookie year for Detroit.
In like 7 games.
Kind of got hurt, took a circuitous route back, but every time we see him, whether it's preseason camp or now, he's making it happen, Brian. And, we saw Zeke last year for half the season instead of Rico Dowdle. Might have cost you a game or 2. Might have made the playoffs if you never played Zeke last year, but had to put him out there because somebody inside likes him or believed in him. I do believe in Shoddy. I would say right now, Shoddy, if you're listening, your number one job is to go to whoever is keeping James Houston off the field and saying, listen, I got to answer to 52 other guys on this roster. And they're ticked off that we can't get any damn pressure. You got to defend. You got to defend for 4 seconds back there, or you're going to get house called.
Yeah.
So I mean, answer that, Brian. Is it as troubling for you when you look at film like what James Houston's capable of?
It's troubling, and I mentioned before that I just haven't got these defensive ends right yet, and so I really don't know. I've reached out to some folks to try and get a little bit better understanding of why Houston's not playing. Haven't heard back from that yet. Maybe it's something that they don't have a great answer. Dawson, you mentioned it might be a coaching situation. I know Zach was talking about maybe he played some ball in the spring, and maybe they're worried about wearing him down a little bit. But, yeah, it's a little bit of a puzzling thing. They might not think he's a starter, but they play a lot of rotation.
Yeah, that's Aaron Wycotton's thing.
So if you play a lot of rotation, the starters shouldn't matter. But
Yeah, I do like how they're rotating things.
Yeah. But I there might be something there. Coaching decision. I don't know. I don't think it would be a front office decision. But sometimes you get coaches that get a little strange about like, hey, had this guy in camp, had him the full time, was doing this, and then want to give him an opportunity. And as a personnel guy, you just have to say, okay, all right, coach, fine, But there's going to be a point in time where all of a sudden, if Ezeracco and Fowler and Williams, those guys don't show up, you're going to need the guys who are playing the best to be on the field the whole time.
And when you're running the rotation, you don't have to be worried about a progress stopper. When the young guy is good enough, he's going to flash and be like, hey, it's time to play him more.
I'm more concerned, honestly, about Donovan Ezeracco than I am Houston not playing. Because that was one of those where you're watching the Boston College tape, and I felt like that Carter from Penn State, Green from Marshall. And then Donovan Ezeracco were like the better pass rushers, that the learning curve was not going to be steep. This guy knows how to rush the passer, knows how to the explosive first step, knows how to dip, how to get around the edge, how to knock hands loose. He looks very ordinary playing right now. And there's flashes of the game where, that's the guy. Oh, that's the guy. And then, but there's that 75% of the game where you're going, why is he doing that?
Yeah.
And that to me is more of a concern. That's my future. Mm-hmm. Where Houston might be trying to get me, through this season. That's the problem.
And maybe you're trying to develop. Maybe you're looking at this isn't going to be our year until we can have another team building opportunity. But it could be. I think you're a couple of trades away from making some noise. And right now, I think if Dorrance Armstrong was still here, he would be clearly your best pass rusher. I think he's top 10 in win rate right now. Tape question for you, Brian.
Mm-hmm.
The Miles Sanders touchdown run and the Javonte 30-yarder.
Right.
What you have is Tyler Smith pulling. The long one was Tolbert coming through with him in motion.
Yeah.
The short one was Hunter Lipke.
Right.
I think they've scored 3 or 4 touchdowns on that play. Is this their new pet play?
And it's funny you bring that up, Dawson. I'm glad you did, because at 340, I'm going to tell you why those counter plays are going to work against the Chicago Bears. Yeah, I think you're really onto something there with the way that they're running the ball. Dallas is really one of the better teams in the league running off tackle, and the Bears are one of the worst teams in the league defending off tackle. And I could see after watching, we talked about a little bit the Lions, the Vikings. They were able to take advantage of this Bears defense in ways where you get guys playing up the field, they kick them, they log them, and then the ball is right inside of where it needs to be.
It looks like between Spanford and Steele, you have enough athleticism to get to anybody. And then Booker is there with his strength. And then you take advantage of Tyler Smith's athleticism to get in there.
Yeah.
And it's just like an explosion. And here comes the running back out.
Dallas has done a really nice job of at the point of attack, and it used to be a problem. But you got Spanford and, say, Steele, and they get push on, say, that technique. And the Bears play sometimes what we call a 4-eye, where he plays inside gap on the eye of that tackle. And if you play 4-eye, you can take that tackle and post and take the tight end and wash it. And now you've got that naturally
slip in between.
Yeah, you got that crease where you can attack that gap. Yeah. Lions did a really nice job of that. I think the Cowboys are going to have some success themselves.
And do we call that? Is that counter power? Is that counter?
Well, there's just counter.
Just counter.
Just
okay.
counter. Yeah.
Okay.
There's different kinds of counters.
I'm having fun learning this new offense.
Oh no, I tell you, with the fact that they use, we were kind of worried about pin and pull stuff and all that. But it looks like that they found as long as Steele, and as long as you have Spanford like front side, up the play side, and he's able to get, they're not giving up any penetration at all. That's what's making these plays work. They get so much push on the edge, and then all of a sudden these guys have a clean path to turn up and log their guy or kick out a guy, and it's working out good for them.
Okay, you got Troy Aikman on his weekly radio show on 1310. Says it's clear they have the offense dialed in, and Dak is showing a confidence about him that he hasn't always seen, and says it's a really good fit as far as what he's doing and what they're calling. It kind of feels like this should be Dak's last head coach. Everything has gone so well 2 games in. You have him playing like this. He's actually throwing to players who are on the move towards the end zone that we're going for. Like, if something trips up Shoddy and for whatever reason he can't continue on with this, maybe it's injuries or you just have a horrible season, they move on from him, I think they would regret that for a long time. I think Shoddy's a rising star in football coaching.
Yeah, I think part of it will be, and he's done a great job with the offensive staff at this point, but defensively, is Eberflus that guy? Like, Shoddy, you did a great job identifying great assistant coaches for the offense, at least through 2 games. But defensively, and we'll see how it matures throughout the season, but being able to identify a legit defensive coordinator is going to be hugely important.
Yeah, and I guess we've just assumed since Eberflus was hired, like he was so good with the Cowboys as a linebackers coach, then in Indianapolis, and he had some good defenses in Chicago. I hadn't even really considered the fact that maybe that's not going to be a good fit for whatever reason until this past week. But I think that's one that's got to put you on high alert, and maybe we're in for a repeat of what happened with Mike McCarthy's staff with Mike Nolan in his first year. I think if you lose to Chicago, that seat's got to at least get warmed up a little bit, doesn't it?
Oh, for sure, especially
between then and bye week.
Yeah, especially if you're losing a game where the Bears are putting up 30+ points on you or something. Yeah, that would get loud.
Would get very interesting. We're live at Williams Chicken here in Arlington on Cooper, just north of 20. Come get some amazing chicken, catfish. Brian crushed some catfish.
Oh, gosh.
Looks like they got greens as well, green beans and all sorts of superfoods there for that balanced diet. Okay, we got Krusty's Corner coming up next, buddy. Where are you taking it?
Yeah, let's get into the Chicago Bears defense. I think there's some things you can really like to attack.
All right, let's talk Trajan wealth, though, shall we? That's TRAJAN, the symbol.
V products? I gotta remember that.
You know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean like your name. No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen. Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut, but that's hair on your hair. I'm not saying this is your hair.
With me and Blake this Sunday afternoon, 3 to 6, Bearded Monkey in Rockwall, Tolos, Fatties. We'll see you there.
Yeah, if you're in the market to upgrade your vehicle, get to Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. Back-to-back #1 Chevy dealership in the world, they've got more new Chevys than anyone in their all-prices sale. Silverados, Tahoes, Blazers, Malibus, Equinox, and more. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive. Relax and enjoy the difference. Based on new Chevrolet registration 2023 and 2024.
Thank you very much, Lucius. It's the G-Bag Nation here on The Fan. Thanks to Williams Chicken in Arlington for having us out today. We're going all the way till 7 o'clock, and you can come by and pick up your State Fair Classic tickets. Go watch Grambling and Prairie View here in a couple of weeks. It's the 100th edition of that game.
That's amazing.
Time now for Krusty's Corner, brought to you by Reliant Air Conditioning, gimmick-free AC repair and replacement. Here it is.
Hey, hey, kids! Your old pal Krusty's gonna teach you 5 new words.
You're not wrong about that.
From Dallas, Texas, number 55, Brian Waters.
Thank you very much for doing that, Lucius. Appreciate you. Thank you, Dawson, and thank you also to Reliant as well for being a part of this. Got this breakdown of the Bears. I'm thinking, guys, this is going to be a shootout game.
Isn't that weird?
I'm thinking it's going to be a
Chicago
shootout.
Bears, it's like defense, low scoring. This thing is it's the complete opposite Chicago Bears were accustomed to.
I don't trust either one of these defenses right now. I really don't. I think, and the Cowboys' offense is better than the Bears' offense, but there's some plays to be had against this group.
Got an alternate universe going on where the Rangers can't hit, and the Cowboys' best position group on defense is their defensive tackles. It's pretty weird.
Unbelievable. That's a great observation.
How about this, though? When we went to training camp, did we talk? Okay, myself, worried about the defensive tackle group. Was it as simple as trading for Kenny Clark?
Yes.
Yeah.
It was that simple.
Yeah, and Solomon Thomas is pretty darn good.
I think Solomon Thomas has been really good.
Yeah, it would have probably been, without Kenny Clark, a little bit better than we were anticipating with Solomon Thomas and what he's brought to the table, and then Osa really just kind of picking up where he left off. But I think without Kenny Clark, you're talking about this run defense still being a fair problem.
Solomon, an Arlington guy? Is this his home?
He's Coppell.
Coppell. He's played with Connor
Miles
Williams.
Garrett that was Arlington, right?
Yes. Yeah. Arlington Martin.
I mean, he has really impressed me at his age, the quickness, the power, the intensity that he continues to play with.
He was at training camp when Booker was having some problems. He was kind of Solomon Thomas was kind of quick off the ball, kind of jumping around him, making Booker have to lean a little bit and all that. But he's done a really, really nice job on there. All right. This pass rush it's really, last week I felt like there was more to it with the Giants, with their young guys, with Thibodeau, with that group, with Carter.
Burns.
Yeah, that was
Lawrence.
With Burns. That was a much different group as pass rushers. I don't think you're going to deal with that kind of problems with this particular group. What you're going to deal with, though, is there is going to be some movement of the front. It's going to be very reminiscent of like what you saw with Dan Quinn. Remember when Dan tries to rush 4 and then does the twist where it's the tackles and the ends and the loopers and stuff like that? They will bring that type of a rush to you. They will bring the movement of the front. But like I say, I think they really lack something at linebacker, and they especially lack right now at a couple of corner spots. And where they're really, really, really hurt is Kyler Gordon, the nickel corner, being out.
Yeah, he's been fantastic.
The guy that's replaced him got absolutely worked.
Nick McLeod.
Yeah.
Nick McLeod is okay. Nick McLeod is there's
Hello,
been
McLeod.
Yeah, he's number 24 on your program, and Nick McLeod is. If you watch the Vikings game, you watch then the Detroit game. They said, Nick McLeod, you're not good enough to cover, and there were times where they ran motion where he was involved, and McLeod would just drop the coverage, and then there was St. Brown wide open. So there's been some talk about your own communication issues. The Bears have had their share of communication issues too, down in the red zone, backs in the backfield, wheel routes that ended up in the end zone and stuff. I think there's a couple different ways you can go here, and I'll ask you guys which you would rather do. If I could tell you, like I did in the previous segment, if I could tell you can run the ball off tackle and have success doing it, or would you rather attack a group that really doesn't have much pass rush and has liabilities at corner and at nickel?
Yeah, you win this game in the air. I'm going after Cowboy legend Sean Wright. Tyreek Stevenson and George Pickens is going to be interesting. They could get in a fight. Those are two hotheads.
Yeah.
We got to watch out for that because Tyreek Stevenson will engage with you now.
Sure.
And if he draws Pickens, but this one, I think I'm all about the air raid.
I'd rather work around a good secondary than a good pass rush, though. I feel like Dak can throw the contested ball. I don't.
So you want to throw instead of run?
I thought you were asking.
No,
would
I was asking.
Go against a good secondary.
I was asking.
Rush?
I was asking because there's a couple of avenues you could travel here. You could travel the Williams Avenue and do the counters and play off tackle and do those things, and probably have some good success, some successful plays. Or you could try and protect against a line that doesn't offer a lot when it comes to the pass rush. And a couple of guys down, and linebacker, they got problems too.
Yeah, Noah Sewell is not very good.
Yeah, Noah Sewell is
Sewell's brother, and he's having to play in place of T.J. Edwards, I believe, is hurt.
Right. So
I think the way to success for this team, though, is establishing the run. Like when they run the ball well, they make it look easy.
Right.
When they're passing, it's penalties or a punt or I would feel a lot better about this team if I know they can be that ground and pound football team, and that's going to take pressure off your defense too.
How about you, Chief?
Yeah, I mean, I think that this is kind of a pick your poison. Like I think both are going to work here.
Right.
But seeing this Cowboys passing attack has me pretty fired up. With this secondary, the guys they have banged up, they're like 28th in pressure rate, as you were mentioning. They don't get after the quarterback. So you're going to be able to do a little bit of both here, but I want to see some explosive plays.
Yeah, I think to me that it's not a crusty thing, but I'm kind of interested just because of how good Dak Prescott's been on play action.
Mm-hmm.
I'm interested in run, mix it, run, kind of like you see the play action stuff with if you're having success running and all of a sudden it's hard play action, linebackers step up, thinking they're having to deal with the run or get to the outside, and now there's that space in the secondary and stuff like that.
Mm-hmm.
I think that I'd like to see. I'm just trying to think of ways now to maybe have to protect your defense a little bit.
Yeah,
more.
I think there's some elements to that for sure that are fair.
I mean, you might not have to protect your defense as much this game as in a coming game like in Green Bay next week.
Yeah, but after you saw last week, I mean, that is definitely on the top of mind, right? I mean, with what the Giants were able to do.
Can you shorten the
to
game,
you.
run some clock? The problem was the running game really didn't get going for you until the second half.
Right.
Last week.
Right.
So can you establish that early on? They weren't. They did it against Philly.
Right.
They weren't able to do it against New York. So I think you kind of just got to roll with what's working for you. And to me, I think that passing game is going to be working no matter who the opponent is this year.
Yeah, I mean, Dak's playing so well, and I was so encouraged by getting, the way Pickens got involved in that game. I mean, I'd love to see Pickens and Lamb just both
Yeah.
You know, it
should be a good week. Ferguson had himself a pretty damn good game too. We'll talk with him coming up at 5:20.
Yeah, they've got Grady Jarrett inside now. Grady Jarrett, veteran guy.
Is he showing his age a little?
He's kind of
hurt too.
Kind of still plays. No, he's not hurt. He's kind of. Was he on the injury report? I don't.
Yeah, he was yesterday. I saw him on Twitter.
I think it was an old man deal.
Okay.
I think it was an old man.
Yeah,
it was an old man situation there. But the thing with Grady, he's still got power, and so now,
that could be a concern with Hoffman.
Yeah, that's what That's to me, I'm trying to do as much as I can to help Hoffman in this game. The way that I could see. I could see the Bears putting somebody. I could see them trying to put like Jarrett on him a little bit more.
What do you remember from last year? I'm trying to think. Did you think Brock was better? And it's right guard, not center.
Right.
But was he better run blocking versus the pass pro?
I think he was better at the run blocking stuff.
My gut's saying the run too.
Yeah.
So maybe for him to get him settled into the game,
right?
That could be that might be what I go with then.
I hope.
Let's try and establish that counter.
Yeah, I hope this offensive line doesn't kind of fall apart with.
Me too.
I know they did some good things in the overtime with Brock Hoffman in there, but I hope it just doesn't fall apart that way. That maybe it's like
you still got a rookie right guard.
Right. That's the thing. I mean, you're kind of in a situation right there. But I'd keep an eye on with Grady Jarrett there. I think Dexter. I think that when you're talking about the other tackle there, he's from Florida. That's a guy that you might want to think about putting in that one technique over.
He's a big, powerful man.
Yeah, big guy that put him over Brock Hoffman and see if Brock Hoffman can handle that. That might be something that the Bears try and do.
So who's the main guy you want to pick on? You think is it McLeod?
I think it's McLeod but we all kind of know Nashawn Wright.
Yeah,
we all
got
know
a pick six against the Vikings, but otherwise, I think in that second half,
yeah, they
went
after him.
Yeah.
I think the nickel, because what you could do is you could do stuff by moving CD around and if Tolbert plays, I think there's some really good opportunities against McLeod. I just don't think he covers well enough. I don't think he's very aware. I think if this turns into got to get first downs, move the chains kind of thing, I try and find 24 in this field.
They're down 2 starting corners.
Yeah,
2 of their best players on defense.
Right.
It's going to be glorious. Let's go 40 burger.
There was a moment during the Manning cast, that first Monday night game, Bears defense playing against J.J. McCarthy, and even Peyton Manning said, I played 18 years, and I thought that was man coverage, and they confused me.
Yeah.
So Dennis Allen does have a couple of things up his sleeve where he can try and confuse you a little bit. So just something.
Well, he'll try and get that double A gap blitz look, that mug look where you walk and then drop guys out of there is what he'll try and do. So.
Alrighty,
there's possibilities here.
I do have a practice report. We can look at that. We can get your NFL football fix. Diggs, Guyton, Turpin, all full. So that's a good thumbs
great
up.
Sign. Yep.
Yeah. Woolchuck, where are we going next?
All right, let's do some daily football fix, shall we? And let's get into Mad Dog as he is defending quarterback 1. Ben Johnson's responding to Brady. And could it happen? That's next in the nation.
Okay, I want to chat with you about Men's T Clinic, though. Hopefully you have the energy to crush.
Racing Studios. You're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Yeah, here we go. It's hour number 3 of the G-Bag Nation on The Fan. We are live at Williams Chicken in Arlington on Cooper, just north of 20. And they have some State Fair Classic tickets. If you want to go, just come on by, get something delicious to eat and drink, and ask Eric for the tickets. 100-year anniversary of this game this year at the fairgrounds.
Yep.
So a historic game, one you're always going to want to be
Let's
at.
go.
And thanks to Williams Chicken for hosting us. Okay, salute to the Tolo family that just swung by here. I had to jump into the restroom, otherwise I was going to have a 5-alarm fire going on my bladder here this segment. But when I came back out, they were gone. So I'm sorry I missed you.
They got smart. They knew better.
We'll see you next time.
Yeah, I hope they come back in. Because I know one of the daughters wanted to meet you, Gavin.
Here's Wolchuk with his daily football fix.
All right, let's get to some of the headlines here in the world of the National Football League. Now, we've given credit to Dak Prescott through the first 2 weeks. And, fellas, my gosh, last night couldn't sleep. A lot of that's because I'm snoring, and my pregnant wife wakes me up and says, get the hell out of the room. So now I'm up, and so I went back and was watching more of that Cowboys-Giants game. It was on NFL Network. And the way Dak's doing two things now that I think we've been frustrated with at times during his career. One, the pocket presence is at an all-time high for him right now. His ability to feel the rush, slide, step up, navigate the pocket.
Yeah.
But also, what's one thing that we've always had frustration with?
Eyes down.
Throwing with anticipation, but also hitting receivers in stride.
Yeah.
He did that beautifully against the Giants. Pinpoint throw to be able to hit CeeDee Lamb, doesn't have to break stride, down the field. And the Ferguson throws, and I'm excited to ask him about that. And we know the seam route, like he's loved that his entire career. But it wasn't really working week 1 against Philadelphia.
No, it really wasn't.
He was either a little underthrown, he overthrew it once, but against the Giants, I mean, Fergie, he's not even breaking out of his route. Dak's delivering the ball. He turns around, boom, ball's on him. It's been beautiful to watch. Now, Dak Prescott has a noted hater, a lot. But the Cowboys...
Eric Chiafalo?
No, and Eric's even given Dak credit the first 2 games of the season.
Lucius dropped the knowledge bomb on Dak. I am very fair on Dak.
Yeah, like when Dak's playing well, he deserves to get praise. And and I saw yesterday when we were talking Dak up, texts are coming in. He's a choke artist. You guys know this doesn't matter. All of that, hey, we can have a different conversation when we get to the playoffs. But through 2 games, as much crap as we want to give Dak, we can prop him up and give him a little bit of love when he's playing well.
He needs to work on removing that underbite Kobe face that he does when he's getting whooped.
Yeah.
You know, Kobe went to that weird underbite look when he was going into like a Doberman Black Mamba mode.
Uh-huh.
When Dak's beat, you can see it in his mouth.
Absolutely. And they cut to it every time, and
Yeah.
I'm like, oh, crap, here it is, and we are in for a long day.
He knows it's checkmate.
But noted Cowboys hater Screaming A. Smith on First Take. Man, he actually gets checked by a New Yorker. Mad Dog putting Screaming A in his place.
Tears ass up.
Dan doing that makes you feel like...
Be fair, Stevie.
I am fair.
You don't treat Lamar the same way you treat Dak.
Because Dak ain't Lamar.
Well, Lamar hasn't played well in the playoffs. 2-5 all time.
He's won more playoff games than Dak.
But he hasn't played the MVP level in the postseason.
Okay, but he
has in the regular season.
But he hasn't been like Fright Night, panicky, and all of that stuff either.
But he hasn't.
You know what I'm saying? Beneath the pressure, that is a fact.
But he hasn't been great in the postseason.
I agree with that.
Be fair.
I agree with that.
Be fair.
But it's one thing not to be great. It's another thing to be sorry.
You just can't do it, huh?
Yeah. What?
You just can't do it.
It's hard.
There is nothing that you can say positive about that man without you bringing up what he do in the playoffs.
But that's true without me bringing up.
You can't bring it up. You can't do it.
That he's a damn good quarterback. And my God, if the regular season was where it stopped, he is MVP caliber. I can say that about Dak Prescott. But unfortunately for him, we get to bring up the postseason, which is when it really counts. And last time I checked, it could be 3 or 4, depending on whether you're a wild card team or not, that you have to win in one playoff season to win a Super Bowl. This brother got 2 in 9 years. I mean, come on, y'all.
No, it's Screaming A. Keep my quarterback's name out your damn mouth. I don't even know what you're a fan of. Is it the Giants? Is it the Steelers? They got enough issues there at quarterback to keep you busy. All right? So stop talking about my guy. Leave us to talk about him. We sure will come January. You don't have to worry about that. I don't need it. And I enjoyed Mad Dog just kind of putting him back into perspective. Like, let's just keep this thing 100, man. Let's keep this thing fair. Keep that energy for all the quarterbacks, not just Dak.
So you've compared Jacob deGrom to Dak, and now Lamar Jackson, 2-time MVP, to Dak.
That was their show. That was not me.
Okay.
That's right.
But in the postseason, yeah, both have struggled. Both have played poorly.
I kind of feel like we gave
and
up.
Dak was a runner-up for MVP, Gavin. Come on.
Yeah, never forget that.
I kind of
Let's
felt
not
like
forget that.
I kind of felt like we gave up on him in the postseason there, Wooly Bully,
Yeah,
in a
did.
post-game show.
Yep, it is. Yeah. I'm not going to be picking him to win a playoff game. But through 2 games, he's playing damn good football.
He is. He
Here's
is
Ben
playing
Johnson,
well.
head coach of the Bears, talking about Dak.
Dak doing that makes you feel like he's playing the best football of just about anybody?
Man, when I see a quarterback utilize cadence the way that he does, and I know that's a little thing, but it's reflective of he's got total control of the field. He's looking to manipulate the defense. He's looking to control them. Hopefully, we'll have a loud crowd here on Sunday that combats his ability to use that cadence to our disadvantage. But when I see that on tape, I know like this is a guy that's seeing the field really well right now, and he's trying to move defenders around. And I think that's when you have an experienced player like that, that's a dangerous thing.
I don't think he's going to get that crowd advantage. I mean, we had that nugget, 2 days ago? It's skewing like 53-47. There's a lot of Cowboy fans that are going to be in attendance there at Soldier Field. I don't know if he's going to get that type of home crowd to be able to disrupt the glorious cadence that Dak Prescott's working with right now, per Ben Johnson.
I think at some point in a playoff game, if you want to look at Lamar Jackson, you're going to have to be able to go on a 2 or 4 minute drive, and your running game is often so negated that like what happened in the regular game flow almost doesn't matter. And I think that could be a possible explanation for why Lamar Jackson doesn't win. And maybe they have the best roster in all of football this year, but I wouldn't have a tremendous amount of confidence. But you can't argue with what he did. I mean, the stats that he's putting up in these playoff games, if there's a reason the Ravens lost, he would be so far down the list.
Yeah, he wasn't the reason they lost to the Bills. I mean, Mark Andrews dropped that 2-point conversion. I can't put that one on Lamar Jackson. He played well enough to win that game. And who knows what happens if they're able to get into overtime. Now, Ben Johnson continued. The big storyline this week, we've talked about it with Stink, the Tom Brady stuff. The meetings. Is this an advantage? He's wearing the headset there with the Raiders. I don't know. I'd have to look at the Bears' schedule, Eric, maybe if you're down to do that, if they play the Raiders. But Brady is going to be on the call for Fox, Cowboys and Bears. Ben Johnson, are you worried at all about this Tom Brady stuff?
Like I said, I'm really not worried about it. I mean, we change week to week in terms of what we do. Schematically, he's going to be able to turn on the tape and see what everyone else in the world's seeing right now. Personnel-wise, really the same thing. It's not like I'm going to sit down with him and tell, hey, don't do this to Caleb Williams or you might get it. Like, I'm not going to – there's not going to be any trade secrets that are going to be exchanged. But I really don't think it's that big of a deal, to be honest with you.
Yeah, Raiders and Bears next week.
Okay. Interesting. Maybe it'll bite him in the rear.
Well, it's amazing how many of these coaches are shooting it down.
They're all
Shoddy did the same
Stink
thing.
shot it down when he was on.
I think they're all bluffing you. I think they're bluffing you.
Are they trying to? Well, they also.
I think it's really, really hard for a coach not to feel like to open himself up to Tom Brady.
Yeah, you start talking that football.
I mean, all of a sudden you're sitting in a room with Tom Brady. You might not. Ben Johnson might not have ever met Tom Brady in his life. You know, and all of a sudden it's like, wow, I'm sitting down here having dialogue with Tom Brady about football. You know, I think these coaches are playing it down like they wouldn't say anything.
They're putting the goat on the pedestal.
In real life, they're telling him, these coaches love to talk about, hey, look for this, look for that. This is something I kind of think about, I think these coaches are probably they would welcome the opportunity to pick Tom Brady's brain and see what Tom Brady is seeing with their team. Hey Tom, when you watch us, what do you see? What are you looking at right here? And get and kind of get an idea. That's one of the greatest to ever play. They're not shutting Tom Brady down. They're not treating him like he's like Brian Broaddus walking in there and asking, in a radio game.
Okay, so you say like Tony Romo's in the same gig from a broadcast standpoint.
Yeah.
Tony Romo had a minority ownership stake in another team. You don't think they treat Romo the same way they treat Brady?
Oh, I think Brady's different than any other player that's broadcasting.
Right.
I think there's the fact that Tom Brady might be the greatest player ever to play in the National Football League might be that I think that these coaches, when they get an opportunity to talk with him, I think they open up like they're like, what do you need?
They probably want to convince him that they really got it going on.
They want to convince him
I
that
could see that.
oh, this guy's got it together football wise.
Hey,
He's a smart guy.
You can play for us.
There are also some older coaches that probably hate how the Patriots cheated.
Yeah.
You know? And I would think that while I want to have a good thing going with Tom Brady, I'm also going to make sure I'm not giving anything away. You know, it's not like anybody's holding a gun to their head making them give away state secrets.
You know, Ben Johnson, I think, is saying the right thing. But if you had an opportunity, okay, Dawson, you're a poker player, right?
Uh-huh.
Give me the one poker player that you would love to meet that you would just completely open up about everything. I mean, if he asked you questions, you could not spill your guts about stuff.
Probably Phil Hellmuth, my guy.
See, that's what I'm saying. To me, I mean, you have somebody in your life that if Phil Hellmuth asked you a bunch of questions,
yeah,
that you would probably, oh God, Phil, yeah.
But I also don't think they're starstruck like I would be, you know, because they've been in that league. If I was in the World Series of poker,
Ben Johnson, several years ago was a North Carolina guy, right? Ben Johnson has really kind of burst on the scene here with the last 3-4 years.
Mm-hmm. And as Josina Anderson told us, he's not an alpha.
Yeah.
So I wouldn't be surprised. But, I mean, they're also worried about, like, you know, their practices being observed. You know what I mean? Like that's a part of the coaching culture as well.
They don't want us watching practice. Tom Brady out there, I've seen it so many times with Troy Aikman and Joe Buck and those guys standing on a field. I saw it with Summerall and Madden. Mm-hmm. They'd stand out there and coaches go up to them and John Madden's the same way. Like anything John Madden asked for, John Madden would get. Like he got the best insight for everybody. I think I think coaches are saying the right thing, but in reality, they're trying to deflect it. They're trying to deflect it, but in reality, they're telling Tom Brady anything he wants to know. That's just my.
Well, they do know that the NFL wants this to be okay, so they might be doing the company line thing. They're like, "Oh no, it's fine."
Yeah, you're putting on the company face. That very well could be the case. And behind closed doors, it's like, "Ooh, this could be in it." Because
now the question is Tom Brady talking to his coaches? Is he telling?
He's too competitive not to.
Yeah, he's not going to go back to Chip Kelly and Pete Carroll and say,
"This is Deflategate. This is Spygate."
I just did the Bears game last week. You're playing the Bears this week. What'd you gain? Did you catch anything? Did you notice anything?
We need to do a study. I'll be interested to see games that Brady does, and then in that team then the next week
how the Raiders perform against teams.
How did the Raiders play against the Bears when they play?
Yeah, that'll be fascinating. Yeah. Absolutely fascinating.
But to act like the film is the only thing a coach needs to get a beat on you, I mean, the film shows some stuff, but there's a reason coaches get together in the off season. And talk about things and how, the details and the specifics are, because the film's not going to capture everything of the emphasis and everybody's jobs and all that. Well, thank you, Wolchuk. Football Fix is in the books. We're talking Cowboys-Bears with Chris Emma from 670 The Score. He covers the Bears there in Chicago. We're at on Cooper, just north of 20, at Williams Chicken, where you can get your State Fair Classic tickets. Come by, get an amazing meal, and get some giveaways. Love to see you. And we're coming back with Chris here. It's the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan. I want to...
I've never seen it before. Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean like your name. No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen. Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut. But that's hair on your head. I'm not saying this is your hair. Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
All right, welcome back. It's the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan. And we're live at Williams Chicken, just north of 20 on Cooper. Come get your State Fair Classic tickets, Grambling and Prairie View. The 100th edition of that game is coming up here And we'll talk more about that a little bit later on. CA's going to be here. Chris Arnold's going to be here before too long. Segment's brought to you by the Frankels. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call the Frankels first, 214 or 817-333-3333 with Franklin Frankel. There's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. The Frankels are the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas. We'll have another chance to win our Ultimate Cowboys fan hang brought to you by Whataburger here in probably before the end of the hour, just to eyeball that for you. Chris Emma, 670 The Score. He covers the Bears, and he joins you now here on The Fan. And a good afternoon, sir. How the heck are you?
What's up, guys? How we doing?
We're doing good. Wondering, what Chicago's going to bring to the party here. What kind of a path to victory does Chicago have? What do you think their chances are Sunday afternoon?
Gosh, at this point, I think it's got to be a track meet. Like, this Bears defense is depleted. They are really struggling right now. They're missing some key players, obviously, with Jalen Johnson, Kyler Gordon, T.J. Edwards, Grady Jarrett, all on the injury report, and they just don't have the depth to play next man up. So, look, this Cowboys team is going to score. They're going to put up points. I bet Dak Prescott is licking his chops to get up to Soldier Field on Sunday and play that game against this secondary. So the Bears' only hope is to keep pace, is to try to match the Cowboys' offense. I do think it's going to be a high-scoring game, and I do think the Cowboys win.
Now, you mentioned Grady Jarrett there. Saw he was limited today. What's going on with him?
Step forward, progress for him. He's been hampered on the injury report with a leg injury. Look, he played on Sunday after being limited throughout the week, and he just did not look quick off the ball. He looks like he's struggling with this. That's a veteran. That's a proud guy who wants to be out there and be an impact player, but it was clear that he's just not quite himself at this point. And this defensive front has just not gotten pressure consistently with or without him. So the Bears have major problems defensively right now. That's only a blip on the radar.
Are there any players on the Bears defense to be concerned with at this point?
Gosh, that's a great question. Montez Sweat, look, this guy has been a Pro Bowl player. He's been one of the better pass rushers in the NFL in the past, but he was not that guy last year. He, too, was dealing with injuries. He had 4 or 5 different ailments to put him on the injury report. Without a sack so far through 2 games this season, the Bears hoped that would change by adding Dio Dingbo on a big contract this offseason. Sweat has not looked like the guy he's paid to be at $98.5 million, and that's been incredibly frustrating for a defense that needs guys to step up. So I'll say 98 and blue is somebody you got to watch for on Sunday, but we in Chicago have been looking to see it as well.
What's going on with Tremaine Edmonds here, Chris? I mean, that was one of their prized free agent acquisitions. He was thought of as one of the best linebackers in football. Is he not what he once was?
I'll take you back to 2022, the first year then for Matt Eberflus, when the Bears came to Dallas and got stomped by the Cowboys. And that was the game that opened up the Bears' eyes to this is a long-term rebuild. They traded Roquan Smith the next morning and really marked the beginning of the end for that tenure and turning the page to this rebuild. They signed Tremaine Edmonds a few months later on a lesser deal than the $100 million Roquan wanted. They got him for $72 million and hoped that he could fill the void, if not entirely what Roquan Smith brings to the table, then something short of it to some positive degree. And Tremaine Edmonds has been a good player. He's been a good leader, but he's not been worth the investment that the Bears made, and he certainly has not been anywhere near the level of Roquan Smith. That's been a miss on the record of Ryan Poles, the general manager, and there are many misses on that record right now, and that's being exposed as Ben Johnson takes the helm and tries to turn this thing around. The fact that this roster is still missing blue-chip talent and the difference makers that win you football games consistently. That's why the Bears are sitting here at 0-2.
Chris Emma with us here, 670 The Score in Chicago as we get ready for Cowboys-Bears on Sunday. Chris, what's up with this offensive line, specifically their tackles? I was a big fan of Darnell Wright when they drafted him out of Tennessee. Has he just not quite developed? And Braxton Jones seems like he's been an issue on the left side from our scouting report from our local expert, Brian Broaddus.
Yeah, look, Darnell Wright has gotten steadily better in his 2 now going on 3 years with the Bears. He's been encouraging. I think he certainly is a starter in this league, but he's not been the number 10 overall pick yet. Consider that they were sitting there number 9 overall a couple years ago with Jalen Carter on the board. They clearly did not want him. They traded out of that pick to Philadelphia, let the Eagles take him, took a 4th-round pick as part of that return. That's how much they did not want Jalen Carter. When you pass on a guy like that, you better be getting the right guy at number 10 overall. And Wright has just not popped the way that you want to look as a franchise tackle. That's been frustrating, but he still is not the weakest link on this line. I mean, that is Braxton Jones, their starting left tackle. They opened up a competition this offseason because Braxton Jones simply hasn't proven himself as a long-term viable starter, and nobody really won that battle as much as just Braxton Jones assumed the role again. The second-round pick, Ozzie Trapillo, who they hoped would ascend and take that spot, he was inactive last Sunday in Detroit. That's an indictment on the player development side. He should not be inactive. He should have a jersey for game day. They had a guy in Theo Benedict who was an undrafted free agent, kind of became the challenger for Braxton Jones, and he still just wasn't good enough to take on that role. Crown Namagaji, a third-round pick a year ago, has played only a couple games and just not really earned his place to be out there. He does not look certainly like a third-round pick or even an NFL caliber player yet. So it's been frustrating the way that they missed at the left tackle position, and I think they'll reevaluate that at some point this season, if not sooner. I think that Braxton Jones' spot is up for grabs, and somebody wants to take it, they can go get it.
Hey, Chris, what is up with the Bears, though, the rushing game with them with Swift? And Zach mentioned watching your tape and stuff like that. It seems like there's opportunities for him. He's not getting contacted at the line of scrimmage or behind the line of scrimmage. Just they don't have many successful players running the football with him.
Yeah, he's been better so far this year. I think he's being coached better by Eric Bieniemy, who they brought in as their first-year running backs coach. And Bieniemy's a guy who he doesn't BS. He's just shoot straight to the point. And he's been on Swift about stop dancing. Get the ball and go. Stop hesitating. Find your whole attack and go. And be that explosive runner. But that's just not really who DeAndre Swift is. I mean, he's kind of proven himself as more of a complimentary back, and a good one, a very good one. But think about a year and a half ago when the Bears were there in the open market. Saquon Barkley was out there. Derrick Henry was out there. Josh Jacobs was out there. They were the first team to grab a running back, and they took DeAndre Swift on a 3-year, $24 million deal. They want that one back. Saquon Barkley would look wonderful in a Bears blue uniform. Any of those guys would be a major upgrade. It's not worked out the way that they wanted with Swift. And the more frustrating part is they don't have any viable options. There's nothing in the backfield right now that they can count on. The only other players to carry the football in meaningful time are DJ Moore, the wide receiver. Talbot Ungai, a seventh-round pick, got garbage time carries on Sunday in Detroit. That's the only time he's touched the football. Rashad Johnson, the former Texas Longhorn, has not carried yet this season. They're just trying to establish something on the running back depth chart.
We got Chris Emma, 670 The Score here, talking Bears with you in the G-Bag Nation, live from Williams Chicken in Arlington, 20 and Cooper. How concerned would you be with Matt Eberflus if you were covering the Cowboys? Where could it go wrong? Where would it go wrong?
I think he's in a better place. I think he is in a much more comfortable spot as the defensive coordinator. I'll be frank with you, like he just was not cut out to be a head coach. And the city and the franchise and the circumstances surrounding it kind of ate him up, and it just did not go well. He spent so much of his tenure trying to preach positivity, trying to encourage his players, not just to the media, but directly to them, saying, we're getting better, we're getting there, keep believing, keep united. And when you suffer frustrating losses like they did last year where they felt they were close and you come up short and coaching isn't part of it, you lose that messaging. Nobody believes in the idea of we're just right there. That's when it turned. That loss Thanksgiving in Detroit last year when he tried to preach the idea of we're close, stay together. And it was a mutiny in that locker room. And they turned on him to the point where there was no coming back from it. I think he's much more comfortable being that right-hand man to Brian Schottenheimer, to the staff there in Dallas. And he can call plays. He knows defense. And I know there's been some struggles defensively there for the Cowboys, trying to get that thing completely turned around and build an identity now post-Micah Parsons. Eberflus is the guy to do it. And he needs the personnel. He needs this thing to be catered more to his identity, which a guy like a Kenny Clark certainly helps that. He wants that anchor, that three technique to drive this defensive identity. So I think he's in a much better place. I'm happy for him. I hope it works out for him leading a strong, prominent defense there for the Cowboys. He's a really good man. He struggled in this job. I think people in Chicago have certainly respect for him, but also understood that he was just never meant to be a head coach.
Are you expecting a lot of Cowboy fans in attendance there at Soldier Field?
Oh, yeah. I mean, look, there's always a good road crowd here in Chicago. It's a destination city. Obviously, it's a place people want to go to see football games, and Cowboys fans will travel everywhere. We know that. So, I think there's going to be a lot of excitement. I think it's going to be a really good, entertaining football game, and it's two teams that certainly need a win here. So, it's going to be a fun atmosphere on Sunday.
Hey, Chris, what's up with DJ Moore? It seems like, though, that he seems to be kind of a little bit of a forgotten man for the Bears right now offensively.
Yeah, look, there's, I think, been internally some frustration. We heard Ben Johnson on Monday talk about we need guys to play their hardest when they don't have the ball in their hands, as opposed to just only when they do. And you don't have to look too deep into the film to know DJ Moore is part of that. Whether it's directly a shot at him or not, you know DJ Moore doesn't always play the hardest when the ball is not in his hands. That's frustrating for Ben Johnson, and that's what could ultimately cast him out in Chicago if he consistently does not show that kind of effort, blocking, sealing the edge, doing what you need to do, hustling downfield. Like, it's just the details are not consistently there for DJ Moore. And he's a really productive, talented wide receiver, but he's not proven himself as the complete package. He's the guy who wore a C on his chest last year as a captain, and he was miscast in that. He just doesn't have the personality and that natural leadership to elevate those around him. And I think internally there's been some clear frustration for what DJ Moore has and hasn't been for this team. So he's going to put up his catches. He's going to be a key player in this offense when he does get the ball in his hands, but that's going to happen less if he doesn't do more when the ball is not in his hands.
Chris, where do things stand with Caleb Williams right now, and how much of that Ty Dunn report is true or fair?
Yeah, it was interesting, and this goes back to the Eberflus run, right? This was his former staff, clearly. We know who's talking in this. A lot of it's true. A lot of this is stuff that we've all heard privately, things of that nature. But I think the common theme of that was, look, he's really talented and could overcome this. And if you're really reading this closely, you kind of understand that a quality coaching staff could take him over the top. And he's gotten better. They really made him drink through a fire hose with Ben Johnson leading this charge to develop Caleb Williams. And game 1 to game 2 was better. Game 1 was really sloppy for Caleb Williams. He looked more comfortable, more decisive, showed the right fundamentals and footwork in game 2. I talked with Declan Doyle, their offensive coordinator, today. He's like, look, it's getting steadily better week in and week out, and I take him at his word for that. I see the same thing. I think he still can be a franchise quarterback, but this isn't the immediate returns you like of a number 1 overall pick, certainly, and this is a work in progress for the Bears. So, look, if this season continues to get lost, they're sitting here at 0-2 right now. They got a really good team coming in, and this season could really see snowballing losses here fast. But if you look in here deep down the road and they're out of the playoff picture, this season suddenly all becomes all about Caleb Williams and whether he can become that franchise quarterback or not, and the spotlight will shine brighter on him this year.
Chris Emma, 670 The Score. Thank you for your insights on the Bears. Have fun covering the game this weekend.
Take care.
There he goes, Chris Emma. Thank you so much. We're live at Williams Chicken in Arlington, 20 and Cooper, just north of 20. Chris Arnold has arrived. CA's in the house. He'll be the stadium host for the State Fair Classic. You can get tickets for Grambling and Prairie View right now. Just come on by Williams Chicken, and they got you covered. All right. How about some Cowboys-Bears trivia? Who knows the most about this historic pro football matchup? We got the giveaway coming up as well. The Ultimate Fan Hang watching the Cowboys, brought to you by Whataburger. Stay tuned for that. And we're back here. It's the G-Bag Nation and the Fan.
They're finally letting us out, Tolos. It's Fred Davis of Fan After Dark, and I want you to join me and my guy Blake Elliott as we're watching some football Sunday afternoon at the official fan watch party at the Bearded Monkey, 2861 Ridge Road, Rockwall. Crown Royal is giving away an authentic jersey plus drink and food specials and other prizes all game long. So come watch the game with me and Blake this Sunday afternoon, 3 to 6, Bearded Monkey in Rockwall. Tolos, Fatties, we'll see you there.
If you're in the market to upgrade your vehicle, get to Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. Back-to-back #1 Chevy dealership in the world. They've got more new Chevys than anyone in their own price to sell. Silverados, Tahoes, Blazers, Malibus, Equinox, and more. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, and enjoy the difference. Based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023 and 2024.
Thank you, Lucius. It's the G-Bag Nation here on 105.3 The Fan. We're now under an hour away from Lucius's return to L.A. Live. As it's good to have him back in the Pimp Cup. We're broadcasting live from Williams Chicken here in Arlington, just north of 20 on Cooper. Would love to have you come by. Got State Fair Classic ticket giveaways. And Chris Arnold's here hanging out with the Tolos.
How about that?
Lots of Tolos here throughout the afternoon. So thanks to everybody in what I lovingly call the municipality of Barlington.
That's right.
And they've always shown us such tremendous love.
I'll tell you what, Lucius is right about the pepper on the chicken.
Right? Yeah.
Lucius, that's a game
put
changer.
that pepper juice on that fried
That
chicken,
is
brother.
a game changer.
And do
right
not throw
now.
that pepper away after you put that juice
No.
on there. You got to bite you some of that pepper as you have the chicken in your mouth. Pause.
Wow.
Man.
That is good.
It's CA's about to go for it. Oh,
Yeah,
he's smothered.
CA's doing it.
CA's about to smother.
Let's get that on the fan cam right there. CA going
Yeah,
to work.
Put that juice on there.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah,
Put some of that
Funny
juice
that
on
comes
there.
up because Chris was the guy who taught me about jalapenos on a pepperoni pizza in Oxnard. Way back in the day there at that BJ's Pizzeria.
That's the way.
Little jalapenos on your pepperoni pizza gives it the perfect amount of kick.
Finger looking good right there, CA.
It
Nice
really
work.
is.
You know, maybe we should get CA in on this. We got a little Cowboys trivia. There's a headset over there. I don't know. Is it potted up? Is that
Yeah, here we
potted
go.
up? You wanna
Well,
join us?
I don't know. Let's see. Let's try this.
Here comes Ruby.
Okay.
Ruby's coming out of the
Ruby's
men's
on the
room.
way. Ruby's on the way from the men's
Just
room.
don't shake hands with Ruby right now. He's coming out of the men's room.
Portia, we're going to put this headset
Can we
on
get CA going?
if that's okay, as we have 20 questions to test your Cowboys and Bears knowledge. I will be your host. It's a four-way competition. First man with the right
How
answer
about old men
wins.
versus young men?
And,
Old men versus young men?
How you doing, Chris?
Is this similar to the popular local game show?
It is. It is. It's popular local game show 2.0, and pretty cool. You're how long you been hosting this State Fair Classic?
Oh my goodness, goes all the way back. In fact, when Eddie Robinson broke Bear Bryant's record of coaching victories, it was at the Cotton Bowl. I was covering it for K104 and Channel 8, and then I've done some PA for the game off and on all these years, man, since the 80s. Sometimes.
I'll tell you what, one of the greatest things, Chris, as I went to Grambling scouting, I got to meet Coach Robinson.
He's a
Doug
great
Williams was the head coach, but Coach Robinson was at practice.
Yeah.
And I walked up, and he was as nice as can be.
Yeah,
to me,
he's a
man.
great
Amazing
guy.
man.
And when he passed away, he had a big funeral at Grambling, and I went with Al Wash, who's like the director of this State Fair Classic, and not a dry eye in the house.
No
the place
question.
was packed. It was in the big gym, and it was just awesome. But again, this is a legendary matchup: Prairie View versus Grambling State. And everybody talks about the halftime, which is absolutely amazing.
Yeah, it is amazing.
But every now and then the game's good.
We got 5 overtimes last year.
And the Centennial, the 100th, you can get some tickets if you join us here at Williams Chicken, again, 20 in Cooper.
One other note, they have remodeled the Cotton Bowl.
Yeah, I
it
heard.
looks really nice inside. I mean, it already holds like 90,000, but my goodness. When you go out there, State Fair is going to be awesome, but if you get a chance, walk around that Cotton Bowl because they've refurbished it.
Nice. Well, let's do this. We got 20 questions. Let's see how many we can get through here. The Cowboys' first game played outside the U.S., a 1986 preseason
Got you down?
matchup.
London.
Got you down?
Oh, sorry.
Oh,
CA, Brian?
You guys are on the same team, so it's
We're
okay.
the same team. London, Chris, right?
London, I was
We're
at
at the
that game.
game, yeah.
Cowboys versus the Bears.
It's olds versus youngs here. CA and Brian teaming up against
kill
the
the
boys.
nosebleeds.
Don't worry.
I'll
try
As long as we have 1986 questions, Chris and I are okay.
Yeah, we might be bleeped.
Okay, let's do buzzer format while we're cruising along. Just go ahead and shout out whatever you need to get in. The longtime head coach of the Bears won a Super Bowl with the Cowboys before becoming
Ditka.
Ditka.
Had a baby bully.
True or false, Ring of Honor member Don Meredith, the first face of the franchise who spent his entire NFL career with the Cowboys, was drafted by the Bears.
True. Oh,
got you down.
True.
Brought us. That's 2-1 olds here.
I'm sorry. I meant to say ding.
You say whatever you want. I just tried to do something quick.
Okay.
I like CA's got you down. He's used to this from the old Jeopardy.
Okay, after 2 seasons playing with Chicago, Chuck Howley stepped away from the game due to a knee injury. Where was he working when the Cowboys talked him out of retirement?
Ding.
Brian?
Was it his own uniform supply place?
Well, I got some troubling news for you here. Okay, here it is. Linebacker Chuck Howley thought his career was over and was running a gas station.
Oh,
wow.
He had a remember Chuck Howley uniform. I thought maybe it was uniform supply place.
Played at a University of West Virginia alumni game. Decided to give pro football another shot. Former Bears teammate convinced Cowboys director of player personnel Gil Brandt to give Howley a call. The rest is history.
That's crazy.
Was eventually named All-Pro and Pro Football Hall of Fame, Cowboys Ring of Honor.
That's really cool.
I mean, he was in the top 5 of that top 100 list that Brad Shannon guys put together
working
last
at a
week.
gas station. That is wild.
But we learned something about.
I was listening.
Were you listening?
Yeah, I was just trying to tease Brad a little bit there. Messed up the list, dude. What were you thinking? Who had more 1,000-yard rushing seasons in his career? Emmitt Smith or Walter Payton?
Got you down.
Who was that? Who dings
Well,
first?
I'm going to let the Wooly
Go for Wooly.
Emmett had 11, and I think Walter had 10.
He nailed it. Look at that. The Wooly Bully. Nobody beats Zach Wolchuk when it comes to Emmitt Smith.
That's your
Nobody
hero,
but
right?
the Buffalo Bills. Wait. Oh.
Nobody circles the wagons.
Oh, okay. Sorry.
True or false? The coldest regular season game in Cowboys history was
Ding.
played
It was at Soldier Field.
in Chicago.
I was there.
Oh, was that the one you touched on? Love the Star?
My face was slush.
What year was that, General? Does it say?
The temperature was 8 degrees.
Yeah.
The game was played on Monday night, meaning by the time the final whistle blew, the thermometer read near 0. Dallas lost the game.
Yep.
45-28.
Yeah.
And it doesn't say what year it was.
Yeah.
It was. I was working.
that Trubisky game.
I was working for Dallas.
Looks
I
like
think
Orlando Scandrick's on the bench, though.
I think it was. I think a McCown beat us that night.
Okay.
It's probably sometime in the last 10, 12 years.
Yeah, that's bad.
Okay. I think we're tied at 2. Okay.
Yeah.
Number 7, fullback Walt Garrison tied his career high with 2 rushing touchdowns in the Cowboys' 34-3 blowout win at Chicago November 24th, 1968. What other sport did he compete in?
Ding.
Wolchuk.
Rodeo.
God. He nailed it.
Specifically, I don't know. I just know he was a rodeo
for
Hall
bonus
of Famer.
point. He was a bulldogger.
Yeah.
I love the story of Landry asking him one Sunday, why were you in Mesquite last night at the rodeo? He was like, well, I was competing.
Yeah.
And Landry was like, oh,
He's a real cowboy.
Actually, his signing bonus was a trailer, a horse trailer.
I love it.
Wow.
I love it.
He played with a dip in his lip half the time.
That is cool.
Him and Larry Allen.
Mm-hmm. Yep, exactly.
We go to December 4th, 2014 at Chicago. This player totaled 41 attempts combined rushing.
This is DeMarco Murray.
And receiving. The second most in Cowboys history.
2014, that's the DeMarco year.
Beautiful. Look at you
You're
go.
carrying your partner.
Just
Eric isn't saying nothing.
Putting the team on
Seems
his back.
they're
Chuck's
having
Cowboys
cocktails.
passion. Cowboys' Tony Dorsett, who ranks 10th all-time in rushing yards, and Chicago's Walter Payton who is second, faced off 6 times in their careers. Whose team won more games? I don't get this question. I just read it.
Who's won the most games between Dorsett and Walter Payton?
Oh, who won the most games between Dorsett?
Ding.
Yeah, you guys.
It was the Cowboys, right?
It was the Cowboys?
Yeah.
I'm thinking the Cowboys.
I'm going to have to click forward here on the key. They got like a little photo gallery, and now they're making me wait for an ad.
Oh, no.
I bet it's the Cowboys. If it's the Bears, because the Super Bowl era part, but no, I think
it was the
Dorsett got him 70s
Yeah, it
and
probably
early
was
80s.
the Cowboys. You're probably right.
The Bears were not very good.
Up until that
Like
85
Bob
year.
Avellini and they were Jack Kincaid.
I think that 85 team gave him one of the worst losses ever, though.
Walter Payton outgained Dorsett in 5 regular season games, 651 rushing to 340, but the Cowboys went 3-2 in those matchups.
Ding, 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 ding.
Dallas
There you
also
go.
went
Good one,
1-0 in
Brothers.
their one playoff meeting.
Good job, boys.
37-7 in the 1977 divisional round with Dorsett rushing for 85 yards.
That was on the way to the Super Bowl, right, Chris?
Had to be,
Walter
yeah.
Payton 60. Yeah. Well, that was fun. We got a run. Live Williams Chicken here in Arlington.
Good
Cooper
job.
just north of 20. Did the Olds get it done?
We got it done.
I think they beat us by 1.
Way to compete, boys.
Yeah.
Chief, where are we going next? Football's finest. We've got a stat of the day for you.
Saving yourself for the segment?
Rogers regrets to a self-awareness. Everybody can go bleep themselves. Except for the folks that are trying to transform that bathroom into a dream space. That's right. Zentex Remodel.
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean like your name. No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut, but that's hair on your head. I'm not saying this is your hair. Okay.
Racing Studios. You're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Welcome to the Nation.
Hey, it's Hour 4, G-Bag Nation, 105.3 The Fan. We are live at Williams Chicken in Arlington on Cooper, just north of 20. We got the expressway coming up in about 20 minutes. We'll get you updated on everything in the world of sports, including a Hall of Fame retirement announced just a couple of hours ago. G-Bag the Day coming up, LA Live. But right now, it's time for an edition of Football's Finest. Here's the Chief.
All right, let's continue the trivia. How many yards do you think Pat Mahomes is on pace to rush for this season? We're only 2 games in.
It's him and Allen, right? Are the 2 top ones? Are they the 2 top rushers for quarterbacks right now?
I don't have it in front of me of who's next.
Let me go 850.
850. How many yards is Pat Mahomes on pace to rush for as it stands right now?
The sacks take away.
Ooh, let's go
434.
747.
1,045 yards.
Wow. I thought I was outlandish at 850.
Yeah, 850 was like...
I was going low. I was just like, well, what the hell?
I know he had 60 last week, so I was like, man, this has to be pretty big at least.
Yeah, he's having to do a heck of a lot more scrambling than you would want.
I think it's him, Josh Allen are the 2 top scrambling quarterbacks, and then I think Caleb Williams is in there as well.
Yeah, in terms of like how often they scramble,
Yeah.
I know Mahomes is the leader right now. Allen, Jaden Daniels, Caleb Williams, all in that mix there of guys that are doing it the most often. But yeah, he's on pace to have over 1,000 yards rushing right now, which is exactly not how you drew up the Chiefs offense when you drafted Pat Mahomes. He's great. He's efficient with the scrambling, really underrated when it comes to that aspect of his game, stealing first downs and getting touchdowns as well, moving the sticks with it, but it's not something that needs to be your bread and butter. But right now, unfortunately, with the way things are going in Kansas City, he's having to do a lot more heavy lifting when it comes to running the ball, and you just don't want to put him in harm's way like that. Let alone just like you want some other guys that can actually produce for you. So just something interesting that I saw today. Now the other thing too, with the rash of quarterback injuries right now, Mike Florio is on Pittsburgh radio. Says when you look at all the quarterback injuries now, there's 5 quarterbacks who are injured, missing time. Aaron Rodgers might be asking himself in a quiet moment if he should have just waited for a serious quarterback injury and not signed on with the Steelers. So this is just like speculation, but do you think Aaron Rodgers is maybe kicking himself a little bit? Like if I would have just been patient right now, he could be quarterbacking the Vikings. I mean, that was one of the teams that he was trying to hold out for a little bit, right? I mean,
they said they didn't want him.
They said they didn't want him, but
Cincinnati.
I bet they'd want him right now. Over Carson Wentz, right? So,
although they're propping up Carson Wentz pretty good right now. I mean,
are they really?
They're trying to pretend like he's in total command. He's looking great in practice. They're talking this up like he's going to be awesome, but I also think that that's kind of what you need to do the week leading up to the game. A guy that's a little fragile mentally, we got to give him all the mental confidence in the world.
Yeah, I would say so. Now Aaron Rodgers has loved everything about his Pittsburgh experience. He's loved being in that organization. I don't think he would trade it for anything right now. Like I think even if you gave him a truth serum, he'd still want to be there, even though he is in second place right now for sustained quarterback hits so far with 15. I guess Cam Ward and Patrick Mahomes are tied for number 1 at 17 times they've been hit through 2 games. Aaron Rodgers has been hit 15 times.
Yeah, you can tell he's a little bit antsy in the pocket. Like a lot of their big plays. I mean, they're trying to get him out of the pocket. It's the
bootlegs. That's what Kurt Warner was breaking down.
Oh, really?
Yeah. So Kurt said, I think there's some flaws with Aaron. Most of his big plays have come off naked bootlegs. That's going to be a big part of what they do. Aaron's very, very good at that. When he had to drop back and play the position like we saw when he was MVP, I thought he was very uneasy in the pocket, looking to get to his checkdowns very quickly. He'd be a little bit concerned about the Steelers.
Yeah, it's how he didn't, get much consideration for a big player of the week thing after throwing 4 touchdowns in the opener because, 8 of the throws were behind the line of scrimmage. He's been very short in air yards. So they can't run it. They can't protect him. They only have DK Metcalf as a wide receiver 1, and then it's on to tight ends and stuff. So, I think they got a lot of work to do if they want to compete in the AFC. And if Aaron Rodgers wants to win a Super Bowl to that point, maybe Minnesota or something else is on the cards for next year.
Now, something to monitor as we go into the Bears game. and the Bears have plenty of flaws on both sides of the ball, but one of the things that has jumped out is when you look at big plays for offenses, and the Bears are second in the league with 16 big plays. So they have 7 receptions of 20 or more yards. They have 9 rushes of 10 or more yards. Baltimore right now leads the league with 19 big plays. That's how they're classifying it. But Chicago does have 16 big plays to their offense.
Yeah.
So on the heels
and they
of last
come in
week,
the first drives.
Yeah, I mean, that's the thing.
I think they've had, of the 2 big plays, I think it was 4 explosive plays in these 2 drives they've had. It's crazy how they've kind of got things figured out those first drives.
Yeah,
and then
like
they kind
the
of go
league.
south after that.
Best in the league on the first drive, and then they're 31st in the league every other drive after that. Yeah. So something just completely changes for them as the game gets going. But that first drive in particular, they're cranking out explosives. So just something to consider when you saw what the Cowboys defense was doing over the weekend with the Giants.
Just goes to show you, man, stopping the run only matters if you can stop the pass. It's just there's no value to it by itself.
Yeah, you have to be able to do both. You 100% have to be able to do both, and hopefully the Cowboys can figure something out there in that back end. Clowney getting some more pressure. Do we know what type of role he's supposed to have?
Tommy
it's early.
Said 20 to 30 snaps was his projection.
Let me see if I can check.
I don't know. Maybe we'll find out. Maybe Christie will be able to tell us in the pregame. Hopefully.
Oh, I'm sure. Yeah, I'm sure Christie will have that. One of my favorite metrics, the havoc rate. How often, what percentage of plays a defense either gets a pressure, a tackle for loss, a forced fumble, an interception, or a pass breakup. And right now, the Dallas Cowboys defensively are 28th in the league. Just not getting big plays.
After what happened last week, it's going to be bad for you.
Not getting big plays.
3 quarters against the Eagles.
Now, the good news is the Bears are even worse.
All right, perfect. Woo!
So only a few teams could be worse when you sit at 28, but there the Bears are at 30. So
Eberflus's fingerprints all over both teams.
Yeah, how about that? Only 2 quarterbacks with an average depth of target below 4 yards on completed passes. That's Bo Nix and Aaron Rodgers. When you look at the next-gen spray chart for Bo Nix last week, he's got so many completions that are at the line of scrimmage or behind the line of scrimmage. And then he's got some that are just a couple of yards off the line of scrimmage. They don't trust him. And it's just not sustainable. And it's exactly what it was last year. And we're thinking, okay, is Bo Nix going to be able to take that next step? Can the Broncos offense open things up a little bit more? And through 2 weeks, you just haven't been able to see it. So we'll see how Sean Payton decides to.
Do you feel redeemed by that?
Handle biz. I do feel a little bit redeemed by that.
I
absolutely do. Yeah, I think the biggest surprise, though, is the Broncos' defense. Right?
Yes, that's been very
gosh.
Negative 5. Jones, you're kidding me?
-5 fantasy points.
You kidding
for that
me?
Broncos defense that everybody's excited to draft as the first defense off the board.
They'll figure it out right when Dallas rolls into town.
Oh, yeah, they'll kill us. I'm sure Bo Nix will have about 3 touchdowns, all of them
Player of the
40-plus
week.
yarders. Yeah.
I think the last time Cowboys beat Denver was the Super Bowl.
95.
Yeah, it was 95.
Yeah.
Damn.
Did you guys see the quotes from Tua, who plays Josh Allen tonight, just raving about Josh Allen?
Now, okay, I saw people were having an issue with this. Isn't this like the typical Bill Belichick thing? You get to the podium and you just talk up they could be playing the worst team in the league and he's going to talk about them like they're a Super Bowl contender. I didn't really have any. I think this is a little overblown.
I think it's overblown to one extent. This is just Tua having self-awareness. He's watching Josh Allen, and it's not like he's talking about some jobber quarterback as if he's Josh Allen. He's talking about Josh Allen,
who's a really damn good player,
who's absolutely unbelievable and as fun as any player in the league to watch. So I don't mind that. I respect the self-awareness here, but it's really just an indictment on the Dolphins. It's like, that's the guy that you're playing against in your division, and the guy that you just gave a buttload of money to is talking about how I can't do half of what this guy does.
Yeah,
but I'm making basically the same amount of money.
Right.
Are you
it's less
kidding
about
me?
what he said, but about like Dolphins fans are looking at Tua like, F you.
Yeah.
And we stink right now. We're talking about maybe firing the coach. Tyreek Hill is openly admitting I'm late to meetings, and other players are like, yeah, we didn't care when we were winning, now we're not, and the guy's not around and getting special treatment. Like, what the hell is going on?
Man, if you told me a football coach got injured this weekend, I would have said it was Brian Kelly of LSU.
Brian Kelly's been hit twice.
He got
2 times in 3 weeks.
I don't remember
Brian
those.
I
don't even remember the one from this past weekend where one of his own guys is blocking somebody else and just completely takes Kelly out.
Brian was running to the official to get a timeout, and our tackle just drove one of the Florida players into the bench, and he was trying to, and as he was signaling time, he just got whacked.
Yeah, he did.
Like he almost got knocked under the bench. He got hit that hard.
Teaching tape for a great block right there.
Yeah.
But also teaching tape to how to get your coach killed. But I guess, hey, credit to Brian Kelly. Bounced back up. Everything was fine. It's Sean McVay who's dealing with a
He
torn.
popped his Achilles, his plantar fasciitis.
Yeah, the fascia. So we'll be seeing him walk around with a little bit of a gimp there. But
I think these coaches, some of these media members, these photogs, they get overconfident. They got to remember that dude's 240 pounds. He's running about a 4.5 towards the sideline. You might just want to slide out of the way, but it's almost like they got a tough man competition going on. I'm not scared.
My favorite.
I'm going to stand right here.
My
watch
favorite
my ACL blow out.
Is when it's always the strength coach dudes. It's always the assistant strength coach. Back gets tackled along the sidelines and goes skidding out of bounds. And the strength coach always jumps in the air to try and avoid, And there's some of them that can pull it off.
Right.
And then there's others that get clipped, and now they're face planted into the turf. But if you're the guy or gal that's jumping in the air as the guy's going underneath you, that's a confident person.
Yeah, that's a strength coach.
I've sat there and watched. Trust me, I've got out of the way. You go the opposite way.
Oh, yeah.
You just take off running the opposite way. But you got to pay attention. A lot of people don't pay attention down there.
I'm getting up there, and I'm not as quick as I used to be. But if I'm sitting down in Oxnard along that sideline, a play's coming my way, I'm out of there. Yeah. You're going to see me pop like I'm in Cobra Kai.
Yeah, it's crazy. The speed of the game is unbelievable. Yeah. All right, it is a Thirsty Thursday. Let's go ahead and welcome in a Week 3 installment of Guess That Spread. Here we go. Prep your bodies, boys and girls.
I've been
Dawson.
so good at this.
You suck at this.
We have the battle of backup quarterbacks in Minnesota. Wentz versus Browning.
Ugh.
Guess that spread.
This is in Minnesota?
This is Bengals in Minnesota.
They're favored by 5. Vikings.
Wolchuk.
I'll just give them the 3-point home.
Broadus.
I'm going to say that it's Minnesota -2.
Minnesota is favored by 2.5.
Yeah,
so you guys were right there.
Football guy.
In the money. You have the Steelers, Aaron Rodgers going to Foxborough to take on Vrabel and Drake May. Broadus, guess that spread.
That would be. Is this Pittsburgh at New England? You're saying
Pittsburgh at New England.
I would say New England +3.
Okay, so New England is a home dog.
I'm saying New England home dog at home.
Yeah, I'm going to go Patriots -2.
Dawson,
1.5. Steelers.
Yeah, you nailed it. There he is. Steelers as a road favorite.
Yeah.
In New England. You have the hot Colts going to take on Cam Ward, the number 1 overall pick in Tennessee. Wolchuk, guess that spread.
We go Colts -4.
Dawson?
Man, I don't know what to think of the Colts. Divisional game. They got to be favored.
Yeah.
4.5.
Colts -6.
Dawson nailed it. Road favorites at 4.5 right there.
Damn.
All right, let's get you Rams and Eagles. This is going to be a fun game, huh?
Yes, this is probably for NFC supremacy.
Rams go to filthy. Broadus, guess that spread.
This is an early game. This is one of the noon kick games. This could be trouble. How about this one? Philadelphia -2.5.
Dawson?
It's in L.A. then?
No, it's in Philly.
3.5.
Wolchuk?
Yeah, I think it's Eagles 3.5. I'll go 3, but I'm taking the Rams to win.
Yeah, 3.5. Eagles favored right there. Boom.
On fire. That's 3 in a row I've nailed.
Yeah, you're absolutely crushing it right now.
As good as I've ever done.
We start with the
GPT.
Yeah,
we start with the
Dawson's a sneaky guy. You got to watch him, everyone. He's
okay.
quick.
The Steelers one. I did a podcast about it last night.
Oh, there's no question.
But the other two were honest.
Hey, let's do a little podcast. Let's do the odds this week. What do you say? I'll run it.
Let's go through all of them.
Dawson every week is like 6 of 8. The rest of us, I'm like, give me Give me the road 7.5.
Yeah, jealousy doesn't look good on you, Brian.
It's not, man. I hate it. I hate it. I hate the fact that you're always right about this crap.
Dawson, we got Denver.
I don't even know why we play this game, Chief, to be honest with you. I look like a damn buffoon.
Denver's on the road in L.A. taking on the Chargers.
Oh, here we go.
Spread.
I talked about this last night on the podcast.
Chargers -2.
Well, Chuck,
who are the Chargers playing?
Broncos.
The Broncos.
Your Broncos.
Yeah, I unfortunately think it might be the Chargers that end up dethroning the Chiefs, not the Broncos. I'll take the Chargers by 3.
Chargers minus 3.5.
2.5.
Oh,
Chargers
did Dawson
by 2.5.
get it right?
No, half point off. We
split it.
Half point off.
Chiefs go to New York to take on the Giants. Broadest, guess that spread.
Chiefs minus 5.5.
Dawson.
Let me get 4.5.
Old Chuck.
Chiefs 5.5.
Chiefs 6.5. Sunday night football.
Baby.
And the Monday night banger, Detroit goes to Baltimore to take on the Ravens. Old Chuck.
Wow, that's a good game.
Guess that spread.
In Baltimore?
In Baltimore.
Ravens 3.5.
Dawson.
Baltimore -4.
Broadest.
Ravens 2.5.
Man, you guys are getting pretty damn good at this, huh?
Trying.
Yeah.
Ravens by 4.5 at home.
Thank you, Chief.
Yes, sir.
Always fun every Thursday. He lets us guess the spread. We're live at Williams Chicken here on Cooper, just north of 20 in Arlington. Come by, get your State Fair Classic tickets. You got Grambling and Prairie View A&M going to do it for the 100th time on the fairgrounds. You can get tickets right now thanks to Williams Chicken for hosting this. And we'd love to see you here, Arlington. You're getting off work. It's a great place to be. Love to fellowship with you. We got about an hour and 40 minutes of show left, going all the way till 7 o'clock before we hand it off to the Fan After Dark. We'll hit the Expressway and get to the Jake Ferguson show coming up next here. Then we'll get the G-Bag of the Day in L.A. live here on 105.3 The Fan. All right, welcome back. It's the G-Bag Nation here on The Fan. We are live in Arlington, and it is time now for the Jake Ferguson Show. Every Thursday at 5:20, Jake's been joining us, and apparently they're just wrapping up some meetings, so Jake will walk down the hall and join us at any minute now here on your home of the Cowboys, 105 through The Fan. The Expressway is brought to you by the On Time Experts. Segment is brought to you by Cars for Kids. Donate your vehicle today at carsforkids.org. Clayton Kershaw announced this will be his final ride. Had the breaking news a couple of hours ago. In August, as the rotation began to round into form, Kershaw went next level in his 18th season, winning all 5 of his starts while posting a 1.88 ERA. All told, he is 10-2 with a 3.53 in 20 starts this season, despite throwing the slowest fastball of his career. He has been really good for the Dodgers. And after getting hurt last year, he was unable to participate in that World Series run. He did pick up his second World Series ring after also winning in 2020. But this appears to be setting up to be the perfect storybook ending if he can get out there in the postseason and sit some guys down there probably with his, what do you think he's throwing these days, 91 mile an hour fastball, somewhere in there. But Clayton Kershaw, great career at a Highland Park.
Phenomenal.
And it's unfortunate he was never able to, come back home and pitch for the Rangers like I think we've been hoping for probably the last 5 or 6 seasons. I remember even talking about this when Bassick was still on us with middays prior to 2019, but just wasn't meant to be. But really cool, he got to start and finish his career with one organization. Joins a very, very short list of modern-day 21st century athletes, of which Dirk Nowitzki and Kobe Bryant are in. Spent your entire career in one place and became a champion. Alrighty, so you have that Clayton Kershaw news. You have the playoffs to look forward to, but of course, the Rangers are not looking forward to the playoffs now because they couldn't score runs again last night. As much as Wolchuk wants to blame it on their ace, Jacob deGrom, it was pretty much the offense's fault again.
Yeah, I don't think it's as much as blaming it on deGrom as it's, I'm holding him to a high standard. And I was disappointed in the biggest game that he's ever had. I'm going to go ahead and say that I'm holding him accountable, and I wanted more from him, and I was disappointed. Clearly, I think the entire season, it's the offense. The pitching's been fantastic. That's why we're at this point. The offense hasn't held up their end of the bargain. They never lived up to what we thought they could be, and the pitching has kept them in the hunt. But it's a bummer that Merrill Kelly, who had been so darn good, unfortunately, you get down early, it's 6-0. They claw back. It's not enough. And then yesterday, first inning, boom, 2 runs. You're down 2-0 before you can blink. And I was thinking you were going to get like a vintage deGrom outing where he goes like 7 innings. Maybe he's flirting with the no-hitter because he had really pitched well against Houston this year. He just didn't have it. And I understand all the reasons that we gave earlier, but I do think it's kind of interesting. Like we just feel differently, and it's different sports and it's different teams. But like Ranger fans, we're not coming at Jacob deGrom like, what the hell? That's the big money guy. That's the guy that you paid for moments like that. But he kind of is seeming to get a pass, and I wasn't willing to do it. But it's also the Rangers fan in me that's angry, hurt, and frustrated. I wanted this team to make the playoffs, and you just got swept on the road by Houston, and it was honestly disgusting to watch.
It's such a small sample size in baseball. Even for a couple of months, you really can't get a feel for how good a guy is. I think there's so much luck involved in a pitching performance. Now, last night they were on his ass, and even the non-hits looked or sounded, I guess, as I was listening to the first 3 innings of that game on my drive on back to Sunnyvale from Argyle last night. But they were talking about on the radio cast how hard the foul balls were off the bat. But I feel good about him next year. I think he's going to be one of the top 10 pitchers. You didn't have it in the biggest game. It's not like a game where like football or basketball or soccer, like your effort level and your discipline and your determination has a lot to do with whether you win or lose.
Right.
We don't have this going on in a football game where we're going to pivot to this. I'm a quarterback. I'm not throwing it well. I'm going to pull it down and run to make sure we get this first down. It's just like pitching is kind of a 3-point shooting contest, and you never know when it's your night to go 2 for 15.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, absolutely. And for next year, it'll be interesting to see how they try and baby him in an extra year removed from the injury. Hopefully he's more ready to go, but he's a year older. So, and I think they would have tried to give him a little bit more time this year had they played themselves into some level of a division lead to afford opportunities to grant him, skipping of starts and stuff like that. But they never got there. They've been chasing all season long. So for next year, I mean, you'd like to think that they'll be in a better place to where, hey, if he does have to miss a start a handful of times throughout the year just to keep him fresh, because you do want to get the best version of him when it's right now time.
Yeah, it's 29 starts, and I feel like the not as good Jacob deGrom showed up about 8 or 9 starts ago. Mm-hmm. So, how could you do that? Ideally, you would be in a season where you were so far out of it or you were so far in it. But now you've gotten to this point. He's healthy. You feel like, let's get him fresh. But I think that's one of the first questions I have for Sandler tomorrow night and for the team going into the offseason. Will you change, or would you think, and maybe Wolchuk can speak to this, you haven't pitched many innings for 3 years. You're tired at the end of 2025 as you approach 175 innings or so. Will that be the case next year because you're a year older? Will it be worse, or will it be better because you've built up the arm strength and endurance? Like, that's something baseball really pays attention to, is your workload year to year. And the idea is you build up 1 year, you can do a little bit more the next year. But I wouldn't chance it with a guy about to be 38 years old, 37 years old.
Yeah.
I mean, he is up there. But
even the age thing, like we've seen other pitchers do great things. Justin Verlander has Tommy John in 2020. He's older than what Jacob deGrom is, and then comes in as the ace for the Astros to go win another World Series. Like, and Ranger fans are texting in. Some are agreeing, some are not, and that's fine. But to hold a guy accountable that's supposed to be the best pitcher in Major League Baseball, it's your biggest game wearing a Texas Rangers uniform, and you go out there and did not perform. I'm sorry for being critical. Actually, I'm not sorry. Maybe you should. We just have different standards. It's fine. It's okay. It's not saying the offense shouldn't have come through and been better. They should have. Jacob deGrom's win-loss total should have been way better this year. He pitched his ass off, didn't get run support. I'm specifically talking about last night, make or break, must-win game, season on the line. And that dude didn't have it, and it sucks.
But it wasn't anything he can control, Like
how is it not something you can control? Nathan Eovaldi raises his level of performance in big games. He's big game Nate for a reason. These pitchers can control that. You're acting like it's just luck when a pitcher's good. That's not true.
I mean, sometimes
big game pitchers are big game pitchers for a reason.
Yeah, and if you're not, I wouldn't say I'm going to be mad at you if you don't do it. I get mad at my players if they don't know the play call. Like Nelly Cruz, who curiously you've caped for over a decade. I get mad when the manager tells you no doubles, and then the very next pitch you go back into a defensive
and I've
alignment.
never caped for that, but you're not in the World Series if you don't have ALCS MVP Nelly Cruz doing what he did.
I seem to remember the first argument we got into, Wolchuk, was you telling me I need to move on from Nelly Cruz's mistake.
No, not the mistake. You need to move on from your hatred of Nelly Cruz. That play, we will always make us sick to our stomach. But you're not in that position if it's not for what Nelly Cruz did in the ALCS against the Detroit Tigers.
Well, I guess we're just going to have to agree to disagree on that one, Chuck. I'm a little bit disappointed in you. As we broadcast live from Williams Chicken here on Cooper in Arlington, we're just north of 20. Standing by for Jake Ferguson. I did it as well, and I don't know what you hold your athletes' feet to the fire on.
I like that.
I really like what Wolchuk did in the first hour when he said it's interesting who we choose to go after.
Yeah, kind of pick and choose here.
Yeah, we're we got all sorts.
I'm just trying to come with that same fire and energy for the Rangers here as I would on a Cowboys Monday after they go and lay an egg in the biggest game of the season.
They needed that game so bad last night.
Okay, let's see how much of the G-Bag of the day we can get in here. What do you say, Lucius? Let's get the G-Bag of the day champion going here as we wait for Jake Ferguson on your home of the Cowboys.
This ought to be fun. This ought to be fun.
Got me working hard. Got me working hard right here.
Watch that phone, Lucius.
Yeah, look, I think he's going to be in the studio.
That's right.
I don't know. Either it's the studio or the phone. I am really unaware, so I'm looking at both.
Ooh.
Yeah, so
good luck
to
L.A.
Good luck to L.A.
Good luck to L.A. Hey, back in the building. All right, G-Back of the Day. We do it every weekday on the Fan at 5:30. Let me check. Nope. It's presented by Berkey's Plumbing, AC, and Electrical. My name is Lucius Alexander. You could call me L.A. Lucius is cool. LaPaul, all that good stuff. Little Paul. Hit me up at Lucky Lucius P on social media if you see something that we should be playing for G-Bag of the Day. Not every cool thing that you see on the internet, fam. Not everything that you see cool, all right? And how about this one, too? Lucky Lucius P on Threads. I like the Threads.
Threads? Yeah, you're good on Threads.
Or you can follow us all if you find G-Bag Nation on Twitter. This is day 3 for this champion audio, so I'm told. The great Teddy Atlas. I love this guy. This is live from Vegas, post Canelo Crawford fighting, and he was charged up.
Bud Crawford came into Las Vegas, went up 2 weight classes to challenge Canelo Alvarez for the undisputed super middleweight championship, and he won it running away. Teddy, how impressed were you by his performance tonight?
You kidding me?
You kidding me?
Beautiful display. That's the sweet science.
Yeah.
That's what it is. That's what we talk about when we talk about the sweet science. All night long, Crawford made Canelo a day late, $1 short.
Yeah.
All night. Talking about the bigger man, the advantage of the bigger guy. How about the faster guy? How about the smarter guy? How about the quicker guy? How about the guy not only won on the outside, but even beat him at his own game on the inside?
Yeah.
Please, Timmy, I don't want to say no more.
Look, you can't stop God's plan. I told everybody at home that would listen.
Please, Timmy.
Anybody that was out there, I told you. I've been in the ring with Bud Crawford. He's a phenomenal fighter. He was something different years ago. He's a lot better fighter now. What a damn performance he put on tonight. What a clinic. He beat Canelo in every avenue. Inside, we was talking about strength. He was stronger than Canelo. We talking about power. He took his power well. Canelo was very timid when he was approaching Crawford.
Damn right he was I mean, it's the worst. Like, the best thing I can do is not throw. Put my hands in my pocket.
Gotta love
Dude
that guy,
gets so
man.
fired up.
God, that's
bro.
great.
I don't know when he's going to check out, but I think it will be immediately after a boxing
Good
match.
God, bro.
Right there,
Only
Teddy
you.
Atlas.
Only you.
Damn right he was timid. Oh, here I come, Jesus. Peace out.
This man almost killed
On Netflix.
You trying to kill the Dick Wolf of radio just killed Teddy Atlas after a boxing match.
Just a prediction. Just something to look for.
He said a prediction. Holy crap.
So now we got to watch the end of every Teddy Atlas interview?
He might want to take his pre-fight aspirin, have a defibrillator on the scene.
Jeez. Clear.
Okay. Hold on. Might have something for you. Talk amongst yourselves.
All right, it's the G-Bag Nation here on 105 through the Fan. We're in the midst of the G-Bag of the day. I think we might have Jake Ferguson.
He's going to be calling in on the phone.
Getting ready for the Jake Ferguson show right here on your home of the Cowboys.
Mavs have signed Dennis Smith Jr.
105 through
Oh, the Mavs signed DSJ.
He's back.
Heck yeah.
1-year deal.
He's
10
back.
years later. I know fans were asking for it. Okay. The Jake Ferguson Show brought to you by Miller Lite, the official beer of your Dallas Cowboys. And a good afternoon, sir. How the heck are you?
I'm doing well. How are you guys doing?
Doing amazing, man. We're in Arlington. We're excited about that win. We were actually just talking boxing and the Canelo Crawford thing. Did you watch that last weekend?
I did. I caught a little bit of it. I didn't stay up though till the end, but I was watching the first little bit.
How much of a boxing MMA guy are you?
You know, I'm not huge. I've gone to one MMA fight. I really like that over boxing, but at the same time, I think I'm still a fan of boxing. I'm not sure yet. I got to go to a couple more.
I mean, you did get put to sleep by that one. I kind of feel you. You know, I think the MMA has more unpredictability and more like almost guaranteed violence. You know, when I'm tuning in for a fight,
exactly.
More chaos. So how are things going for you guys? You appreciate that light practice from Shotty yesterday?
Yeah, that was huge. You know, just time to get our bodies back, but at the same time, you know, we switched our schedule, so now Fridays we're actually running and doing more of a real practice, and then Saturdays more of just a light walkthrough. So it's good. So you're still getting your work, but at the same time, you know, we played 93 offensive snaps, 92, whatever it was. So just a way to get our bodies back.
Yeah, and you were putting in a lot of work. I saw you're leading all NFL tight ends with 14 catches through 2 games, so congrats on that. How you feeling out there?
I had no idea, but that's awesome. I feel great. You know, I feel like I'm honestly in some of the best shape I've been in my life. Like we said last week, cutting out the Oreos, but I feel great.
Yeah, I was going to say the no Oreos are paying off already, man. Is it worth it?
Indeed. It doesn't mean I'm not thinking about him, though.
Oh, I believe it, man. Hey, I wanted to ask you about, and we know Dak loves that seam, but it was working for you guys on Sunday, and Dak had that thing ripping before you were even turning. Boom, you turn around, ball's right there. What makes that so effective between you two?
Yeah, so I think with that, it's just trust and it's reps, but at the same time, like, he's kind of got me cued, and we talk a lot about that play, and we talk a lot about the seam ball. But funny thing is, we kind of knew that Aubrey just needed us to get past the 50.
Yeah.
So he had mentioned something in the huddle, and I told him, I'll see you in the starter.
Jake Ferguson here on 105 to the Fan. Now, did you feel like that was a nail biter, like the streak was in danger, or do you have that level of confidence in your QB and your kicker?
Yeah, I mean, I've got all the confidence in the world in Dak. Just the man he is, the worker he is. First one in, last one out. And then when it comes to Aubrey, the dude's just slinging it, and I've seen him kick some crazy balls at practice. So, yeah, I mean, the confidence is definitely there.
Hey, Jake, you mentioned that. Is that something that you guys, when you got the ball back with 25 seconds, was it something you guys talked about on the sidelines, or was Dak saying, okay, just kind of get me some stuff here? Was he visiting with you guys what you needed to do in the huddle, or was this coming off the sidelines?
Yeah, he kind of paces back and forth before a drive, and he was saying, we're built for this. And then at the same time, he's like, whoa, we're only down 3. That's too much time.
Yeah.
So, I mean, there was not a single point in that game where I was like, oh, shoot, we might lose. So, it was go time from the start.
How did that locker room celebration compare to others that I'm sure you guys have that you've got to experience in years past? But that seemed like a damn good time.
Yeah, that was a fun one. I mean, just the guys and that first win every season is always, it's nice to get that thing out of the way. It's nice to get that thing going and get that win column rolling. You know what I mean?
Absolutely. How does Schottenheimer rank among coaches when it comes to like pregame speeches? Is he the guy that before you guys run out onto the field, or who is that guy?
Yeah, he's pretty hype. I got actually a funny story. He he might not like that I say this, but after our first preseason win, we came in and we always pray, and so he was like, I got to pray this time, and he starts praying, and he's like, Lord, please help us in the red zone, and then he comes back. He comes back the next week. He's like, guys, I apologize. I was asking the Lord to be better in the red zone, and so we got that, and now we just got a normal prayer. But yeah, I mean, he starts it off good, and then we always got one of the captains for that week, breaking us down. So it's always pretty high.
I mean, it kind of looks like God might have been listening that night, though. You guys got it going on the red zone.
I think he was in. Yeah, God knows our heart. That's for sure.
Hey, we were kicking this around earlier this week, but would you be down to be the quarterback in a tush-push situation?
Man, I'm not a fan of the tush-push. I'm more of a fullback dive, get in 22 personnel, 23 personnel, earn it the hard way, old school. Yeah, I don't know how I feel about tush-pushing.
So you would have voted this tush-push out of the game?
No, I wouldn't have voted it out of the game. I don't know. It's just, to me, it's a little soft in my opinion. Because I don't know.
I'm with you.
I'd rather just go earn it.
Yeah.
Formation, run it.
Amen. Like Brandon Marshall once told me, do it the right way.
Do it the right way.
Damn it, do it the right way.
We don't need these gimmicks.
That's right.
Jake,
I don't need any flashy rock.
Dak gets a lot of credit for the way he works his cadence and different things like that at the line of scrimmage. How much easier is that to execute for a home game as opposed to a raucous road environment?
Yeah, home games are awesome. You can hear everything at the line. You can I can hear what he's saying. I can hear what other guys are saying. And sometimes away games aren't as loud as you may think. But, no, when you're in a hostile environment, it's definitely a little bit less dialed in on the cadence.
Is it harder to do all the different like pre-snap motions and things like that, moving guys around if it's super loud in a road environment, or is that maybe overstated?
No, I wouldn't say that because they're already built in. They're built into the play call and stuff like that. But it's harder to draw them off sides or get them on their heels, sort of thing, with your cadence. You know what I mean? Like use that cadence to your advantage.
Jake Ferguson here with you on the Fan. Now, did you grow up with feelings one way or another on the Bears?
Nah, man, I hated the Packers and I hated the Bears. I didn't like either of them. I was a Raiders fan for some reason.
Jake Ferguson.
I couldn't even tell you why.
Jake Ferguson here with you on the Fan. Now, rank the reasons that you're getting so many catches. My 4 suggestions: the awesome wide receivers, healthy Dak, new offense, you being healthy, or other. What's the most important factors here for you?
Yeah, I think that you hit him right on the head. Like having CD, having GP out there, it takes a lot off of me, and that's awesome. But then also just like the off season. This off season, I attribute a lot to just on and off the field with Dak, on and off the field with our receiving core, getting to know those guys and just making sure we're comfortable in our offense. And then just once it comes game time, just let loose.
I wanted to give you a scouting report since I know you're eating clean and you might have seen them on TV. The Reese's flavored Oreos, you're not missing anything on those. but the Oreo flavored Reese's are fire. You're going to want to check those out in the offseason.
Wow. That's interesting. That's good intel.
Yeah, just thought I'd get your plans there for mid-February or so.
Jake, we're at Williams Chicken in Arlington right now. How do you power rank the chickens in terms of breast, thigh, leg, wing?
Believe it or not, I'm a thigh guy.
Yeah,
Respect.
There you go.
Yeah. The man that knows his chicken.
Yeah, I'm a thigh guy. Yeah, I don't mind the breast. I honestly don't discriminate on the body part, as long as it's a good chicken.
Damn right.
Now, final question for me. You mentioned the crazy kicks from Aubrey in practice. What are we talking about there?
Just those soccer guys, they just sometimes it looks like they're kicking a can or something. You know what I mean? It looks like they're just typing something, and then the ball's gone. I don't know if you guys know, I'm the second string long snapper.
Yeah.
So I've been doing some field goal stuff, and I don't like being in front of him when he kicks it.
You think he's going to kick it right up in the rear?
Yeah. It bums over Baghdad. There's whistling going over my head every time he kicks it.
Need a hazard pay for that.
Oh, man. All right, Ferg, I got our fan question for you, and this is from Checker. He wants to know, what type of work do you do to improve on catching the football besides the jugs machine?
Oh, besides the jugs machine, I've got a pre-practice routine where I go out there and I go through tennis ball drills, tracking it with my eyes, and then I go to a football, and it goes to one-handed catches. It goes to what I call a slam catch, which is going up and grabbing it, and then what I call a beeline catch, and that's over the shoulder, breadbasket style. And so I do that both sides, along with the tennis ball, and then I also have 4 different strong hands drills where I just work on catching with my fingertips and stuff like that.
You're the man, Jake. Thanks again. Cowboys, Bears, 3:25 on Sunday. Give them hell. We'll be pulling for you.
Yes, sir. Appreciate you guys. Talk to you next week.
Salute. There he goes, Jake Ferguson here on The Fan, brought to you by Miller Lite, official beer of the Dallas Cowboys. You're getting off work. We're live at Williams Chicken in Arlington, just north of 20 on Cooper. Swing on by. You can get tickets to the State Fair Classic. Back into the Pimp Cup we go. Lucius has...
Yeah, that's cool. That's all right. That's all right. Let's wrap this up here. Shout out to Ferg, man. Out there praying for the Dallas D. He said they were praying for the D, dog.
He was on fire with some drops in there.
Yeah.
Don't discriminate on body parts.
Yes, 100%. That reminded me of Jameis Winston. Remember, he said he's praying to God to deliver him from the pick sixes.
The pick sixes.
Yeah, I love Jameis.
He had 30 picks that year. Somehow.
God, dog, yeah, I be praying too, man. Lay some hands on me. Get that blessing oil out. All right, where we left off, we already played Teddy Atlas, the winner. Yeah. I probably won't be doing LA Live today, which is, which is sponsored by Greystone Roofing and Construction. That is greystone-roofing.com. Your boy,
we can hit it at the top if you want.
Okay.
Up to you.
Okay.
Yeah.
I mean, what y'all got planned? I don't know.
Nothing, man.
Nothing, man.
Well, I mean, it's usually around the bases, and unfortunately, we only need about 2 minutes for a funeral.
Damn.
Yeah. I'd prefer not to.
Yeah, we're out here eating chicken with peppers. That's what we're doing.
As you should.
As we should.
As you should, sir. All right, let's get back into biz. Let's go to Panthers Radio, 92.7 WFNZ, the Kyle Bailey Show. Steve Smith Sr. jumped on and totally disrespected Charlotte. The whole city, the Panthers fan base and everything just disrespected them. They were talking about Xavier Legette.
Yeah.
And he's been kind of like, just not looking good right now. There we go.
He's just figuring it out, or are those mental mistakes that he needs to be criticized for?
Well, here's where the football player in me is going to come out.
Mm-hmm.
That's what this city does well, is bitch and complain.
Okay.
See, you forgot. See, when we went to the Super Bowl 2003, I never forgot how people treated us my rookie year when we was 1-15.
Okay.
Yeah.
Now, I know some people not going to like to hear this, but if you're going to ride and die with your team, ride or die. That's probably the problem with this weak-ass city, is the fair weather fans.
Jeez. Woo!
Kyle Bailey.
Weak ass city.
Getting hot in there.
Damn.
He's kind of subtweeting the host right there, isn't he?
Yeah.
Yeah.
That is strong coming in from Steve Smith. Always keep you on your toes.
Yeah, don't leave your girl around, Steve. True player for real.
Oh my
True
gosh.
player for real.
Especially if she's in the band.
Yeah.
Sometimes you love something so much, you want to be critical of it so it can get better.
Nah, you're right. That's the name of the game, Dawson.
Yeah.
Speaking of Dawson, here you go, Mr.
Oh.
Yeah. I'm glad you said something. That Tolo thing, well, here we go. Dawson is a big fan of Tovash. Tovash, shout out to you, fam. Shout out to you. Dawson's a big fan of yours, bro.
Tovash is in the house. Salute to Tovash.
Yeah, Tovash.
Tolo. One of the longest Tolos.
The longest Tolos. The longest Tolos.
Wow.
Very well endowed.
He does play a good center field. That's what I hear.
What a great intro right there. One of the longest Tolos, by the way.
Clearly AI.
Jesus. What else we got?
Longest running Tolos is what I meant. I think he listened to 105 when it was live 105.
Yeah, no, he has been here forever. I think we started at the same time. Let's go to ESPN First Take. Mad Dog Russo.
Ooh.
Not a fan of that late start of the Canelo Crawford fight. I remember looking over at Kevin. It was like the fourth round, and I said, bro, it is 1 o'clock on the East Coast right now. They got to change this up a little bit if they want to be successful at it.
Yeah, I mean, the fight finished at 1 a.m. here.
Come on, bro. It was 1 a.m. there, so 2 a.m. on the East Coast. Come on, dog.
And I don't mind it as long as I know going in what time the fight is going to start. I can plan for it. But when it says 9 and it's 11:45, jammed up.
Yeah.
You're gonna freaking have a fight on Saturday night. You can't start it at 12:50 at night. I mean, my God almighty, that fight. Then you walk into the ring into 12:30. I'm in bed. I've been watching Texas A&M and Notre Dame. I've been betting and watching LSU against Florida. I have watched the baseball. I want my bread and cookies at 11. Watch the fight go to bed. I was sleeping. I had golf the next day. I bailed out. I stunk in freaking Jordan. But I played golf the next day. I had to be fresh in my. I don't want to keep my wife awake. And you gotta sit there and you're gonna start that fight at 10 minutes to 1 in the morning on a Saturday night. And I heard the excuse was the preliminaries ran too long. Who cares about the preliminaries? I didn't find the fight to see some guy down the street who I've never heard of. I bought the fight for these two. is a disgrace. That's embarrassing that they started a major sporting event they claim at 1 a.m. for the East Coast fan. That's not right.
I love it. It's about time the East Coast takes some comeuppance. You know, we've been dealing with their time for way too long. Matt, but he's got a good point. I think the great thing was it's on Netflix. And so it's so easy to be on demand. Just wake up, watch it whenever you want. I didn't watch it until Cowboys tailgate the next day.
I mean, I wouldn't even admit that if I were you. Well, but yeah, I was tired. Business. Yeah, I get you.
I was tired.
I get you, dog. It was a late fight. I get it.
I said, honey, the fight's about to start, and I thought that meant she was going to change it, and then I woke up, it was 4 a.m, so got it the next day.
I get you, dog. Wasn't it? Today's Thursday. Yeah, yesterday was a church day. I pray you got your blessing. Shout out to my Reverend Dr. Pastor Freddie Haynes. Get well, sir. Get well, sir. Get well. We have a youth pastor right here that has